People die for wealth, birds die for food. This sentence is really true. Shimen Gang, Nangong Jian and Shangguan Ju are eager for treasure and eager to open the stone gate, but they used such a stupid trick. What is a fool? This is a fool. The most foolish thing is that when the three of Ximengang heard the sound of the killing formation starting, they also showed excited and happy smiles, thinking that they had broken the stone gate by mistake. Ling Yun gritted his teeth with hatred, thinking that he shouldn't be merciful to these idiots just now. But it was too late to say anything now. Before the unpleasant and harsh Kerala voice was over, he leaned over and hugged Xiao Bai with his left hand, and then shouted to Dugumo, "Follow me quickly." Between life and death, Ling Yun took the phantom fish and dragon steps to the limit. There are a total of 6 smaller caves leading to the formation center, but these 6 caves are very far away from the Shermen. Ling Yun knew that it would be too late to rush into the cave at this time, so he chose to enter the formation center by himself. Where the foot falls. As a master of the formation, every time Ling Yun settled down was not a random place, it was a safe place that he had carefully calculated, at least it could guarantee temporary safety. To talk about the accomplishments of the game, there is only Ling Yun here, but Dugumo. He knew that something was wrong as soon as he heard this voice, and when he saw Ling Yun's reaction, he showed his body without hesitation. The place flew past. Damn it, what kind of light work are you doing? How can it be so fast? After Dugumo came to Ling Yun's side, he was shocked and asked Ling Yun in shock. At that moment, the movement and speed that Ling Yun showed made Dugumo stunned, because although Ling Yun reminded him to leave before leaving Shermen, but after Ling Yun landed here, the voice seemed to have just reached Dugumo's ears. Middle. Thinking of the afterimage that Ling Yun left at the door of Shermen, Dugumo could only think of one word to describe this phenomenon: teleportation. Ling Yun did not answer. He held Xiao Bai tightly in his left hand, and the demon blood sword in his right hand, pressing his body tightly against the stone wall behind him, and then pursed his lips and said to Dugumo, "Stand close to the stone wall, hold my clothes, and do it well." Defensive preparation. I don't know why, but after seeing Ling Yun's nervous expression, Dugumo really subconsciously grabbed Ling Yun's shirt and held his sword across his chest at the same time. Ready to defend, but he muttered in his mouth, "What are you doing?" "I don't. I wipe, what's going on?" Before Dugumo finished speaking, he was horrified to find that a stone wall of unknown thickness appeared out of thin air in front of him, and then a vast white fog appeared. He can't see anything. Although they were in absolute darkness just now. But after all, they are all masters of the 8th floor and above, and their eyesight is excellent, and they have stayed in this cave for several days and nights, and their eyes have already adapted to this darkness. Because Ling Yun has a relationship with the Great Evolution and gathering star treasures, his eyesight is better than that of Dugumo. In the absolute darkness, he can see farther than Dugumo. Also much clearer. Because the cultivation of the Dian gathering star treasure art is inseparable from the sun, moon, and stars, all of which can emit light, so Ling Yun's Dian gathering star treasure art is advanced every level. His eyesight became stronger, so of course experts like Dugumo couldn't compare with him. The white mist was pervading, and the thick couldn't dissolve. In the blink of an eye, Dugumo couldn't even see the stone wall that had just appeared in front of him. He felt as if he had a cataract, and his eyes were directly blind. Thus, of course, he was going to hold Ling Yun's shirt tightly. He was about to speak when he heard Ling Yun's voice transmission and said, "Don't talk, just listen to the voice to identify the position, don't think about the surrounding stone walls, if something flies over, just cut it with one sword." Dugumo had never seen it before, but Ling Yun knew very well in his heart that the stone wall was an illusion, and the white mist was a maze. The stone wall appeared close to the body, and the white mist completely made you invisible. Your senses and actions are greatly restrained. At this time, the only thing I can use is my hearing and my firm belief. Ling Yun closed his eyes lightly for a long time. He didn't see the stone wall or the white fog. He held his breath and just felt it with his heart. What's the matter? Why are there so many stone walls around me? Ah. I can't see anything with such a thick white fog. Shimin, Nangong, where are you all? Why are these stone walls moving? They will crush me to death. The three culprits are all dumbfounded now, and the excited expressions on their faces have long since turned into great fear, because the three of them are standing together now, still at the door of the stone gate in the middle, but no one can see it. Who? No one can touch who? They could only see a dense white mist that looked like a substance. In the white mist, the four stone walls began to squeeze their bodies, getting tighter and tighter. Shichichi. This cave has a radius of more than 200 meters and a height of 70 to 80 meters at the highest point. Now, after everyone couldn't move, I saw countless stone swords shot out from the stone wall above their heads, dense like rain, and instantly shot into the rocks under everyone's feet, without a single gap. Ling Yun had been prepared for a long time. He heard it very clearly, knowing that the killing formation had finally begun, and he directly swung the demon blood sword in the wind and rain, protecting himself and Dugumo's heads, and the stone chips flew into the air. Dugumo also heard it, but when he wanted to swing his sword to protect himself, he found that his sword hit the stone wall in front of him before he could swing it, and he couldn't swing it at all. Ah! 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 Only 4 screams sounded at the same time. Shimin Gang, Nangong Jian and Shangguan Ju were directly killed by Shi Jian, who was shot from the head. Lei Wenqing tried his best to raise his gun to resist a few times, but he did not escape the fate of tragic death. However, Dongfang court of the Dongfang family and Tai Jingping of the Xuanhuan sect both made Ling Yun's actions unscathed. However, the most miserable is the giant dragon guarding the dragon's saliva. Although he has scales that are harder than iron stone, these stone swords seem to be particularly effective on its body. Its body is huge, and I don't know how many the stone sword pierced its body and sank directly into the underground rock, leaving no trace. Blood spurted from countless wounds, and the painful giant scorpion roared wildly, but it was of no avail, because it was so tightly suppressed that it couldn't even move. It can be said that this giant flood dragon is in the locked dragon formation and is being tortured for the dragon, and it has suffered a disaster. Ling Yun was sane, and naturally heard the screams of the giant Jiao Jiao. He could not bear it in his heart, but he could only let it go, because he still had Xiao Bai in his arms and Dugumo beside him. He had to protect them. After a wave of stone swords passed by, Ling Yun immediately said to Dugumo, who was beside him, "You can't stay here, change place with me." Dugumo was about to be squeezed by the surrounding stone walls and couldn't breathe. He was struggling to support him. Of course, he couldn't use the technique of sound transmission, so he shouted wildly, "I can't move at all." Ling Yun couldn't explain so much to him now, and immediately said, "You don't have to worry about anything, just hold on to my shirt tightly." After speaking, Ling Yun performed the phantom fish dragon step again, and after a sway, he left the stone wall 3 feet away, and then asked Dugumo, "Can you still feel the stone wall now? Can you feel the stone wall?" Dugumo had never experienced a moment like just now. He was holding on to Ling Yun's clothes tightly, only to feel that his body had smashed through countless stone walls in an instant, gushing blood and suffering internal injuries. "That's an illusion, there are no stone walls at all, don't think about those stone walls." Ling Yun pushed his skills to the limit and displayed his divine dragon, Hell. Dugumo only felt that his heart was shaken, his sanity was clear, and he immediately felt that the pressure around his body disappeared. What happened just now? Since there is no stone wall, how did I get hurt and vomit blood? In fact, this state is like vomiting blood when a person is extremely angry, but it is more complicated and mysterious, and all of them are psychological factors. There are also people who can be scared to death by certain atmospheres and scenes that they think of in their own hearts, which is almost the same. Ling Yun didn't explain, he just said in a deep voice, "This time, protect our bodies, remember." As soon as the voice fell, countless stone swords burst out from the rock wall above and the surrounding rock walls, and shot out from all directions, interweaving into an overwhelming stone sword. This time, Ling Yun and Digumo swung their swords at the same time, shielding their bodies from the wind and rain, and blocking the densely shot stone swords. The giant Jiao suffered more serious injuries this time. It was still roaring at first, but soon it lost the strength to roar, and could only lie on the ground softly. This time, Tai Jingping of the Xuanhuan Gate did not escape bad luck. He just blocked a few times with a hard punch, and was shot into a sieve by the stone sword, screaming to death. Dongfang Ting didn't know what kind of mental method he was practicing. He was not affected by the stone wall at all, and he was still able to swing his sword to protect his body, but the stone swords were too dense, and they came from all directions. The flying stone sword shot through the back and legs, and was seriously injured. The second wave of stone swords passed. Ling Yun heard Dongfang Ting groaning and kneeling on the ground. He used Shenlong Shao to shout loudly, "Brother Dongfang, where are you? Can you still move?" Although Dongfang Ting recognized that the knife in Ling Yun's hand was the magic knife, Blood of the Underworld, he didn't have the slightest intention to snatch it, and he even persuaded him to throw it away. Ling Yun was very fond of this person. "Little brother Ling Yun, I'm at your men on the right, I can't move anymore." Dongfang Ting shouted reluctantly. Ling Yun listened attentively, and with the position in his memory, he brought Digumo with his phantom fish and dragon steps and quickly came to the vicinity of the Oriental court. Ling Yun followed Dongfang Ting's breathing and came to his side, and quickly asked, "Where is the injury?" To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Ling Yun quickly put Xiaobai on the ground, then took out a healing talisman from the space ring, leaned over to Dongfang Ting and said, "Brother Dongfang, tell me where the injury is, I will heal you." "Little brother Ling Yun, thank you, but it's useless. My back and both legs were pierced in several places by the stone sword, and now I can't move at all." Ling Yun didn't listen to Dongfang Ting's nonsense. He directly used the clear healing talisman to pat the injured part that Dongfang Ting said, and then silently shouted, "Lin." Dongfang Ting didn't know what Ling Yun had done to him, he only felt a strange coolness in the injured area, and then all the wounds miraculously disappeared, and he was surprised and happy. "Little brother Ling Yun, this." Dongfang Ting shouted in shock, with infinite gratitude in his heart. Ling Yun smiled and said, "Don't say anything now, the three of us must all lean on the stone wall. If I guess right, the next wave of stone swords will emerge from the ground." After speaking, Ling Yun picked up Xiaobai, took Digumo and Dongfang Ting, and flew to the side of the stone wall. Then he calmly said, "The next wave is the last wave of stone swords in the killing formation. As long as we can carry in the past, this formation should disappear on its own." Digumo said in shock, "But, this time the stone sword shot out from the ground, how can we hide?" Ling Yun gritted his teeth and said, "There is no other way, I can only protect my vital parts and resist." Digumo was so frightened that he quickly covered his little brother, thinking that it was wrong, and immediately covered his butt. Ling Yun could hear his series of movements, and said with a smile, "It's useless for you to cover, you can only use weapons to block it." Digumo said whimsically, "Don't you have a magic knife? Just dig a hole in the stone wall, and we'll be fine if we dig in?" Ling Yun smiled and said, "You don't even think about it, where did those stone swords shoot from, and if you use a knife to cut the stone wall at this time, it will 100% trigger a more powerful ban." Ling Yun already knew that this killing formation was called the Reverse Chaos Promise Sword Formation, and it was also superimposed with an Illusion Formation and a Bewildering Formation. For this Yin-Yang Lock Dragon Formation, what they triggered was only a very small killing formation. "Hold your breath, forget about things, protect yourself, the third wave is coming. Ling Yun had just finished instructing the two of them when he heard chi-chi. A blast of stone swords sounded. Really? This time. All the stone swords are drilled out from the ground, making it impossible to defend at all. Ling Yun frantically ran the Great Evolution Star treasure art. He hugged Xiao Bai, who was curled up in a ball, tightly to his chest, and his body slammed back into an exaggerated angle with the ground. Then he swung the knife behind him and slashed the stone sword shot from the ground. But even so, he could only protect the part above his knees. His two calves and feet were all pierced by the stone sword, bleeding profusely. Dugumo and Dongfeng Ting beside Ling Yun groaned, obviously they were seriously injured. Ling Yun didn't care about this, he showed a strong will. He gritted his teeth and endured the heart-piercing pain, until the wave of stone swords had been shot, and then he fell to the ground with a bang. Bang bang twice, Dugumo and Dongfeng Ting also fell to the ground almost at the same time. Except for Xiao Bai, who had been protected by Ling Yun, almost all of them became sieves under their knees. As for the giant dragon, he was already lying on the ground, motionless, not even making a sound at all. After the third wave of stone swords was shot, the stone wall disappeared out of thin air, the thick white mist that could not be dissolved also disappeared instantly, and the cave immediately returned to absolute darkness. If it weren't for the dead and wounded lying on the ground, it would be as if nothing had happened. After a while, after confirming that there were no more problems, Ling Yun slowly opened his eyes. He carefully put Xiao Bai aside, and then straightened up and sat up. Ling Yun first treated himself all his injuries with the clear healing talisman, then got up and came to Dugumo and Dongfeng Ting. Now he could see it clearly, and threw the clear healing talisman directly to their wounds, and then quickly healed their injuries. Dugumo and Dongfeng Ting were smiling and excited, and jumped up at the same time. Dugumo asked Ling Yun, "This is the talisman from Maoshan, right? It's really the same as the legend, it's amazing." Ling Yun smiled lightly, "What is the Maoshan talisman? This is the medical skill of our immortal medicine sect." Dongfeng Ting clasped his fists with both hands, bowed to the end, and said with sincere gratitude, "Thank you, little brother Ling Yun, for your life-saving grace. I don't want to say thank you very much. In the future, wherever I can use it, I will go through fire and water, and I will do whatever it takes." Ling Yun laughed loudly, waved his hand and said, "It's just a trivial matter, okay, as long as brother Dongfeng doesn't think I'm from the demon sect, I'll be grateful, haha." Dugumo was not as polite as Dongfeng Ting. He turned around Ling Yun excitedly, and asked excitedly, "Are you really a person from the immortal medicine sect?" I said, "What is your talisman? Can you give me a little bit of it? This thing is simply too good." Ling Yun ignored him and glanced at Sherman, only to see that the 5 bodies of Xuanhuan and others had all fallen to the ground, and everyone's body had turned into a sieve. "Humph, 3 idiots, almost killed us all here." Ling Yun snorted coldly, and Dongfeng Ting also frowned and shook his head. Dugumo's figure flew for a while, he touched the stone wall, and then touched the hard ground, and said suspiciously, "Are these stone swords real or fake?" Ling Yun said with a smile, "These stone swords are naturally fake. This is all the effect of the formation. The stone wall is squeezed, the white mist fills the air, and the stone swords flying shot are all fake." Dugumo asked again, "But these stone walls and stone swords really hurt us. How can we explain this?" Ling Yun frowned and said, "The extrusion of the stone wall is the effect of the phantom array, which affects your mind, and you will think that the stone wall is really hitting you, and then you use all your skills to fight against it, of course you have to suffer. Injured. What about the stone sword?" Dugumo got to the bottom of it. Ling Yun explained patiently, "It's not that the stone sword is hurting you, but after this formation is activated, the power of the formation transforms into the shape and effect of the stone sword. It is the power of the formation that is hurting you." The stone sword is fake, the power is real. Genius, how did you know this? Do you even teach formations in your immortal medicine sect? Stop talking nonsense. Ling Yun couldn't stand Dugumo's long-winded words. He snorted coldly, turned his head to look at the giant dragons around Long Shao, and with a slight stroke of the blood demon knife, he came to the front of the giant dragons. Now, everyone can see that this giant dragon has completely lost its threat. Even if it is not dead, it has lost the ability to attack people. Its huge body is already riddled with holes, sword wounds are everywhere, and its body is covered in blood. Ling Yan took a closer look, and after confirming that the giant dragon was not dead, he began to take out the healing talisman. I said. You're not going to save it, are you? Dugumo asked in shock. Ling Yan said with a smile, you also said that this is a rare spiritual thing between heaven and earth. What it suffered was a pure and innocent disaster, why can't it be saved? Dongfang Ting smiled in admiration, and bowed his hands again. I didn't expect little brother Ling Yun to have such a compassionate heart. I am completely convinced by Dongfang Ting. Ling Yun smiled indifferently, it's hurt so badly, whether it can be saved is not certain, I can only do my best, and the rest is up to it. Ling Yun finished speaking. He began to place the healing talisman on the vital part of the giant flood dragon. The giant flood dragon is really too big, so dense, 3 waves of stone swords, and every sword of the stone sword is a penetrating injury. Ling Yun's hundreds of healing talismans are simply not enough, so he could only save the vital point of the giant Jiao first. The key point of the python is actually its head and 7 inches. Hundreds of clear healing talismans are enough to only treat these 2 places. Ling Yun held the healing talismans and stuffed them one by one along the giant Jiao's wounds. Every time he put one in, he would call out Lin. This giant dragon is so big. If Ling Yun just sticks the clear healing talisman on its scales, it will not have any effect at all, so he works tirelessly and regardless of the stench of the giant dragon's blood. In important places, it is only used on giant Jiao. However, this giant dragon was already dying, and there were countless sword wounds in its body. The flesh of the heart was stabbed to shreds, and Ling Yun was completely using the dead Jiao as a living Jiao doctor. Dugumo and Dongfang Ting saw that Ling Yun treated a giant Jiao dragon so diligently, they couldn't help but look at each other, showing shock and admiration at the same time. Ling Yun, let's help you. Ling Yun shook his head with a smile, and said indifferently, its body is already rotten. You don't know where these healing talismans are placed in his body to have the best effect, so let me do it. For 3 full hours, Ling Yun used up almost all of the healing talismans. He only kept 7 or 8 of them for life-saving purposes, and all the others were used on Zhu Jiao's body. Dugumo and Dongfang Ting were shocked when they saw that Ling Yun only needed a bundle of Qinghe talismans to use up, and when he flipped it over, he would get a new bundle, which was even more miraculous than magic. All of Ling Yun's performances are too heaven-defying. As soon as he appears, he holds the demon blood sword in his hand, and his dexterity and movement skills are even better than them, and he can lead them through this terrifying killing array. All of this made them feel deeply shocked. After Ling Yun finished all of this, he didn't care about the blood all over his body, he came to the place where the milky white dragon's saliva was in a flash. Ling Yun turned his head to Dugumo and Dongfang Ting and said, with our current strength, those 3 stone gates can't be opened at all. I see what you are talking about, let's not think about it, but you can drink some of this, it will be of great benefit to your martial arts practice. What is this? Dugumo and Dongfang Ting asked curiously at the same time. In fact, they saw this dragon's saliva long ago when they came in. They also knew that it must be a good thing, but what they thought at that time, they are all Earth Emperors, and there is this giant Jiaolong guarding here, so of course I don't dare to have any coveted hearts. And now, because Ling Yun saved their lives, Ling Yun was naturally their savior. Although the 2 had different temperaments, they were both honest and upright people, so they had been waiting for Ling Yun's arrangement. Ling Yun smiled slightly and said, "We are in the center of the Yinyang Suolong Great Array. I think this should be the dragon's saliva. Frankly speaking, I came to this place for this. Dragon saliva. No wonder this giant python has been guarding, not letting us approach. It turns out that it wants to rely on this dragon." Dugumo said thoughtfully. Ling Yun laughed secretly in his heart. Hua Jiao was still about the same, and he was still 108,000 miles away from Hua Long. "However, we didn't bring any utensils down. How can we drink it?" Dugumo thought of another question and said, extremely depressed. No matter whether they can beat Ling Yun or not, at least he and Dongfang Ting both have the cultivation level of the early 9th layer acquired realm. If the two masters are in front of Ling Yun, they will probably be laughed at by Ling Yun. Die. Ling Yun laughed and took out a large bottle of mineral water like a conjuration. The three helped each other to wash their hands, and then he took out 3 smaller bottles and gave each of them a bottle. "It's been a long time since I've been down, so I shouldn't have had a good drink of water, right? Drink the water in the bottle, and then drink the dragon's saliva." Ling Yun smiled, because he had a space ring. He had an absolute sense of superiority and pride in front of the two of them. There was no need for Ling Yun to say that, seeing Ling Yun actually took out such a large bottle of mineral water to wash his hands. They had long felt thirsty. Dugumo and these people used the water droplets in the wet rock wall to quench their thirst. They have not replenished water for at least 24 hours. No matter what expert they are, when they are extremely thirsty, even the dragon's saliva cannot compare to Ling Yun. "Take out this bottle of mineral water. Don't drink too full, save your stomach for a while, to drink dragon saliva," Ling Yun reminded kindly, with a smile. Dugumo drank the mineral water upside down in one breath, and he stomped his feet regretfully. If I had known that you had come down, I would have waited for you directly on the tiger's cliff. What a motherfucker." Ling Yun likes to add fuel to the fire the most. He laughed and teased, "Hey, in fact, I originally wanted to come down with you. Who knew that you were in a hurry and came down first?" Having said that, Dugumo's bowels became even more regretful when he heard it, and his face was full of remorse. "Okay, hurry up and drink the dragon saliva. After drinking it, you can directly practice here. I will protect you. But don't take it too long." Although the dragon saliva is said to be only 1 wang, these dragon saliva can't even fit Ling Yun's space ring, and the three of them can't finish drinking it here for half a month, so Ling Yun doesn't feel distressed at all. After Dugumo and Dongfang Ting heard the great joy, they went over immediately, filled a bottle of ambergris each, looked up and drank it. After the two finished drinking, they nodded to Ling Yun at the same time, each found a place nearby, and silently practiced with their knees crossed. They knew that this was equivalent to handing over their lives to Ling Yun, but Ling Yun saved the lives of both of them, and they gave Ling Yun the greatest trust. After they started cultivating, Ling Yun smiled slightly and took out the psychic jade box as soon as he raised his hand. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. The psychic jade box was engraved with 49 gathering formations by Ling Yun. When Ling Yun practiced the yin-yang art of Wen Qi, he had already used up all the spiritual energy in the psychic jade box. He took it out now, naturally to absorb it. Huge ambergris aura. Ling Yun placed the jade box on the edge of the dragon saliva stone pool and let it absorb the aura of dragon saliva. He grasped the jade box and felt the speed at which the jade box absorbed the aura, and felt very satisfied. After doing this, Ling Yun felt that he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. His expression was extremely relaxed. With a bright smile on his face, he waved at Xiao Bai. "This is dragon saliva, which is of great benefit to your cultivation. You should also go and drink some." Who knew that Xiao Bai only glanced at the dragon salivation in the stone pond, and did not move forward, but looked at Ling Yun with a pair of charming eyes. Okay. Ling Yin had no choice but to walk over with his own mineral water bottle, fill a full bottle, and bring it back to feed Xiaobai himself. Xiaobai just started drinking. The expression in the fox's eyes was full of joy and satisfaction. He drank half the bottle in one breath. When he wanted to continue drinking, Ling Yin took the mineral water bottle away. Your realm is not enough, and drinking too much is not good for your cultivation. This needs to be taken slowly. Ling Yin smiled at Xiaobai. Ling Yin could see that Xiaobai had improved his cultivation base by fighting against the evil spirits of the gloomy eyes, and now he drank the dragon's saliva again. After returning, he only needed to stay in his villa. After practicing for a while, a third tail can grow. At that time, he will take Xiaobai to find a place to transcend the calamity. As long as he survives the calamity safely, Xiaobai can transform into a human form, which is no different from a human being. Xiaobai glanced at Ling Yin dissatisfied, but there was a sly smile in his eyes, very charming, and then he went to the side to practice. Xiaobai had never been in contact with humans before. Since meeting Ling Yin, she has been with Shuang Meifeng, Xiao Mimi, and others almost all day long. All its behaviors and feelings are no different from humans. Of course, Ling Yin didn't need to drink dragon saliva. The purpose of drinking dragon saliva was to absorb the powerful spiritual energy contained in dragon saliva. Ling Yin's body could naturally absorb it, and it was no different from drinking it in his stomach. The giant Jiaoyu was in a deep sleep with serious injuries, and it was uncertain whether he could survive or not. Ling Yin watched it for a while. After thinking about it seriously, I got up and filled a bottle of ambergris. Come to the giant Jiao and pour it directly into its mouth. I poured 3 bottles in a row. Ling Yin just threw away the mineral water bottle and said lightly, "Perhaps this is your doom, whether you can survive, you can only see yourself, I have tried my best." After Ling Yin finished talking to himself, he began to investigate carefully along the stone wall. He didn't believe the stone door, so there was no way to open it. There must be a mechanism. Ling Yin was not reconciled. He circled around the stone wall, and even went into the 6 caves to investigate, but unfortunately found nothing. Ling Yin silently used the yin-yang art of qi, and exerted his qigong to the limit. The top of the cave is the same as the surrounding stone walls. It is still a bare rock, and there are no trap buttons. Is it really impossible to get in? This is unreasonable, I am a genius of formation. Ling Yin searched round and round, and was really reluctant to give up. He did come down to the Tianqing for the purpose of cultivating the yin-yang art of Wen Qi, and he was also successful in his cultivation. His dantian and meridians were many times stronger than before. He successfully reached the 4th level of body training, and also obtained the ghost blood sword and dragon pattern sword, as well as some magic weapons of the eminent monk. The old monk has been sitting for an unknown time, but these things that accompanied him are under the high temperature of tens of degrees, without any damage, and they are all intact. What is not a magic weapon? Besides, Ling Yin also got 99 night pearls. This trip can be said to be a huge harvest, and he made a lot of money. Ordinarily, he should be very satisfied. But he heard the emperor. The human sovereign pen is already in his hands, and he knows the power of the human sovereign pen better than anyone else, so Ling Yin is full of infinite expectations for the Earth Sovereign. Human sovereign pen and Earth Sovereign should be magic weapons of the same level, and they may feel something when they take it out. Ling Yin thought to himself, but he quickly rejected the idea, because when he was in the dark circle, the human emperor pen had instilled the fairy spirit and dragon spirit in him. If there was a connection between magic weapons of this level, that scene must be earth-shattering. Ling Yin had already noticed it, and he won't wait until now. In the Yin-Yang Suolong Great Array, Ling Yin held the human sovereign pen, and there was not much difference between being in the eye of the formation and in the heart of the formation. By the way, where did that dragon go? Didn't it escape long ago? Did it take the Earth Emperor away? Ling Yun's thoughts turned and he pondered over and over again, but every thought was immediately overturned by him. While thinking about it, he subconsciously came to the front of the 3 stone gates. Reverse Chaos Promise Sword Formation, such a powerful formation, such a powerful aura of the avenue. Ling Yun could feel that these 3 stone gates were very unusual, not only because of the formation, but also because of the powerful aura of the avenue. The machine faintly leaked from the door. It seems that the Buddhist power of the old monk is stronger than that of the old monk in Yangzhenjin. Obviously, the old monk who was sitting should have come in later. First, there was the great array of yin-yang locking dragons. Later, at some point in time, the eminent monk who had attained the Tao came in and occupied the eye of the yang array. After he had been seated for a long time, it was the owner of the bronze coffin who came here. There is no dragon here, so did the dragon walk before the old monk moved in, or after that? Then how long has this formation been placed here? 3,000 years? 5,000 years? Ling Yun whispered to himself, amazed at the strength of the Almighty who formed the formation. Is it really an immortal? Ling Yun thought about it for a long time, but no matter what, he couldn't solve these mysteries. His current realm of strength is too low, so he can only wait for his realm to rise, and then try to find a way. Finally, I feel that the spiritual energy in my body is full. How long have I been absorbing it? At least 7 or 8 hours, right? God. Such a thick ambergris aura, I can absorb it so fast, but I have to absorb so much. How long does it take to fill up? How powerful does this need to be? What happened to Ling Yun's promotion this time has gone beyond his understanding in the world of cultivation. Whether it is cultivation technique or strength, it is much stronger than the same period, and it is also too strange, which makes him feel a little happy, and a little bit more at a loss. But Ling Yun knew that this was for him. It must be a good thing. All of this can only be clear after he has reached the Qi training period, has spiritual consciousness, and can look inside himself. Xiaobai finished his first practice. After he woke up, he came to Ling Yun's side immediately, and his 2 big snow-white tails swept around him. Ling Yun looked down at Xiaobai. Knowing that it has made a lot of progress this time, I can't help but nod at it. Happy smile. Xiaobai saw Ling Yun smile, his 2 front legs lifted off the ground, and he rushed towards Ling Yun. Ling Yun knew that Xiaobai wanted him to hug him. Ling Yun immediately hugged Xiaobai in his arms, stroking its smooth fur, all the way back to the stone pool. The giant Jiao dragon was still in its original state, still sleeping. Ling Yun poured 3 more bottles of ambergris into its huge mouth. He didn't dare to drink too much. Dragon saliva is too powerful. It doesn't mean that you can eat as much as you want. Nothing is too much. The first person to finish his practice was Dongfeng Ting. After he woke up, he got up and stood up. He was in high spirits, full of blood and energy. He stretched his muscles a little. He immediately clenched his fists at Ling Yun, and said sincerely, Ling Yun, the grace of saving life, the virtue of gifting dragon saliva, and the love of protecting the law, Dongfeng Court will remember it in my heart today. It will be a great reward in the future. Ling Yun is not hypocritical. Didn't Chao Shanshan say that the ancient martial arts family is very good? He has now made up 2 aristocratic families at once. Even if the Sun family and Tiansha are looking for trouble from him, now they are not afraid. Ling Yun smiled slightly and said, Brother Dongfeng, what state is it now? Dongfeng Ting smiled ashamedly and said, before I went to the Tianqing, it was in the early days of the 9th floor of Ho Tian, and now it's in the middle of the 9th layer of the day after tomorrow. However, the effect of dragon saliva is really too powerful, and I can't see the effect after a while. Maybe my qualifications are too poor. Ling Yun smiled and said, Brother Dongfeng is too modest. If I expected it well, I think you should be able to reach the innate realm within 2 months, right? Dongfang Ting scratched his head embarrassedly and said, "Little brother Lingyun is so stunned, he can't hide anything from you. With the dragon saliva I drink, in 2 months, you can indeed have a chance to hit the innate realm." Lingyun smiled and said, "Congratulations. Lingyun, let me tell you my address and contact information, you can find me anytime in the future." After Dongfang Ting finished speaking, he told Lingyun his address and contact information in detail. Lingyun's memory is very strong, Dongfang Ting only said it once and he remembered it all. At the same time, he also told Dongfang Ting his phone number to facilitate contact. Dongfang Ting asked Lingyun suspiciously, "Lingyun, I have a question I've always wanted to know, that is, I found that I can't see your realm at all, but my intuition tells me that your realm is not very high." After Lingyun became a strange Dantian, even if his realm was much higher than his, he could not see his realm cultivation. Lingyun thought about it for a while and said with a smile, "My realm should now be on the 7th or 8th floor of the day after tomorrow. I don't know the specifics." Lingyun was vague, in fact, he only knew that he was indeed practicing the 4th level of the body, but after he cultivated into the yin-yang art of qi, he was not very clear about how terrifying his strength was. Mom may still be unable to fight, but against the masters of the 1st level of the innate realm, Lingyun felt that even if he did not have the strength to fight, he should be able to escape. Now that there is no fetters of spiritual energy, he can escape wherever he wants, and he can do whatever he wants. The strength is unfathomable, the medical skills are unparalleled in the world, and there is a beautiful fox with 2 tails by your side, but you are so handsome, I wonder if you have a girlfriend? If not, I can introduce my sister to, oh, let me tell you, she is the pride of our family." Dongfang Ting said seriously. Hearing Dongfang Ting's unreserved praise, Lingyun felt that he couldn't hang on no matter how thick-skinned he was, so he quickly waved his hand and said, "Big brother Dongfang, please forgive me, don't make such a joke again." Girlfriend, this is a very, very troublesome problem for Lingyun. Dongfang Ting laughed happily, turned his head to look at Dugumo, who had been meditating cross-legged, with a slight look of surprise on his face, and said in surprise, "How has Dugumo's realm improved so much?" This is to attack Hotianjiu. The top of the floor." Lingyun pretended to be surprised with an "oh," and then said calmly, "The 9th floor peak the day after tomorrow? Did he drink too much dragon saliva?" A look of sincere envy flashed in Dongfang Ting's eyes, and he murmured, "Humans can't be compared, Dugumo is 5 years younger than me, but his realm is the same as mine, we drank dragons together. I only reached the middle stage of the 9th floor after salvaging cultivation, but he has crossed 2 small realms in a row, and he is indeed the most outstanding genius of the Dugu family." Lingyun didn't continue. He knew very well that this was the effect of the immortal aura he injected into Dugumo's body. This immortal aura was enough for Dugumo to rush from the peak of the 8th floor of the acquired to the peak of the 2nd floor of the innate. That too failed. "Big brother Dongfang, there is an endless supply of dragon saliva, are you continuing to cultivate, or?" Lingyun smiled and changed the subject. Dongfang Ting shrugged and said, "I don't practice anymore. I feel that I'm always a little uneasy in the depths of these 500 meters. Besides, I always feel sorry for you to protect the Dharma for us. Since I didn't find the Emperor, then I will wait for Dugu to wake up, say goodbye to him and go back." Knowing that Dongfang Ting was a little restless after going through the cycle of life and death, Lingyun didn't stop him. He smiled and asked Dongfang Ting to bring as much dragon saliva back as possible. "Then you're welcome, brother." This was exactly what Dongfang Ting wanted. He took 2 mineral water bottles on the ground, filled them all with dragon saliva, and tightened the lids carefully. Seeing that Dugumo still didn't mean to stop cultivating, Lingyun asked Dongfang Ting with a smile, "Big brother Dongfang, anyway, we have nothing to do, so can you tell me about these ancient martial arts families and secret sects in China?" Lingyun desperately needs to understand this aspect, the more he knows, the better, so he took this opportunity to ask Dongfang Ting to give him a full range of popular science. Dongfang Ting naturally wouldn't hide from Ling Yun. No matter what Ling Yun asked, he would try to tell Ling Yun what he knew, which made Ling Yun quickly have a very clear understanding of the distribution of Huaxia's forces. An hour later, the two talked about the Xiantian realm. Ling Yun asked, curiously, there are 9 levels of the Xiantian realm. If you break through the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Xiantian realm, what realm is that? Dongfang Ting said with a smile, above the peak of the 9th floor of the congenital. I also asked the elders about this question, but even they have not reached the peak of the 9th floor of the congenital. This is really difficult, but my grandfather said that it seems it's the shattering void. Breaking the void? Ling Yin asked, in shock. That's right, martial shattering void. If you reach the realm of martial shattering void, that is, the realm of practicing God and returning to the void, even if you really enter the Tao with martial arts, you will become one of those people. Ling Yin heard the those people again, and thought to himself, aren't you ancient martial families and secret sects the those people that Chao Shanshan called? Why did Dongfang Ting also say the word those people? Those people? Who are they? Ling Yun hurriedly asked. The legendary person, the cultivator. Ling Yun was stunned, and was so excited that he was speechless for a long time. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. When I heard this for the first time, I was even more shocked and excited than you are now, and I was determined to cultivate to the realm of shattering the void. Copy site visit. Of course, Dongfang Ting didn't know that Ling Yun was excited because he heard about people in the same way. He thought that Ling Yun was the first to hear about a cultivator, so he shook his head and smiled, showing the frustration of Shu Dao is difficult, it is difficult to ascend to the sky. Expression, and continued. Thinking about it now, it's really a naive idea of a young and ignorant person. Even if I think I'm ridiculous, it's not even a dream, it's just a fantasy at most. Ling Yun asked in surprise, why? Is it difficult to cultivate to the realm of Wuxia Void? Dongfang Ting smiled miserably, it's more than difficult. We all know that the journey of martial arts starts with strengthening the body and then cultivating the inner qi according to the martial arts method, refining the essence into qi, refining the qi into the spirit, and practicing the spirit to return void, refining the void and combining the Tao. This cultivation process is the same everywhere. Ling Yun nodded earnestly and motioned Dongfang Ting to continue. However, with so many ancient martial arts families in China and so many secret sects, how many people can break through the 7th floor of the acquired heaven? Even if they have worked so hard to break through the 7th floor of the acquired heaven, how many people can break through the innate realm? Ling Yun quickly waved his hand to stop Dongfang Ting's words. He interjected and asked, is it difficult to break through the innate realm? He raised his hand and pointed at Dongfang Ting and Dugumo, who was still immersed in cultivation, and continued, you too, isn't this about to reach the innate realm? Ling Yun continued to point to the corpses of Ximengang, Shangguanju, and others in front of Sherman, and asked, haven't they all reached the realm of the 8th floor or above? Dongfang Ting nodded with a smile, and praised, good question. Then he explained with a smile, if you can't reach the 1st level of the day after tomorrow, you don't even have inner qi. So let's not talk about that. Acquired 1st floor to acquired 3rd floor, just have inner qi. These people know how to increase inner qi and skillfully operate inner qi. Generally, as long as people who can cultivate inner qi can easily reach the 3rd floor of acquired qi, and it takes very little time. The 4th level of the acquired day is a hurdle. Once you break through the 4th level of the acquired day, you will naturally know how to use your inner qi to cultivate and strengthen your meridians and dantian. All practitioners start from the 4th level of the acquired day before they start to differentiate. You know. Because everyone's physique is different, everyone's dantian and meridians are different. Similarly, cultivate inner qi. Everyone's dantian and meridian development and expansion are vastly different. This is a question of aptitude. What's more, cultivation also involves each person's IQ, understanding, character, perseverance, etc. These together are actually a person's aptitude. Speaking of which, Dongfang Ting stared at Ling Yun with envious eyes, and said excitedly, Ling Yun, for example, your aptitude. Even if you are powerful enough to defy the sky, it is not an exaggeration. Ling Yun smiled. Big brother Dongfang has won the prize, my younger brother can't afford it. Dongfang Ting smiled noncommittally and continued, cultivation is self-cultivation, and the quality of one's own aptitude determines and also limits what realm he can reach in the future. Cultivation, aptitude is the decisive factor, but it is not the only factor. Because with one's own cultivation, everyone's encounters are different, and aptitude can rely on various spiritual herbs, spiritual medicines, heaven and earth treasures. Having said that, Dongfang Ting raised his finger and pointed to the nearby Shurqi dragon's saliva. He smiled and said, for example, the dragon's saliva here. Also, even open the meridians directly with the help of manpower, or directly swallow the medicinal pills that increase internal strength. Wait, aptitude can be changed through these things. And then there are the exercises that everyone cultivates. The reason why there are so many secret sects and ancient martial arts families is because everyone's cultivation techniques are different. Although it is said that in the end it is the same destination. But the process is difficult, easy, and fast. It's slow, the exercises are different, and the speed of improving one's own strength is of course different. When you reach the 4th floor of the day after tomorrow, everyone starts to cultivate their dantian and meridians. At this time, because of the 3 differences of aptitude, fortune, and cultivation techniques, the speed of strength improvement, and the strength gap between the same realms, all began to reflect. Come out. Some people may be in their 40s or 50s, or even spend their entire lives. It is difficult to reach the 7th level of the day after tomorrow. Ling Yun thought of Killer Diba, Master Destroyer of Love, Taoist Lu Deming and others, and couldn't help but secretly smile in his heart. And we? Dongfang Ting glanced at Dugyumo, and then pointed to himself. We were all born in a family of ancient martial arts, and we must be better than ordinary people in terms of aptitude, and because of the living environment, not to mention the birth of the mother. It's almost the same as starting to practice martial arts at home, plus there are all kinds of magic medicines to assist cultivation in the family. The elders in the family personally instruct the cultivation, and the cultivation method is also suitable for the blood of the family. These factors are all added up, and cultivation is of course much faster than ordinary people. Others are only compared to each person's diligence and hard work. So as long as the aptitude is not too bad, we, the direct descendants of the ancient martial family, can generally break through the 7th level postnatal level before the age of 20. But from the 7th floor of the day after tomorrow to the peak of the 9th floor of the day after tomorrow, it is the final stage of refining and transforming qi, and a larger differentiation gap has begun to appear. Before the age of 20, being able to reach the peak of the 9th floor of the day after tomorrow can be regarded as a genius. The genius in it. At this time, aptitude becomes the most critical factor. The better the aptitude, the faster you can reach the peak of the 9th floor of the acquired day, and the faster you go, the more you take advantage of it, because this will get the attention and focus of the family. Of course, as long as those of us can break through the 7th floor of the postnatal day, with time, we can generally reach the peak of the 9th floor of the postnatal day. The difference is only the strength of the strength. Next, we have the problem at the beginning. From the peak of the 9th floor of the acquired sky to the breakthrough of the innate realm, this is the most difficult, because this is the transition from the stage of refining qi to the stage of refining qi and turning into gods. What is needed is understanding. You can change your aptitude and your cultivation technique, but your comprehension is yours. No one can help you with this. We all know that cultivation is going against the sky. Once one breaks through the innate realm, one can begin to breathe inwardly, which is the state of fetal breath, and also possess a certain amount of spiritual consciousness. Do you practice spiritual consciousness? Countless cultivators have worked hard to reach the peak of the 9th floor of the acquired day, but they are blocked by an invisible door here, and they cannot break through the innate realm in their entire lives. This ratio is pitifully low. There are at most 2 strong people who can break through the innate realm. Like our ancient martial arts family, which has been developed for thousands of years, now each big family, only the direct line, has at least 1,000 people, and there are countless people who have reached the peak of the 9th floor of the day after tomorrow. Poor dozens, some families only have a dozen. Dongfang Ting smiled bitterly. Ling Yunxin said that the spiritual energy of the earth is so thin, and the cultivation environment is a cruel mess. An ancient martial arts family is already very powerful with such strength. So that's how it is. Ling Yun understood. After reaching the innate realm, without the help of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, it would be extremely difficult to improve every small realm, let alone a big realm. Then those who have reached the innate realm, how many of them have reached the peak of the 9th level innate? Dongfang Ting shook his head with a wry smile. The pinnacle of the 9th floor of the congenital? Every family can have one that surpasses the 7th floor of the congenital, and it is already a treasure of the clan. If any family has more than 2, they can simply walk sideways. I haven't heard of the 9th floor of the congenital, let alone the pinnacle of the 9th floor of the congenital. No one can even reach the pinnacle of the 9th floor of the innate, so let alone breaking the void, it is more difficult than going to the sky, so it's just a legend. Ling Yan couldn't help being disappointed when he heard it, thinking that the cultivator was still just a legendary existence. He once reached the 9th level of the Qi training period, wasn't he invincible at that time? Has anyone ever reached the realm of training God to return to the void and breaking the void by martial arts? Ling Yan asked, not giving up. Yes. Tai Chi Master Zhang Sanfeng. The two were chatting for speculation, and unknowingly immersed in it, without noticing that Digumo had finished his cultivation, but he did not stand up, still sitting cross-legged in place to consolidate his state, and suddenly answered. Senior Zhang Sanfeng has reached the realm of shattering the void, and even higher. Dongfang Ting also nodded and said, yes, Zhang Sanfeng has indeed reached the realm of breaking the void, which is recognized by the ancient martial arts family and the secret sect. At last, there is one more. Ling Yun nodded in relief, and asked again, then, are cultivators really just legends? Digumo can talk more than Dongfang Ting, and he talks endlessly as soon as he opens his mouth. Hey, strictly speaking, cultivators are indeed just legends. But some cultivators who have reached the innate realm will also have some seemingly miraculous things. Taoism, they all claim to be self-cultivators. This is difficult to define. This is really difficult to define. The realm of a cultivator is also high and low. For example, Ling Yun, who is still practicing the 3rd level of the body, is a real cultivator, just a cultivator who has just started cultivating. Congratulations, Dugu brother, drinking a bottle of dragon saliva. I didn't expect you to reach the peak of the 9th floor of the day after tomorrow. It really makes the old man ashamed. Dongfang Ting looked at Digumo carefully, and found that he had reached the pinnacle of the 9th floor of the day after tomorrow, which was very shocking. Digumo got up and stood up, he frowned and touched the back of his head, and said strangely, it's very evil. A few days ago, I was inexplicably confused for a while, and when I woke up, I found myself in a strange place. When I went back to meditate and practice that night, I found that there was a very powerful aura in my body, and I broke through from the peak of the 8th floor of the day to the 9th floor of the day after tomorrow. At that time, I found that my cultivation was much faster. This time, the effect of that breath was stronger than that of dragon saliva. Be strong. At that time, I clearly remembered that I was on the cliff of Longpan Mountain, but why did I end up there? Oh, yes, Ling Yun, I saw that beautiful girl who danced with you that night. Recommend a friend's new Huadu Wine Sword Fairy, number 2720593. There are wine sword fairies here, welcome to watch. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Ling Yun knew that Dugumo was talking about Chao Shanshan. He wanted to make fun of Dugumo. He smiled and said, "Oh, you are talking about Chao Shanshan. She told me about this. She said that she saw you being thrown by someone alone." Went there. Dugumo jumped 3 feet high, exaggeratedly shocked. What? Was thrown in? Could it be that I was plotted against me without realizing it? No, then why didn't he kill me? Help me improve my realm quickly? Dugumo was puzzled by Zheng King Kong, and Ling Yun felt relieved in his heart. He said casually, "You ask me, who should I ask? Maybe some innate master has taken a fancy to your aptitude and plans to accept you as a disciple?" Dugumo blinked his eyes and thought for a long time, feeling that Ling Yun's words made sense. He nodded solemnly and said, "This genius is extremely talented, there is no doubt about that, but why did that expert help me secretly, but didn't show up?" Dongfang Ting laughed and said, "It turns out that Brother Dugu has such an opportunity, so I can feel better in my heart. Otherwise, I am 5 years older than you, and your realm has been surpassed by you. I am really ashamed." After speaking, Dongfang Ting stood up, looked at Ling Yun and Dugu Mo, and said with a smile, "This trip, although I didn't have the chance to see the Emperor of Earth, I got dragon saliva, raised my realm, and handed over the 2 of you. A good brother, it can be regarded as a fruitful harvest, and it is worthwhile." Dugumo raised his head and said, "Why, are you going out now?" He raised his hand and pointed at the dragon saliva in the stone pond. "You don't want so many dragon saliva?" Dongfang Ting smiled and said, "Treasures of heaven and earth, those who are destined to get it. This dragon saliva was discovered by Brother Ling Yun, and it should be handled by him. I have filled 2 bottles just now, enough for me to use for a long time. It's time." Ling Yun nodded secretly after hearing this, thinking that Dongfang Ting was indeed a bright and upright person. With so many dragon saliva in front of him, he had no greed. Ling Yun quickly instructed, "Big brother Dongfang, this dragon saliva has aura. It's not enough to keep it in a bottle of mineral water. After you go back, you'd better use a good jade to seal it up." Dongfang Ting smiled to express his gratitude, and he also warned Ling Yun. "Brother Ling Yun, the black knife in your hand, I can basically be sure that it is the blood demon knife. If you use it outside, I am afraid that the world's famous sect will not allow you, and if the people of the demon sect know about it, they will definitely desperate to snatch from you. You must be more careful and use it carefully." Ling Yun was full of arrogance, and smiled proudly. "Thank you, big brother Dongfang, for reminding me. It doesn't matter, no matter if it is a well-known and decent, or an evil demon, whoever dares to attack me. I promise to let him eat and walk around." This moment, Ling Yun showed the arrogance and domineering. Dugumo and Dongfang Ting couldn't help cheering in their hearts. Dongfang Ting nodded and said with a smile, "Since Brother Ling Yun is so arrogant, I won't say anything more as a brother. I have been down for a long time, and now that I have obtained the dragon saliva, I rush back to the family. Say goodbye first." Dongfang Ting knew that Ling Yun and Dugumo would definitely not leave him, so he directly bid farewell, without even saying nonsense about leaving together. They are all extremely smart people, and there is no need to say extra. Ling Yun and Dugumo clasped their fists at the same time. "Big brother Dongfang, be more careful." After sending Dongfang Ting away, Ling Yun went straight to the front of Zhu Jiao, observed it carefully, nodded slightly, and said, "It should be impossible to die. This jade box is not bad." "Hey, Ling Yun, where did you get this jade box? Are you going to use it to hold dragon saliva? It's too little, isn't it?" Ling Yun took out the psychic jade box. It took several hours to let it absorb the aura of ambrosia here on its own, and the psychic jade box had long been absorbed, but Ling Yun did not take it back and put it there as a light. Digimo and Dongfeng Ting are both people who have seen the world. They know that this piece of jade is a valuable thing, but they don't care. Unable to find the emperor, Digimo didn't want to stay here any longer, but there were so many dragon saliva here, and he didn't have enough utensils to take away. Ling Yun smiled and said, "Use it to hold ambergris? You can think of it, don't we have mineral water bottles?" Digimo hurriedly jumped and said, "That's not going to work, that's just pretending. Do we really have to wait here until we run out before going out? I see so much dragon saliva, we have to drink it for a month." Ling Yun said with a smile, "Drinking dragon saliva for a month? Be careful that your body can't stand it, the meridians will be broken, and you will die." Digimo certainly understood this truth, and he became more anxious when he heard it, scratching his ears and scratching his cheeks. "Then what do you say? Anyway, you can't keep such a good baby here." Ling Yun smiled and said with a smile, "We will try our best to find a way to take away more. You have to learn from the big brother Dongfeng. You can only take what you have for yourself, and you can't even look at the rest. Look." When Digimo heard this, his forehead was immediately filled with black lines, and he couldn't speak in a hurry. "Okay, don't think about these dragon saliva first, and quickly turn around with me to find out if there is something else here." Those 3 stone gates were much more attractive to Ling Yun than Long Shao. He really didn't want to leave like this, so he dragged Digimo to search again. This time, the two acted separately, turning around and around, conducting a carpet-like search of the entire cave. They didn't even let go of any place, and they were about to dig 3 feet into the ground. 2 hours later, Digimo sat down on the ground and said discouraged, "I'm not looking, there is nothing at all. Maybe the legend is false, and the human emperor Pen has not appeared, let alone the Earth Emperor." After such a careful search, there was still nothing to be gained. Ling Yun was inevitably completely discouraged. He came to Digimo, lowered his head and asked, "What are the human emperor's brush and the Earth Emperor? What do they look like? What is the function? Tell me about it." Digimo was stunned by Ling Yun's question, and said stunned, "Human Emperor Pen and Earth Emperor, it is said that it is a brush and a book, they are the utensils used by the legendary Human Emperor and Earth Emperor, after they have been approved by them. It is said that he can become the descendant of the Emperor and the Emperor. I don't know about the others, and I have never seen." After a pause, Digimo added, "But I heard from my grandfather that the Human Emperor brush is a stone brush, and when an ordinary person holds it in his hand, it is just like an ordinary brush. There is no difference, but once it is after recognizing the master, you will have the most extreme edge in the world, and you will be strong and unbreakable. Of course, this is only the most basic of it." Ling Yun frowned and said, "Apart from the legends, where do people go to find them? What about the Earth Emperor?" Digimo scratched his head, "I don't know about the Earth Emperor. Anyway, if we see a copy here, it should almost be the Earth Emperor, right?" "Huh. Gulyalu." Digimo's stomach called out for a while. "Ling Yun, do you have anything to eat there? I haven't eaten for a long time. I'm almost hungry." Digimo covered his stomach and looked at Ling Yun expectantly. "You're hungry? You can go drink dragon saliva, there's a big pool there." Ling Yun joked. "Fuck you, that thing is even more tonic than xuanhuan dabadan, do you mean you can drink it? You think I'm so stupid?" Digimo gave Ling Yun a blank eye. It had been 8 or 9 hours since Ling Yun had eaten the last time. After Digimo said this, he also felt a little hungry. He laughed and said, "Okay, then let's eat first, and leave here when we're full." Duguimo heard that Ling Yun really had something to eat. Immediately his eyes lit up, he jumped up from the ground and rushed to Ling Yun's side. "Then what are you waiting for? Take it out." Ling Yun raised his right hand, stretched out his index finger and middle finger, shook it at Duguimo, and then smiled. 1 meal, 2 months. "What 2 months?" Dugyumo was hungry. Asked anxiously. Ling Yin smiled and played on his fine tradition of killing people and not paying for his life. Eat me a meal and be my bodyguard for 2 months. How about it? It's a good deal, right? Ah? You. I said your kid is too dark, right? It's just a meal, so let me be a thug for 2 months for you? No way. I'm a master at the peak of the 9th floor of the day after tomorrow. The price is too low. Ling Yin turned his head and walked away. He came to Xiaobai with a flick of his figure, sat directly on the ground, touched Xiaobai's head affectionately, and then took food from the space ring. Ling Yin first took out a few large plastic bags and spread them on the ground, then steamed bread. Flour rolls, ham, sauce beef, chicken wings, peanuts, mineral water, cola, and a few pairs of chopsticks. Gah, isn't it? Well, why did you move the supermarket here? Dugyumo opened his mouth into an O shape in shock, feeling incredible. Ling Yun didn't say anything either. He started to tear open the food packaging and feed Xiaobai first. The aroma was overflowing, and Dugyumo's drool was drooling. He came to Ling Yun in front of him, raised his hand and grabbed the chicken wings. Ling Yun patted Dugyumo's hand away. He smiled and said, "There is no free lunch in the world, do you agree?" "Okay, I promise." "It's not enough to promise, it's only 2 months, at most I can go back a few days later." Dugyumo couldn't care about anything. He hurriedly agreed, and at the same time grabbed 2 chicken wings in one hand and a few pieces of sauced beef in the other, and quickly stuffed them into his mouth. In fact, the two of them were just joking around. Ling Yun gave Dugyumo an immortal spirit, and just now saved Dugyumo's life. Even without this meal, it would be nothing for Dugyumo to be his bodyguard for 2 months. Since he was going to leave the Tianqing after eating, Ling Yun didn't keep it. He took out all the food he had prepared for himself. The two of them were like Xiaobai, and they quickly ate it clean. Dugyumo was eating and drinking. He alone ate more than Ling Yun and Xiaobai combined. In the end, he held his stomach until he was full and burped. He just felt that this was the most wonderful meal in his life. Hiccup, this meal is so refreshing. Hiccup, Ling Yun, you are so talented, you brought these things to a place like this. Hey, there's just one thing missing. If there is wine, it will be more perfect. Hearing this, Ling Yun despised him and said, you are so beautiful that you are eating, and you are so choked that you don't know how to drink water or drink wine. The two teased for a while, and Dugyumo said with a straight face, Ling Yun, do you have any treasures on you? Where did you get these things from? This is too amazing, right? Ling Yun nodded with a smile, deliberately lowered his voice, and said mysteriously, this is the treasure of our fairy medicine family. I stole it from my master, you must not spread it out. Dugyumo excitedly said, then can you use your baby to hold these dragon saliva? It's a pity if you can't take them all away. Ling Yun shook his head and said, I can't hold it, aren't there 7 or 8 bottles of mineral water? We'll fill them up and take them home. Of course, the space ring could hold ambergris, but ambrosia was a liquid, so Ling Yun couldn't take it at all. Dugyumo sighed helplessly. He suddenly picked up the plastic bag on the ground again, and said with a look, these bags can also hold a lot. Ling Yun raised his hand and took out the gourd from the space ring. He smiled and said, I still have a big gourd here, he can also hold a lot. This is the gourd that Ling Yun got from a monk who has attained the Tao. Although this gourd lacks a plug and a hole is broken at the mouth of the gourd, it is large enough to hold 3 liters of dragon saliva without any problem. Ling Yun can use his thoughts to control the contents of the space ring. Even if the gourd has no stopper, it will not fall when placed inside, and the dragon saliva will not spill out of the gourd. When Dugyumo saw that Ling Yun still had this, he was instantly refreshed, and he said excitedly, that's great, then you go over and put it in a gourd first, and I'll take these bottles. Ling Yun smiled lightly, and came to Shurchi in a flash. He first took out 5 or 6 night pearls, put them in his jacket pocket for lighting, and then put away the psychic jade box. The brilliance of a night pearl is better than the light of the psychic jade box, 5 or 6 together, almost illuminating the 20-meter radius around the stone pond, which is better than a candle. Only then did Ling Yun grab the gourd and directly press the dragon's saliva in her chi to start collecting the dragon's saliva. Gula gula gulu. The dragon's saliva in the stone pool quickly dropped a lot. However, Ling Yun's eyes became brighter and brighter, because he found that the volume of the dragon's saliva in the stone pond had already shrunk by more than 10 liters, but the gourd was not full at all. You still need to ask? The space inside this gourd is definitely larger than its own volume. This is a magic weapon. Ling Yun was overjoyed. His arm was pushed lower and lower, until the gourd was pushed to the bottom of the stone pond and could no longer be lowered, so he lifted it up. With so many bottles and bags, there must be quite a few. Dugumo came over at this time. Ling Yun laughed and said, I don't need the bottle or bag anymore, I put it all in my gourd. After saying that, he took the gourd and shook it at Dugumo, and the ambrosia spirit inside squeaked loudly. Ah? This is amazing too. Dugumo was completely dumbfounded. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Boom. Dugumo threw all the mineral water bottles in his arms to the ground, and he snatched the gourd from Ling Yun's hand. At Yuan. Ling Yun didn't dodge, let him take it with a smile, and waited to see Dugumo's joke. Ouch. As soon as the gourd started, Dugumo only felt that the gourd in his hand was as heavy as a 1,000-pound copper tripod. His arm suddenly sank when it fell, and his body leaned forward at the same time, almost falling into a dog's shit. Dugumo hurriedly used his Dantian energy, his right hand clenched the gourd tightly, his left hand immediately supported the bottom of the gourd, and at the same time his right leg suddenly stretched forward, so that he could barely fall to the ground. His face changed greatly, and he said in shock, It's so heavy. This gourd filled with all the ambergris weighs at least 2,000 caddies. Ling Yun looked interesting, he was out of breath when he laughed, and his stomach almost hurt from laughing. He pointed to the round ambergris pond, which was nearly 2 meters in diameter and more than half a meter deep, and panted, Greedy, I don't even think about it, this pond is so big, even if it is filled with clean water, it is also heavy, not to mention the dragon's saliva. With the same volume, the weight of ambergris is at least twice that of water. Such a large pool of ambergris is all packed into the gourd. Can it not be heavy? Dugumo gritted his teeth and persisted for a while. Jun's face turned red, and in the end he couldn't hold it anymore, so he had to bend over and put the gourd on the ground, panting heavily and saying, I don't believe it, it's so heavy. How can you hold the weight like you are playing? Your strength is too scary, isn't it? Before Ling Yun reached the 4th level of body training, the strength of one arm had already exceeded 1,000 pounds. Now that he has broken through the 4th level of body training, he has completed the yin and yang art of one qi, and has 2 qi in his body. Amazing. Ling Yun smiled, raised his hand and took the gourd in his hand, then with a thought, he put the gourd into the space ring. Ling Yun knew. This gourd is an amazing treasure. He just doesn't use the magic formula of this gourd. If he has studied and understood how to use this gourd, and if he loaded so much ambrosia, this situation would definitely not happen. What he can use now is only the natural space inside this gourd, and he can't talk about the level of mana. For example, Ling Yun's space ring. After he put the gourd full of ambergris into the space ring, he couldn't feel the weight at all. This is one of the magic uses of the space ring, no matter how much he puts in it, he can't feel any weight at all. Because the space ring is an independent different dimensional space. It is not in the space where the Earth is at all, so the things in the space ring are not affected by the gravity of the Earth. Of course, the space ring is still under the influence of the Earth's gravity, so the ring on Ling Yan's hand still has the weight it should have. This is really mysterious. Dugumo gasped for a long time before recovering. He circled around Ling Yun several times. After carefully looking at Ling Yun for a long time, it seemed that a peony flower had grown on Ling Yun's body. I said, how could that gourd of yours hold so much dragon saliva just now? Could it be that this is also the treasure of your fairy doctor? The shock that Ling Yun brought to Dugumo was too many. It was like an overwhelming sea of mountains, one after another. Let his brain not be enough at all. Ling Yun ignored him. He was looking at the empty circular stone pond with a solemn expression, his eyes flashing brightly, revealing some kind of enlightenment. What's wrong? You've already filled the dragon saliva, why don't you hurry up and stare at an empty pool? Dugumo was very puzzled. Following Ling Yun's gaze, he also looked at the circular stone pond. Using a gourd to hold ambergris naturally means that the stone pool cannot be completely empty. There is actually a thin layer of ambergris on the bottom of the pool, but this layer of ambrosia can no longer stop Ling Yun and Dugumo's sharp eyes. Hey, it looks like it's under this stone pond. Dugumo's eyes also lit up, and his mouth opened again in shock. Raising his finger to the stone pond, he said with trembling lips, how does this seem to be a Tai Chi gossip picture? Ling Yun brushed up and came to the edge of the pool. This time, he directly took out 2 fire talismans and placed them on the edge of the pool. Incomparable. Just now, he was in the ecstasy of the gourd being able to fill all the saliva, and he didn't notice the bottom of the pool at all. Gah, what kind of baby is this? I said, what the hell are you doing with your immortal doctor sect? Poor Dugumo was stunned again when he saw Ling Yun's play. Be shocked, you will get used to it after being shocked a few times. The bottom of the pool is round, and it was carved from a single piece of rock in this cave. There are no characters at the bottom of the pond, only 8 symbols representing Qian, Kuan, Zhen, Sun, Kan, Li, Jian and Dui are marked with simple horizontal lines. The yin and yang eyes are 2 large circular protrusions at the mouth of the bowl, which are symmetrically located on both sides of the dragon-shaped curve. Simple, rough, but with an inexplicable Dao rhyme, this is a perfect Tai Chi gossip diagram. Ling Yun's mouth twitched fiercely. The shock and joy in his heart far exceeded the expression in his eyes and face. If it weren't for this god's gourd, he would pack some ambergris as much as possible, and then he took Xiaobai and left with Dugumo. In that case, if there was a half-meter deep block of ambergris, he wouldn't be able to see the bottom of the pool anyway. If it weren't for the fact that he thought of the seriously injured giant dragon before he left, and kindly wanted to pour out some more dragon saliva for it to use, he would not have looked at the stone pond again. The fire light disappeared. Ling Yun took out a few fire talismans again and used them. He stared at the Tai Chi gossip chart at the bottom of the pool for a while, and then raised his head to look at the 3 stone gates. Almost missed the 3 stone gates. Just a little bit. This gossip Taiji map has something to do with the 3 stone gates. This is just Ling Yun's guess, and everything needs to be carefully studied. Hey, the genius of the Immortal Doctor sect, do you see any way? My Earth Emperor must be here. Dugumo's expression was excited, his legs trembled with excitement, and he almost raised his arms and shouted. Don't disturb me. Ling Yun rolled his eyes at him, and continued to look down at the bottom of the pool, deliberating carefully. Ling Yun recognized the direction. He stretched out his finger and pointed at the yin eye of the yin-yang fish, thinking that this was the yang eye of the yin-yang locking dragon great array, and then pointed to the yang eye of the yin-yang fish, and understood that this was the yin eye of the yin-yang locking dragon great array. The dragon-shaped curve in the center of the yin and yang fish is naturally the tomb passage where he came here after he left the eye of Yang Zhen. Just, how could it be the other way around? Ling Yun frowned secretly. Ling Yun didn't look back. He said to Dugumo, check everything, and then protect Xiaobai. After that, he jumped into the stone pond. Ling Yun squatted down. First, I carefully touched those huge gossip symbols with my hands, but nothing happened. That can only be here. Ling Yan looked at the two circular protrusions of yin and yang, which were like two stone buttons. Are you afraid of death? Ling Yan turned his head and asked Du Guillemot, who came up with his sword. Du Guillemot knew that Ling Yun must have seen the key. He was very excited. At this time, he couldn't care about life and death, and said excitedly, I'm afraid of death, I won't come here for a long time, what's wrong? Ling Yan smiled slightly and said, if my guess is correct, the two stone buttons of yin I and yang I should be the mechanism to break the yin-yang locking dragon grade array. Of course, it is also possible to open the ultimate killing array of this great array. If it's the former, we really have the possibility to get the biggest treasure here, but if it's the latter, then we will all die here. No one should try to escape. Du Guillemot pondered and asked, how sure are you? If he said that he was not afraid of death, how could he really not be afraid of death? At the critical moment, he couldn't help but ask Ling Yun. Ling Yun shook his head with a wry smile and said, the directions of this yin-yang fish and this yin-yang lock dragon formation are completely opposite, so this time the good and the bad are unpredictable. It's half and half, the big formation, then it is not something you and I can control. Du Guillemot smiled and said, then what do you mean? Ling Yan proudly said, since I have seen it, if I don't try it, I will definitely not be able to sleep in the future, so I must try it. If you don't want to gamble, you can leave now. You should be familiar with the way out. I'll give you 6 hours, and after 6 hours, I'll open this mechanism again. Du Guillemot laughed, Ling Yun, you underestimate me too much, you dare to try. If I leave you and run away at this time, would I still be considered a genius of the Dugu family? Besides, if it wasn't for you, I would have already done it by now. If I die, what am I afraid of? Besides, even if I really die, if I can die with you, I will die with no regrets. Let's go to the King of Hell as companions and compete again. Ling Yun smiled, he glanced at Xiao Bai again, but saw that Xiao Bai was looking at him firmly, and had no intention of leaving, so he nodded at Xiao Bai. I'm going to start. Du Guillemot and Xiao Bai's eyes were fixed on Shurqi's Bagua Taiji map, their eyes didn't blink, and their nervous breathing almost stopped. Ling Yan squatted down, his left hand and right hand clasped the two stone buttons of yin I and yang I at the same time, and then turned it gently. No turning. Ling Yan gradually increased his strength, but he still couldn't move. It shouldn't be. Why can't you turn? Ling Yun let go of his hands and stared at the Tai Chi diagram in confusion, wondering if it was the great master who set up the formation who engraved this Tai Chi diagram here for fun. Maybe it's the wrong direction, turn around and try. Ling Yun turned around, clasped the yang I with his left hand and the yin I with his right hand, and used both hands again, still not working. Ling Yun was slightly depressed, and his stubborn temper came up again. I still don't believe it. Ling Yan's eyes flashed with an incomparably firm determination, his hands once again clasped the two circular protrusions of yin and yang, and he ran the yin-yang technique with all his strength. At this moment, Ling Yan suddenly felt that his dantian was spinning crazily, the yin and yang qi in his body soared, the yin qi poured into the Ren meridian, and the yang qi into the governor meridian, and it came to his arms almost instantly, and then rushed towards the two stone buttons of yin and yang respectively. At the same time, Du Guillemot and Xiao Bai were shocked to see that Ling Yan's body squatting in the center of the yin and yang fish began to slowly rotate, the faster it turned. At the same moment, among the 3 stone gates in the distance, a deep and desolate aura of the great Tao emerged, filling the entire formation, and a sound of the Tao sounded like Huangzhong Dalu, as if it had traveled through countless time and space, and was sent into the air. In everyone's mind, the Bagua Taiji diagram at the bottom of the pool began to shine brightly, the rough slate became crystal clear and translucent. Ling Yan's body turned faster and faster, until it became blurred in the increasingly blazing light, even Du Guillemot's eyesight couldn't see clearly. Crack clap. The slate at the bottom of the pool suddenly cracked, and then bursts of brilliance, the gossip symbols engraved on it seemed to have life, all rushed out and appeared in the void. On the top of the cave, around the stone walls, suddenly there are thousands of ancient characters, each of which shines in the air, as if it was completely cast from molten iron, with a metallic luster and texture. The next moment, like an upside-down cauldron-shaped cave, it seemed to suddenly disappear, and suddenly it became a vast and deep universe. The sun, moon, and countless stars appeared above everyone's heads at the same time, and the whole cave was radiant. Zheng. Unlike the white fog in the Killing formation, this is the real light. The white is dazzling, and the white people can't help but feel dizzy, and then Dugyumo and Xiaobai really fainted to the ground immediately. Under the illumination of the sun, moon and countless stars, Lingyun's rapidly rotating body also shines brightly in an instant. Dying gathering star treasures. Thousands of ancient characters shone brightly under the illumination of the white light, flying in the air. It could also be said that they hovered and danced in the vast and deep universe, and then began to rush into Lingyun's sea of consciousness one by one. When the last ancient word rushed into Lingyun's eyebrows, Shushuashua. The 3 stone gates opened in unison, and the endless fairy lights shone. In the center of the formation, there are thousands of fairy lights and thousands of bright colors. At this time, Lingyun's hands had already left the 2 stone buttons of yin and yang, and he involuntarily stood up. All the clothes on his body were shattered and turned into flying ashes. He floated naked in the original stone pool, as if in this vast universe, the eternal demon. Brush. The human emperor pen flew out of Lingyun's space ring at some point, and the immortal aura soared. It quickly grew larger at first, and the ancient runes on the stone pen shone brightly, shaking the sky and the earth. I am the only one. The human sovereign pen has grown so large that it is comparable to the sun and the moon in this world, standing between the heavens and the earth, standing upright. Then the human emperor pen shrank to a small point in an instant, plunged into Lingyun's sea of consciousness, and disappeared. Almost at the same time, a huge ancient book burst out from the stone gate in the middle. The material was neither gold nor jade, neither copper nor stone, with a majestic 7-colored fairy spirit, and spun rapidly around Lingyun. After a long time, he finally disappeared in a flash and got into Lingyun's dantian. Earth Emperor. Lingyun saw or sensed all of this clearly, but he didn't care about it. He was listening intently, listening to the preaching voice of Huang Zhongdelu. The way of heaven, the excess is damaged and the deficiency is made up. The way produces 1, 1 produces 2, 2 produces 3, and 3 produces all things. To be continued. To be continued. The formation of the Yin-Yang Suolong Great Array is filled with immortal energy, and the clouds are soothing, gorgeous, and colorful, like a dream, like a fairyland. The sound of the great Tao is like Huangzhong Dalu, pierced through gold and stone, every word spreads into Lingyun's heart, deafening and screaming. Lingyun memorized it without missing a word. Gradually, the sound of preaching began to weaken or even become inaudible, and the majestic and misty immortal aura also began to disappear. Suddenly, in the vast and deep universe, the sun and the moon also disappeared at the same time. The entire universe is pitch dark, leaving only the stars all over the sky, the stars twinkling, mysterious, and far away. 8 huge gossip symbols are listed and rotated in the air, and soon a huge gossip picture is formed in the air, and a taiji picture immediately emerges from the gossip picture, and 2 yin and yang fish live in embrace. Around the huge Tai Chi Bagua map, the space is distorted and the light is blurred. The Bagua symbols corresponding to Gon, Kuan, Sun, Dui, Zhen, Zhen, Li, and Ken are in sequence, flashing light, like a group of mysterious and ancient password is shining. The 2 yin and yang fish in the Tai Chi picture are like 2 strange portals, constantly shaking, slowly opening a gap, as if connecting to the distant and unknown starry sky. The brilliance continued to shine, and the 8 symbols of the gossip were indefinitely on and off. Finally, after changing many times in a complicated order, they finally all lit up at the same time, giving a dazzling light. Boom. With a dull vibration, the two yin and yang fish in the center of the Tai Chi Bagua diagram slowly opened. During this process, starlight flashed from time to time, and even saw an ancient starry sky road. Brush. The human sovereign pen shot out from between Ling Yan's eyebrows, straight into the portal opened by the yin and yang fish, with the brush in front, and the brush pointed at an azure planet. Then the human emperor pen started from this azure planet and jumped rapidly between the stars. Ling Yan's heart was shocked, and with the jump of the human emperor pen, he saw a clear line, moving fast between the stars one by one. Soon a long star road was connected. What is that? Could it be? In the dark cosmic night sky, within the strange portal opened by the yin and yang fish, the human sovereign pen moved rapidly between the stars. Connecting those stars one by one, the drawn star road is long and far away, showing endless loneliness and desolation. Ling Yan's heart moved. He wanted to rush into the portal too, but the Earth Emperor who flew into his dantian also burst into dazzling brilliance at this time, and firmly fixed Ling Yan's body. He couldn't even move a finger. Ling Yan could only rely on his eyesight to memorize the star road that human emperor pen took, but there are too many stars connected by that star road. Even with his sky-defying memory, he couldn't remember it completely. I don't know how long it took. The human emperor pen finally touched a huge star, stopped the long jump, and stopped moving forward. The huge star was hazy. Ling Yan couldn't see it clearly, but he could clearly see that there were two luminous stars near the star. 5 tiny moons of different colors. This is... Ling Yan was stunned for a moment. The whole person was completely stunned, his whole body trembled sharply. 2 lines of tears slipped down his handsome face like a knife, and fell silently. Ling Yan's eyes widened, desperately trying to remember the starry sky roadmap drawn by the Emperor's pen. Swipe. The human sovereign's pen snapped back, as if traveling through billions of years of time and space in an instant. In a flash, he rushed out of the door opened by the yin-yang fish, and fell directly into Ling Yan's eyebrows. The strange portal opened by the yin-yang fish slowly merged in front of Ling Yan's eyes, and soon, the mysterious starry sky roadmap was blocked by the yin-yang fish behind the portal. Boom. Longpan Mountain and Nanquifeng shook violently. The momentum was huge, several times bigger than the movement on the day the Tianqing appeared. Below the sinkhole, insects and frogs croaked, countless giant python monsters panicked. All kinds of birds flew in panic. The rushing underground river tide surged, filling the entire river in an instant, and the water level in the Tianqing rose nearly 100 meters. The Tianqing, which was more than 400 meters deep, suddenly became only 300 meters deep. Below is a 100-meter deep pool. After the loud noise, the formation center of the Yinyang Suolong Great Array, the cave where Ling Yun and others were located, disappeared 100 meters below the dark river. I don't know where they went. Ling Yun was not affected in any way in the formation. He didn't even feel any shaking, but everything in front of him disappeared. The bizarre yin and yang fish disappeared, the mysterious luminous gossip symbols disappeared, the vast and deep cosmic starry sky disappeared, and everything around Ling Yun seemed to have returned to its original scene and its original darkness. After Ling Yun closed his eyes for a while, he opened them again, quickly adjusting to the darkness in front of him, and was able to see everything around him clearly. Hey, those 6 caves had disappeared. Ling Yun saw the bare stone walls around the rock wall, and the 6 small caves leading to the center of the formation could not be seen. He couldn't help but be surprised. He looked at the 3 stone gates. Among them, the stone gate in the middle and the stone gate on the right were now closed, but the stone gate on the left was still open, and the black one did not know where it led. Ling Yun lowered his head and looked at Dugumo and Xiaobai, who were still unconscious beside him. He knew that they were all just unconscious and would be fine. Just now, The immortal spirit was dense, the immortal light was endless, and the sound of the avenue was like a bell. Ling Yan turned his head and looked at the giant dragon beside him, only to find that the giant dragon, which had been shot into a muddy body by countless stone swords, had become as good as before. The black iron texture, duck egg-sized eyes like two light bulbs, glowing faintly, seems to be staring at Ling Yan. It has become so much smaller? Ling Yan found that the body of this giant Jiao dragon was several times smaller than before. The diameter of the body was just over half a meter, and the body was more than 10 meters long, less than 5 points of its original size. 1. Ling Yan quickly noticed the top of the giant Jiao dragon's head, where yellow and white double horns had grown, very tender and cute. It's really good luck and misfortune, and it turned into a flood dragon. Ling Yan said to himself happily, and nodded. This is the real Jiao, although it can't fly through the clouds, but it can already cross the rivers and make waves. The miniature giant Jiaolong, to be exact, it should be called Xiao Jiaolong now, looked at Ling Yan gratefully, saw Ling Yan nodding at it, a look of joy flashed in his eyes, and crawled directly towards Ling Yan at an extremely fast speed. The little Jiaolong already had a lot of spirituality before becoming a Jiaolong. Now that he has successfully transformed into a Jiaolong, his intelligence has been widened. It knows that Ling Yan saved its life. Seeing this black guy crawling towards him, Ling Yan was not afraid at all, just looked at it with a smile. Xiao Jiaolong came to Ling Yan and quickly circled around his body twice. Finally, his upper body stood upright, but he did not dare to raise his head higher than Ling Yan. Knowing that it was thanking him for saving his life, Ling Yan thought it was funny. He laughed, raised his hand and touched the newly grown horn of the little Jiaolong. Although the horns of the little Jiaolong looked immature, they were actually extremely hard. The Jiaolong's horn is a symbol of its status, almost equivalent to the dragon's inverse scale, which is Ling Yan. If Digumo dares to touch it here, the little Jiaolong will definitely be with him forever. The little Jiaolong lowered its head docilely and let Ling Yan's hand touch its head. Suddenly, its tail rolled up and wrapped around Ling Yan's body. With a slight swing, Ling Yan was sent to its back. Ling Yan laughed happily, but he was not polite. He grabbed Xiao Jiaolong's horns and said to it softly, "Since you are so dark, I will call you Xiao He in the future." Xiao Jiaolong nodded obediently, indicating that he could understand Ling Yan's words. He swung his head and galloped happily in the dark cave. His body barely touched the ground, and his speed was faster than Ling Yan's full-strength walking. After a dozen laps, Ling Yan asked Xiao He to stop beside the original stone pond, and the bottom of the pond with the 8 diagrams Tai Chi diagram had also disappeared. After he got down, he looked at Digumo, who was still clutching the long sword and fell to the ground, smiled slightly, put his long sword into the space ring, then lifted him up and put it between his armpits, and picked him up with his right hand again. Xiaobai curled up on the ground. "Xiao He, let's go to the stone gate." Ling Yan rode on Xiao He and let Xiao He enter the stone gate on the left. Xiao He's figure suddenly stopped. It turned out that it was the stone gate in the middle that was moved by someone, and it suffered from the pain of Wanjian wearing it. Of course it was afraid. Ling Yan smiled and comforted it. "Xiao He, this used to be a formation, and now this formation has been broken by me. We can only get out through this stone gate, it won't hurt you anymore." After speaking, Ling Yan patted Xiao He on the head lightly, urging it to enter the Sherman. Although Ling Yan didn't feel the ground shaking and didn't know what happened to this formation, the 6 caves disappeared miraculously, leaving only one stone door open, so he could only find a way to get out of here. Xiao He hesitated, but finally rushed into the dark stone gate. Unlike people, the darkness could not affect it at all, so it was very fast. Inside this stone gate is not a stone chamber, but a very long cave, winding and steep, not only without danger, but also without any fork in the road. Soon, Ling Yan felt the wind, a fresh and cool mountain wind blowing towards his face, mixed with a strong spiritual energy. The light in the cave gradually brightened. Although it was still pitch black, it was no longer the absolute darkness, but the normal darkness of the night. In this darkness, for the current Lingyun, it was different from the day. There is no difference. Lingyun took a deep breath and felt refreshed. He knew that he was going to rush out of the valley soon, and he thought that he had been down for so long. Lingyu, Ninger, Zhuang Meifeng and the others must be in a hurry, right? Xiao He also seemed to know that he was finally about to get out of the cage. He was very excited, and his speed was even faster. Following the light at the entrance of the cave, he rushed out like a dragon. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Lingyun stayed underground for so long, and when he rushed out, he felt very excited, and he almost rode on Xiao Hei's back and screamed in the sky. It was the darkness before dawn, the night was dark, the stars were all over the sky, a moon was hanging in the sky. Lingyun had been running his great evolution star treasure art, and the moon was like water, shrouding Lingyun's body, as if his body glow in the haze. At this moment, Lingyun felt a boom, and his great evolution star gathering treasure technique instantly improved by 3 small realms, until it climbed to the 11th small realm, and then stopped the impact. Gah, how can it be so fast? Lingyun was both delighted and shocked, because if he hit 3 more small realms, Lingyun would be able to hit the 3rd largest realm of the great evolution star treasure art. This is the result of the yin and yang art of one qi, absorbing the aura of dragon saliva, the immortal aura pervading the heart of the formation, and the sun, moon, and countless stars shining at the same time. But that was obviously the effect of the formation. After Lingyun came out to see the real moon and stars, he completed the instant improvement of his realm. The yuehua that shrouded Lingyun's body was flourishing, and the countless stars in the sky seemed to have descended on the power of countless stars and sprinkled on Lingyun. But these stars were still very weak compared to yuehua, and they were still invisible to the naked eye. This is indeed in a beautiful and quiet valley, a mountain spring several meters wide is running on the rocks, and the sound of water is ding-dong. The clear mountain wind blows slightly, all kinds of rare flowers and trees are thriving and flourishing, and the slightly fragrant grass and trees aura penetrates into Lingyun's body, causing his thousands of pores to open at the same time, which is very useful. The sky was clear, the clouds and mist were shrouded in mist, and the surrounding exotic flowers and plants made Lingyun feel like he was in a fairyland, or back to the world of self-cultivation. To be strong. However, this is not the function of the spirit gathering array, but the release of the surrounding exotic flowers and plants. Lingyun quickly recognized several elixir. What is this place? Lingyun was a little dumbfounded. This is not the valley between Longpan Mountain and Nanquifeng at all. There are indeed many steep peaks around the valley, majestic and dangerous, with lush green trees and lush foliage on the peaks. These peaks are much higher than Longpan Mountain and Nanquifeng, and the green trees on the peaks are also more lush. There are no traces of artificial modification, and it is obvious that no one has set foot here all year round. That's a powerful space formation. Maybe it's bad. Now I should be thousands of miles away from Shimizu City. Lingyun was not surprised for a long time, and made a precise judgment in an instant. The Earth Emperor is now in his dantian, and the momentum displayed by the Earth Emperor is not inferior to that of the human Emperor's brush. Powerful. Of course Lingyun also had many adventures in the world of cultivation, but he knew very well that after he turned the gossip Taiji map at the bottom of the stone pond, the magical images he experienced were far better than those in the world of cultivation. The ancient power in the formation. The strength absolutely surpasses the Earth Immortals in the great cultivation world, this is beyond doubt. Lingyun jumped down from Xiao Hei's back, and gently placed Dugumo and Xiao Bai, who were still unconscious, on the ground. Then, he ran the great evolution star treasure art, took out the dragon-marked sword from the space ring, and moved towards Xuanhuan. I walked to a very simple stone house there. Now, the human sovereign pen penetrated into Lingyun's eyebrows. The Earth Emperor occupied Lingyun's Dantian, and he couldn't use any of these, only the underworld blood demon sword and the dragon-marked sword. But in this place, Lingyun really didn't dare to take out the demon sword with powerful demonic nature, because he felt the powerful aura of the great Tao. If he took out the blood demon sword, if he was not tolerated by the aura of the avenue, maybe Lingyun would be beaten to death in an instant, and he didn't dare to take this risk. The quaint stone house is not very far away, there are only 2. Lingyun came here quickly and looked into the stone house. The exotic flowers and plants that are more than 1 meter high have grown for many years, and they have long since disappeared. Most people wear thick clothes to walk through these dense flowers and plants. It must be impossible to move an inch, but Lingyun has the great evolution star treasure art of the 11th small realm to protect himself. Walking naked, he doesn't feel panic at all. What a powerful breath! Lingyun looked solemn, secretly amazed. The breath here is more powerful than the Buddhist power in the temple of the Taoist monk, and the momentum is strong, but it has a kind of natural softness, which makes Lingyun feel very of comfort. The age is too long. The stone house has already grown with all kinds of exotic flowers and plants more than 1 meter high, and everything else is gone. Obviously, it can't stand the erosion of time, and all of them have turned into fly ashes. Nothing. Lingyun didn't feel any danger. He put away the dragon-marked sword, walked into the stone house like an ordinary person, walked around, but found nothing. Lingyun frowned secretly, thinking that the mud that these exotic flowers and plants withered and rotted for years and years had no idea how thick it was. Could it be buried under it? He didn't give up, and wandered around the flowers and grass for several times to see if he could find anything new. Dang! Lingyun felt a pain in his right foot, and he didn't know what he had kicked on something hard. He was instantly shocked, and he quickly picked up the grass and looked under his feet. What is this? The rusted ones don't look good anymore. Lingyun saw a horseshoe-shaped metal block protruding out of the mud, which was what he kicked just now. Lingyun stretched out his hand to get it, but found that he hadn't even taken him out of the mud, so he increased his strength and pulled out again. The soft mud loosened a little, and Lingyun realized that what he was holding in his hand turned out to be a horseshoe-shaped ring. Lingyun worked silently, crushing some mottled rust on the metal, and found that the metal was made of bronze. This is a part of some kind of bronze vessel, and it's connected to the bottom. Lingyun became excited, no longer pulling hard, but digging up the surrounding mud with his hands. Lingyun's fingers bullied Jin Sai Tai, and it was very easy to dig the mud. After a while, a big hole was dug out, and half of the whole bronze vessel was exposed. This seems to be a cauldron. Lingyun could basically confirm at a glance that it was a bronze cauldron. Lingyun was excited. If there was such a thing, it would be much more convenient to concoct alchemy and medicine in the future, at least easier than he did with a small iron pot. Lingyun had already had enough of using those small iron pots to boil medicines one by one, so he quickened the speed of his hands. Using both hands, the entire tripod was quickly dug out. Although the bronze tripod is rusted and looks very old and rough, its shape is natural, simple and beautiful, with an indescribable rhyme. A round body with 2 ears and 3 legs. It just confirms that the Taoist Taoism is born 1, and life is 2. 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things. There were patterns carved on the tripod, but most of them were covered up by black mud and patina, so Lingyun couldn't see it clearly at all. It's so heavy. It was really heavy, even heavier than that gourd and dragon saliva. Lingyun used his hands to lift the cauldron filled with black mud and put it on the ground. The bronze cauldron is not too small. The widest part of the round cauldron is 70 or 80 centimeters. Counting the 3 legs and the ears that grow out, it is also about 80 centimeters high. From the front, it looks square. Hey, this is really powerful for alchemy and medicine. The more Lingyun looked at it, the more he liked it, and he was so excited that he couldn't help himself. No, there's still a ding geyer missing. Ling Yun suddenly thought that this ding had no lid, and he hurriedly jumped into the pit again. Along the surrounding, a burst of digging. He dug 1/2 meter in all directions, and finally felt that it was too much trouble, so he took out the dragon-marked sword and began to pierce the black mud, but still could not find the tripod cover. If there is a tripod cover, then the tripod cover will definitely not be too far away from the bronze tripod. Ling Yun searched for a long time but couldn't find it. He felt a little regretful. Maybe there is no ding gai, or ding gai may not be here. Ling Yun walked around again and again, stepping on the stone house over and over, but there was nothing else to gain, but he couldn't help but be overjoyed. Wash off the black mud first. Ling Yun squatted down and grabbed Ding's foot with one hand. He lifted it up with a hand. Ling Yun walked out of the stone house carrying the bronze tripod, and soon returned to the vicinity of Dugumo and Xiaobai, and found that they were still in a coma. Ling Yun smiled and said that he could really sleep. He immediately walked to the mountain spring and said to Xiao He, who was enjoying playing with water in the mountain spring, "Bring some water here." He pointed to the bronze tripod. Xiao He tossed happily for a while, then lowered his head and took a sharp breath, and then sprayed lightly at Ling Yun's body. A clear water arrow instantly hit Ling Yun's body, pouring him through. Seeing Xiao He being so naughty, Ling Yun shook his head with a wry smile, and pointed at the bronze tripod in his hand again. "Not for me, but for it." Only then did Xiao He start to absorb water, and he kept spraying the copper tripod in Ling Yun's hand. Ling Yun followed suit and quickly cleaned the copper tripod. The rust cannot be washed away for a while. These rust cover up the pattern carvings on the bronze tripod, and there is no text. Ling Yun studied the bronze tripod repeatedly for a long time, but couldn't find a reason, so he had to give up temporarily. Alchemy and medicine are enough, it's enough if you can use it. Ling Yun smiled proudly, created the largest space in the space ring, and put the bronze cauldron inside. The bronze cauldron took up 80% of the space ring, so Ling Yun had to put all those small things in it. Into the body. So many spiritual herbs. This is a treasure trove of medicinal herbs, but unfortunately, I can't take it away. Ling Yun thought of these spirit grasses again, thinking that he would be successful in his cultivation in the future, and he could come to this place when he made alchemy. It's been a long time since I took a nice bath. Ling Yun played with Xiao He in the cool mountain spring water, washed thoroughly, then got up and came to Dugumo's side. With a flick of his wrist, he took out Dugumo's long sword and placed it beside Dugumo. Although Dugumo didn't get the Earth Emperor, he also made a lot of money this time. Not only did he get dragon saliva, but he also got so much nourishment from immortal aura. It was enough for him to use it all his life. At this moment, Ling Yun's heart moved. He looked at Xiaobai. Xiaobai slowly opened his eyes. He woke up before Dugumo. Shoo! Xiaobai woke up, and the third snow-white tail appeared out of thin air in Ling Yun's field of vision, just like the other two long tails, fluttering in the wind in the night sky. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. As soon as the third tail of the nine-tailed celestial fox came out, the spiritual energy around its body instantly flourished, and it was extremely rich, even better than the aura of the rich spiritual medicine here. Jialong Xiaohe was playing in the mountain spring. It sensed the situation here, and only glanced here. The color of fear flashed in his eyes, slip, and instantly escaped for a long distance, directly into the dark grass. I dare not show up. This is the strength of the nine-tailed celestial fox after growing its third tail. When it only had two tails, it was afraid of Xiao He, who didn't have a jialong. Now that the third tail came out, it didn't matter what happened, and it scared Xiao He, who had become a jialong, to the point of disappearing. Ling Yun knew that Xiaobai's third tail had just grown, and at least it would take a while to consolidate it. Before he transformed into a human form, he would be able to transcend the catastrophe, so he was not worried. This time, following Ling Yun's journey to the Tianqing, Xiaobai got more benefits than Du Guimo. Not only did he improve his cultivation in the Yinzhenyan, but he also got a lot of pure yang qi in the Yangzhenyan. After getting the dragon saliva, I once again absorbed a lot of immortal aura, and I also heard the sound of Daoluan. If there is no spiritual energy, the growth of the nine-tailed celestial fox is very slow, and it can only spend a lot of time to grow slowly, but now Xiaobai is simply soaked in the spiritual energy, and it is still a fairy aura. There was originally a large amount of immortal aura in its body, including Ling Yun's seal. Just now, it was directly bathed in immortal aura in the formation. Could it be unpleasant? After Xiaobai woke up, as soon as he opened his eyes, he subconsciously went to look for Ling Yun. When he saw Ling Yun standing naked and smiling at him, a sweet smile flashed on Humei's face, and then its endless coyness, that kind of coquettish attitude, even if it hasn't transformed into a human form. Ling Yun's liver trembles when he sees it. If this is transformed into an adult, what will sink the fish and fall geese, close the moon and shame the flowers, and overwhelm the country and the city? It is estimated that Xiaobai's beauty cannot be described. This is the fox. And it is the fox spirit among the fox spirits, the nine-tailed celestial fox. Xiaobai's fox eyes looked at Ling Yun shyly, but he wanted to look, but didn't dare to look at it. With that endless shyness, Ling Yun's face was slightly feverish when he looked at it. Come on, now Xiaobai is no different from a girl except that he doesn't transform into a human form. I can no longer treat her like a fox. Ling Yun's face was embarrassed for a while, and suddenly he couldn't help covering his naked lower body with his hands. At the same time, he turned his sturdy body slightly. Xiaobai, you stare at people like this. It's unbearable, do you understand? Hurry up and catch that little dragon for me. Ling Yun hurriedly found a job for Xiaobai, and then he looked around, ready to look for leaves or something, ready to weave a simple cover. Then he saw the comatose and sleeping Du Guimo still lying on the ground, and stared at the blood-stained blue-black robe he was wearing. Why are you still sleeping? Ling Yun frowned slightly, thinking that he was at the peak of the 9th floor and the day after tomorrow. How could he not be able to bear such a blow? I have been sleeping until now. Ling Yun knew that he couldn't move Du Guimo now, because this was not a real coma. His deep sleep was just an appearance, just taking the opportunity to understand the Tao. As for how much benefit he could get in the process of enlightening, it would depend on his own qualification and savvy. At this time, the stars in the sky are gone, the sky is already white with fish belly, and the skylight is already slightly bright. Ling Yun murmured secretly, thinking, what day is it today? When he saw Du Guimo, he said that it was already the night of April 10th, and now it has been so long. Today should be at least April 12th, right? Oops, if it's April 12th, it's Minger's birthday today. This is what I promised Minger. I have to go to her birthday party. Otherwise, the little demon girl won't be allowed to eat me? Went to the Tianqing on the night of April 6th. He only came out on the morning of April 12th. Before Ling Yun went down to the Tianqing, he never thought that he would spend so long under the Tianqing. Shui Mining had repeatedly told Ling Yun to go to her birthday party from the first day she knew Ling Yun, and Ling Yun had always agreed, so he was very sensitive to this date. God bless, I hope it's not the morning of the 13th. Ling Yun looked up at the peaks around this closed valley, feeling that each of them was at least 2,000 meters high, and the tallest one should be more than 3,000 meters high. He couldn't help thinking silently in his heart, where would this place be? Ling Yun is not afraid to leave here. With his and Du Guimo's skills, even 100 Zheng cliffs can be easily climbed, let alone some steep peaks. Well. Du Guimo finally woke up, he snorted and slowly opened his eyes. Where are we? Did the Emperor get it? Du Guimo opened his eyes, swept around blankly, asked a question first, and then sat up abruptly. Why do these mountain peaks look so familiar? Hey, genius of Xianyuan, what are you doing? running naked in these deep mountains? Dygymo stared at Ling Yun's lower body with a pair of eyes full of weirdness, thinking how could this kid's things be so big? This is too big, right? Ling Yun said in his heart that you were awake. He shook his head at Dygymo with a wry smile, spread his hands and said, playing streaking? You've slept like a dead pig until dawn, and I'm here to cool off with my bare buttocks. The wind has been blowing for over an hour. Hurry up, take off your robe and put it on for me. Ling Yun came to Dygymo's body in a flash, and went straight to pick up Dygymo's robe without being polite. Hey, you can't take it off, this is a symbol of my identity. Dygymo struggled desperately to prevent Ling Yun from taking off his robe. Dygymo has been wearing this robe for 3 years, and it has never been washed. It is estimated that it can stand on the ground when it is taken off. He regards this as a symbol of genius. However, Dygymo was not as strong as Ling Yun, so Ling Yun ripped off his robe in 3 or 2 strokes. At this moment, the two of them were playing and sparring, like 2 teenagers with no guesses. Fortunately, Dygymo was wearing a bunt inside. Although it looked a bit funny after taking off his robe, he wouldn't run naked. Ling Yun put Dygymo's robe on his body indiscriminately, only to feel the cold wind blowing in from his lower body, but at this time, he couldn't care about much, so he blocked his body first, so as not to be seen by Xiao Bai. Where are we? A lot of elixir, how are you, have you seen Earth Emperor? Ling Yun said gloomily, fuck Earth Emperor. What we started is a great formation of shifting the universe, and the universe is reversed, bringing us here. You see, we came out of that cave. Ling Yun raised his hand and pointed to Dygymo, who rushed out of the cave, so that Dygymo could know everything else. But Ren Wangbi and Di Huang, this really can't be told to Dygymo. Cultivation became a yin and yang tactic. It happened to use yin and yang to open the 8 diagrams Taiji map, and then the human emperor pen jumped out of the space ring and drilled into his eyebrows. The ancient characters with shining golden light, the road to the starry sky drawn by the human emperor's brush. These are all secrets, all of which are too big for Ling Yun, too important to Ling Yun. What's more, as soon as the emperor came out, he rushed directly into Ling Yun's dantian. It's clear that it's Ling Yun's thing, and others can't take it even if they want to take it. However, this made Ling Yun even more curious. He cultivated into the yin-yang art of Wen Qi. What happened to his dantian? Although he could feel the movement of the inner qi, it was only the yin and yang qi. The immortal aura in his body was still out of his control, so Ling Yun couldn't detect the yin and yang eyes of the yin and yang fish in his dantian. Ling Yun can't wait to reach the qi training period immediately, even if it is the peak of the 9th level body training. He can also try to look inside, so as to know what his dantian looks like. Qianquan moves the Great Formation. This formation is too powerful. What are those brilliant rays of light, are they fairy lights? Why do I feel like I am about to break through the innate realm? Dygymo said in doubt, he has been inexplicable recently, and his cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds, except for the time he drank dragon saliva and knew what was going on. Everything else was done without my knowledge, very dazed. Ling Yun smiled slightly and asked Dygymo, have you heard those voices? How many of those voices have you remembered? Dygymo thought for a while, then hesitantly said, it seems that I have all the things I remembered before I fainted, but I don't understand it at all, let alone what it is, and what it is useful for. That inexplicable preaching sound was deeply imprinted in Ling Yun's mind. In fact, he didn't understand it at all, but he had to remember that these were the impossible encounters in the world of comprehension. He gave Dygymo a slight smile, then said attentively, I don't understand either, but that's all the way of heaven, maybe it's the content of the Emperor of the Earth, and it will have inexhaustible benefits for your future cultivation, but don't do it. Forget. Dygymo's body was shocked, and he said excitedly, doesn't that mean that we both got the Earth Emperor? Ling Yun thought for a while and said, it should be about the same. There was a noise from the herbs, and Xiaobai really caught Xiaohe back. She was standing proudly on Xiaohe's head, her charming fox face was proud, showing off her power, and her airy appearance was very endearing. Xiaobai grew 3 tails, and has mastered the initial illusion technique. She knew from a distance that Digumo had woken up, and had lost 1 tail early, and now it still looks like 2 tails. This fox is really beautiful, and it's a white fox, with 2 tails. Hey, why does this python have horns on its head? Now that the sky is bright, Digumo can see Xiaobai's appearance clearly, and he can't help but admire, and soon he notices Jiaolong Xiaohe. Lingyun laughed and explained to Digumo, saying that the one in the heart of the formation was not a python, but a dragon that was about to transform into a dragon. 1. No wonder you worked so hard to save it, it turned out to be a flood dragon. Suddenly, Lingyun, Digumo, Xiaobai and Xiaohe heard a noise at the same time, and all looked towards the east of the valley. My God! It's a savage! I said just now that I looked at this place so familiarly, we turned out to be in Shenangjia. Dugumo makes a strange cry. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. In the twilight of the morning light, on the east side of the valley, the terrain is slightly higher, where there is a dense forest, which is very lush, with lush branches and leaves. At Yuan, a savage over 2 meters tall was standing beside a big tree. He was tall and covered with long brown-red hair. His cheeks were raised and his nose was raised. He looked vicious and ugly. Digumo's family is located in the vast Hengduan Mountains. The Hengduan Mountains are the longest, widest, and most extensive north-south mountain system in China. Traffic. Digumo has been fond of traveling and exploring since he was a child. He is not only a genius in cultivation, his martial arts far exceeds that of his peers, but he also studies the formation method. He has a lot of research on the Chinese martial arts and the 5 elements and gossip, which is used to travel to famous mountains and rivers. Digumo has been wandering around the Hengduan Mountains by himself since he was 14 or 15 years old, and after breaking through the 7th floor of the postnatal day. He has seen savages with his own eyes on the snow line of the Qinghai Tibet Plateau, and more than once. Between the Hengduan Mountains and Shenangjia, there is a province of Beishan, so Digumo often goes down the river and runs to Shenangjia to play, so he is very familiar with Shenangjia. Digumo Monster was shocked, not because he saw the savages, but because he knew that this was Shenangjia in northern Hubei province. Just now, he was still under Longpan Mountain in Qingshui City, Jiangnan province. In the blink of an eye, he came out of Shenangjia in northern Hubei province. Can he not be shocked and scream? Now, one of the two is practicing the 4th level of the body, and the other is about to break through the innate realm. Even in pure strength and speed, it is stronger than the savage, so none of them is afraid of the savage. The lion and the elephant are about the same. Shenangjia? We came to Hubei province? Lingyan was secretly stunned, and his heart moved fiercely at the same time. Lingyan's geography is naturally not mentioned now. Before he went to the Tianqing, he systematically studied the ancient myths and legends of China. Of course he knew it. The Shennong clan, who was named the Emperor of the Earth, once spent a long time in Shenangjia, tasting all kinds of herbs and benefiting the human race. Digumo raised his hand and pointed to the tallest mountain in the distance. Look, that is Shennong Peak, more than 3,100 meters high. I even went up to play last year. Then he said in shock, it is said that Shenangjia is one of the dojos of the Shennong clan, and the Shennong clan is the Emperor of the Earth. We have been passed down here. Is the real Emperor of the Earth here? At this time, the savage suddenly flew from the side of the big tree, and he jumped 7 or 8 meters at a high speed. Still a mother, hey. Genius, it is said that the female savages in Shenangjia often catch some single men to go back to have children. Who do you think she has taken a fancy to this time? Dugumo was not afraid at all, but at this time, he even made a joke with Ling Yun. As soon as the voice fell, the female savage had come to the front of the two and stopped. A pair of bullseye-like eyes looked at Dugumo, then at Ling Yun, and then his eyes stopped on Ling Yun's face, his mouth cracked open, and he grinned. "Hey, genius," I said, "why you look so handsome? You are more handsome than me. This is good, wait for this beauty to take back and have a little wild man with her." Dugumo pointed at Ling Yun and laughed loudly. Before his laughter ended, he heard a huge hudong footsteps. In the blink of an eye, several female savages appeared nearby. As soon as they saw the two of them, they immediately surrounded them. Ling Yun disagreed. He smiled at Dugumo and said, "It's all right now, one person has 3, who has more births than anyone else." Dugumo gave Ling Yun a disdainful look and said, "You don't understand, they also have a choice when they want to have children. As the saying goes, Wangshan runs a dead horse," not to mention that Ling Yun and the others are now in the depths of the Shenanjia Virgin Forest with a total area of more than 3,000 square kilometers. Ling Yun and Dugumo spread out their movements, galloped all the way, and soon came to the bottom of the mountain, crossed 4 streams in a row, and then climbed a higher mountain. During this journey, they saw a lot of white animals, such as white deer, white monkey, white deer, white snake, white bear, etc., and even met a few golden monkeys. Perhaps because they have never seen humans, they are not afraid of humans. Even chasing after Ling Yun and the others curiously, very cute. Ling Yun stood on the top of the peak, looking at the misty, rolling peaks, the endless dense forest, and couldn't help frowning slightly. There is not even a mountain road, and they are ramming in the dense virgin forest like headless flies, not to mention going out as soon as possible. They may get lost at any time. I said, "Didn't you run out of the Xuanhuan Mountains? How did you lead the way, and when can we go out?" Dugumo scratched his head and said depressedly, "I am familiar with the Xuanhuan Mountains, but this is Shenanjia. I have been here 3 times in total, and they are all the famous scenic spots that I went directly to. Although there are many tourist attractions developed in Shenanjia, all of them add up to less than 1/10 of the entire Shenanjia. Although Dugumo has come to play 3 times, he goes straight to the attractions each time, and he was in a hurry, not much more familiar than Ling Yun." Ling Yun was anxious. He interrupted Dugumo with a wave of his hand, and asked directly, "Then what should we do now?" Dugumo smiled and said, "There are 2 ways. He raised his hand and pointed to Shenanjing in the distance. "First, let's go straight to the highest mountain. There is Shenanjing. We will go down the mountain road from Shenanjing, and we will definitely see tourists, and we can go straight up. Highway." Then he pointed to the direction of the sunrise. "Second, let's rely on our ability to cross mountains and rivers, all the way east, until we find a road. Just stop a car and go up." However, people who come to Shenanjia for tourism generally pass through Muyu Town. Muyu Town is just east of Shenanjia. If we go all the way east, we won't go far. These 2 methods are actually the most stupid methods, but they are not familiar with the terrain at all, and they do not have a compass. To get out of this Shenanjia Virgin Forest, there are really only these 2 ways. Ling Yun looked at it. If you go to Shenanjing, the highest peak, you have to climb over at least 7 or 8 peaks, and the mountain is getting higher and higher, and if you go all the way to the east, although the horizon is endless, the mountain is getting lower and lower. Let's walk in a straight line, all the way to the east." Ling Yun quickly made a decision. The 2 of them are both extremely talented now, and there is no problem in climbing the cliffs. Ling Yun didn't want to go far. Dugumo wondered. I said, "Genius, what are you doing in such a hurry? Let's finally come to Shenanjia once and have a good time. How can we be worthy of ourselves?" Ling Yun explained casually, "I don't know what day it is now. I promised Ninger that I must give her a birthday, so I must rush back as soon as possible. In fact, there is another important reason." Ling Yun went down to the Tianqing without telling anyone that he had been missing for so many days, Qin Xiuyue and Ningling you couldn't contact him for so long, so why not die? Who is Ninger? Let's talk about Shenangjia. Ling Yun was not in the mood to explain, and he showed his body. He took Xiaobai to the valley to the east, and Dugumo had to fly to keep up. It took the two of them 20 minutes to come to a valley, where the forest is dense, the vegetation is lush, and all kinds of rare birds and beasts haunt the mountains and forests, leisurely. There is smoke in the south of the valley, Dugumo said suddenly. The two kept walking. When we were overcoming thorns and thorns all the way, passing through the forest and crossing the stream, and galloping towards the mountain peaks in the east, I suddenly found that thick smoke was rising from the direction of the south. There must be someone where there is smoke. Ling Yunfei put on a treetop and glanced towards the south of the valley. Sure enough, he saw thick smoke rising from a kilometer away. The dawn on the mountain came earlier than on the ground. It is now around 6 o'clock in the morning. At such an early time, in the primitive old forest of Shenangjia, who would come here to make a fire? Maybe it's a hunter near Shenangjia. Go, and ask for directions. Ling Yun guessed that it should be a hunter who sneaked into the depths of Shenangjia to hunt. He wanted to go over and ask for directions, at least it was much better than rushing around like this. Ling Yun fell to the ground and waved at Dugumo. The two of them moved their bodies one after another, walked through the dense forest, and rushed towards the place where the smoke was coming. They advanced a distance of 700 meters in a few minutes, and then Ling Yun stopped and listened carefully to the movement ahead. What's wrong? Dugumo also stopped and asked Ling Yun in confusion. With their skills, no matter who the other party is, just rush over and ask, why stop here? Not alone, I seem to hear voices. Dugumo couldn't help but be shocked. He was about to break through the innate realm. He didn't hear anything at this distance, but Ling Yun heard it. Does that mean that Ling Yun's ear power surpassed him? It doesn't sound like Chinese, let's slow down and listen to what they're saying. This is a primitive broad-leaved forest, with thick bushes and extremely lush, standing in the dense forest, blocked by layers of low shrubs and leaves, and nothing can be seen from a few dozen meters away. Ling Yun became cautious, because if the other party didn't speak Chinese, then it should be a foreigner. What are foreigners doing in the depths of Shenangjia in the dark night? With the help of the trees, the two and one fox sneaked for another 200 meters, and they were only 100 meters away from where the smoke was coming from. Even Dugumo heard voices in the distance. It's really not alone. Listening to the voice, there seems to be a lot of people. It seems that they are discussing something. It's an Oriental. Kill. Dugumo has an extraordinary love for Oriental love action movies, and instantly heard that the other party's language is Oriental. Dugumo was furious at the time, and he raised his eyebrows and gritted his teeth. 70 years ago, their Dugu family was not actually in the Hengduan Mountains, but because of the invasion of the East, the country was broken and the people were struggling. They were also bombarded by planes and cannons of the Oriental Army. Many masters of the Dugu family died, and they were almost wiped out, so they had no choice but to retreat into the mountains. In the vicissitudes of life, the world has changed, and the Orientals were finally driven out of the land of China, but the Dugu family took root in the deep mountains. I am used to living in the mountains. But hate. The deep-rooted hatred for the Orientals was passed down from generation to generation through ancestral teachings. Dugumo was originally a hot-blooded young man. Now that he sees the enemy in front of him, how can he not be angry? Ling Yun had also heard that the group of people were indeed speaking in Oriental dialect, and there were at least 7 or 8 obedient voices, and he frowned tightly. No doubt. These people obviously didn't come here this morning. It was so early, they couldn't have entered the depths of the Shenangjia so quickly. Then, they must have been wandering in Shenangjia for a long time. So many people, why are they wandering in Shenanjia collectively? Don't worry, let's go forward for a while. Let's see what they want to do. Ling Yan said to Dugumo's voice transmission, motioned him to calm down with his eyes, and then moved forward quietly, without even a single sound of footsteps. The two moved forward more than 50 meters away, and at a distance of about 40 meters from these people, they each found a big tree to cover their figures. Look carefully through the crevices between the bushes. Ling Yan was shocked when he saw it, because he saw that there were 9 people on the other side, and 7 of them had a large package for mountaineering next to them, and all of them had long knives and heavy guns around, and they were there around the bonfire. Excited exchange. Around the bonfire, they set up 10 small military tents, which seemed to have just woken up. A fire is being made to boil water. It's a lot like a fully equipped expedition. It's just that there are 9 people in total, so how can there be 10 military tents? Where did the other go? He is a warrior from the east. And there are 6 people with a high level of martial arts. They are all above the 7th floor of the day after tomorrow. Dugumo saw that the other party was carrying hot and cold weapons, and his heart was even more angry. He kept gesturing to wink, and he was already furious. At such a distance, Ling Yan could hear these Oriental people in a low voice. He wanted to wait a little longer to see if he could discover anything new. The 2 of them didn't understand the Oriental dialect. They were chattering quickly, and when they talked about the excitement, they even raised their heads and laughed wildly. Ling Yan also frowned a little when they saw it. Suddenly, the other party didn't know what to say, and all of a sudden, his face became mysterious. With a faint excitement, he lowered his voice, as if he was talking about something mysterious. Ling Yan listened carefully, and vaguely heard the words, "ding," "lid," from the mouth of one of them, who looked like a team leader. Ling Yan opened his mouth wide in shock, and his sword brows stood up. This is amazing. Maybe these Oriental people came for the green bronze cauldron they got, and they even knew the secret of the Emperor, that lid. I only found a bronze cauldron, but no matter how I looked, I couldn't find the lid of the bronze cauldron. Could it be that the lid is in the hands of the Orientals? Are these Oriental people looking for the bronze tripod and the Emperor? The cold sweat on Ling Yan's forehead came out, not because of fear, but because of fear. Fortunately, I wanted to ask for directions, so I decided to come and have a look. Otherwise, if these Oriental people really found the closed valley where they just came out, if nothing else, at least the elixir garden that I will use for alchemy in the future will not be able to be saved. The person who looked like the leader of the team, while talking, actually took out a photo from inside his clothes, turned the front side out in a circle, showed it to a few people around, and put it away proudly, and said again something, and then another burst of smug laughter. After a while, Ling Yan heard a galloping sound. The Oriental people immediately stopped communicating, and started chatting with great tacit understanding. Ling Yan and Dugumo knew that the 10th person had returned. Listening to the sound of his galloping footsteps, you know that this is also a trainer. Mr. Tokugawa, I have already explored the road ahead. According to the map, we need to climb over the mountain in front of us. It should be not far from our destination. As soon as that person appeared, he came to the side of the 9 Orientals sitting around. With a flattering smile on his face, he nodded and said to the middle-aged team leader. Ling Yan looked at the direction of the man's finger, and knew that they were indeed heading for the closed valley, and he immediately had a murderous intention in his heart, more powerful than Dugumo. They even have maps? Am I going to be your traitor? Ling Yan. Leave this to me, and I will kill him with my own hands. Dugumo scolded him wildly. His eyes were about to split, and he said directly to Ling Yan's voice transmission. This person speaks Chinese. At first glance, he knows that he is from China, and Dugumo can't hold back. Don't worry, none of these people can escape. However, that person wants the last kill. I still have a lot to ask him. Ling Yan's face was sullen, and he directly agreed with Dugumo's statement. There is no doubt that none of these people can stay. Mr. Chen, you have done a good job. I believe that our Toyo Tokugawa family and your Huashachen family will definitely cooperate very happily. Tokugawa spoke fluent Chinese. The Tokugawa team leader bowed his head proudly and said to Mr. Chen condescendingly with a smile of approval. Although he spoke very politely, everyone could see the contempt and disdain in his sharp eyes. Tokugawa looked at Mr. Chen as if he were looking at a dog. Thank you, Mr. Tokugawa, for your encouragement. I am willing to serve you and make sure you get what you want this time. With a flattering smile, Mr. Chen said to Tokugawa shyly. Ling Yan and Dugumo were nauseated when they looked like a pug with a slave face and a knee. Tokugawa laughed out loud, and the other Orientals also laughed complacently. Mr. Chen, this is the game we caught just now, let's bake it together. I have to say, China is really big and rich. The variety of rare animals in Shenanjia is really eye-opening. As soon as the Tokugawa words were spoken, several other Oriental people stood up with a laugh and walked directly to a bush, each holding two bloody animals, white deer and white bear. There are white monkeys, and there is even a golden monkey. These rare animals don't know how to hide at all. For these masters of the 8th floor of the day after tomorrow, they are really easy to catch. To be honest with Mr. Chen, I like eating raw monkey brains the most. This is the golden snub-nosed monkey in Shenanjia. They are very cunning. They only caught one. Would you like to try it together, Mr. Chen? Tokugawa pointed at the struggling Jin Sihong, and said to Mr. Chen in a very gentlemanly manner. Mr. Chen just bowed his head and nodded and smiled, as if he did not hear the words of the leader of the Tokugawa team. Seeing that these people were about to prepare breakfast, Ling Yan knew that there was no need to wait any longer. He used a voice transmission to enter the secret and asked Dugumo, there are 10 people in total, how can we fight to keep them all? Dugumo couldn't wait, he gnashed his teeth and said, first find a way to destroy those 4 Orientals who don't know martial arts, and then the 6 masters, 3 of us. Ling Yan already had an iron nail in his hand, and he said coldly, no, I have a hidden weapon on my body. I can destroy 6 of them with one shot, and then we will each have 2. Do you choose 2? Dugumo said solemnly, I can't see the realm of Tokugawa, maybe he should have broken through the innate, hand him over to me to deal with, he is the team leader, there must be someone specially responsible for protecting him, you have killed the others. Yes, help me again. Ling Yan smiled, don't worry, there's Xiaobai too. Ling Yan secretly instructed Xiaobai that when they fight later, they must stop those who want to escape, and none of them can let them escape. Xiaobai and Ling Yan had fought side by side, and they already had a great understanding with him. He nodded lightly to show his understanding. Sneak another 10 meters forward. With the help of the cover of the bushes, the two silently marched forward for more than 10 meters, looked at each other, and their bodies shot out at the same time. Ling Yan had already run the Great Evolution Star Treasure Art. He didn't care about the obstacles of the bushes, he directly performed the Phantom Fish and Dragon Step, and his body was more than 30 meters away, and he came to the side of the bonfire. The figure is as strong as a dragon, like a divine soldier, descending from the sky. Shichichi. Ling Yan used the technique of flooding the sky to knock out more than a dozen iron nails, and now he has reached the 4th level of body training. When Ling Yan was at the peak of the 3rd level of physical training, his iron nails could make Master Qing and Xianshi Tai helpless, not to mention that he now really has inner qi and doubled his skills. Puff puff puff. The speed of a dozen iron nails was like lightning, and in the blink of an eye, they were nailed into the throats of 4 Oriental people who were not good at martial arts. In addition, there were also 2 Oriental people who were holding the captured prey with both hands. Their reaction was a bit slower, and Ling Yan's iron nails were also hit on their bodies. At the same time, they groaned, and blood splashed. The other three people, including the Mr. Chen, reacted very quickly. Although they were in a hurry, they all avoided Ling Yun's iron nails by the slightest. How fast is Ling Yun's hand? He flipped his wrist, and another large iron nail came to his hand, and once again used the trick of the sky and rain, and slapped the two injured Orientals in the face. While you are sick, I will kill you. Ling Yun is the ancestor of fighting, he is not polite, and with Xiao Bai around, he is not afraid of others escaping, so he will beat the underdog first. Sure enough, these two injured Oriental warriors had only just broken through to the 8th floor of the postnatal day, and they seemed not to be good at light power. Under Ling Yun's crazy hidden weapon, they didn't have time to dodge, and they were instantly beaten into a sieve by iron nails. Baga. Tokugawa never dreamed that he could meet such a master in the deep mountains and old forests of Shenanjia. He did not expect that his innate level of cultivation would be quietly brought to him by two people, and he didn't even know it. Tokugawa and the two Oriental masters next to him who were in charge of protecting him reacted extremely quickly, and their light skills were very high. They took up their weapons in an instant, and they flew back and flew directly to Ling Yun 20 meters away. They didn't know how many people came to Ling Yun's side, thinking that the matter was exposed, and it was Huasha's mysterious department who came to stop them, and they needed to observe the form first. Swipe. The sword light flashed. Dugumo had been waiting for a long time, he didn't look for anyone else, he stabbed the sky-shattering sword directly, and stabbed Tokugawa in the back of the neck. This is an enemy meeting, Dugumo has long been suffocated, he doesn't need to tell these Oriental people the rules of the rivers and lakes, he just wants to kill each other. At this time, there was no one to deal with that Mr. Chen, and he was also shocked, but he saw the opportunity very quickly, and he hid behind a big tree in a flash, wanting to see who attacked them. The person who attacked them was very strong. This person already had a plan in his mind. He wanted to see who would lose and who would win. If Tokugawa won, he would naturally jump out to help. If Tokugawa lost, he would choose to run for his life. A person who has just broken through the 7th floor of the Hotian, forgive him that he can't rush through Xiaobai's illusions. Ling Yun is too lazy to pay attention to the surnamed Chen, he straightens his figure, and comes to the three of Tokugawa, forming a double team with Dugumo. Trend. The two masters who protected Tokugawa all had the cultivation base of the 9th level peak of the acquired world. With Tokugawa, they saw the situation a little bit, and soon they shouted again and again, and launched a counterattack against Dugumo. The four figures were entangled together like electricity. Of course, Ling Yun could not use his hidden weapon anymore. He saw that Dugumo was already cramped under the double team of the three. After a pause, he raised the blood demon knife, a phantom fish and dragon, and flew into the battle group. Knife cuts the universe. After Tokugawa and the two masters around him stagnate for a while, they suddenly felt a rush of coldness approaching. When they turned their heads to look, they saw a long black sword with chilling, killing intent. The man swept the sky and shrouded the sky. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. The pitch-black underworld blood demon saber, with its jet-black blade light more than a foot long, seemed to have turned into a black hole, with gloomy icy coldness, and rolled towards the three of Tokugawa. It was different from when he dealt with Shangguanju and the others. Back then, Ling Yun only used force to control the sword, but now he uses qi to control the sword. The enemy was from the east, and in the depths of this vast virgin forest of Shenanjia, Ling Yun didn't have to be polite to them at all. The yin and evil energy in Ling Yun's dantian roamed quickly along his Ren meridian, poured straight into his right arm, and through his right hand holding the knife, rushed into the blade of the underworld blood demon sword, causing the underworld blood demon sword to pierce the bones and send out an icy cold. A black sword glow. When the three of Tokugawa suddenly saw Ling Yun's attack with such an imposing manner, they didn't dare to resist, and flew back again. Dugu Mo was right at this moment, and looking at the opportunity, a roll of the long sword was a flirt at an oriental man beside Tokugawa. Hey! The man hurriedly raised the narrow toyo-long knife in his hand and hurriedly blocked it, but even so, Dugu Mo still cut his clothes. Liu Shinkuan, are you alright? The three of Tokugawa flew back a dozen meters again, dodging Ling Yun's majestic knife, and Tokugawa hurriedly asked the torn expert. Baga. When Liu Shing saw that he was almost injured, he scolded Dugumo angrily, his small eyes widened, obviously extremely angry. Ling Yun and Dugumo stood side by side, and they communicated to each other that the three Oriental people in front of them were indeed powerful, and told each other to be careful. The three of Tokugawa were suddenly attacked, and in a hurry they avoided Ling Yun's hidden weapon, and Dugumo's mortal blow, and they retreated safely under the front and back of the two magic knives and sharp swords. Of course, they were all first class. A master. Friends, you don't look like people from the mysterious department of China. Why did you attack us? Aren't you afraid of destroying the friendship between our two countries? As soon as Ling Yun came up, he killed 6 of their people with lightning speed. 4 of them were archaeologists and paleontology research experts from the East. The biological gene expert, and the other 2, are ordinary masters of the Tokugawa family. Tokugawa was already furious. Tokugawa stared at Ling Yun and Dugumo for a while, and found that the 2 were dressed in strange clothes and tattered. I want to ask to understand the situation. Ling Yun stood with his sword in hand, and said with a cold smile, Friend? Who is your friend? There are so many of you. With a lot of weapons, what are you doing in the depths of the Shinanjia Virgin Forest? Tokugawa narrowed his eyes, twitched the corners of his mouth and said, We are a scientific expedition from the East, and we came to Shinanjia to explore the mystery of the savages here, and to contribute to the world and the progress of your Chinese science. Moreover, we have passed, you are officially allowed by Huaxia. Ling Yun laughed and said, Fuck you. You came to Shinanjia for inspection, why did you bring so many martial arts masters? Inspection? Tokugawa still quibble, we are here to explore the depths of Shinanjia, with weapons to protect ourselves, to catch the animals here, but also for the research of ancient biology. Dugumo scolded loudly, research is a shit. You are going to eat the monkey brain of the golden monkey raw, and this is also for the research of ancient biology? Seeing that the other party heard everything, Tokugawa finally changed his face and glanced left and right. He grinned and said, What happened to the monkey brain that ate the golden monkey? No one saw it anyway? Look at the ragged clothes you two are wearing, who are you? Ling Yun took a step forward, laughed and said, I, Shinanjia left Dharma Protector. He raised his hand and pointed at Dugumo. He, of course, is Shinanjia right Dharma Protector. Shinanjia's left and right guardians? The 3 of Tokugawa looked at each other and looked at each other. Then Tokugawa asked in a daze, I've never heard that Shinanjia has a law protector. Ling Yun smiled and said disdainfully, That's because you are ignorant. Now you finally know? It's a pity, it's too late. The 2 sides have long been in an endless situation. Although they are fighting here, it is actually Tokugawa who wants to find out the truth of Ling Yun and Dugumo, but Ling Yun wants to extract more useful information from Tokugawa's mouth. Ling Yun cultivated into the yin-yang art of Wen Qi and reached the 4th level of body training. He is cultivated into a strange dantian, and now it is difficult for anyone to see the depth of his strength, and Tokugawa can't see it through. However, Tokugawa easily saw Dugumo's realm strength. After waiting for a long time, he found that the other party really only had 2 people and there was no backup, and he was immediately settled. Tokugawa raised his hand and pointed at Ling Yun. Liu Shinkuan, you 2 are going to deal with the boy with the strange black sword, just help me stop him for a while. After I kill the right guardian who used the sword, come and help you. He glanced at Mr. Chen's hiding place again, and cursed inwardly, saying that he would settle accounts with him later. Toyotomi and Lu Sheng hilariously at the same time. The three of them raised their sharp long knives in their hands, separated from left and right, and rushed towards Ling Yun and Dugumo. After a while, Ling Yun and Dugumo had already discussed it secretly. Now, seeing them rushing up like this, they fell into the arms of Ling Yun. Ling Yun asked Dugumo not to fight with Tokugawa, and told him to use the dense trees here to use the light power and movement technique to fight Tokugawa. As long as Tokugawa could be delayed for a while, he could kill the two named Toyotomi and Liuyu Gai, and then the two launched a joint attack on Tokugawa, guaranteeing Tokugawa's death. Toyotomi Yuji and Yagyu Saburo raised their knives with both hands, and rushed towards Ling Yun. Their bodies were extremely fast. Ling Yun sneered and stood still, waiting until the long swords in their hands fell directly at him, and when the sword style was old, then he lifted his anger and raised the sword. Swipe. The dark blood demon's saber with a black blade swiped up sharply, and cut off the long sword that fell from the two of them with just one blow, and then Ling Yun's sword kept going, and with a flick of his wrist, the blood of the underworld was blown up. The magic knife crossed a mysterious arc in the air and slashed towards their chests. Fast and hard. Toyotomi Yuji and Yagyu Saburo never dreamed that their long swords made of stainless steel were cut off by Ling Yun with one knife. When they were astonished, they saw Ling Yun's black knife slashing towards their chest, so they quickly held up the half-handled knife to avoid it. I want to hide it this time, it's too late. Ling Yun shouted, his figure jumped forward, and then a phantom fish and dragon came to Toyotomi Yuji's eyes, and his body was as fast as the wind. Ah! Toyotomi Yuji had seen Ling Yun's speed just now, but he didn't expect his speed to suddenly become so fast. Seeing Ling Yun approaching him, he was so frightened that he could only let out a miserable cry. Ling Yun smiled slightly, waved the knife in his right hand, and swiftly swiped at Toyotomi Yuji, who raised his head and shouted. The pitch-black blade slashed across Toyotomi Yuji's neck in an instant. Toyotomi Yuji suddenly stopped screaming. A thin red line appeared from his neck, and then quickly enlarged. He pointed at Ling Yun's magic knife, giggling, and wanted to speak. But in the end, with a thump, he fell into the bushes. The blood on the neck spurted wildly, instantly dyeing the entire bush red. 2 strokes. Toyotomi Yuji is dead. Ling Yun killed Toyotomi Yuji with one knife, and his body did not stop. He used the phantom fish and dragon steps again to come to Yagyu Saburo, and shot another knife. Saburo Yagyu knew how powerful he was, and he didn't dare to let Ling Yun get close to him at all. He reminded Tokugawa loudly of something, but people began to jump between the dense trees. Crazy to avoid Ling Yun's pursuit. Ling Yun's figure flashed 7 or 8 times in a row, but he didn't catch Yagyu Saburo. While chasing, he snorted coldly in his heart, and directly pinched a long iron nail in his hand. Instead of hitting Yagyu Saburo, he saw Yagyu Saburo. Saburo shot directly in the direction that Saburo wanted to avoid. Yagyu Saburo's rushing figure suddenly stagnated in fright. He changed direction and was about to run again, only to see that Ling Yun had already blocked his way. Obviously die. Ling Yun once again performed the phantom fish dragon step, and instantly deceived himself to Saburo Yagyu's side, raised his knife and slashed. At this moment, Tokugawa left behind Dugumo, who couldn't catch up no matter how hard he tried, and came behind Ling Yun. When the figure fell, he raised his hands violently, slashed at Ling Yun Ingfeng, and fell down. This is the most famous slash against the wind in the Oriental swordsmanship, typical of besieging Wei and saving Zhao. Tokugawa's movement is no slower than Ling Yun's phantom fish and dragon steps. Ling Yun knew that it was absolutely impossible to kill Saburo Yagyu at this time. Without even thinking about it, he moved his body sideways, and at the same time raised the knife with both hands to block up. Cut off Tokugawa's long sword first. Dang! Ling Yun's ghost blood magic knife and Tokugawa's Shueliang long knife clashed in one place, and the energy collided violently, causing Ling Yun to retreat 9 steps in a row, and his body hit a big tree before it stopped. Get in shape. Ling Yun only felt that his blood was churning. He took a deep breath, and when he looked closely, he saw that Tokugawa's 1.5 meter long sword had not been cut off, but only had a deep gap on it. Good knife. Ling Yun was secretly stunned, knowing that Tokugawa not only had a good knife in his hand, but also that he used his innate energy, so that his long knife was not cut off by Ling Yun. Tokugawa now knew that he had made a mistake just now. Seeing that Toyotomi Yuji was killed by Ling Yun, he felt extremely regretful. The knife just now was the pinnacle of his swordsmanship, but he was blocked by Ling Yun unexpectedly. Ling Yun, are you all right? Dugumo was chased by Dechuan and hid in Tibet. Thanks to his agility and speed, he was able to save his life by relying on the cover of the surrounding trees. Knowing that Dechuan was powerful, he cared about Ling Yun and asked. Road. Ling Yun silently used a yin-yang formula, and quickly calmed down the churning qi and blood. The corner of his mouth curled into a relaxed smile, indicating that Dugumo was fine. Ling Yun came to Dugumo's side in a flash, and when the two were staggered, he took 7 or 8 fire talismans and stuffed them into Dugumo's left hand, and the sound transmission told him how to use the fire talisman, and then said, I'll block Tokugawa first, you kill Lu Xing. Dugumo was overjoyed, and the voice transmission said, Wow, why didn't you take out such a good baby earlier? I would burn that bastard Tokugawa to death. It's not that easy to burn. Tokugawa has innate energy to protect his body. Before you hit him, he will cut you with a knife. After Ling Yun finished talking to Dugumo, his eyebrows raised, and he came to Dechuan's side in a flash, and he was directly fighting with Dechuan. Relying on the innate energy to protect his body, Tokugawa did not retreat even half a step, wielding Xueliang's long sword in an airtight manner, and the two swords dang in a split second and fought a dozen times. Now Saburo Yagyu has thrown the knife handle long ago. Dugumo was in agony when he was chased by Tokugawa. Now facing Saburo Yagyu, of course, he will not let go. Knife-breaking style. Sword-breaking style. Spear-breaking style. A series of 6 swords forced Saburo Yagyu to avoid him, but Dugumo used all false moves, and the direction of the cuts was where Saburo Yagyu must retreat, so his figure was only in a small area. Wander around inside. At the same time, he took advantage of Yagyu Saburo to avoid his long sword, and a piece of the fire talisman in his hand was posted on Yagyu Saburo. Tokugawa and Ling Yun are fighting hard. Ling Yun is holding the blood demon sword in his hand, and has a yin and yang technique, so he can barely compete with Tokugawa. Tokugawa can't help Ling Yun for a while, but he is always watching Yagyu Saburo the battle here. Yagyu-kun, what are you sticking on your body? Tokugawa looked more and more wrong, and quickly reminded Saburo Yagyu in Oriental dialect. Dugumo still has 2 more talismans to post. Hearing Tokugawa shouting in Oriental dialect, he guessed that he was reminding Yagyu. Before Yagyu Saburo could react, Dugumo gave a loud shout. Boom boom boom. At the same time, the red flames the size of 5 or 6 basketball groups blazed on Yagyu Saburo, and he became a burning man in an instant. Ah! Hachi! Yagyu Saburo's burned flesh creaked. He couldn't stand any longer. He fell to the ground and quickly put out the fire. Haha, it's really useful. Dugumo saw that Yagyu Saburo was really burning. He was stunned for a moment, and then he shouted excitedly, unaware that many of these fire talismans were prepared for him by Ling Yun. Shichichi! How could Ling Yun miss such a good opportunity? While trying to stop Tokugawa's figure, he raised his hand and struck a nail in the direction Lu Xing fell to the ground. After Yagyu Saburo fell to the ground, he was busy rolling over and fighting the fire on his body. He had no chance to avoid the iron nails shot by Ling Yun. He was hit by 7 or 8 iron nails immediately, and the red blood flew out from several places on his body. Dugumo flew up, and the long sword in his hand stabbed gently down from the air, directly piercing Lu Xing's throat. He no longer looked at Lu Xing, who was out of breath, and volleyed upside down and came behind Tokugawa, who was shocked and angry. Raising your hand is a sword. From the sudden appearance of Ling Yun and Dugumo, less than 7 or 8 minutes have passed, and all the Orientals brought by Tokugawa have died, and he is the only one left. 2-1. Knowing that the situation was over, Tokugawa felt a little panic in his heart, and the idea of running away had already sprouted in his heart. Mr. Chen, if something happens to me in your China, I'm afraid your Chen family can't explain it to our Tokugawa family. He knew that Mr. Chen had not left yet, so he directly threatened him. Ling Yan laughed when he heard it. Mr. Tokugawa, do you think you can still leave now? To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Mr. Chen from the Chen family hid behind a big tree in the distance. Seeing that Ling Yun and Dugumo killed 8 Oriental people in a short time, he knew that this trip must be a disaster, and he didn't even say a word. Said, shook his head and prepared to escape. DODTW. Ling Yun and Dugumo were confident, knowing that the surname Chen would never be able to run away. The two still firmly formed a double team against Sichuan, and did not dare to relax for a moment. If the masters of the innate realm want to escape with all their strength, they will not be able to hunt them down in this vast jungle. Sure enough, when the Mr. Chen saw that Ling Yun and Dugumo had no intention to stop him, when he turned to escape, he found that everything around him had changed. Mr. Chen's face changed greatly, and he was stunned, because he saw that there were trees everywhere behind him, covering the sky and the sun, and there was almost no gap, and he couldn't escape at all. What's going on? Mr. Chen's thoughts turned and he turned to look in other directions, but found that his way of retreat was long gone. If he wanted to leave, he could only rush past Ling Yun and Dugumo. However, he had already seen clearly the strengths of Ling Yun and Dugumo. Either of them could kill him within 2 moves, and he didn't dare to gamble. Now only by standing with Tokugawa can there be a chance to gain a chance of life. Mr. Chen's eyes rolled sharply, he dodged directly from behind the tree, and after a few jumps he came to Tokugawa's side and stood with him. Mr. Chen, we were attacked, but you hid and watched the fun. It seems a little unreasonable, doesn't it? Tokugawa's face was gloomy, but now that the enemy was in front of him, it was not easy for him to attack Chen on the spot, so he could only ridicule him with a cold face. What did Mr. Tokugawa say? You know, the two of them are unknown. It was really inconvenient for me to show up just now. Please understand, Mr. Tokugawa. The surname Chen still had a flattering smile on his face as he nodded and bowed to Tokugawa. Humph. Since you are from China and you represent the Chen family, this matter should naturally be handed over to you. Tokugawa told the Chen family without hesitation. In this case, it means that the Chen family is directly involved. Mr. Chen just wants to escape the suspicion, but it is useless. He can only face it together. It's easy to talk about it. Mr. Chen cursed in his heart, but he still had a servant-like smile on his face, then turned his head and hugged Ling Yun and the two of them. I don't know the names of the 2 Gao. From which family, which sect? Ling Yun snorted coldly. He said lightly, didn't you hear it just now? We are the guardians of Shenanjia. Mr. Chen was deflated, but he didn't care at all. He still smiled flatly. Since the two of you don't want to talk, then I won't ask, but I'm one of the 7 major families in the Chinese capital, the Chen family. Chen Jianren, I met here today by chance. I would like to invite the two of you to give our Chen family a face. Ling Yun had heard of the 7 major families from Chao Shanshan's mouth. Knowing that the capital had such a number as the Chen family, he had already heard it from Sichuan, so he smiled disdainfully. Is the Chen family amazing? I haven't heard of it. But your name is really right, you are indeed a bitch. Chen Jianren saw that the other party didn't buy it at all, and he was extremely sarcastic to him. No matter how cheap he was, he couldn't hold his face. His face changed slightly. This Mr. Tokugawa is one of the big families in Toyo, the fourth son of the Tokugawa family, Mr. Tokugawa Takazuka. If the two of you can raise your hand today, our two families. I promise you. Enjoy endless glory and wealth. Qin Jianren immediately changed his strategy and lured Ling Yun and Dugumo. Dugumo was furious, and without waiting for Ling Yun to speak, he pointed at Qin Jianren with his sword and said, "Aren't you stinking? Enjoy the prosperity and wealth of the Orientals? I will kill you, you bastard, with one sword now, look. How can you enjoy it?" Ling Yun signaled Dugumo to stay safe. He smiled proudly and said to Qin Jianren, "Chen, as long as you tell me the real purpose of your coming to Shenanjia, I can let you live." Qin Jianren turned his head to look at Tokugawa Takazuka, pondered in his heart and said, "Actually, we are here just to find one thing. No matter if we can't find it, we will leave Shenanjia immediately, with no other purpose at all." Ling Yun knew this long ago. He pretended to be interested and said, "Come to Shenanjia to find something? What are you looking for?" Seeing what Ling Yun said, Tokugawa Takatsuka thought he had a chance to negotiate, and immediately stepped forward and said, "Mr. Zhuhufa, it doesn't matter what we are looking for, because there are too many secrets in Shenanjia. Our most important thing is to come here. Doing scientific research, you see." He raised his hand and pointed to a few corpses around the bonfire in the distance. He felt distressed and furious in his heart, but he pretended to be nonchalant and said, "These people are all our archaeologists and genetic experts from the Great East, and we will protect them. I'm here mainly to protect their safety." Ling Yun and Dugumo smiled disdainfully. Only when Tokugawa Takatsuka let out a fart, Ling Yun shook his head and said, "Since you don't want to tell the truth, then I have nothing to say. I'll talk about it after the fight." Seeing that they were talking about it, Ling Yun didn't mention the matter of the bronze tripod. Knowing that there was no need to talk about it anymore, he could only find a way to capture them alive and use ruthless means to get them to tell the truth. He only got the bronze cauldron in the enclosed valley, but he didn't get the cauldron cover. He was regretting it in his heart. Hearing them talking about the cauldron cover just now, of course, he couldn't bear it. Ling Yun sent a voice transmission to Dugumo, saying that Tokugawa Wuzhong would never protect Qin Jianren, let him do it as soon as he made a move, and stop Qin Jianren first. Ling Yun didn't want to waste any more time. He said that if he turned his face, and a phantom fish and dragon rushed in front of Tokugawa Takazuka. Raising his hand was a knife. Tokugawa Takazuka and Qin Jianren had never seen Ling Yun turn his face so fast. They never thought he would fight when he said he would fight. Tokugawa Takazuka was not afraid because of his high level, but Qin Jianren was so frightened that he ran away. Although Qin Jianren only has the realm of the 7th floor of the day after tomorrow, his qigong is really good. Relying on the cover of the surrounding trees, he played hide-and-seek with Dugumo. Although Dugumo's realm is much higher than his figure flashed several times, were all avoided by Qin Jianren. Dugumo has completely defined Qin Jianren as a traitor. Seeing that Qin Jianren is so slippery and angry, he ignores it, and while chasing Qin Jianren wildly, he cuts off all the trees that he used to cover his figure. "Bitch. Now let me see how you can hide." Dugumo cut off more than a dozen big trees in an instant. Although it took a lot of skill, it also left Qin Jianren with nothing to hide. The dense forest in the distance had been used an illusion by Xiao Bai, and he did not dare to enter. Hiding in the east among the tree trunks. But what makes Dugumo depressed is that a fallen tree is easier to hide than an upright tree. Qin Jianren fled desperately again, and he was even more difficult to catch. Why is it so troublesome? Ling Yun frowned. With a sharp slash in both hands, Tokugawa Takatsuka's long sword was shaken away, and he swept back sharply with the help of his figure, and the man threw an iron nail at Qin Jianren in the air. Chi-chi. the iron nails instantly blocked the direction Chen Jianren was avoiding. He quickly changed direction, but Ling Yan raised his left hand in a hurry, and instantly hit 6 or 7 iron nails, blocking all his paths. Duguimo Changjian shook. He rushed to Chen Jianren in an instant, his fingers connected. Puff puff. He clicked on Chen Jianren's 6 or 7 acupuncture points in one breath, and scolded wildly, "Bitch, let you run, I will let you run. I will kill you. Okay, go after Tokugawa, he's going to escape." Ling Yan flew back 7 or 8 meters just now. After helping Dugumo to catch Chen Jianren, he found that Tokugawa Takatsuka had long ceased to be in love with the battle. Xiaobai stops him. Tokugawa's instantaneous burst was no slower than Ling Yan's phantom fish and dragon, and Ling Yan wanted to catch up. Only rely on Xiaobai. Xiaobai has always followed Ling Yan's instructions. Now that he saw that Tokugawa was about to run away, he rushed out of the hiding place with a figure like electricity, and a white shadow rushed to the top of the tree, and instantly faced Tokugawa. Pounce. Humph. It's just a little fox who knows illusions. How can our oriental ninjutsu be so powerful? Tokugawa Takatsuka raised his sword and slashed. The sword was like electricity. Xiaobai, get out of the way. Ling Yun had come behind Tokugawa Takatsuka at this time. He was shocked when he saw it, and hurriedly used his magic sword with all his strength, slashing at Tokugawa Takatsuka's back. At the same time, Dugumo has also slapped the horse and killed him, and he did not hesitate to raise his sword and stab. Xiaobai turned to one side in the air, dodging Tokugawa Takatsuka's long sword in a hurry, but Tokugawa Takatsuka waved his left palm hurriedly, and the palm wind brought a violent innate aura, which directly hit Xiaobai's body. Xiaobai was injured and fell quickly. Court death. Seeing Xiaobai's injury, Ling Yun was completely furious. He grabbed an iron nail with his left hand and hit Tokugawa Takatsuka, who was obstructed, swiftly waving the knife. Ling Yun's iron nails can't break Tokugawa Takatsuka's innate protective chi at all. If his strength wants to deal with Tokugawa Takatsuka, he can only rely on the magic knife in his hand. Tokugawa Takatsuka really did not dodge the iron nails behind him, and he raised the knife with both hands to hit Ling Yun's magic knife. Tokugawa Takatsuka only focused on dealing with Ling Yun, but did not avoid Dugumo's long sword. He only had time to twist his body and was stabbed by Dugumo on his left arm. The wound was extremely deep, and blood flowed from the sky. Dugumo succeeded with a sword, and the movement of his hand did not stop, instantly changed from stabbing to slashing, and slashed towards the injured Tokugawa again. Ling Yun also exerted his full force of his heaven-destroying sword technique. The sword was as violent as thunder, extremely domineering, and the black sword light completely enveloped the whole body of Tokugawa Takatsuka. Tokugawa Takatsuka, who was already injured and had no weapons to protect himself, was slashed 4 times by Ling Yun, and finally was defeated. He could no longer raise his chi to perform light work, and his figure fell to the ground. Bang! Ling Yun once again threw out an iron nail, which was aimed specifically at the place where Tokugawa Takatsuka was injured. At the same time, he used a heavy weight to fall down sharply, raising his knives with both hands and slashing at the top of Tokugawa Takatsuka's head. Xiaobai was injured by Dechuan, and Ling Yun felt extremely distressed. At this time, how could he even save his life? Tokugawa Takatsuka was terrified, and regardless of those nails, he raised his right hand to block while he was busy, and at the same time his head suddenly tilted. Pfft! The underworld blood demon saber instantly cut off Tokugawa Takatsuka's right arm, along with half of his right shoulder, and slashed it straight down. The blood gushed violently, instantly dyeing his entire body red. Ah! Tokugawa Takatsuka roared, and hurriedly used a secret method to stop the bleeding, but at this time, Dugumo's long sword arrived again and stabbed his left arm again. Tokugawa Takatsuka didn't care about this. He now knew that Ling Yun and Dugumo were going to kill him. He quickly twisted his left arm and jumped up while clutching his right shoulder. He even wanted to escape. "You can't run away." Ling Yun snorted coldly, and swung the magic knife wildly, slashing across the waist like Tokugawa Takatsuka. Tokugawa was so frightened that he stopped covering the wound with his left hand, and hurriedly grabbed a branch above his head, and his body shrank sharply. Brush! Ling Yun cut off Tokugawa Takatsuka's legs with a single knife from the knees. "I'll leave it to you," Ling Yun said to Dugumo, and then ignored Tokugawa Takatsuka, who was almost cut into a human stick. He came to Xiaobai in a flash, and leaned over to check his injuries. Ling Yun quickly checked Xiaobai and found that it was just swept away by Tokugawa Takatsuka's palm. He was slightly injured and temporarily lost the ability to move. He was a little relieved. As soon as he raised his hand, he took out the 9 golden needles and the clear healing talisman. He first used the 9 needles of the spirit pivot to heal Xiaobai's internal injury, and then used the clear healing talisman to remove the bruises and swellings that had been swept by the palm wind. He gently picked up Xiaobai and walked in the direction of Qinjianren. "Throw Mr. Tokugawa over to me," Ling Yun said to Dugumo. Dugumo snorted coldly, raised his foot and kicked the bloody Tokugawa Takazuka fiercely, kicking him more than 20 meters away with one kick, and at the same time his figure followed closely, another kick. "I'll let you eat the monkey brains of the golden monkey, and I'll let you hurt our beautiful and cute little white." Dugumo kicked and scolded, until he kicked Dechuan to Qinjianren's side. "Stop." Ling Yun didn't care about the blood gushing out of Tokugawa Takazuka's body. He raised his hand and took out the photo he had seen from Tokugawa Takazuka's pocket. He glanced at it and knew that it must be the cauldron of a bronze cauldron. Cover, no doubt. "Can you tell me now? What are you looking for when you come to Shenongjia?" Ling Yun raised a bright smile on the corner of his mouth, and said to the two of them with a smile, I am a member of the Tokugawa family with the most noble blood in our great Eastern Ocean. A scholar can be killed without shame, and I won't say anything. Tokugawa Takazuka has reached the innate realm. His vitality is extremely powerful. 1 right arm and 2 calves were all cut off. He bleeds so much that he has not died yet because of a breath of innate energy. Ling Yun sneered twice, his mind moved, and the huge bronze cauldron came out of the space ring. He grabbed one of the cauldron ears of the bronze cauldron, put it on the ground with a bang, and then asked lightly, "Who are you? Didn't you come looking for this?" "Ah. Shenong Ding. To be continued. To be continued." Originally from Reading Net. Tokugawa Takatsuka, who was covered in blood, suddenly opened his blood-red eyes after seeing the bronze tripod that Ling Yun took out, and desperately wanted to climb over. Qinjianren, whose acupoints all over his body could not move, was tapped on the side, and his eyes lit up instantly, but when he thought of his situation, it immediately dimmed again. Dugumo rudely stepped on Tokugawa Takazuka, who was crawling only on his left arm, but he said with uncontrollable excitement in his eyes, "God, it really is Shenong Ding, this trip is finally worthwhile." "This trip, haha." Dugumo screamed in excitement, with an expression that was as if he had obtained the Shenong Ding himself. However, he was shocked to the extreme. From the moment he saw Ling Yun, he had carried one of the sacred artifacts of the demon sect, the demon sword of the underworld blood. He knew all kinds of magical formations like the back of his hand. Sickness, a terrifying fire talisman, and, he doesn't know, there is a baby who can hold all these things. Who is Ling Yun? The descendant of a mortal medicine sect? Why have I never heard of this sect? Also, Ling Yun's strength is too terrifying. He remembered clearly that when he met Ling Yun at the D-Bar in Qingshui City that day, Ling Yun was also the cultivation base of the early 5th floor of the day after tomorrow. Fly back and dodge. But after only 5 or 6 days, when he saw Ling Yun from the bottom of the Tianqing, Gumo could no longer judge Ling Yun's current cultivation level, except that he could see from Ling Yun's movement technique that his strength had risen sharply. Ling Yun now gives Gumo a feeling of returning to his original nature. If he stands there quietly, no matter who he looks, he is just an ordinary teenager, except that he looks a little too handsome and is particularly attractive when he smiles. There is nothing special anymore. Even when Ling Yun was not angry, even his eyes were much softer than before. He was more calm, and he no longer had the kind of dignified and soul-stirring aura that he used to laugh. When he laughed, it was even more sunny and pure, making people willing to get close to him invisibly. Apart from returning to nature, Gumo really couldn't find any other words to describe Ling Yun. His temperament is better than ever. Moreover, with Ling Yun, even an amazing genius like Gumo couldn't help but accept his arrangement inexplicably, as if he should have given orders. What the hell is going on here? I'm also a genius of the Dugu family that is hard to come by in 100 years. Why can't I compare to Ling Yun everywhere? Ling Yun, you let me go. As long as you are willing to hand this Shenongding to our Tokugawa family, I can guarantee that any hatred between us will be written off. And what do you want? Our Tokugawa family will give you whatever, and keep you rich in your life, and there are many beautiful women. You know, our Oriental beauties are very good at serving men. At this time, Tokugawa Takazuka even wanted to get the Shenongding in a whimsical way. He looked at the Shenongding like an 18-year-old boy. Seeing the goddess in his heart, she took off all her clothes one by one in front of him. Ling Yun smiled, took out the photo of the tripod cover and flashed it in front of Tokugawa Takatsuka. You are not qualified to negotiate with me now. If I guess right, this is the tripod cover of Shenongding, right? Is it right now? In your family? Say. Ling Yun used a Shunlong Shao for the last time, causing Tokugawa Takatsuka, who was already struggling, to be in a trance for a while. He nodded blankly and said, "Hi." Ling Yun took the opportunity to ask, "Where is your family?" Tokugawa Takatsuka opened his mouth and was just about to say the answer, but his mind suddenly came to his senses. He pointed at Ling Yun with his only left arm, and said with a horrified face, "Ling Yun, you are a devil. How could you? So many magic tricks?" Ling Yun said in his heart that this Oriental man had such a strong will, and he was able to wake him up so quickly under the roar of Shunlong Shao with all his strength. Ling Yun said with a sneer, "To deal with you monsters, you naturally have to use magic. Tell me, how can you have a map here? If you answer well, I will consider letting you die happily." This is what Ling Yun is most worried about. Since Tokugawa Takazuka has a map to the enclosed valley, their family obviously already knew about the valley in Shenongjia, which is a big trouble. Ling Yun, you can't kill me. I have already passed everything that happened here back to the family. If you kill me, our Tokugawa family, and even the entire Eastern Samurai family, will definitely hunt you down to the ends of the earth. Tokugawa Wuzuka threatened Ling Yun and said. Ling Yun smiled lightly, patted Tokugawa Takatsuka's head lightly with the blade of the dark blood demon sword and said, "Don't bluff me here, we have been fighting fiercely just now, how do you have time to send out information?" However, Ling Yun's heart is also a little awe-inspiring. He Xingyan used the heavenly killing communication device he carried to call the 3 heavenly killing killers, which made Ling Yun fall into an extremely dangerous situation. Now Tokugawa Takashi said the information has been passed back. Ling Yun really can't help but believe it. Of course it was when you were catching this trash. Tokugawa Takatsuka turned his head with difficulty, looked at Qin Jianren who couldn't move, then turned his head and smiled proudly. Our science and technology in Dodonjiang is not something you can only do. What the Chinese who use cold weapons know. Ling Yun was amused. He raised his finger and pointed to the heavy guns near the tent that had never been used before. He smiled and said, "What happened to the cold weapon? Didn't the cold weapon kill you all?" Ling Yun knew that Tokugawa Takazuka should not have lied, and he must have spread some things that happened here, but there would definitely not be too much information, because Tokugawa Takazuka's time was limited. However, now that his skill has improved greatly, he has no restrictions on spiritual energy, and he has a lot of treasures in his hands. He is not afraid of any bullshit Tokugawa family. Ling Yun was afraid that the night would be too long, so he gave Tokugawa Takazuka a cold smile, who was bleeding all over his body. Mr. Tokugawa Wuzhong, I don't care if you have a seed or not, but I can tell you clearly that things from China cannot be left in your East. In the hands of people. Don't worry, this tripod cover. Ling Yun finally took the photo and flashed it in front of Tokugawa Takazuka. I will definitely go and get it back in the future. You can go in peace. After speaking, Ling Yun waved his right hand lightly, and Tokugawa Takatsuka's head fell to the ground. I said genius, you're too boring, aren't you? You said I'll kill you, why did you suddenly shoot? When Digimo saw Ling Yun swinging the knife, he was so frightened that he hurriedly jumped away, but even so, he was still spattered in many places by the blood spurting out of Tokugawa Takazuka's neck. Whoever kills is the same. Ling Yun smiled slightly, turned his eyes to Qin Jianren, raised his hand and pointed at him. It was him who agreed at that time. Please don't kill me, I'm just a fart, you let me go. Qin Jianren saw Ling Yun's action was so decisive, so frightened that he couldn't care about anything now, and quickly opened his mouth to beg for mercy. If he could move, he would have kowtowed by now. Let you go? Ling Yun smiled heehily. I let you go, so that you can continue to work for the tiger, and let you go to the Tokugawa family for credit? Let you come back and seek revenge for us? You said you were going to let me live. Qin Jianren was already shaking with a pale face and body. Ling Yun laughed. You remember this clearly, then you can talk about it. What the hell is going on? Qin Jianren just wanted to save his life, he quickly said. I said all. It turned out that when the Orientals invaded China, in the later period of the war, the fire of war was burned to Shenanjia. At that time, Shenanjia was extensively explored, and the nearby residents were looted frantically. In the home of an old hunter, he got this ding cover. Because it was a bronzeware, they knew that this was a remarkable cultural relic. After asking the old hunter, they knew that the old hunter had strayed into a valley when he was hunting in Shenanjia when he was young. They went to find Dingshan. But at that time, the old hunter was already in his 70s, how could he endure such a trek? More than 10 days later, when the old hunter took them to the mountain outside the valley, he contracted a severe cold and died in the deep mountains. At that time, the war had come to an end, and Dongyang was completely defeated. These people had no time to explore the closed valley and left in a hurry. However, the Dongyang people were cautious and drew a map, ready to find an opportunity to come back to take the tripod. The tripod cover finally fell into the hands of the Tokugawa family. They searched for various experts to conduct a comprehensive study of the tripod lid, and finally confirmed that the tripod lid should be part of the legendary Shinong tripod. Moreover, this Shinong Ding is also related to a great secret, that is, the Earth Emperor. As long as the Shinong Ding is found, there is a chance to get the Emperor of the Earth. Therefore, the Tokugawa family began to seek cooperation with the big family in Huaxia, and finally reached some kind of agreement with the Qin family in the capital, and opened up layers of joints. Complete equipment, enter the Shenanjia. And the master sent by the Qin family, to accompany him all the way and get through all the joints is this Qin Jianren. Of course, Tokugawa Takazuka didn't trust Qin Jianren at all, so Qin Jianren didn't know what he was looking for here. He only knew that the family sent him here, to accompany Tokugawa Takazuka to Shenanjia, to find something. Now, there are countless benefits for him, so he is just like an errand servant, just waiting for the job to be done, and returning to the family to claim the credit. After listening to Qin Jianren's narration, Ling Yun completely understood it. He smiled and said, "So what agreement did your Qin family reach with the Tokugawa family?" Qin Jianren shook his head quickly and said, "This is the top secret of the family, how can I know? But our family is now ranked in the top 3 among the 7 major families in the capital. I think it should be to step on the dragon family and become the largest family in the capital." Bar? Ling Yun nodded and said with a smile, "Then tell me, how can we leave Shenangjia as quickly as possible?" Qin Jianren thought that Ling Yun really wanted to let him go, and quickly told the truth. Ling Yun nodded and smiled, "You did a good job, you can die now." "What? Didn't you say you wanted to let me go?" Qin Jianren was shocked. "Idiot, do you believe me if I'm joking?" Ling Yun gave Dugumo a wink. Dugumo snorted coldly and pierced Qin Jianren's throat with a sword. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Don't worry, baby, brother, I will go to Donyang sooner or later and find you back. Ling Yun stared at the photo of Shenong Ding's Ding Guy and muttered to himself. Hashtag. Dugumo, who was on the side, only felt a layer of goose bumps on his back, and he shivered a bit, and then said, "Count me in then. Xiaobai's injury has healed." It stared at Ling Yun with a pair of charming fox eyes, with a sweet smile on the fox's face, hoping that he could transform as soon as possible. Ling Yun stared at the photo for a long time, and then looked at the Shenong Ding beside him. He turned around the Shenong Ding twice, shook his head and said, "That is, the name is nice, except that it is made of bronze, it is very old and beautiful. Besides, I don't see anything special. Dugu, can you study it?" Dugumo shook his head decisively and said, "You can't even study the genius of the immortal medicine sect, let alone me. Hurry up and put it away, let's get out of here first." Ling Yun smiled and said, "Didn't you say one person is half? This thing is too heavy, you help me carry it for a while." Dugumo turned pale in shock, and rolled his eyes, "Who is half of you? It's so big, you can see how heavy it is at first glance. Do you think I'm Xiangyu? Still carrying a tripod for a while?" Ling Yun smiled, grabbed the ear of Shenong Ding with his left hand, and put it into the space ring, and then said to Dugumo, who was standing dumbfounded, "Hurry up, check the packages and equipment of these corpses, the 2 of us." "1 of 5. Dugumo said in surprise, "Everyone is dead, what else to check?" Ling Yun smiled indifferently. The first one walked to Qin Jianren's body and began to search for his body, and soon he took out 2 bundles of cash from Qin Jianren's body, and said to Dugumo Yang, "See, you can't kill in vain. It's about getting paid." Dugumo is a pure and good boy. He was instantly stunned by Ling Yun's behavior, and murmured, "This is also possible?" Ling Yun never found anything from Qin Jianren again. Then he came to the body of Tokugawa Takazuka. There really is a communicator. Ling Yun really found a communicator on him, but he didn't understand this kind of high-tech stuff. Mo said, "Except for money, destroy all these things." Dugumo originally didn't want to touch these corpses of the Orientals, but now he understands what Ling Yun is going to do. So he quickly nodded and started to help. The 2 were busy working together. I rummaged through the bodies one by one, and even opened the equipment bags of these people. As long as they were detection equipment, communication tools and other things, they were all smashed into pieces. Finally, all the things that could be burned were gathered together. Ling Yun ignited the fire with the fire talisman, and everything was burned out. Ling Yun also found 180,000 in cash from the 2 equipment bags, plus the 2 bundles just now. Exactly 200,000. He knew that the 2 equipment packages should belong to Tokugawa and Qin Jianren. Those guns and ammunition Ling Yun took were useless. He and Dugumo found an extremely secret bush nearby, dug a big hole, and buried them all. Okay, these corpses naturally have rare animals in the forest to take care of them, let's go. Ling Yun finished speaking. Hidigumo took Xiaobai and galloped directly towards the outside of Shinanjia according to the route that Qinjianren said. Poor Tokugawa Takazuka, who wanted to eat monkey brains raw, did not expect that his body would be left in the Shinanjia forever, instead being devoured by all kinds of animals. Qinjianren did a really good job. Lingyun and Dugumo followed the route he instructed and climbed 4 mountains one after another, and immediately found the road. Lingyun had already put Dugumo's long sword into his space ring, and he let Xiaobai transform without a tail. Dugumo had seen Xiaobai's illusion just now, and he didn't ask too much. On their way out, the two encountered more than a dozen clear mountain springs. They had already washed the blood on their clothes, and they rushed out on the road outside wearing wet clothes. Although they had cleaned the blood on their bodies, when they suddenly appeared in the sight of tourists, they were still shocked, thinking that they had encountered the savages of Shinanjia. Because after a fierce fight, they galloped all the way through mountains and mountains in the deep mountains and old forests. Their clothes were really tattered and disrespectful, even worse than the clothes worn by beggars on the street. However, after seeing that the two were not as tall as the legendary savages, a few passers-by boldly surrounded them and asked them what was going on. Lingyun had already made a speech, saying that they were also tourists in Shinanjia, but the two of them accidentally lost their way and wandered in the mountains and forests for a day and a night before finally finding the road. Then Lingyun pretended to have forgotten about the date, and knew that today was April 12th, Saturday, so he felt a little more at ease. It's not even 8 o'clock in the morning, anyway, as long as you can get back to Qingshui City before midnight tonight, it won't be a delay for Ninger's birthday. There are many tourist vans in Shinanjia, and the two quickly stopped one of them. The driver of the tourist van saw what the two were wearing and didn't want to pull them, but when Lingyun took out a bundle of red and bright 100-yuan bills, the driver's eyes lit up immediately. He didn't ask anything, he invited Lingyun and Dugumo to the car like a grandfather and asked them where they were going. Dugumo told him to go to Muyu town first, the sooner the better. If they drive fast enough, they will pay more, and the driver will naturally drive his life. Although it is Saturday, it is still early. The car drove fast all the way, and it only took more than 20 minutes to reach Muyu town. Lingyun was very generous, and gave the driver $1,000, then asked him for directions, and directly changed to a car that picks up tourism business on the side of the road. From here to Yichang, how long will it take you to arrive? Money can make a ghost run the mill. As soon as Lingyun got in the car, he patted a bundle of 100-yuan bills in his hand and asked the driver of the car. More than 170 kilometers, at normal speed, it will take about 2.5 hours. The driver's heart beat faster and his Adam's apple trembled. Lingyun laughed. Okay, how much will it cost you to take me to Yichang? The driver master thought for a while and said, 1,000 yuan. Lingyun said with a smile, I'll give you 2,000, and it's calculated as 2.5 hours. For every half hour in advance, I'll give you 500 more, you can do it yourself. The driver doesn't drive like that? That car is going crazy. The driver didn't even care to talk, he stepped on the accelerator to the end, and galloped wildly all the way. In the end, it took them just over an hour to reach Yichang after 2.5 hours. After the driver stopped, he wiped his sweat and said to Lingyun, little brother, I'm really speeding this way, that's all I can do. Hurry up. It is estimated that the traffic bureau will fine me a lot of money. Lingyun smiled, took out 5,000 yuan, put it in his hand, and said with a smile, don't worry, I will never lose you, give you 5,000, and then help me find a good car, the sooner the better. The driver asked wonderingly, why are you in such a hurry? Where are you going? Why don't you go to the Three Gorges Airport in Yichang to take a flight? Lingyun shook his head with a wry smile and said, let's go to the provincial capital of Hubei province, look at the way we both look, we lost our ID cards in the Shinanjia, not to mention the plane, even the train can't take it? The driver master thought about it too, thinking that you have lost your ID cards and still have so much money, you are really giving up your life and money. But for the money's sake, he didn't ask more, just smiled and said, then you are looking for me. I have a friend who runs there specially, but he drives a BMW, as long as you all call him if I can afford it. Ling Yun nodded and smiled, okay, give as much as you want, as long as it is fast enough. In this way, Ling Yun and Dugumo changed into a BMW again. Ling Yun directly took out 10,000 yuan and handed it over to the driver, so that the sooner the better. The speed of the BMW car is naturally much faster than the car just now. The driver is also a racing enthusiast. After getting on the highway, he drove the car to a speed of 180 miles and never got off. The distance of more than 300 kilometers was only it took more than 2 hours to arrive in Wuhan. After chatting all the way, the buddy knew that Ling Yun's final destination was the capital city of Jiangnan province, and immediately offered to drive them directly back to Qingshui city. Ling Yun thought for a while and asked, how far is it from here to Qingshui? The buddy opened his mouth and replied, there are still about 800 kilometers. According to my speed, including the time delayed by refueling and passing the toll station on the road, I will arrive in 6 hours at most. Ling Yun asked him with a smile, then you keep driving so fast, can your body handle it? The buddy smiled and said, to be honest, the body is really overwhelmed by doing this all the time, but who told us to make money? As long as you give enough money, little brother, I promise to send you back to Qingshui safely and quickly. It will definitely not delay you to celebrate your girlfriend's birthday. Ling Yun laughed and said, okay, tell me how much you want. The buddy was very happy, and he opened his mouth and said, you gave me 10,000 yuan from Yicheng to Wuhan. In fact, this is already a luxury. To be honest, it is enough to go to Qingshui for a round trip, but I don't think you look like you. It's someone who is short of money. Ling Yun raised his hand to stop his ink, and smiled and directly asked him to make an offer. The man offered a total price of 20,000 yuan. Ling Yun nodded and said yes. Then they first found a gas station to fill up the gas. Ling Yun and Dugumo went to a clothing store to buy new clothes each, and the three simply ate some food. After that, at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, we set off on time and headed straight to Qingshui city, Jiangnan province. That buddy is right. After he drove the BMW to the highway, he still ran all the way. Except for passing the toll booth and refueling the car didn't fall 130 miles. At 7:30 in the evening, Ling Yun and Dugumo finally returned to Qingshui city. More than 1,100 kilometers, from 7:30 in the morning to 7:30 in the evening, 30,000 yuan in this way, it is really a luxury. To be continued. To be continued. Exciting, really exciting. This way, I really opened my eyes, you are just burning money. The young man who can drive a BMW is obviously not a master who has never seen money, but it is the first time he has seen him spend 30,000 yuan for more than 1,000 kilometers just to rush back to celebrate his girlfriend's birthday. Dugumo also grinned at Ling Yun and said, I said genius, are you crazy? Ling Yun took out 20,000 yuan, added another 2,000 yuan, and handed it to the driver together, then said with a smile, thank you, buddy, you've been driving all day, and you're tired enough, so take it as tonight. I'll treat you, have a good time in Qingshui city, and go back slowly tomorrow. The scene, it's really a scene. Then I'm welcome, I'll accept it all. The driver was so desperate and rushed to Qingshui. It was originally to make money, so it was not hypocritical. Ling Yunqin said that it wasn't my own money anyway, but I spent more than 170,000 yuan in the space ring. Where are you two going? I'll take you off. For the money's sake, the driver was very happy. Ling Yun didn't want to change cars anymore. He thought about it and said, then I'll trouble you, I'll show you the way, drive. Ling Yun pointed the way and asked the driver to drive straight to the Qingshui Lake Scenic area in Qingshui city. When he was near the Qingxi Villa area, he and Dugumo got off the car and sent the driver away. At this time, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. The two found a relatively hidden place. Ling Yin took Dugumo's long sword out of the space ring and gave it to him, then smiled and said to him, "I said, let's two, or you still fighting?" When Dugumo heard this, he directly punched Ling Yin in the chest, and shouted, strangely, "You are so perverted, even Tokugawa of the first floor of the Innate can't get a good deal from you. Let's fight a fart, I won't fight you." Ling Yin was amused, and asked, casually, "I'm going to celebrate Ninger's birthday, do you want to play together?" Dugumo shook his head and said, "No. I have to hurry back to the hotel where I live. I'm too tired this time. I'll go back and make some adjustments. I'll find you tomorrow." Ling Yin smiled and said, "I said that if you're fine, hurry up and buy a mobile phone, so we can easily contact you. Don't forget that you will be my bodyguard for 2 months." Dugumo smiled and said, "Your mobile phone is out of power. I can't contact you even if I bought a mobile phone." Ling Yin said, "Don't worry. I'll definitely charge the battery tonight, and turn on my phone tomorrow. By the way, have you written down my phone number?" Dugumo laughed and said, "Your phone number is so easy to remember, you have already remembered it, don't worry." Ling Yin smiled and said, "If you want to find me tomorrow, you can come to the 4th area of Qingxi Villa District, Villa number 1, to find me." Dugumo also told Ling Yin the hotel and room number he stayed in, and then the two said goodbye to each other and separated. It's only 8 o'clock in the evening. It's neither too early nor too late. Ling Yin looked up at Longpan Mountain and Nanquifeng, and then looked at the tourists coming and going by Qingshui Lake. He sighed slightly in his heart. He felt that the experience of going to Tianqing was like doing a game dreamy. Anyway, it was a surprise, and finally came back. Go to celebrate Ninger's birthday. Ling Yin thought in his heart. A charming smile appeared on Jun's face. He raised his feet and walked towards the villa where Shui Mining was staying. At the same time, in Shunishui's villa, there was a lot of noise, people came and went, and it was very lively. Obviously, many dignitaries came to celebrate Shui Mining's birthday. Some of these people came from Qingshui City, some came from the capital, and others came here from all over the country to celebrate Shui Mining's 17th birthday. Shui Shini's villa, this kind of happy and lively scene basically happens twice a year. Once was his birthday, and once was his precious granddaughter, Shui Mining's birthday. Everyone knows Shui Shini's temper and knows that he lives in seclusion here. Therefore, after most people come, they put down their gifts and leave without eating, and they don't stay here. How extensive is Shui Shini's connections? If all the people who come here stay for a meal before leaving, let alone Shui Shini's villa, even if all the villas in the Qingxi Villa area are vacated, they can't hold so many people. Of course, there are not many people who know that Shui Shini lives in seclusion and also know that Shui Mining's birthday is today, not to mention that Shui Mining's parents did not invite anyone else. Most of the people who came here today, through inquiries, learned that Shui Mining's birthday today, uninvited people, the shadow of the famous tree, they mainly climbed the big tree of Shui Shini. Shui Jingqi, the first genius doctor in China, and his son Shui Qingye smiled and greeted the people who came to give Shui Mining birthday gifts, in a happy and peaceful atmosphere. The old man, Shui, nodded to everyone, with a smile on his face, but the smile was a little hard to hide, and there was a look of haggard and worry in his eyes. All this is just because Ling Yin has been missing for too long. Too many tragic things have happened these past few days. If it wasn't for Shui Mining's parents, who had already prepared for Ninger's birthday a month in advance, and everyone who should be invited, Shui Shini would rather cancel this birthday for Ninger. During the entire Qingming festival, except for the night when Ling Yin had an accident at the banker, everything was fine. Why did Ling Yin disappear just after the Qingming festival was over? And he disappeared so completely as soon as he disappeared, as if there was no such person in the world suddenly. So many people tried to find him by all means, but all of them came to the same result: they couldn't find him. No one knew where Ling Yun went, and no one knew whether Ling Yun was alive or dead. Many people went crazy trying to find Ling Yun. In order to find Ling Yun, xuanhuan hadn't gone to school for 4 days. Her eyes were swollen from crying like 2 peaches. How could she celebrate her birthday? And so many things have happened these days. Although these things have nothing to do with xuanhuan, they are all related to Ling Yun. But since it was ready early, and the banquet was set, it was impossible to say no to this birthday, and the identity of xuanhuan was there. There was no way. Xuanhuan could only force a smile and cheer up, and the people who were sitting there with him smiled and signaled, and those who really had the identity would stand up and send them off, and the others would be represented by his son Xueqingye directly. Anyway, Shani Shui knew that no matter how Ninger's mother Zhang Manyun persuaded her, Ninger would definitely not come out of her bedroom. xuanhuan's bedroom. Darling, don't cry anymore. If you cry again, your mother's heart will be broken by you. Ling Yun is missing. No one can find him now, but life will be better. A middle-aged beautiful woman who is only 37 or 80 years old, with fair skin, beautiful face, graceful figure, wearing a long red dress and holding a noble bun, is sitting on the head of the bed with a sad face, looking at her with beautiful eyes. xuanhuan fell on the bed crying, her eyes full of distress. xuanhuan was wearing a nightgown and lay quietly on the bed. Her long black and beautiful hair was scattered like haystacks. Her 2 big beautiful eyes were swollen like ripe peaches. Full of red bloodshots, the tears in his eyes slipped silently from his cheeks, and the pillow towel that he had just changed had already been wet again. xuanhuan just shed tears silently. She didn't bother to reply a word to her mother Zhang Manyun's consolation. She no longer had the strength to respond, and she was saddened to the extreme. A voice echoed in xuanhuan's heart, "Brother Ling Yun, where are you, where are you? How can you be missing for so long? It's been 6 days, why can't we find you?" In just 6 short days, xuanhuan didn't think about tea and rice, and she spent it all in tears, and she had already lost a lot of weight. Zhang Manyun sighed faintly. She reached out and took a tissue, and wiped xuanhuan gently. "Ninger, listen to my mother, hurry up and take a bath and dress up. Listen, there are a lot of guests down here. They are all here to celebrate your birthday. It would be too rude if you didn't show up all the time." xuanhuan finally raised her red and swollen eyelids, glanced at Zhang Manyun, pouted, and said in a hoarse voice, "Courtesy. Courtesy. You all know your courtesy. Now that Brother Ling Yun is gone, I don't care what courtesy. Those people are all of you. What does it have to do with me? Who asked you to celebrate my birthday? Brother Ling Yun can't be found, so what is the birthday?" Zhang Manyun said in his heart, "Dear daughter, a few days ago, you almost made a phone call a day to ask your parents to make your birthday more grand this year. Now your brother Ling Yun is gone, but we are relying on the matter. Come on, this is really..." But now is not the time to blame her daughter. Zhang Manyun knew that she had said something wrong. She quickly coaxed her daughter, and hurriedly said, "Okay, rude and impolite, today is my precious daughter's birthday, you are the oldest, you can do whatever you want, but, you haven't eaten or drank all day today, mommy give you a sip of water, right?" xuanhuan frowned and said, "I don't drink it. Brother Ling Yun is gone, why are you drinking water? If dad is gone, will you still be in the mood to drink water?" Sturdy. Very extreme and particularly sturdy. A little demon girl is a little demon girl, even if she is sad to the extreme, her words will have an extraordinary shocking force. Zhang Manyun pursed his lips slightly. "How do you talk about this child? Your brother Ling Yun is important, but no matter how important he is, can the relationship between him and you be comparable to the relationship between your mother and your father?" xuanhuan drilled her head into the quilt and shouted loudly, "Comparable, just comparable. What do you know? Brother Ling Yun saved my grandfather's life." Zhang Manyun sighed faintly, thinking that Ling Yun is real, how could he suddenly disappear after a good time, and ruined my daughter like this? Now that he is good, he can't study, he doesn't want to eat, and he doesn't love beauty. Now, he knew that he would do everything possible to find someone all day long, so this Lingyun had such a great charm? After thinking about it for a long time, she suddenly had an idea, and said to the precious girl who was under the quilt, Ninger, didn't you say that Lingyun promised to give you a birthday? Maybe he will appear tonight? Sure enough, xuanhuan, who was covering her head with the quilt, sat up from the bed at once. Really? To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Seeing that her move really worked, Zheng Manyun immediately said to xuanhuan seriously, Ninger, think about it, has your brother Lingyun ever said something that doesn't count? Xuanhuan didn't need to think about it, she said in her heart that she had it, it was too much. But that's all for bad people. Brother Lingyun has never spoken to himself. Zheng Manyun saw that his daughter was silent and thoughtful, and continued with a gentle smile, since your brother Lingyun is someone who keeps his promise, he will definitely care about your birthday. I think he will definitely come back to celebrate Ninger's birthday, no matter what the reason is for his disappearance. When talking about Lingyun, xuanhuan lost her mind, she looked at her mother blankly, and muttered to herself, but, brother Lingyun has been missing for 6 days, and he hasn't shown up for so many major events these days. Well, will he really show up today? Also, if brother Lingyun really shows up, if he knows that such a big thing has happened at home. Zheng Manyun said in her heart that she had a door. She had to coax her daughter downstairs anyway. Today, Hu Xiaobai, the master of Xiaogu in Divine Doctor Valley, is here. They are here to celebrate Ninger's birthday. Too disrespectful to others? Don't worry about it for now. Isn't your grandfather trying to figure out what to do? Ninger, think about it, if your brother Lingyun suddenly appeared in front of you and saw you like this. This sentence is more effective than any panacea. Xuanhuan jumped out of bed directly. Mom, what time is it? I want to take a bath. Oh, my eyes are so ugly, Mom, what can I do? Brother Lingyun won't like it. Xuanhuan got out of bed and looked at her dresser, her mouth opened wide in fright and exclaimed. Zheng Manyun sighed deeply, thinking that it had been a whole day. Ninger didn't get out of bed, didn't eat, didn't drink water, and didn't do anything except cry. Now I talk about Lingyun. May come. Excited so much. Don't worry, with my mother here, I promise to make Ninger the prettiest tonight. Of course, Zheng Manyun knew that Lingyun would not come, but it has already become like this. Let Ninger have expectations first. It doesn't matter if you go downstairs or not, at least let his precious girl eat something and drink some water. Otherwise, keep going like this. In a few days, Ninger's body will collapse. The living room on the first floor, the huge living room, was brightly lit and noisy. Most of the people who came to celebrate xuanhuan's birthday came and left. But it was still full of congratulatory guests, and there were 4 tables in total. One of the tables, of course, was an old friend who had a good relationship with Shini Shui. He took this opportunity to come and chat with Shini Shui, which was lively and lively. There are 2 more tables. Sitting there were friends of xuanhuan's parents from all over the country. They were all powerful and powerful people. They were either rich or expensive, because when their children were celebrating their birthdays, Xue Qingya and Zheng Manyun both went to cheer on them. Now xuanhuan is celebrating his birthday. Yes, of course, we have to come over to greet you. There is also a table. The people sitting were all young people between the ages of 17 or 18 to 25 or 6 years old. They were all playboys from the major families in China. Warmly exchanged the hottest topics at the moment, or touted each other, but they were all tacit. Among the dozen or so young men, Hu Xiaobai, the young master of the magical medicine valley, Long Tianyu, the 7th young master of the Long family in Beijing, and Li Yumin, the fourth young master of the Li family in Beijing, are the core. These three people not only have good looks, but also have family backgrounds. Prominent. He was born into a noble family, and compared with the other dudes, he seemed to be more than one grade higher. 19-year-old Long Tianyu asked with a smile, "Brother Li, your Li family has a great career. I wonder what gift you brought to Ning sister's birthday this time." Li Yumensheng was clean and gentle. He smiled indifferently and said, "Oh, it's not a good thing. I can't get my stuff out. I just brought a Maybach to Sister Ninger. I'm really embarrassed to say." Except for Hu Xiaobai and Long Tianyu, the other dudes took a deep breath at the same time, and said that they were indeed the Li family. Their family monopolized China's electricity and coal, so they were not short of money. Li Yumin said that he was embarrassed, but his face was full of smug smiles, and he asked Long Tianyu, "Tianyu, your Long family is known as our first family in Beijing. I don't know what birthday gift you brought this time." Sister Ninger? Although Long Tianyu is young, his words and deeds are quite calm, and he has the style of the young master of the Long family. He said leisurely, "Oh, my gift is better than Brother Li's gift, but it really can't be on the table. It's just a pearl necklace, with a 9-carat pink diamond inlaid in the middle. I hope Sister Ninger likes it." When the other dudes heard it, they immediately lost interest, thinking how much money a string of pearl necklaces could have, and the Long family was too embarrassed to take it for a diamond of only 9 carats. But Li Yumin was surprised when he heard it, and asked, "Pink diamond? Brother Tianyu, it seems that your Long family has put a lot of effort into making you congratulate Sister Ninger on her birthday." A dude with no brains asked dumbly, "It's just a 9-carat diamond, what's the trouble with it?" "I just sent a 15-carat South African diamond." Long Tianyu smiled lightly and didn't say anything, only listening to Li Yumin explaining with a smile, "It's not about the diamond, it's about the color of the diamond. The highest quality pink diamonds are now worth $1 million per carat. Also, 7 carats, the above pink diamonds, because they are too gorgeous and beautiful, are rare in the world, which cannot be calculated at $1 million per carat." That dude was speechless all of a sudden. What Long Tianyu gave was not money at all, but a rarity in the world. Long Tianyu smiled smugly and turned his eyes to Hu Xiaobai again. He asked politely, "I don't know what kind of birthday gift did you bring to Sister Ninger for coming here so solemnly this time?" Long Tianyu couldn't be rude. What is the valley of... The first person to notice Ling Yun walking into the villa was, of course, divine Dr. Shui, who had already reached the innate realm. Even before Ling Yun spoke, he stood up from his seat in surprise. The worry in Shueshini's eyes and the stiff smile forced on his face were swept away, and instantly replaced with unconcealed excitement and ecstasy. Shueshini suddenly stood up from his seat with a swipe sound, and subconsciously floated out of the house to greet Ling Yun outside the yard. But he suddenly remembered that this was in front of everyone's eyes, and doing so was too shocking to the world, so Shini Shui just involuntarily took 2 steps forward, stabilized his tall figure, and clenched his fists nervously. Standing there, waiting for Ling Yun to walk into the living room. But even so, as one of the focus characters tonight, Shini Shui, his movements and the change of expression on his face just now were noticed by many caring people. Everyone in the living room couldn't help but be puzzled and bewildered. They had never heard of someone named Ling Yun. What kind of aristocratic family's son was this, so he deserved to be treated like this, by the 2 key figures tonight? Tonight's birthday star Shui Mining, on such an important occasion, shouted in public that as long as Ling Yun didn't come, she would not go downstairs. Although Shini Shui did not lose his manners to the guests who came and went today, as long as he had a little bit of eyesight, he would be able to let it out. Shini Shui had been absent-minded today, just forcing a smile. But hearing this Ling Yun was coming, Shini Shui stood up from his seat excitedly before he could wait for others to enter the room, and wanted to get up and go out to meet him in person, which was shocking. You must know that the guests who come here today are worthy of Shini Shui standing up to greet him, but they are just the old friends of Shini Shui at that table. Moreover, Ling Yan's appearance seems to be a little too dragged. If you don't see him, you will hear his voice first. No matter what the situation is in the villa, how dare you say that you hit the little birthday star's ass? The pearl of the Shui family, the only granddaughter of Shani Shui, since when did people get spanked casually? And it seems that Dr. Shui is not only not angry at all, but still very excited. All of these things added up, and all of a sudden, everyone's appetite was satiated, and everyone couldn't help but secretly guess Ling Yan's identity. I thought to what extent this person had to go against the sky to receive such coveted treatment. Could it be better than Hu Xiaobai, the master of Xiaogu in the Valley of Magical Medicine? Long Tianyu, the seventh young master of the Long family, and Li Yumin, the fourth young master of the Li family, have a higher status? Everyone was extremely curious. Regardless of gender, age, they all turned their heads to look at the door of the living room, waiting for Ling Yun to enter the room, wanting to see what an excellent young man he was. At the same time, on the second floor of the villa, Shui Mining, who had just finished shouting at her father, heard the nasty voice that she was no longer familiar with before she finished speaking. In that calm and leisurely manner, she was born with an indescribable, arrogant and free-spirited tone, the voice that disappeared from her ears for 6 days. Shui Mining only felt a hum in her brain, and the blood all over her body solidified instantly, but it became boiling again almost instantly. Then trembling violently. She is stunned. Completely bewildered. She wanted to move, but couldn't move. She wanted to open her mouth to shout, but couldn't. Happiness came so quickly and suddenly, she couldn't believe what she heard was true, she thought it was all an illusion. Only. There was a voice in Shui Mining's heart that was roaring wildly, causing her ears to roar and her delicate body to tremble. Big Brother Ling Yun. It's Big Brother Ling Yun. Big Brother Ling Yun is back. Is he really back? Only when you have lost it completely can you know the happiness you once had. Only after experiencing the despair of the heart can you understand what the joy of survival is. Ninger. Shui Qingya and Zhang Manyun naturally heard Ling Yun's voice. They stared nervously at their daughter, wondering if her daughter was overreacting, so frightened Zhang Manyun hurriedly called out to Ninger, who had been stunned. Ninger, did you hear that your brother Ling Yun is back? Why don't you hurry downstairs? Shui Qingya also reminded his daughter. Really? Is it really brother Ling Yun coming back? Isn't this an illusion? Or am I dreaming? Shui Mining murmured to herself in a daze. Since it was confirmed that Ling Yun was missing, Shui Mining had never slept peacefully again. She always woke up in a dream, sometimes dreaming that Ling Yun was back, sometimes dreaming that Ling Yun had an accident. Tears of surprise or fear. Zhang Manyun heard it really, she gave a tender and distressed smile, and finally dared to pat her daughter's fragrant shoulder gently, and said softly, "It's not an illusion, it's not a dream, your brother Ling Yun, this time is really back, listen, he has entered the living room and is talking to your grandfather." Shui Mining pinched her thigh fiercely. She let out a hiss in pain and listened carefully, and finally her eyes flashed with ecstasy of happiness. Brother Ling Yun. Without any hesitation, the little demon girl rushed outside the bedroom with the skirt of the red evening dress she just put on, but was pulled back by Zhang Manyun. Zhang Manyun said in her heart, how could her precious daughter become like this because of Ling Yun? She gave Ninger a coquettish look, and then pointed to the shoes that had been prepared for her. Stupid boy, wearing a dress, how can you go out to meet guests with bare feet? Shui Mining just took a shower and put on a luxurious evening dress under Zhang Manyun's persuasion. Because she was not going to go downstairs, she had never worn shoes. Now, after being reminded by her mother, she realized that she was really barefoot. But the surprise soon turned into worry, because she washed her face with tears all day these days. Her eyes were so swollen that they looked like 2 peaches, and there were red bloodshot eyes in her eyes. Shui Mining hurriedly put on her shoes, and suddenly thought of her own eyes. She exclaimed anxiously, "Ah! Mom, my eyes, what can I do? Zhang Mannion smiled and said, this is very simple, just wait a while, mother will put on your makeup. Ling Yun is downstairs now. Although the little demon girl can't wait to see Ling Yun, she doesn't want to appear in front of Ling Yun in such an ugly appearance, so she can only suppress the excitement in her heart, change her shoes, and ask Zhang Mannion to give it to her. Put on makeup. But before that, the little demon rushed to the door of the bedroom and shouted loudly, Brother Ling Yun, wait for me for a while, I'll be down soon. Zhang Mannion frowned slightly when she saw her, but she couldn't do anything about her precious daughter, so she could only shake her head and chuckle. Xue Qingye nodded to Zhang Mannion, then turned around and went downstairs. He wanted to see what kind of person Ling Yun was, who could get the approval of his father and harm his precious daughter into such a person. Ling Yun had already entered the living room. As soon as he entered the room, he immediately met the eyes of dozens of people in the living room, and suddenly became the most concerned person in the living room. These eyes are curious, puzzled, doubtful, dazed, puzzled. Of course, there are also the shocked and excited eyes of Xue Shini. But what kind of person Ling Yun is, let you blow the wind and waves, I walk in the courtyard, he is so calm and leisurely, he walked in front of Shini Xue, with a bright smile on his face, Grandpa Xue, I'm here to celebrate Ninger's birthday, it seems a little late, don't you blame me? Xue Shini was shocked, naturally because he found that he couldn't see Ling Yun's realm at all. Now Ling Yun is just like an ordinary high school student in the city, except that he looks a little too handsome and his body is too tall and straight. A little bit, Ling Yun is no different from ordinary people. It's good to come, it's good to come. Xue Shini grabbed Ling Yun's hand with excitement, and kindly pulled him closer to take a closer look. Shini Xue secretly wondered in his heart, could it be that Ling Yun has no martial arts? Or, the realm has surpassed me, or has reached the realm of returning to the original? This is impossible. After Ling Yun cultivated into one Qi Yin-yang art, his changes were really great. Because of that strange Dantian relationship, no matter whether Ling Yun is cultivating Yin Gong or not, as long as he doesn't show it on purpose, it will be difficult for others to see his current realm of strength, and everyone will think that he is just an ordinary person. Of course, the most important thing is the change of Ling Yun's temperament. Ling Yun's eyes were much softer than before, and he no longer had the sharp edge he used to show, and no longer flickered brightly. When he smiled, his handsome face was bright and pure, and he was full of the image of a sunny boy next door. After a long absence, the two of them have a lot to say and a lot to ask each other, but now they are in full view of the eyes, they both hold back, just exchange a few glances, and simply exchange a few words. At this moment, Xue Qingye went downstairs, Shini Xue held Ling Yun's hand and introduced Ling Yun with a smile. Xue Qingye is Ninger's father, Ling Yun is naturally very polite, he smiled indifferently, and bowed respectfully to Xue Qingye, hello Uncle Xue. This kid is so handsome. This was Xue Qingye's first impression after seeing Ling Yun, and then it was gone. He pretended that nothing had happened, but in fact he looked at Ling Yun very carefully for a long time, but he couldn't see anything special about Ling Yun besides being handsome, and he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Just because he was handsome and saved my father's life, he became so fascinated by my daughter, this kid is really... However, Xue Qingye didn't show these thoughts. He told Ling Yun that Ninger would come down soon, and then told Shini Xue that he would bring Ling Yun to the table. As Ling Yun arrived at the table and seated at the table, Ninger's birthday party officially began. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. After Ling Yun was seated, Xue Qingye smiled and announced the official start of the birthday party, which pushed the atmosphere in the living room too. At Yuan. The most excited was of course the table Ling Yun was sitting on. All the gangsters were all excited and gearing up, just waiting for tonight's heroine to come downstairs, and then give them, or the congratulations carefully prepared by their family, to see who could come out on top. To win the heart of xuanhuan. Unlike ordinary people's birthday banquets, at this level of banquet, no one comes here to eat. Besides congratulations, everyone has their own purpose, but the purpose is different. Especially these dudes, they grew up, flying in the sky, running on the ground, swimming in the water. What delicacies of mountains and seas have not been eaten? Therefore, although xuanhuan especially invited the best chef from the capital to prepare a banquet carefully, and the dishes on the table were also exquisite and rich, with all the colors and flavors, but not many people cared about it. And this kind of wealthy banquet, the importance of the form is far greater than the substance of the banquet. Generally speaking, it will not end in 2 hours at most. There are only 2 parts of the entire birthday party. One is naturally xuanhuan blowing the birthday candles to make a wish and accepting everyone's blessings at the same time. The other, of course, is giving xuanhuan a birthday present. Because from the link of giving birthday gifts, we can see the distance between the 2 families, the purpose of each gift giver, and this link is the best time to show family strength and personal status. Every dude looked up and waited for xuanhuan to come downstairs. Ling Yun was arranged by xuanhuan in the best vacant seat, sitting between Hu Xiaobai, the young master of the Divine Doctor Valley, and Long Tianyu, the 7th young master of the Long family. This made almost all the dudes present unhappy and secretly jealous. Originally, they thought that there was such a powerful character that he could be worthy of such attention from xuanhuan, but when Ling Yun came in, they looked at each other and were stunned. Because no one knows Ling Yun. And, more than that, the clothes on Ling Yun's body really made these dudes disdain to sit with him. Compared with these dudes now, what he was wearing was like a beggar who was begging for food and stood among the luxuriously dressed stars, not to mention the grade. Totally out of place. Speak the truth. This is still a set of clothes that Ling Yun bought casually in the clothing store by the road when he arrived in Wuhan. Otherwise, if he came wearing Du Gumo's tattered robe, he probably wouldn't even be able to enter the villa area. The gangsters looked at each other, and the good eyes suddenly turned into deep disdain, and many people even showed contemptuous sneers on the corners of their mouths. I thought this Ling Yun was such an amazing character, but now that I look at it, apart from being a little handsome, it's not a big deal. Handsome and can't be eaten as a meal. Even Long Tianyu, who has always been calm, couldn't believe his eyes. This is Ninger's birthday party, which one is Ling Yun playing? He moved his seat to the side as if nothing had happened, so that he was far away from Ling Yun, then stared at Ling Yun and asked with a smile, Ling Yun, we came earlier than you, and we have already introduced each other. I don't know. Is your home? Ling Yun smiled lightly and said, casually, oh, my family is from Qingshui City, and my mother runs a clinic. When the gangsters heard it, the expression of contempt on their faces was even stronger, and it was completely undisguised. One of them sneered and asked, then how did you meet, Sister Ninger? Ling Yun smiled and said, we are classmates of Qingshui No. 1 Middle School. I am a student of Qingshui No. 1 Middle School. The gangsters suddenly realized that they were just classmates, so it would be easy. In the beginning, the shameless dandy saw that someone finally had a lower status than him. He felt that he had someone to laugh at. He raised his hand and pointed to the living room. He said with a smile, Ling Yun. Did you find a problem? Question? Ling Yun did find it as soon as he entered the room. At this time, he was thinking about it, then nodded and said absently, there is indeed a problem. The gangsters looked at each other again, and couldn't help but let out a roar of laughter. These dudes didn't understand what Ling Yun meant. Ling Yun said that there was a problem because after he came in, except for Dr. Shui, he didn't see anyone he knew. Ling Yun originally thought that when he came to Ninger's birthday party, he could at least see Ning Lingyu, Tang Meng, Chao Shanshan, Zhuang Meifeng, etc., and even his mother Qin Qiuyue. Although the little demon girl is unruly, she is a very knowledgeable person. According to the current relationship between Ling Yun and xuanhuan, if xuanhuan did not know how to invite these people, she would not believe Ling Yun. Especially since xuanhuan had met her mother, the two of them were still talking, and her mother liked Ninger very much. If xuanhuan invited her mother, Qin Shuyue would definitely come. Since it was impossible for Ninger not to invite them, why didn't any of them show up? This is not normal. That was finally relieved, he snorted coldly, so you know there is a problem. You didn't see that there was no Ninger classmate left in this living room for dinner? Then why is your classmate still here? Lai is not leaving here? That bastard didn't know that Ling Yun was thinking about big things, and he didn't have time to pay attention to him at all. He thought that Ling Yun was easy to bully. Leave here? Ninger hasn't come down yet, why should I leave? Ling Yun finally calmed down, raised his head slightly, glanced at the dick, and said with a neither humble nor arrogant smile. It was a happy and peaceful atmosphere at Ninger's birthday party. Ling Yun didn't want to add any unpleasantness to Ninger's birthday party, so he didn't pay much attention to this little dude and let him jump up and down there. Besides, with the strength that he now holds the underworld blood demon saber, he can compete with the masters of the innate first layer, and he doesn't bother to deal with such an ordinary rich boy. Cough cough. Li Yuman also felt that what the slut was saying was a bit too much. He coughed dryly to smooth things out, and then asked Ling Yun with a smile, Ling Yun, I don't know if you are here this time, you have prepared it for Ninger. What birthday present? A birthday present? Ninger didn't ask me for a birthday present. Li Yuman really stopped him this time. Ling Yunxin said that he ran too fast, and he didn't even buy a birthday present for Ninger. This is really. But Ling Yun thought about it, he was in that closed valley, didn't he just pull out a few ginseng kings that have grown for thousands of years, he Shouwu or something, just give Ninger a single one, although this thing Ninger uses no, but taking it out as a birthday present should be enough. When the gangsters heard it, of course they burst into laughter again. They almost broke their stomachs from laughing, winking at each other, waiting to see Ling Yun's joke. Come to celebrate Ninger's sister's birthday, but you don't know how to prepare a birthday present? Ha 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 ha. They don't want to drive Ling Yun away now, he thinks it's good to keep him here and watch Ling Yun make a fool of himself. Hu Xiaobai on the side heard this and knew that Ling Yun had neither family background nor any strength, and looked a little dumbfounded when he spoke. His eyes couldn't help showing a disgusting expression, and he sat further away from him. How do you say that? Oh, I really don't know what to say. I thought he was such a powerful character, but I didn't expect it to be just a handsome little white face. I think the toad wants to eat swan meat, ha 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 ha. Mr. Ling's outfit is really trendy. Is it the latest brand name? These days, there are a lot of self-righteous people, and there are also many people who like to pretend, but in the end they often pretend to be a fool. The gangsters began to deliberately discuss and ridicule Ling Yun, as if this would bring them some kind of special pleasure. I don't know if it's just a few words, Ling Yun smiled and dismissed it. After another 5 or 6 minutes, Ling Yun suddenly turned his head and looked in the direction of the stairs of the villa, and then his brows creased slightly, and there was a hint of distress in his handsome eyes. Our little birthday star is down. Sister Ninger has come down. At the corner of the stairs, xuanhuan was wearing a gorgeous red evening dress, her snow-white shoulders were exposed, and she was wearing a pair of shiny high-heeled sandals. Her right hand carefully held the corner of her skirt. The real money came downstairs, noble and elegant, followed by her mother Zhang Manyun. Xuanhuan was undoubtedly the only heroine tonight. As soon as she appeared, thunderous applause broke out in the living room. It's so beautiful. Yeah, Ninger's figure, TSK, TSK. This is only 17 years old. If this child grows for another 2 years, I still don't know what Meiching will look like. In the end, I don't know which family's children are cheaper. Hey, we are not worthy of the Xue family, otherwise, I would have asked someone to come to matchmaking. Do you still use matchmaking? Hey, look at that table, what do you think those dudes are here for today? Brother Lingyun. Xuanhuan couldn't wait. She asked her mother to help her with simple makeup, just to cover the bruises in her eyes, and immediately ran downstairs to see Lingyun. Before she could finish the stairs, Xuanhuan glanced at her, and she saw Lingyun's familiar face at once, staring at her downstairs with a smile. The apprehension and anticipation in Xuanhuan's eyes suddenly turned into endless surprises. She couldn't care about everything anymore. She slightly raised the corner of her skirt, and quickly rushed towards Lingyun's seat. Lingyun got up with a smile, pushed the seat away at once, and opened his arms under everyone's dumbfounded gaze. Xuanhuan ran faster and faster, almost like Ruyan throwing herself into the forest, and threw herself into Lingyun's arms, for fear that Lingyun would run away again. Her arms stretched out like pink lotus, and suddenly hugged Lingyun's waist. At this time, the little demon girl didn't care about the makeup on her face. She directly pressed her head against Lingyun's chest. Tears fell like rain, and instantly wet Lingyun's chest. Ninger, doesn't cry, everyone is watching you. Am I back? To be continued. To be continued. In the whole living room, the people who were applauding violently, all put their hands in the air, their mouths opened wide, and they stared blankly at what was happening in front of them, feeling that their brains were not enough. What's the situation? What is the origin of this ordinary boy? After letting Xuanhuan go downstairs, she didn't even say hello to her grandfather and father, and went into his arms first desperately. Moreover, Xuanhuan was wearing an evening dress. Such a gorgeous dress was most afraid of wrinkles, so she didn't care about it in Lingyun's arms, so she was not afraid of the dress going out of shape. The most bizarre thing is of course this Lingyun. Under the gazes of so many people, he casually stretched out his hand and hugged Ninger in his arms. He didn't care about the knife-like eyes shot around him. Seeing this scene, Xuanhuan had an old god on his face, and his eyes were full of relief. He laughed and sat down, really happy for his precious granddaughter. Hey, this Lingyun. I don't want to worry about it in the future. Xuanhuan is now a real red face, and he is extremely relieved. Xuanhuan fluttered in Lingyun's arms and sobbed for a long time. Her nose and tears wet Lingyun's clothes a lot, and it took a long time for her to lift her head from Lingyun's arms, staring at Lingyun with swollen eyes, full of fear. Feeling aggrieved, he said with an expression, Brother Lingyun, have you really come back? Where did you go? Do you know that we are looking for you like crazy? We thought you. Having said this, Xuanhuan immediately closed her mouth and said no more. Now that Brother Lingyun is back, he is safe and sound, just come back. Lingyun smiled wryly. He really didn't think that it would take him so long to go to the Tianqing, because before he went to the Tianqing, he could simply run the yin-yang art of qi, and he could break through the 4th level of body training just by lifting his feet. Step past the problem. He has enough confidence. He was completely sure to find the yin formation in the shortest possible time. Based on the experience of cultivating the yin-yang art of one qi in the great cultivation world, he knew that it was only a matter of an instant to cultivate the yin-yang art of one qi and the qi of Dantian. In this case, Lingyun went down on the night of April 6th and came out on the morning of April 7th. He even thought that he would not delay the morning self-study on Monday. What's more, the Tianqing is there, and he can't run away. As long as he wants to explore, he can go down and explore at any time. However, Lingyun did not expect that it would take him 3 days and 3 nights just to cultivate the yin-yang art of one qi and become a strange Dantian. Later, the 3 idiots inadvertently started the killing formation. After he took the dragon's saliva himself, he found the gossip Taiji map at the bottom of the pool. It took him 5 days and 6 nights, and when he walked out of the Shenangjia, it was already the morning of the 12th. It took a full 12 hours to drive back to Qingshui City from Shenangjia. After all, Lingyun went down to Tianqing. Back to Qingshui again, 6 days and 6 nights have passed. If he had known this earlier, Ling Yun would definitely have said hello to Tai Xiaohu before he went down to Tianqing, so that everyone would know where he went. However, in that case, if Ling Yun had been in the Tianqing for so long and had not come out, the people around him would definitely find a way to go down to find him. Thinking about the dangers and bizarreness under the Tianqing, Xiao Mimi and Tai Xiaohu would definitely die if they went down, and the ending might be the same. It was very tragic, and it would make Ling Yun regret it too much. A lot of misunderstandings caused the current situation. Ling Yun had no other way than to appease Ninger. I'm really back. I'm blaming me this time. I promise not to. I'm going to find a birthday present for Ninger. I'll give you a big surprise later. This sentence made xuanhuan overwhelmed. She stared at Ling Yun for a long time. She almost couldn't hold back her tears, but she finally managed to hold it back. She lightly beat Ling Yun's chest and said, "No, did you say I don't want you to send a birthday present?" "Really? I don't want any surprises. As long as you can come to my birthday party, Ninger will be very happy." "What? Play missing? Looking for a birthday present? Didn't Ling Yun just say that he didn't have any birthday present?" Seeing Ling Yun and xuanhuan being so intimate, the gangsters behind Ling Yun were already envious, jealous, and resentful. Now that I heard that Ling Yun was missing, she was looking for a birthday present for Ninger, and her eyes widened again, with disbelief in her eyes. Ling Yun was wearing a popular half-sleeve t-shirt and a pair of semi-casual and semi-sports cyan trousers. He didn't bring a bag. Where did he get any birthday present? All the gangsters said that you can just blow it, and when we send birthday gifts, we will see if you can still laugh. At this time, I saw Ling Yun holding xuanhuan's delicate but thin little face, and said with a distressed expression, "Ninger, why are your eyes so swollen? They are still covered with bloodshots?" Xuanhuan's eyes were swollen and bloodshot, and everyone in the living room had already seen it, but because of the occasion, no one brought it up. When they saw that Ling Yun took the initiative to bring it up, they couldn't help frowning, saying, I'm also embarrassed to ask, isn't it because of your anxious crying that your eyes are swollen?" Xuanhuan panicked for a while, knowing that Ling Yun had noticed her eyes. She was so frightened that she hurriedly lowered her head and dived into Ling Yun's arms, and shouted softly, "You are not allowed to look, you are ugly." Ling Yun laughed and was about to speak, when a voice beside him said loudly, "Sister Ninger, I think it's because Sister Ninger has been busy preparing for her birthday these few days, which has resulted in lack of sleep, so her eyes are slightly puffy, but you don't have to worry. This is the blood-activating and stasis-removing ointment secretly made by our magical medicine valley. As long as you apply it, it will take up to 3 hours to ensure that Sister Ninger's eyes will return to normal." Hu Xiaobai, the master of Xiaogu, the genius doctor, has a very clear purpose for coming here today. He came here to propose marriage. Seeing Ling Yun and Ninger being so close, he was already resentful. Now that he saw the opportunity to express himself, he naturally hurried to show his hospitality. "You can also show your identity." Everyone was attracted by Hu Xiaobai's words. They looked up and saw that he was holding a small golden box in his hand. Divine Dr. Valley, although ordinary people have never heard of it, Shueshini is known as a genius doctor by the world. It is expected that this is a sect with advanced medical skills, which inevitably makes people imagine. However, Ling Yun was at the bottom of the Tianqing, but Tai Jingping from the Xinquan school had heard of the Shini Valley school. He gave Hu Xiaobai a smug look, and smiled slightly. "Thank you, 3 hours is enough, it's too much. It's too slow, how can you cut the cake in a while?" "Gah!" Ling Yun said. All 4 of them were shocked. Xuanhuan's eyes were so swollen that even the meticulous makeup couldn't cover them up. It was amazing to be able to remove the stasis and recover in 3 hours. Ling Yun was still too slow? Shuqingye and Zhang Manyun were extremely shocked when they heard it, and they thought that Ling Yun's tone, how could he be so crazy? 3 hours are too slow, and they say that they have delayed cutting the cake. Could it be that Ling Yun can cure Ninger's eyes before Ninger cuts the cake? Now that the cake has been rolled out, it is in the center of the living room, just waiting for xuanhuan to make a wish to blow out the birthday candles, but it will be cut soon. They all looked at xuanhuan in unison, but xuanhuan said nothing, just looked at Ling Yun with a smile on his face, as if he had a plan. Being humiliated by Ling Yun in public, Hu Xiaobai just felt that his face could not be hung up. His handsome face was blushing, and he frowned and said, "Ling Yun, please talk and make a draft before you can. What no one can do, if you can't do it yourself, don't say it to others, don't make fun of it." He didn't believe that Hu Xiaobai was killed. What other magic medicine could beat their magic medicine valley? Everyone in the living room listened and nodded, thinking that Hu Xiaobai was right, and Ling Yun's words were really crazy. A certain dude was afraid that the world would not be chaotic, and he followed suit and said, "Yes, Ling Yun, you said that other people's medicines are not good, but come and show us quickly? If you can't do it yourself, don't do it yourself. There's a mess there. I'm embarrassed for you." Now, everyone frowned and looked at Ling Yun, who suddenly became the target of public criticism. Ling Yun smiled indifferently, looked at the scumbag, and then looked at Hu Xiaobai, who was staring at him with provocative eyes, and said leisurely, "Who said I couldn't do it? Would you still say what I couldn't do?" After finishing speaking, Ling Yun gently held xuanhuan's face with his right hand, made her raise her head, and said with a smile, "Ninger will be fine with her eyes open, it will be fine in no time." Of course xuanhuan believed in Ling Yun. She had a sweet smile on the corner of her mouth, raised her face slightly, and looked at Ling Yun affectionately. At this time, Ling Yun had already taken out a clear healing talisman from the space ring in his left hand, and secretly clasped it in his hand, wiping it lightly on xuanhuan's eyes, gently covering her eyes, and shouted in secret at the same time. "A voice, coming." Xuanhuan only felt a refreshing coolness in her eyes and around her eyes, and soon felt that the bruises in her eyes subsided, her vision was completely restored, and there was no more dry swelling and pain when her eyelids were opened and closed. "It's ready." Ling Yun withdrew his left hand and said with a slight smile. "Gah. Huh? This is impossible. It's amazing." Ling Yun withdrew his left hand, and everyone immediately looked at xuanhuan's face, only to see that xuanhuan's puffy eyes were not only completely restored, but also the bloodshot in the eyes disappeared. Her beautiful eyes flowed, and a pair of big eyes like the outline of the statue of the goddess Athena was clear and translucent, which formed a strong contrast with just now, and shocked everyone present at once. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Yeah. It's really good. Brother Ling Yun, you are amazing. Xuanhuan didn't even need to look in the mirror to know that she was back to normal. She jumped up happily in Ling Yun's arms. Ling Yun secretly shouted in his heart that it was very dangerous. Fortunately, when he treated Xiao He for the sword wound, he had left 7 or 8 pieces of clear healing talismans. Otherwise, he would still be in trouble today. You can't just roll up your sleeves and use the 9 acupuncture needles to treat a swollen eye, right? And even if the spirit pivot 9 needles is fast, it is not as fast as the clearing healing talisman, let alone the effect of the clearing healing talisman. Xuanhuan cheered and cheered happily, but she almost didn't kiss Ling Yun's face on the spot. Although she had wanted to do so for a long time, she was really embarrassed in front of her grandfather and parents. Hu Xiaobai was dumbfounded, completely dumbfounded. He was holding the golden blood activating and stasis removing ointment in his hand. He didn't know where to put it for a while. He stared blankly at Ling Yun with his mouth open, his mind went blank. What kind of medicine is this? How can there be such an awesome medical skill? Was it just for punching me in the face? Or is it just juggling? Obfuscation? Not only Hu Xiaobai, Long Tianyu, Li Yumin, all the third-rate dudes, and all the powerful men and women in the living room were all dumbfounded. What the hell is going on with this kid? Looking at the silent, ordinary appearance, there is such a miraculous medical skill? More powerful than the Xue family's medical skills? This is obvious, because the Xue family is a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, and Xue Mining's eyes are swollen like this. If it can be cured quickly, Shini Xue will definitely try to cure it by himself. After all, this occasion is very important, and all the people who come here are people with heads and faces. Shini Xue was not cured, but Ling Yun was cured. Does that mean that Ling Yun's medical skills are still better than Shini Xue? This is a genius. Many knowledgeable people, especially the old friends of Dr. Xue at that table, have their eyes lit up one after another. This kid, hide it. Many people were saying this in their hearts. Xue Qingye and Zhang Manyun looked at each other, and both could see the shock in each other's eyes, and they turned to look at their precious daughter at the same time. That's right, it is indeed cured, in the blink of an eye. Xue Shini laughed, stood up straight from his seat, coughed and said, Ninger, since your eyes have been cured by your brother Ling Yun, why don't you come over and blow the candles? The big guys are waiting for you. Come on. Xue Mining replied excitedly. Then he took Ling Yan's hand without hesitation and walked towards the huge and beautiful birthday cake. But this pull did not pull. She couldn't help tugging at Ling Yan's hand again, and said in a sullen voice, Brother Ling Yan, what are you doing standing here? Help me light my birthday candles. Ling Yan smiled bitterly, glanced left and right, and then said softly to Xue Mining, it seems that your grandfather and your parents gave you this, right? I won't go there. Xue Mining snorted softly, I don't want, this time I want you to light a birthday candle for me, so that my wish will be fulfilled. After he finished speaking, he directly wrapped his arms around Ling Yan's arms. As usual, he let Ling Yan's arms squeeze his high chest and dragged him to the birthday cake. After Ling Yan showed a simple hand just now, everyone was still in a huge shock and did not react. Now seeing Xue Mining dragging Ling Yun to light the birthday candle, all of them suddenly became complicated. Especially at the table of the gangsters, the shock in their eyes instantly turned into envy, jealousy, and hatred. Mainly because of hatred, these dudes exchanged glances in an instant, and they reached an unprecedented agreement. They decided that no matter what, they should agree to the outside world first and put out Ling Yun's arrogance. It is absolutely impossible to let Ling Yun continue to be so complacent. After blowing out the birthday candles for a while, you will be embarrassed. Uncle, aunt, look. Ling Yun was dragged by Xue Mining to the front of Xue Qingye and his wife, and smiled helplessly. Xue Qingye, it can be seen only from the name, Xue Shini hopes that his son can inherit his father's business. Of course, he is also a great doctor of traditional Chinese medicine, but even he can't see what method Ling Yun used to cure Ninger's eyes just now. His views on Ling Yun have already changed initially. As for Zhang Manyun, needless to say, now looking at Ling Yun, there is already the feeling of a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. Well, this child is really handsome, and his medical skills are really high, and he is not ostentatious. The more he looks, the more he likes it. Dr. Xue walked over with a smile, patted Ling Yun on the shoulder and said, since Ninger is willing, then you can help her light a birthday candle. Xue Shini said in his heart that you are still pretending to be in front of me, so hurry up to celebrate Ninger's birthday, and there are still many things to tell you in a while, none of which is enough to give you a headache. Okay. Then I'll light a birthday candle for Ninger. The bright lights in the living room suddenly went out. As Ling Yun lighted up the 17 birthday candles, Xue Mining stood in front of her parents with a happy face. She hugged Ling Yun's arm tightly, closed her eyes, and started to make a wish. First, I wish my grandfather a healthy and long life. Secondly, I wish my parents all the best. And thirdly, I wish that brother Ling Yun and Ninger will always be together, and I will never be found again. After xuanhuan made her wish, she lightly opened her cherry lips and blew out the birthday candle in front of her. Surrounded by the happy birthday song sung by everyone, she hugged Lingyan's arm tightly, happy and sweet, with 2 lines of happy tears. When I poured it down, I just felt full of heart. All the hardships Lingyan had suffered these days were all worth it. Brother Lingyan, as long as you are by my side, birthdays are not important, gifts are not important, Ninger is not important, nothing is important, as long as you are by my side. In the hazy darkness, in the singing of blessings, Xuemei's heart was pounding like a deer. She quietly put her mouth close to Lingyan's ear, murmured words with expression, and before the lights came on, the fragrant lips quickly appeared on Lingyan's face. A kiss. The song stopped, the lights turned on, and the living room returned to the light of day. Xuanhuan blushed and picked up the cake-cutting knife and started cutting the birthday cake. At the same time, the etiquette in the living room opened the champagne that had been prepared for a long time. The mellow fragrance of champagne overflowed the house, people laughed, and the atmosphere in the living room instantly reached its peak. Xuanhuan didn't have that kind of patience. She just symbolically cut a few pieces of cake with her own hands, honoring her grandfather first, then her parents, and then she picked up a piece of cake and took a naughty bite before handing it to Lingyan. Watching you finish eating. Of course Lingyan is welcome. He finished the cake in 3 or 2 bites, and then said to Ninger with a smile, Ninger, now that the cake is cut, there are so many guests who have come to wish you, you must always accompany your uncle and aunt. To thank you, I'll go back and sit down first, and we'll talk when you're done. After speaking, Lingyan did not let Xuanhuan's temper this time. He gently pushed away the hands that Xuanhuan was holding him, and went back to his seat. As soon as Lingyan returned to his seat and sat down, he heard a few cold snorts, but he didn't care. He ate and drank when he should, and he didn't care about the resentful eyes around him that could kill people. In the darkness just now, he clearly heard Shani Shui's voice transmission, telling him that a lot of things had happened these days, but let him not worry and wait until Ninger's birthday party is over. Without seeing the people he was familiar with, Lingyan had a premonition that something was wrong. He knew that after Ninger's birthday, what he heard must be stormy waves. He had already sat mentally prepared to meet all challenges. Those who should come and those who shouldn't have come may have come, but it's a done deal, and it can't be saved. You can only deal with it with all your strength, so you must eat your fill first. 20 minutes passed. Xuanhuan thanked the guests at the other 3 tables, received a lot of birthday gifts, and finally followed her parents to Lingyan's table. Everyone knows that the best moment is coming. These playful teenagers did not give birthday gifts directly after they came. They unanimously chose to hand them over to Xuanhuan, in order to win Xuanhuan's heart, but they didn't expect Lingyan to come out on top tonight. Not angry, I want to find face at this time. At this time, Lingyan was still sitting there eating and drinking wildly, as if he had never eaten in 8 lifetimes. The table full of delicacies from mountains and seas seemed to be made for him alone. Jiangnan Lu's family, Lu Hongyi, give Ninger sister a pair of jade bracelets, and wish Ninger sister a happy birthday. Jiangdong Kai's family, Kaiyingzhe, give Ninger sister an exquisite jade Buddha, and wish Ninger sister a happy birthday. No matter who it is, as long as he presents his birthday present, he will consciously or deliberately glance at Lingyan. His expression will be triumphant and extremely provocative. The birthday gifts given by each dude are obviously carefully selected, and each piece is extremely precious, but all the rich and noble people present here are not very interested in these gifts. They are more concerned about the highlight of the night. Take a look, what good things did the divine Dr. Valley, the Jingqing Long family, and the Jingqing Li family get this time? Finally, Xuanhuan followed her parents to Li Yuman's place. Although she was holding a beautiful and transparent goblet, she was completely absent-minded. Her beautiful big eyes just stared at Lingyan, who was smiling at her from the seat. Birthday gift, I didn't pay attention at all, just mechanically said thank you. Now, her elder brother Lingyan is back, sitting right in front of her, what birthday gift can compare to Ling Yun appearing by her side? Li Yumin got up with a smile, polite and gracious, smiled at Xue Mining's parents, and then said to Xue Mining, Sister Ninger is 17 years old, and she will get her driver's license soon. I came here this time, without anything else, just I brought you a Maybach 62, I wish Ninger sister a happy birthday, I hope you like it. As soon as these words came out, all the seats were startled, and there were noises and discussions. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Maybach 62? The current market price is at least 12 million. Awesome. No, and I think it's not just the price. Since the Li family gave a Maybach, it must be a limited edition. It's just that this Li Yumin is very modest and didn't show off. Of course, how noble is the Li family? The family has a big business, tens of millions in their family are not even a drop in the bucket, it can't be the ordinary kind. It's really worth it, we can't compare. I said Lao Shui, you really made a lot of money this time, should you snicker? Now, Shani Shui was already sitting at his old friend's table drinking and chatting. Anyone could see that he was happy, and a spirited old man teased him. Copy address access. Shui Shani smiled and said indifferently, I once gave his grandfather some physical conditioning. What's the profit of a Maybach? But fortunately, the Li family has not forgotten me, this old guy. Another white-haired, red-faced old man followed with a smile and said, Old Shui, I think you are trying to cover up, why haven't people forgotten you? They are obviously here for your precious granddaughter, let this kid come over this time, but first let him stand in front of you and say hello to you, and at the same time let the two children meet first to have an impression of each other. Shueshini's expression didn't change, he glared at the white-haired old man and said, I said you don't need to give me eye drops, I can't control Ninger's marriage, whoever she likes is mine. Grandson-in-law. The spirited old man spoke again, it's still worth watching, do you think we old men are really dizzy? Who did you fancy? Isn't that sitting there? Hey, look at this kid's shabby clothes. Dare to come, sit in the middle of so many powerful children, neither humble nor arrogant, calm and calm, I didn't expect to have 2 strokes, not bad, really good. Another old man in a cyan tang suit couldn't hold back any longer, indeed, this child's eyes are different from other people's, and I can't tell what kind of feeling it is. It's flattering, look at the dimples on that face, no speaking of other things. Just relying on this face can make the little girl outside stunned for a while, but this child's appearance is really awkward. The old man in the cyan tang suit paid great attention to the manners and etiquette of people, and saw Ling Yun disregarding his appearance. I felt a pity in the dark, and I thought that such a handsome young man was blind in vain. The spirited old man said again, I said Lao Shui. Where on earth did you find such a genius? Although he showed such a skill in an understatement just now, it is indeed not bad. However, now these gangsters are like taking aphrodisiac to the outside world, and it is clear that they are going to eat this kid. I think Ling Yun is going to be deflated this time. Divine Dr. Shui rolled his eyes at the old man. Laughing and scolding, you're old and not serious, this child has been poor since he was a child, but what about poverty? My granddaughter is not a person who dislikes the poor and loves the rich. It doesn't matter if she doesn't have a birthday present, it's good if someone comes. For Shueshini, it would be good if someone really came, if Ling Yun didn't show up again. My baby granddaughter still doesn't know what it's like to be sad. Although Shani Shui made an impartial attitude, but he maintained Ling Yun inside and out, who couldn't hear these old and sophisticated guys. A bunch of old guys listened interestingly, winked at the disrespectful old man, and said with a smile, drinking and drinking. Let's just watch the fun, that kid is out of the limelight tonight, and he should be let go. Frustrated, save your tail in the sky in the future, don't you think, Lao Shui? Haha. Although the living room was noisy, and their young table was the farthest from Shueshini's table. But Ling Yun still listened to their jokes without a word. He just smiled slightly and continued to eat his. Brotherly, this is too precious, this is me. When xuanhuan heard this, she quickly wanted to say that she couldn't have it. She was extremely smart, and of course she knew what Li Yumin meant by sending such an expensive birthday present. But at this time, Ling Yan's voice sounded, yes, this is a gift to the door, why not? Don't say no. Xuanhuan's heart jumped when she heard it, and she thought that brother Ling Yun was really the same brother Ling Yun who didn't take advantage enough. She blushed, gave Ling Yun a coquettish look, and stopped talking. Li Yumin thought that xuanhuan was going to refuse, so he was thinking about how to deal with it, but he didn't expect xuanhuan to say no more, and he was overjoyed, and quickly handed over the Maybach car key to xuanhuan. Xueqingye saw a lot of the world. He just smiled to express his gratitude, and greeted Li Yumin's elders in person. Li Yumin sat down with satisfaction. Long Tianyu immediately got up and stood up. He raised his hand and took out a noble and beautifully packaged box from the bag beside him, put his hands in front of xuanhuan, opened the box in front of her, and said loudly, Sister Ninger, this is a pearl necklace inlaid with 9-carat pink diamonds. I think Sister Ninger will definitely like it, so I will give it to you as a birthday present. Happy birthday to you. Long Tianyu was born in the Long family. Although he was calm, he naturally carried a confident and domineering arrogance in his speech. Everyone couldn't help cheering in unison and applauded in shock. Not to mention the pink diamond that emits a dazzling pink light under the bright light, just the dozens of pearls that are white and crystal-like, the size of glass, just take out one of them, can sell hundreds of thousands more than. Such a gift, as long as someone is not as stupid as that idiot, anyone can see that this is a rare and valuable thing. Even xuanhuan couldn't help but feel a little moved when she saw the necklace, but she subconsciously, he was about to refuse, but at this time Ling Yun spoke again, he couldn't do it. According to the etiquette, such a gift must be put on immediately after opening it, so that it can meet the scene. Long Tianyu continued with a smile, Sister Ninger, if you like it, how about I help you put it on now? Xuanhuan was in a dilemma for a while. She really wanted Ling Yun to wear this dazzling necklace around her neck, but this gift was given by Long Tianyu, which would be too embarrassing. If you don't let me refuse, what should I do now? Xuanhuan gave Ling Yun a charming white glance, and suddenly her eyes rolled. She turned her head and said to Zheng Manyun, Mom, please help me put it on. Zheng Manyun also likes such a rare gift from the bottom of his heart. It can be said that, as long as it is a woman, there are not many people who can resist it. She naturally understands what xuanhuan means. Xuanhuan put on a diamond necklace. The luxurious and elegant red off-the-shoulder evening dress, xuanhuan's skin deceived Frost and Sai Shui. As soon as this necklace was hung around her neck, it immediately released a dazzling brilliance, instantly killing everyone's attention. So beautiful. That kind of nobility, that kind of bright, is simply incomprehensible. Ling Yun couldn't help but nodded secretly, thinking that the Long family is indeed the first family in the capital. It is indeed profound and powerful. Although Long Tianyu couldn't put the necklace on xuanhuan himself, he was already satisfied when he saw xuanhuan wearing the necklace he gave him on the spot. The Long family is the Long family. It's really extraordinary. The things that people bring out are rare. On the other side, the spirited old man's eyes also began to shake, and he tooted in admiration. Lao Shui, you see that stupid boy is still eating there without saying anything. He won't be able to take out anything in a while, right? If you call him over, you will secretly release water and put your own private. I took it out and handed it over to Ling Yun, and let him have a long face. I think this kid is very arrogant, even though he doesn't snort, so don't run away if he can't take it anymore, then we won't be able to watch. Not to mention, Xueqingye really had this idea, but he thought about it for a long time, and finally decided to let it go. Ling Yun, he liked it from the bottom of his heart, knowing that Ling Yun's self-esteem is extremely high. When Ling Yun used the 9 needles of the spirit pivot to treat his illness, Ling Yun turned his head and left because of Ning'er's words of distrust, and he knew it at that time. Xueshini shook his head and smiled. No need, birthday gifts are not important. Sending goose feathers for thousands of miles is a gift that is light and affectionate. Even if Ling Yun takes out something worthless, I guarantee that Ning'er will be happy. The old man in the blue tang suit chuckled. You understand your granddaughter's heart. Xueshini stared. Nonsense, I took her personally for more than 10 years. If I don't understand my granddaughter's heart, can she still be considered her grandfather? After Long Tianyu sat down, Xueqingye's family of 3 finally came to Ling Yun's place. Xue Mining knew that Ling Yun couldn't bring any gifts, so she secretly told her parents to let them go directly and not embarrass Ling Yun. Seeing that Ling Yun was still eating and drinking, Xueqingye had no intention of getting up, so he passed him directly and asked Xue Mining to toast Hu Xiaobai with a smile. A few snorts and ridicules reached the ears of Ling Yun and everyone at the right time, but Ling Yun pretended not to hear it. He was about to be full soon. Hu Xiaobai waited for Ling Yun for a long time. Seeing that he had no intention of getting up, he smiled coldly in his heart, and stood up straight. He first greeted Xueqingye and Zhang Manyun respectfully, and then took out his birthday present. He took out an emerald green rectangular jade box, opened it directly in front of everyone, and said loudly, Sister Ning'er, we don't have anything good to do in our magical medicine valley, I just brought you a grown one. 900 years of ginseng, I wish our little birthday star so young and beautiful forever. What, 900 years of ginseng? Isn't this the legendary king of ginseng? As soon as the ginseng was taken out, the old men couldn't sit still, and they all got up and squeezed over to watch. Even Divine Dr. Xue's face was slightly moved, and he said that Divine Dr. Valley now seems to be yearning for the outside world. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Xueshini is naturally from the Valley of Shini. He has successfully studied medicine. He has been in the world for more than 40 years under the orders of his teachers. As a result, Dr. Xue was also recognized by China as the #1 expert doctor in China, known as Saibianque. Because Shini Xue was already old, coupled with his relationship with Miao Fenghuang, the poison in his body was unbearable, and he gradually began to lack energy, and gradually handed over all his foundation to his son Xueqingye to take care of. He lived in seclusion in Qingshui City, and became Xianyun Yeha. While trying his best to suppress the poison in his body, Dr. Xue took Xue Mining by his side and taught him medical skills in person. Xueshini's master, the master of the previous generation of Shini Valley, has passed away, so Shini Xue has gradually cut off contact with Shini Valley every year in addition to returning to Shini Valley to pay homage to the master. Hu Xiaobai, he's only under 20 years old this year. He has already reached the early stage of the 9th floor of Hotian. Hu Qingshan, have you been holding back in the magical medicine valley for a long time, and you have begun to ponder the flowery world outside? You're going to figure it out, and you directly hit my granddaughter's idea. It seems that you want to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. How could Xueshini not see Hu Qingshan's plans? As long as Hu Xiaobai can marry Xue Mining, the foundation that Xueshini has built for more than 40 years will not fall into the hands of Xinyiga sooner or later. Humph, a mere 900-year-old ginseng plant is not even a real ginseng king. It is a great wishful thinking to exchange for my Xuejingqi's secular industry. Shini Xue sneered, stood up and sat down again. He got up quickly just now, and he had already seen that in the jade box, there was indeed a 900-year-old ginseng, and it was only a lot older. Everyone in the house couldn't help but leaned in front of the 3 members of the Xue family, with envious curiosity in their eyes, and admiration in their mouths, wishing that this ginseng was given to them. This gift is too precious. Xueqingye felt that he couldn't afford it. He couldn't help turning his head to look at his father, Xueshini. As for the other gifts, as long as Xue Mining likes them, they will accept them. When there is a happy event in these families, xuanhuan will return them with the equivalent. But this is a 900-year-old ginseng, and it is really hard to find it outside. Dr. Xue hesitated for a while. 900 years of ginseng is of course a good thing, and he likes it too, but accepting this gift is equivalent to telling Hu Qingshan, the master of the divine Dr. Valley, that he agrees to this marriage, which of course is absolutely impossible. At this moment, when Ling Yun was finally full, he picked up 2 napkins and wiped the oily and twisted lips indiscriminately. Then he said to xuanhuan, "You don't do this, it's too rubbish." In his space ring, there are also a few ginseng and Polygonum multiflorum plants that have grown for thousands of years. This is brought back to his mother and xuanhuan. What is it that is rare for this kind of ginseng that has grown for less than 1,000 years? Huh. Xuanhuan covered her tall chest with her soft and slender fingers, and let out a long sigh, thinking that it would be really hard to hear a word from brother Ling Yun's mouth. But xuanhuan thought for a while, "Gah? This thing is obviously better than the diamond necklace just now. It can be said to be a priceless treasure, but brother Ling Yun is actually reluctant to give it up, and he says it's garbage? This?" She glanced at Ling Yun suspiciously, and finally said softly, "Brother Hu, this gift is too expensive, I really can't accept this. Don't wait for grandpa and parents to express their opinions." Xuanhuan has personally refused, which can't help but make everyone around them nod again and again, and she is worthy of being the girl of the Xue family, she is amazing. Seeing that xuanhuan finally don't dare to take it, Hu Xiaobai felt proud for a while, but he had to give it away, so he gave Ling Yun a disdainful look. He turned his head and said, "Sister Ninger, it's just a birthday present, what can't you accept? You should accept it. Although this thing is really rare, I'm willing to give it to Sister Ninger." After finishing speaking, Hu Xiaobai swept the surrounding people, admiring the envious and shocked eyes of these people, proudly proud. There was silence all around, and everyone seemed to be waiting for xuanhuan's decision. Everyone envied, for fear that she would refuse again. However, at this time only an extremely discordant, lazy voice was heard in the ears of everyone. "Is it really rare to find? I don't think so. Although bragging is not taxable, don't think that others can't do things you can't do yourself, and don't talk so much, so as not to laugh at you." These are the original words that Hu Xiaobai said to Ling Yun just now. He borrowed them in a blink of an eye, and gave them back to Hu Xiaobai. Everyone, including Ninger, xuanhuan and his wife, all the guests around, even those old men, and xuanhuan were shocked by Ling Yun's words. 900 years of ginseng is not so rare and hard to find? Ling Yun can say this? Why does this kid like to say amazing words so much? I said, did this kid take the wrong medicine? Although he showed a miraculous hand just now, it is too much to say that this ginseng is nothing. At this time even the old man in the blue tang suit felt that Ling Yun was going too far, and he couldn't help but teach him a lesson. "Young man, you should think carefully about what you say, and then, this ginseng is indeed a good thing, and it is rare in the world. See, don't talk about buying, you can't even ask for it." When xuanhuan heard Ling Yun's words so full, he also trembled in his heart, saying, "Ling Yun, what you said was so full, I just wanted to go back to the circle for me, but I couldn't do it." Seeing everyone's reaction, Hu Xiaobai all pointed their finger at Ling Yun. He was even more proud of himself, raised his head, and said contemptuously at Ling Yun, "Ling Yun, didn't you just say that you were looking for a birthday present for Ninger? Where's your birthday present? Now each of us has given Ninger a birthday present, but you just eat and drink there. Since you said that my ginseng is worthless, then you should take out your birthday present and show it to everyone, and let us all learn more." As soon as these words came out, everyone nodded and said yes, but the hearts of xuanhuan and xuanhuan suddenly jumped at the same time, thinking that Ling Yun would not be stimulated, and should he turn his face on the spot? "Children, although I like you very much, since you say that other people's things are not good, then show them better things than others, otherwise, it's your fault today. The spirited old man was standing beside Xuanhuan at this moment, his eyes fixed on the 900-year-old ginseng plant, and he said to Ling Yun with a dissatisfied expression. Ling Yun smacked his lips, shook his head, and sighed, "Hey, it's not a good thing. I didn't want to show it to shame. Since everyone has to see it, I'll just show it." Really? Ling Yun's words immediately aroused everyone's curiosity, and they all wanted to see what kind of birthday gift Ling Yun, who didn't even have a wallet on, brought Ninger. But they're all unpopular things. I didn't take them with me. When I came in, I put them in the car outside. You wait for me for a while, and I'll go out and get them now. Ninger, go get me a bigger bag, there are so many things, I can't handle it with my hands. Xuanhuan was stunned when she heard it, thinking that brother Ling Yun really brought me a birthday present. This. Hu Xiaobai snorted coldly, Ling Yun, I don't think you can bring any birthday present. You want to run away after bragging? I advise you to cancel this idea, you can't run away. Hu Xiaobai was repeatedly humiliated by Ling Yun, and now he is a little angry. His cultivation in the early 9th floor of the day after tomorrow is really angry, thinking that if he wants to clean up Ling Yun, it is no different from killing an ant. Ling Yun showed a smile, the dimples on his face flashed, revealing a harmless smile to humans and animals, and said lightly, Master Xiaogu of the Valley of Magical Doctors, such a big name, you think I just want to leave, and I can run under your hands. Got it? Hu Xiaobai thought Ling Yun was showing weakness, he snorted coldly, and said proudly, you're still acquainted, you're right, if you really want to escape, don't blame me for catching you back with my own hands, then everyone won't look good. Ling Yun smiled and said, don't worry, I haven't given Ninger a birthday present yet, of course I won't leave, and I won't run away. After speaking, Ling Yun turned to look at Xuanhuan. At this moment Xuanhuan was looking at him nervously, for fear that he would suffer. Ling Yun raised the corner of his mouth and smiled at Xuanhuan, then blinked and asked her to get the bag. Seeing Ling Yun's bad expression, Xuanhuan felt a little at ease. After all, Ling Yun had never let her down, so she took a large black plastic bag and handed it to Ling Yun. Ling Yun glanced at Hu Xiaobai with a smile, do you dare to lend me your jade box? Hu Xiaobai glared at Ling Yun, carefully took out the ginseng from the jade box, held it in his hand, and let Ling Yun take the jade box. Xuanhuan stopped talking at this time, but he wanted to see what kind of medicine was sold in Ling Yun gourd. Let me go, I'll go out and get a birthday present for Ninger, and I'll be back soon. Everyone was now aroused by Ling Yun's curiosity, and immediately gave up a path, watching him one by one as he walked out of the courtyard. Of course, Ling Yun didn't have a car parked outside. The reason why he came out was because he was worried that it would be too shocking to take things out of the space ring. He just wanted to find a hidden place to take things. At this time, there was no one at the door of Xuanhuan. Ling Yun came to the door, turned around, and took out a bunch of things from the space ring. Sure Shiran walked back to the living room of the villa. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. My God. Ling Yun is really back, and he really has a birthday present? Such a big bag, it looks like there's still a lot of stuff, it's quite heavy. I just don't know if there is any good stuff in it, why does it look like a tattered one? Have you seen it, why does the black bag seem to be glowing? Could it be that Ling Yun likes to play romance and brought back a bunch of fireflies? When everyone saw that Ling Yun really came back with a big bag, seeing his indifferent and calm expression, as if he had a plan, they immediately exclaimed with excitement. Get out of the way, you can't touch this thing, you can't afford to damage it, and when Ninger turns against you, I won't help. Before Ling Yun could enter the house, he shouted at the crowd in the living room who were rushing to the door, so frightened that everyone quickly dispersed to make way for him. Ling Yun entered the room, but did not return to his original position, but went directly to the center of the living room. This is the middle of the 4 large dining tables. Because it is convenient for people to come and go, it is the most spacious. Ling Yin squatted down gently, placed the plastic bag in his hand with extreme care, then glanced at the crowd that surrounded him, and grinned at Ninger who was standing beside him. Ninger, I have prepared 3 kinds of gifts for you, which one do you want to see first? Although xuanhuan didn't know what kind of medicine Ling Yun's gourd was selling, she saw that Ling Yun had really prepared a birthday present for her, but she felt that her whole body was enveloped in happiness, and her delicate body trembled and said, as long as you give it to me, I will do it all. Like. Ling Yun laughed loudly, and said to xuanhuan, who was flushed with happiness, it's quite greedy. Long Tianyu was young, and he was already itchy, because of Ling Yun. The first one couldn't wait, so he urged, Ling Yun, hurry up, so many people are waiting for you if they don't eat. Ling Yun nodded, smiled, and asked the MC to turn off the lights just like before. Then put your hand into the bag and dig it out. Ah. My God, it's the night pearl. How can it be so big? As soon as Ling Yun took out a night pearl from the black plastic bag, he immediately heard a woman's excited scream. Ah. It's really a night pearl, it's as big as a dragon's eye. My God. How is this possible? More women began to scream madly. Women are born to like jewelry, not to mention night pearls. Those who can stay here are people who know the goods. Pearls are already precious, luminous pearls that can emit light on their own. It is even more rare and hard to find. Now this one can not only shine, but also the size of a longan. Ling Yun opened his palm, and the night pearl bloomed with a soft brilliance in the dark night, illuminating the people around him dimly and mysteriously. Everyone's face showed an extremely shocked look, and his eyes were full of incredible. As the saying goes, the pearl in the palm, the pearl in the palm, this is really the pearl in the palm. At this moment, the other voices in the room were completely inaudible, only the frantic screams of women of all ages and the excited sighs of men. Zheng Manyun especially likes jewelry, not to mention Yu Mingzhu. She didn't take it seriously at first, she has been standing outside the human wall, but now when Ling Yun took it out, it turned out to be Yu Mingzhu. Immediately in a hurry up and squeeze. Xuanhuan has never felt so happy since she was a child. She was almost drunk with happiness. If it wasn't for Ling Yun squatting, she couldn't help throwing herself into Ling Yun's arms. Brother Ling Yun. Xuanhuan exclaimed in a trembling voice. Here. Ling Yun generously handed Yu Mingzhu to Xuanhuan's hand, so frightened that xuanhuan hurriedly held it up with both hands. Appreciate it carefully in front of your own eyes. The night pearl is in xuanhuan's fair and slender hands, and the soft light reflects her slightly heroic and beautiful face like a dream, like a fairy who has descended into the world. This is really the night pearl, my God, what's going on tonight, so I can see the legendary night pearl. In the dark anyway. Those rich and noble women were also reserved and just kept talking excitedly. The women went crazy together, and the men were silent, including Hu Xiaobai, Long Tianyu, and Li Yumin, including those old men with beards and staring eyes, and even Shani Shui, they were all shocked and speechless. This is really a gift to the king. Xuanhuan is celebrating her birthday. What could be more shocking than giving her this kind of gift? But, it's all just the beginning. Ling Yun reached into his pocket, stretched out his hand, and took out another night pearl. It was the same size as the one just now, and it also released a soft light. My God, there's still one? Halo! Isn't it dazzling for me and him? Is the night pearl on sale? There is still one? This time, not only the women screamed and screamed, but even the men couldn't hold back their excitement, and some even uttered foul language. The light in the villa was brighter, especially in the place surrounded by people. It was better than the lights in the courtyard of the villa. Ling Yun smiled and handed the night pearl to Xuanhuan again. My God, there are still. The bag is still glowing. Another woman shouted in surprise. Now, in the innermost circle around Ling Yun, there are no men anymore, and they are all pushed behind by crazy women. They watched Ling Yun take one after another, and their voices were hoarse in shock. I believe that this scene that Ling Yun brought to them, it is estimated that no matter who it is, it will be unforgettable for a lifetime. 3, 4, 5, 6, a total of 18, all of which were taken out by Ling Yun. Xuanhuan's hands had long been unable to hold them. Such a big night pearl, Xuanhuan could hold 6 at most, already is the limit. Xuanhuan gave the 6 luminous pearls to her mother to help her hold, and gave the 6 luminous pearls to her father to hold, and finally she held 6 in her own hands, and she was so excited that she could not stand at all. Not only her, but also Zheng Manyun can't stand. Xueqingye couldn't stand either. 18 luminous pearls the size of a dragon's eye, all of which are rare, let alone 18. Today is Ning'er's 17th birthday. I originally wanted to give Ning'er 17 night pearls, but it's useless for me to keep this thing anyway, so let's give it to Ning'er next year. Well, 17 years old, 18 night pearls, and even gave the 18-year-old one to Ning'er, one for 1-year-old. At this time, the scorching brilliance of the 18 luminous pearls in the room had already illuminated the huge living room extremely brightly, and the expressions on everyone's faces could be clearly seen. It was shock to the extreme. Hu Xiaobai, Long Tianyu, Li Yumin, it's not that they haven't seen Yi Mingzhu, but they have never seen such a big one. Even if they have seen such a big one, they have never seen 18 pearls at once, and they have never seen 18 pearls of the same size. What is a priceless treasure? What is rare and hard to find? That's silence, can only hear the sound of spit and saliva, and the sound of women's increasingly excited gasps, not to mention them. The man's eyeballs are about to fall out of his sockets now. Brother Ling Yun, I don't want to take the night pearl, I want you to hug me. Xuanhuan was completely drunk with happiness, she couldn't stand any longer, she only felt that she would fall down at any time, and now she just wanted Ling Yun to hold her, she just wanted to fall into this man's arms, and let him love him wantonly. Turn on the lights. Ling Yun smiled slightly and asked to turn on the lights. Now, no one ever said that he wore shabby clothes, and no one thought that he was nothing but handsome. As soon as the lights were turned on, everyone held their breaths and looked at Ling Yun as if they were looking for a baby. Just now, the diamond necklace that Long Tianyu gave to Xuanhuan was still worn on Xuanhuan's neck, but under the light of the 18 night pearls, it was immediately eclipsed and completely forgotten. This is a real rare treasure, one is hard to find, anyone will easily outperform the 9-carat pink diamond, not to mention 18 of them appear together. Hu Xiaobai stopped talking, he was completely stunned, he was speechless at all, unable to say a word. If it is compared to cherishing medicinal materials and peerless medical skills, Hu Xiaobai thinks he will not lose to anyone, but the night pearl that Ling Yun brought out is really rare in the world. Li Yumin has nothing to say. His family is rich, and the most important thing is money, but even though he has 1 or 2 of such rare treasures in his family, it is absolutely impossible for his family to take them out. This is a luminous pearl, not a brand-name sports car that can be produced by a production line, or something that money can buy. And even if he took it out, he couldn't take out so much. How could he take out 18 at once to be so powerful? Zheng Manyun is holding 6 night pearls in her hands. She really can't put it down now. Her eyes moved from the night pearls to Ling Yun's face, and then to the night pearls in her hands. The excitement in her heart is beyond words. Xueqingye stared at the 6 flawless luminous pearls in his hand, except for a wry smile, he was too shocked to speak, the shock that Ling Yun brought him was too great. Old Shui. Your granddaughter-in-law is really not easy. How could such a good thing be met by you? The spirited old man was stunned for a while, and he was extremely excited at this moment. He looked at Dr. Shui with envy, jealousy, and hatred on his face. This child is really hidden. Where can you find such a young man? If you give it to me, I also have a granddaughter who is exactly 18 this year. Xuanhuan twitched the corners of his mouth, swallowed hard, then glared at the spirited old man, and scolded directly, thinking beautifully, don't think I know, your granddaughter is 21 this year. The old man grinned and said, that's right, I see this kid, it seems that I still have it in my hand, maybe I can get 21 night pearls. Xuanhuan laughed, fuck you, you can find it yourself if you have the ability, don't come and rob my grandson-in-law. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Lingyun, I admit that the Yi Mingzhu you took out is a rare treasure in the world, but this is Yi Mingzhu. What you said just now is that my ginseng is not good. Hu Xiaobaming was stunned and shocked for a long time, and finally came back to his senses. His face was ugly, he had already turned red to the color of pig liver, and turned purple, but the matter had come to this point, he didn't want to admit defeat. At this time, the eyes of everyone in the living room looking at Hu Xiaobai were different from before, and they turned their backs and began to support Lingyun without reservation. Things are like this, you still don't admit defeat. The night pearls that they brought out may not be as good as your 900 years of ginseng, but they took out a total of 18, and the same size of longan is definitely stronger than your ginseng. Bar? If you lose, don't force yourself, hey, young people today. For a while there were different opinions, and they said everything, but their voices were all one-sided, and they were all speaking for Lingyun. Lingyun glanced at Hu Xiaobai lightly, and smiled leisurely, I haven't finished my things yet, it was just an appetizer just now, what are you in a hurry? 900 years of ginseng, right? Come, let me show you what a king of ginseng is. As soon as Lingyun said those words, he raised his hand into the black plastic bag, grabbed a huge ginseng and took it out, holding his hand in the air and shaking it slightly. The living room is full of energy. Of course, only Lingyun and Xuanhuan, who had reached the innate realm, could feel it. Ah? My God! This, such a big ginseng? How is that possible? How can there be such a huge ginseng? This is just. This time it was replaced by the men in the house, and they started screaming wildly, they were all crazy. What Lingyun was holding in his hand was like a newborn baby, but more like a shrunken old man with a white beard, with a complete head, nose, eyebrows, and long drooping beard and eyebrows. Anyone who saw it would like it. My God, such a big man, I am afraid it will weigh 7 or 8 pounds? How can it be so big? Lingyun, put it down quickly. Don't get caught and break it. Someone looked at Lingyun and grabbed the huge ginseng, casually. Immediately, I was excited, for fear that he would accidentally fall to the ground and fall. Xuanhuan couldn't care about anything at this time, his face was shocked, it seemed that he just swayed and rushed in front of Lingyun, and grabbed the ginseng that was at least 2,000 years old. Get out of the way, get out of the way. Hurry up, I'm squeezing my old man to death. The spirited old man did not care about his identity. At this time I desperately squeezed forward. The other old men were also pushing forward desperately, rushing to look at the ginseng in the hands of Xuanhuan, which was truly human-shaped ginseng. This is at least 2,500-year-old ginseng. It has truly transformed into a human form. It is said that it is about to run away. Lingyun, how did you catch him? Xuanhuan's eyes were full of light, and his tall body trembled violently. It was unbelievable. I said, Lao Shui, hold your hand steady. If this ginseng king loses a beard, I'll never stop with you. When the spirited old man saw Shani Shui's hands shaking violently, he was so frightened that he hurried to help. He carefully stretched out his hands to hold the ginseng, and said angrily to Shani Shui. Lingyun smiled, raised his hand and took out a ginseng king from the plastic bag that had been growing for a long time, and shoved it into the spirited old man's hand, this grandfather. Don't worry, we still have it here. This one is bigger, heavier, with clearer eyebrows and eyes, and it is no different from the real old man. My God, there are still. It's two ginseng kings. The spirited old man only felt his hands sinking suddenly, which made him almost lean forward and fall to the ground, but fortunately, he practiced Tai Chi all the year round, and he quickly stabilized his body. The eyeballs almost pop out. It's not just him, there are people in the living room. One is counted as one, including Hu Xiaobai, who has attacked Ling Yun, all have their eyes out. Two ginseng kings at once? How can that be? Hu Xiaobai is going crazy at this time. He is the Xiaogu owner of the Valley of Divine Medicine, and his knowledge is naturally extraordinary. Just one glance knows that this is indeed the king of ginseng that has grown for nearly 3,000 years. Hu Xiaobai knew that he had a ride this time, not only that, but also a great deal, and he was all planted at his grandma's house. The loss is completely convinced, not even the slightest bit of unwillingness. At this time, some people were madly vying to see the two ginseng kings, but there were also more people who had already turned their eyes away from the ginseng kings, all staring at Ling Yun. At the beginning, everyone was guessing how far this young man went against the sky, and it was worthy of such a different look from Dr. Xue and Mining Xue. But after seeing him, I found that apart from being overly handsome, he had no family background, was shabby, had no concept of etiquette, didn't have a good look when he was eating, and spoke in an even louder tone. Is contempt. Now, no one dares to despise Ling Yun anymore, but they all look at him like a treasure. To say what is the most precious in the house right now, it is not the 18 luminous pearls, nor the two ginseng kings, but it was the boy who took these things out. OMG, how much do those things cost? Well, this is not something money can buy at all, this is simply priceless. Xue Qingya and Zhang Manyun almost went crazy with shock, or they were completely out of brains. They never dreamed that their daughter called almost 3 times a day, so they must prepare well for this birthday, because of their own my boyfriend is coming to participate, they didn't take it seriously, but now they just feel that they are wrong outrageously, very outrageous. What about Xue Mining? Xue Mining had already held the night pearl and fell into Ling Yun's arms. She couldn't stand up because of this huge happiness and glory. What Ling Yun brought was no longer a birthday present. He brought her everything, no matter which woman it is, as long as Ling Yun takes out one of these things, it will be enough to make her cry, let alone so much. Ling Yun, you've been running for so long, are you really going to find a birthday present for Ninger? It's just this birthday present is too. With difficulty, Shani Xue looked away from the king of ginseng in his hands, and turned his head to look at Ling Yun with dry lips. He was extremely shocked at this time. It is the first time in his life that he has seen such a big ginseng king. Ling Yun smiled and put his hand into the black plastic bag again. Almost at the same time, everyone's heart shivered violently. God knows what he can come up with this time? Ling Yun brought out a 2,000-year-old He Shouwu this time. Many people didn't know this, so they all looked at him curiously, waiting for him to tell what it was. Shueshini was shocked and couldn't close his mouth. He grabbed the king of ginseng with one hand, and took the He Shouwu with the other hand, and said with trembling lips, "This is the He Shouwu that has grown for more than 2,000 years. Just a bite of something can make a white-haired old man turn black in the blink of an eye, and it can eliminate all diseases and prolong life. Why do you even have this?" Well, when Dr. Xue said this, everyone in the room immediately boiled over. Ling Yun hugged Ninger and said with a faint smile, "Grandpa Xue, I have been taking care of you during this time. I have been thinking of finding a chance to repay, but I haven't found anything suitable. This is not for Ninger, but for you. Just take it away." Ling Yun's words made all the people who were shocked in their hearts admire it. Not only did Ling Yun speak beautifully, but he also did things beautifully, so people couldn't pick it out. Can only admire. The other dudes went out of their way to bring a birthday present, but they only came here to please xuanhuan. But Lingyun not only brought so many good things to xuanhuan, but also prepared the most suitable gift for Dr. Shui. It's really thoughtful, and it reflects Lingyun's rare filial piety. At this time, after countless shocks in a short period of time, most people have been numb to the shock, because if they continue to be excited like this, no one's heart can stand it. Shui Qingya and Zhang Manyun had already put away all Yi Mingzhu. They watched Lingyun embrace their precious daughter, and they only felt pleasing to the eye and ironing the post. It can be said that even if Lingyun now proposes to enter the bridal chamber with Ning'er, as long as Ning'er is willing, the two will quickly push them in. Can Ning'er be unwilling? Of course, Lingyun didn't think he would mention such a boring request, he didn't need it. If it wasn't for Hu Xiaobai and Long Tianyu being aggressive, he wouldn't even be able to do this at all. As the saying goes, if you don't reveal your wealth, you're not afraid of thieves stealing, but you're afraid of thieves. He just needs to quietly give these things to Shueshini and Xuanhuan. Shueshini laughed happily when he heard it. I can't use such a big Hishowu at all. Besides, this thing seems to be more suitable for women. Shini Shui said, and winked at Lingyun. Lingyun knew that Shini Shui was letting him take the opportunity to curry favor with his mother-in-law. Lingyun was already prepared, he grinned, grabbed a huge Hishowu from the bag and put it in Zhang Manyun's hand respectfully, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Auntie, this is to honor you. What? Me too? This, you say this child is really… Zhang Manyun was so excited that he was incoherent on the spot. In fact, it's all for the Shui family, it's the same for everyone, but in front of so many people, the effect is multiplied. This makes Zhang Manyun have a sense of superiority and presence as a mother-in-law, and she is naturally very happy. Where in the world can I find such a happy mother-in-law? On the other hand, where in the world can I find such a one-in-a-million son-in-law? Can't find it with a lantern. Brother Lingyun, you gave me too many birthday gifts today, I don't even dare to ask for them. Xuanhuan snuggled tightly into Lingyun's arms, pressed her delicate and embossed body against his body, and said affectionately. Lingyun laughed freely. Ning'er, didn't you just say that you like whatever I give you? In the living room, thunderous applause broke out in an instant, one after another, like a crazy tsunami, the mountains and the tsunami. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. The thunderous applause broke out for 2 minutes before it stopped. Lingyun accepted it calmly, but Xuanhuan blushed and slid her head into Lingyun's arms happily. This applause is not just because Lingyun brought a treasure that can shock everyone's hearts, but also because of his amazing medical skills, because of his free and easy, calm, because of the way he shows when talking and laughing, selfless and generous, and the gold-like filial piety he unintentionally revealed. Admiration. Admiration. Everyone applauded for a while, and in the end only one person was still applauding. Hu Xiaobai nodded to Lingyun with an embarrassed smile on his face. At this time everyone knew that it was no longer necessary to look at it. Anything Lingyun took out was hard to find in the world. He just said that Hu Xiaobai's ginseng was like ginseng, and it had already come to light. Ginseng that has been grown for 900 years is certainly a good thing, and it is indeed rare in the world, but compared with the ginseng king that Lingyun brought out, it is simply incomparable, not to mention that they also brought out 2 Hishowu. Most of the people had already sat back in their seats and gave up enough space. They were shocked, excited, and amazed, looking at Lingyun, who was smiling in the middle of the living room, pinching their thighs, verifying what happened just now. Is it a dream? Hu Xiaobai, as the Xiaogu master of the magical medicine valley, of course has a certain bearing. He smiled and said to Lingyun, since you have taken out all your birthday gifts, I don't know if my jade box can be returned, no matter what. Said, I'm here today mainly to celebrate Ning'er's sister's birthday, and I have to give me a gift to Ning'er's sister. Xuanhuan smiled sweetly, and just wanted to say no, but she heard Ling Yan put her mouth in her ear and whisper, "Now you can accept it. 900-year-old ginseng is also a good ginseng." Of course, Ling Yan couldn't let Ninger not accept it, but now that he has extinguished Hu Xiaobai's arrogance, it is estimated that even if he has something to say, he will probably have to hold it back in his stomach. Shui Mining was obedient to Ling Yan. She smiled politely and nodded to Hu Xiaobai. "It's a promise to accept his birthday present." Ling Yan scratched his head and said, I'm sorry, I just used your jade box to pack a little something. This is also a birthday present for Ninger. Wait a minute." After speaking, Ling Yan let go of Shui Mining and crouched back to the ground. He reached into the black plastic bag with both hands and took out the jade box. On the table. This jade box is more than 40 centimeters long and 20 centimeters square, and now Ling Yan has poured a jade box full of dragon saliva inside. Everyone saw that Ling Yan carefully moved the jade box out, and he was more careful than when he took the night pearl just now. Is there anything more precious than the night pearl and the ginseng king? Otherwise, why did Ling Yan take it out at the end, and his expression was so serious and careful? But at this time everyone did not gather around but sat in their seats to watch. Because Ling Yan was already surrounded by those old men. "Little Ling Yan, what is this?" The spirited old man was in a hurry. He didn't wait for Ling Yan to open the jade box and asked impatiently. "Hey, this old man, don't be in a hurry, I'll open it up and take a look, won't you now?" Ling Yan said to him with a smile. With a radiant smile on his face. To say the most precious, 18 luminous pearls are nothing, those ginseng kings and Polygonum multiflorum are nothing, the most precious is naturally the dragon saliva. Under the curious eyes of everyone, Ling Yan gently opened the lid of the jade box for a while. Everyone in the room took a deep breath. What good thing? How can it be so fragrant? It's all intoxicating. Someone couldn't help but say, and at the same time, his mouth and nose were wide open, and he was breathing in the aroma of ambergris, which was actually the aura overflowing with ambergris. Not only them, but also Ling Yan couldn't help but wonder, because the dragon saliva originally had no fragrance and was milky white. It's odorless and tasteless, but how can it be so fragrant now? Ling Yan silently absorbed the aura released by the dragon saliva, and felt that there was no problem. It was not much different from when he was in the Yin and Yang locked dragons. No, it seems that this spiritual energy is more pure. Ling Yan thought hard, suddenly his heart was shocked, and he said no, is it because of that gourd? God, what kind of treasure is the gourd of that old monk who sits in the temple? How can there be such an amazing function? It's out, it's out. Ling Yan was ecstatic in his heart, but he tried his best to keep a calm look on his face. Everyone in the living room was addicted to this intoxicating aroma, but they didn't know what it was. They couldn't help but look at Ling Yan, as if waiting for him to give an answer. Xueshini, Hu Xiaobai, and Long Tianyu couldn't help but get excited. The three of them stepped forward in unison and looked at the dragon saliva in the jade box for a long time, but no one spoke for a long time. Ling Yan laughed happily, thinking that it seems that there are still people who know this kind of thing, so I will explain it. However, Ling Yan was not at all surprised that Xueshini and Hu Xiaobai knew Long Xiao, but Long Tianyu, who was not much older, seemed to know Long Xiao, which surprised Ling Yan. Divine Dr. Shui, Hu Xiaobai, and Long Tianyu raised their heads in unison, and looked at each other solemnly. Then Divine Dr. Shui's lips moved slightly, as if they had said something to the two, and they nodded in unison. Ling Yan knew that Xueshini must have used sound transmission to enter the secret just now. I saw Shini Shui raised his hand, covered his mouth with his hand and pretended to cough dryly, but said to Ling Yan through a voice transmission, "Ling Yan, is this dragon saliva?" Ling Yan smiled indifferently and nodded, thinking that it was just a little bit of dragon saliva. Could it be so cautious? I still have more than 2,000 pounds here. Xueshini's body shook violently, and he swayed twice, before he could stabilize. Then he coughed dryly, and said sorry, to everyone present. He even closed the jade box, picked it up, and walked into his secret room. Everyone looked at each other in dismay, thinking that what kind of good thing Ling Yun brought out this time was worthy of such careful treatment by Shani Shui. Until Shani Shui disappeared, the overflowing aroma continued to drift in the living room, which was very mellow and intoxicating. Hu Xiaobai and Lan Tianyu looked enviously at the direction where Dr. Shui left, and didn't turn around until they couldn't see it, and their eyes fixed on Ling Yun deeply at the same time. Lan Tianyu also has the strength of the peak of the 8th floor of the day after tomorrow. Brother Ling Yun, what exactly is that thing? How can it smell so good? The little demon girl, xuanhuan, couldn't help her curiosity, and asked Ling Yun softly. Of course Ling Yun would not hide xuanhuan. He dared to take it out, and naturally he would not worry about anything, so he told Ning'er using the method of focusing on the sound and telling her to keep quiet. Xuanhuan heard it, and although she opened her mouth in shock, she finally didn't exclaim, because she had seen the 9 dragons bodyguard appear on Ling Yun's body with her own eyes. He has enough immunity to everything in Ling Yun. It took 20 minutes for Shueshini to come out again. He asked Shui Qingye to take care of all the Yiming Zhu and he Shouwu sent by Ling Yun, and then returned to his seat as if nothing had happened. Come on, why are you all standing here? All sit down, let's drink. Now that things have come, where is there anyone who has the heart to drink? Everyone stood up and took the initiative to say goodbye, but no matter who left, they all went to xuanhuan to say goodbye and blessings to her. Of course, it was also to say goodbye and blessings to Ling Yun. Brother Ling Yun, you are so majestic tonight. They were all shocked by you. Xuanhuan took advantage of people not paying attention. Quietly leaned into Ling Yun's ear and said. In the end, it was Li Yumin, Hu Xiaobai, and Lan Tianyu specially came to say goodbye to xuanhuan. Before leaving, Lan Tianyu stared deeply at Ling Yun and said with a smile, Ling Yun, if you have time to come to the capital, remember to go to Long's house to find me. You can just say that you are looking for Lan Tianyu from the Long family, and make sure everyone knows about it. Okay. Ling Yun was not hypocritical, he nodded with a light smile, and agreed to Lan Tianyu's invitation. In fact, he really wanted to tell Lan Tianyu that he should be careful of the Chen family, but he gave up after thinking about it. Because the game between those famous families is not something he can participate in now, and he does not want to participate. Li Yumin also invited Ling Yun very politely. If he went to the capital, he must visit their Li family. He would definitely welcome him very much. Ling Yun also said yes. Also agreed. In the end, Hu Xiaobai looked at Ling Yun and xuanhuan with a complicated look for a long time. In the end, he could only sigh faintly to accept his fate. The abacus of Hu Qingshan, the master of the magic doctor and his father, was completely defeated. Shueshini guessed right, Hu Qingshan really wanted to use the combination of Hu Xiaobai and xuanhuan, so that he could successfully open up all the joints in the world and develop the power of Shani Valley. But now that Ling Yun is here, as long as he is not a fool, everyone knows this. There is no way to go through the road, and we can only try another way. Ling Yun, can you tell me, what realm are you in? Hu Xiaobai asked Ling Yun using the sound transmission technique when he turned around. Of course Hu Xiaobai wasn't an idiot. If Ling Yun was an ordinary person, how could he get so many treasures that ordinary people would never see in their entire lives? But no matter how he looked at it, he confirmed that Ling Yun had no martial arts cultivation, so he could only choose to ask himself. He paused for a while and waited for a while, but he didn't hear Ling Yun's answer. Knowing that Ling Yun didn't want to reveal his strength, he could only shake his head with a wry smile and leave with his hands behind. The guests in the living room quickly left, leaving only Shui Qingye and his wife, Ling Yun and xuanhuan, as well as various errands hired from outside. Prosperity ends in an instant. The indifferent smile on Ling Yan's face finally turned solemn. He used voice transmission to enter the secret and asked Ninger, can you tell me now? What happened during my absence? Ninger's face changed. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Xuanhuan hurried over, smiling, and said to Ling Yan very cordially, Ling Yan, Ninger's grandfather asked you to go to his secret room now, and I have something important to discuss with you. Ling Yan nodded quickly and walked directly inside. I'm going too. Xuanhuan was afraid that her grandfather couldn't explain clearly, so she quickly grabbed the long evening dress and quickly caught up with Ling Yan. Our baby girl, this time I really became someone else's. Xuanhuan looked at Ninger's anxious look, and couldn't help but shook his head and smiled at Zhang Manyun beside him. Zhang Manyun gave her husband a glare with a smile, and said coquettishly, okay, don't pretend, your daughter has found you such a good son-in-law. I don't know how happy you are, just laugh if you want. Before he finished speaking, with a poochie, Zhang Manyun laughed first, and the flowers trembled. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Xuanhuan's secret room is very large, with more than 100 square meters. It is divided into 3 rooms. One is used to discuss secret affairs, the other is used by Xuanhuan to practice martial arts, and the other is of course the storage of Xuanhuan. Room. It was only after Ling Yan came in that he found out that the inner wall of this secret room was actually a real copper wall. If someone wanted to come in and steal something, it would be a fool's dream. Moreover, this secret room is completely soundproof. No matter how much noise you make in the secret room, no one outside will hear it. Accompanied by Xuanhuan, Ling Yan went directly to the room where things were being discussed, and sat down opposite Xuanhuan. Since entering the secret room, Xuanhuan has been holding Ling Yan's arm tightly, her big smart eyes flashing with nervousness and anxiety. She opened her mouth several times to say something, but she was hesitant to speak. Xuanhuan didn't mention everything that happened at the birthday party just now, and he didn't ask Ling Yan where he had been these days or what he had experienced. He just looked at Ling Yan worriedly, as if he was thinking about where everything started. Ling Yan's brows knitted together, his expression solemn, but he was not nervous, he was already mentally prepared. Grandpa Xue, no matter what happens, no matter how big it is, just tell me directly, I can handle it. Except for Xuanhuan and Xuanhuan, none of the people he knew came to attend Ninger's birthday party. Ling Yan had long guessed that something must have happened. Brother Ling Yan, don't be too angry when you hear it. Xuanhuan looked at Ling Yan's face nervously. Said cautiously. Cough cough. Xuanhuan coughed lightly and said, Ninger, you know more about everything that happened in the past 6 days than I do, so it's up to you to tell brother Ling Yan. Xuanhuan frowned, bit her lower lip, and sorted out her thoughts a little. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Ling Yan ask, Ninger. Tell me first, how is my mother and Ling Yu? What Ling Yan cares about most. Of course it was Qin Shuyue and Ning Ling Yu. At the same time, he thought that as long as there was no accident with his mother, then things would definitely not be too big. After all, Qin Shuyue is a master close to the 3rd level of the innate, and her realm is even higher than that of Xuanhuan. Unexpectedly, when Ling Yan asked this question, Xuanhuan lowered her head. This made Ling Yan's heart skip a beat. If an accident happens to my mother and she loses this protective umbrella, then if her enemies come to her door, it is estimated that none of the people around her will be able to escape. Ling Yan's face sank, and he grabbed Xuanhuan's arm suddenly, and asked in awe, what's wrong with Ninger? Did something happen to my mother? Tell me now. Xuanhuan first shook her head, but soon nodded again and whispered, Aunt Qin is not in an accident, but she is missing like you. What? Ling Yan couldn't sit still anymore, and he stood up with a swipe. Shocked, he asked, when did this happen? Xuanhuan also stood up with Ling Yan and said, Brother Ling Yan, don't worry, listen to me slowly, many things can't be solved all at once. Ling Yan's thoughts turned electric. His eyes were like a blade that had been quenched by ice and snow for 10,000 years. He pursed his lips and thought for a while, then sat down silently. In 6 days, everything that happened has already happened, and it is useless to be anxious now. Ling Yan can only understand the whole situation first. Aunt Qin should have disappeared on the same night as you, but it can't be considered missing, because she left a note for Sister Ling Yu. Hearing that Qin Qiuyue had left a note, Ling Yin felt a little relieved, and he immediately asked, "What note? What is written on it?" "Xuanhuan has a deep memory of what happened these days," she said directly without recalling. "Sister Ling Yu told me that when she woke up on Monday morning, she saw the note left by Aunt Qin on the bedside, saying that Aunt Qin, I have to go out of town to do an important and urgent matter, and I will be back in 2 or 3 days if I hurry up. In the past few days, no matter what happens at home, it is up to you to decide." When Ling Yan heard this, he was right in his heart. He entered the Tianqing to explore on the night of the last day of the Qingming festival holiday, and the next day was Monday. Qin Qiuyue must have thought that Ling Yan started to attend classes normally on Monday, and she also knew Ling Yan's true strength and knew that as long as Ling Yan was there, nothing major would happen at home. Before Ling Yan went down to the Tianqing, Zhuang Meifeng and Xiao Mimi were sent to Villa No. 9 in Qingshui Bay to prevent accidents, just to let their mother keep them safe, but her mother was in a hurry, and instead asked Ling Yan to take care of the family, which was a screw-up. Before Ling Yan went down to the Tianqing, he had already formed deadly feuds with many people. If Ling Yan was not there, and Qin Qiuyue was not there, how could there be any trouble in the family? Ling Yan hurriedly asked, "Then my mother didn't say where she went. Is it something important?" Xuanhuan shook her head and said, "None of them." Sister Ling Yu said that judging from the handwriting, Aunt Qin walked in a hurry, because the handwriting was very scribbled, adding up to dozens of words. Ling Yu nodded and asked again, "Then my mother hasn't come back yet? Ling Yu didn't call her cell phone?" Xuanhuan still shook her head. "Aunt Qin didn't bring her cell phone." Ling Yan pondered. "It was said to be 2 or 3 days, but now it's been 6 days and I haven't come back." Ling Yan thought for a moment, and felt that Qin Qiuyue should be delayed because of something, and there would be no danger, because Ling Yan has never seen a person who is higher than his mother's realm. What about Ling Yu? How is she now? Sister Ling Yu is currently in the house you rent, taking care of the person in charge of your clinic, Yao Ro. Ling Yan opened his mouth in shock after hearing this. The two had never met before, and what happened to Yao Ro? Well, what's going on here? The big thing was beyond Ling Yan's imagination, because when Xuanhuan mentioned Yao Ro, she didn't show any jealous expression. Xuanhuan sighed, shook her head and said, "Brother Ling Yun, don't ask that. I'll tell you one by one, and you'll understand. This is what happened in these 6 days." After Xuanhuan finished speaking, she began to tell Ling Yun what happened these days in chronological order. On April 7th, Ling Yu got up and found Qin Qiuyue's letter from home, and immediately called Ling Yun. But it was prompted that it was not in the service area. Because at this time Ling Yun was under the 400-meter Tianqing. It has already entered the Yin and Yang lock dragon formation, and it is impossible for the mobile phone to receive any signal. However, because Ling Yun had been elusive during this period of time, and the dragon could not see the end, so although everyone couldn't contact Ling Yun, they didn't pay much attention. On Tuesday, April 8th, an accident happened at Zhuang Meifeng's house. The Sun family in the capital sent an unknown number of people to control the entire house. Let Zhuang Tianda's family have to make it clear where Niao Fenjiao, Sun Xing, and the 4 masters of the Sun family went. Zhuang Meifeng received news that because she was worried about her mother and sister, she rushed back to the banker's house alone, and was directly controlled by the Sun's family, and her whereabouts are still unknown. This day, everyone was anxiously looking for Ling Yun, but still couldn't get in touch with him, so everyone began to feel bad. That night, in a hurry, Xiao Mimi left the villa number 9 in Qingshui Bay and searched for Lingyun all over the city. But she also disappeared that night and has not been heard from since Wednesday. On Wednesday, April 9th, Li Yifeng was investigated by the Discipline Inspection Department because Lingyun bought 2 villas at half price. On the same day, Tang Meng's father, Tang Tianhao, was accused of unfair handling of the case. Improper handling of the problem, was charged with dereliction of duty, temporarily suspended by the higher authorities, and quarantined for review. The Chief of Public Security Luo Zheng personally took charge of all the work that Tang Tianhao was in charge of. He did several important things one after another that day. First, he sealed up 2 villas that Lingyun bought at half price. Second, the arrest of Tai Xiaohu is said to be suspected of extortion from Qingyun Film and Television. Third, it is said that the source of your huge amount of property is unknown and the source is not right, and all your bank accounts have been blocked. At the same time, it is still investigating the case of Qingyun Film and Television who were kicked as eunuchs by Lingyun. After a sudden change, Lingyan's whereabouts are unknown again. Everyone was anxious at the time. Ning Lingyu became homeless. At the same time, because Lingyun was missing for 3 days and could not contact her mother, Ning Lingyu was already insane, and naturally she would never be able to contact her again. Inattentive to class. At this time, Xie Zhenyan, the squad leader of the first class, began to frantically pester Ning Lingyu. Tang Meng went to Xie Zhenyan to settle the account after hearing about it, but he was severely injured. On April 10th, on Thursday, the day before yesterday, Lingyun's clinic that was about to be renovated was smashed into pieces by a group of Xiangxi people. Yao Rou was seriously injured because she tried her best to stop her, and she was also infected with an incurable poison, and those who suffered along with her were the 7 or 8 workers in the renovation clinic. It was also on this day that Ning Lingyu received a call from neighborly Hongmei, saying that Qin Chuyu's original home, the civilian clinic, was forcibly demolished by the demolition team, and was leveled on the spot with bulldozers and excavators. Yesterday, at school. Bang! With a loud noise, Lingyun punched the marble coffee tabletop in front of him, making a big hole, and the gravel splashed. Enough! Lingyun couldn't listen anymore. The blue veins on his forehead were exposed, his teeth were rattling, his fists were clenched tightly, his eyes were splitting. Shocking change. Lingyun was furious. He brushed straight up, and his tall figure shook violently, almost unable to stand. Brother Lingyun. Shui Mining was so frightened that she quickly stood up, grabbed Lingyun's arm and shook it gently, and comforted, Brother Lingyun, the main trouble this time is all the actions of the city. Grandpa and I guessed that this was the case. Everything is instructed by the Sun family behind the scenes, so if you don't show up, Grandpa can only use various personal connections to deal with the Sun family to the best of their ability, but the Sun family's power is bigger than Grandpa. Lingyun's blood was boiling, his breathing was short, and he was already furious to the extreme. He gritted his teeth and nodded heavily, I understand this. Lingyun, sit down first, you can't stand this alone. Shueshini first let Lingyun vent the anger in his chest, and then said solemnly. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. The Sun family is really on fire this time. I have inquired about it. Sun Qing's father, Sun Tianbiao, came to Qingshui in person. He brought a lot of real experts here. It is bound to find out the whereabouts of Niao Fenjiao and Sun Xing. I have already spoken to the Sun family. Yu Lingyun will not come back. Anyone who dares to touch the people around you will be against Shuizhingqi, so Sun Tianbiao also has concerns. He does not dare to act recklessly for the time being. Shueshini quickly said a few words, seeing that Lingyun had no intention of sitting down at all. He had to stand up and said, Lingyun, I know you are very angry now, but before you go out to work, I have one more important thing. I want to tell you something. Ling Yan finally raised his head to meet Xue Jingqi's gaze and asked, Grandpa Xue, what else is there? Xue Jingqi pondered. In the past 5 or 6 days, there has been an old man in his 50s who has been asking about you, and he has appeared several times near your villa number 1. I have followed him secretly, he should be only a short distance away. A little bit has reached the innate realm. Ling Yan suddenly felt very strange. He didn't have any interaction with the old man at the peak of the 9th floor of the acquired sky. What did he ask me about? Xue Jingqi added, in the past 2 days, he seems to know that you have a rented house again, and he often goes there to hang out, and he seems to be secretly protecting your sister. If you see him, you must pay more attention, maybe he can help us too. Ling Yan nodded suspiciously, and then asked, Grandpa Xue, what does he look like? Xue Shini said directly, the old man is in his 50s, he is of medium height, has short hair, and has a purple face with Chinese characters. He has thick eyebrows and narrow eyes, a straight nose and a wide mouth. The strength should be able to compete with the masters of the innate level. He is the newest force in Qingshui City, and there is another force that is secretly looking for you now. It's Qinglong. However, Qinglong is also secretly protecting people on our side. As for why, I don't know. Ling Yan is even more confused. Qinglong will protect the people on my side? Is it because of Tai Xiaohu? Should not be, Tai Xiaohu betrayed Qinglong, and he not only beat Qinglong's people, but also beat Qinglong's boss's daughter, Languo. It would be nice if Qinglong didn't bother me. How can you help me now? But now was not the time to struggle with these questions. He turned his head and asked Ninger, how is Tang Meng now? Is he seriously injured? Xue Mei condensed her head and said angrily, Uncle Tang had already had an accident at that time, so Xie Zhenyan was very arrogant that day. He not only pestered Sister Ling Yu, but also told Tang Meng that you were going to die and you were going to lose. In the end, Tang was angry. He fought him fiercely, but Xie Zhenyan was really good, he broke Tang Meng's arm and leg. Okay. Xie Zhenyan. Your fox's tail is finally exposed. If you dare to treat my brother like this, don't blame me for being cruel. Ling Yan laughed in anger, and his fists were crackling. Ling Yan's face was gloomy and terrifying. He asked angrily, Xie Zhenyan beat Tang Meng like this, shouldn't this Public Security Bureau just ignore it? Xue Mining also gritted her teeth angrily and said, Xie Zhenyan's father, Xie Zhenting, is the executive vice mayor of Qingshui City. He wears the same pair of pants with the current public security chief, Luo Zheng. Uncle Tang has an accident again. Who will care about this? Xue Jingqi frowned and said, Ling Yan, because Tang Meng's internal and external injuries are very serious. I can only cure him of his internal injuries and connect his broken bones, and then let him rest slowly. Your medical skills are better than me, see if you can think of it. How to make him recover as soon as possible. Ling Yan nodded and said that there was no problem, he still had 6 or 7 Qingyu talismans. It is enough to treat Tang Meng's trauma. How is Yao Rou now? And how many decorators are there? Ling Yan asked. Divine Dr. Xue frowned and said in a deep voice, the goo skills of the gulls are very high, I can only temporarily suppress the goo poison for them, but I can't eradicate the root. Those workers are not serious, mainly the little girl, the goo in the middle. The technique is extremely powerful, and ordinary people can't get close at all, but your sister doesn't know why, but her body can resist the poison, so your sister has been taking care of her for the past 2 days. The killing intent in Ling Yan's eyes became stronger and stronger. He couldn't stay here any longer, so he said to Xue Jingqi, Grandpa Xue, I'm going out now to take revenge, this time the movement may be very big. Ling Yan wants to kill. To kill a lot of people. Xue Jingqi nodded and said, there are some things, it is really inconvenient for me to come forward. I just saw your shot, as long as it is not against the innate masters, you should have the power to fight. If there are innate masters looking for you trouble, you let me know right away, and I'll be there soon. Ling Yun nodded and said gratefully, so many things happen these days, thank you Grandpa Shui. I'm leaving. If it wasn't for Shui Jingqi's secret support, with the power of the Sun family, these people around Ling Yun would have been wiped out long ago, and it was impossible to wait until now. Brother Ling Yun, I'll go with you too. Shui Mining saw that Ling Yun said to leave, she quickly grabbed Ling Yun's arm and said. Ling Yun hesitated for a while, then he stopped and said to Shui Mining, Ninger, today is your birthday, and I don't think your face is very good, I think you should stay at home. Shui Mining shook her head like a rattle, what's wrong with my birthday, if I don't see you today, I won't celebrate it at all. Ling Yun scratched his head and frowned, but you can't help me. Shui Mining exclaimed, why can't I help you? I'll drive you, give you an array of battles, and, Brother Ling Yun, do you know where Tang Meng is now? And I still have a lot of details that I haven't told you. Shui Shini spoke, Ling Yun, you haven't been able to get in touch with the Sun family tonight, just Tang Meng and your sister are enough for you to be busy, you should let Ninger take you to see them first. When Ling Yun thought about it, that was all he could do. He couldn't let Tang Meng fall on the bed because of his affairs and didn't want to let his sister Ling Yu continue to be so anxious and miserable, so Ling Yu would collapse. Brother Ling Yun, wait for me, I'll change clothes, and I'll be ready soon. Shui Mining saw Ling Yun's agreement, and hurriedly rushed out of the secret room with the corners of her skirt in hand. After Shui Mining rushed out, Dr. Shui sighed and said to Ling Yun, this time, your opponents have complicated forces, the first one is the Sun family, they have great energy, although I have the reputation of a genius doctor, but the county magistrates are better off now, they are always better than the Sun family, just making a few phone calls directly from the capital is enough to change Qingshui City. There are some things that the old man can't do, don't blame me. Ling Yun waved his hand and said apologetically, Grandpa Shui, what are you talking about? I believe you have done your best. No matter how you say it, you are just a doctor with only personal connections, but you are not as direct as the Sun family. Mastering the power of life and death, and being able to support me until now, Ling Yun is already grateful. Also, I know better than anyone else that all this happened was because of me. In fact, all these enemies came at me. The people around me were just implicated and suffered unwarranted disasters. Shui Shini nodded slightly, Ling Yun, you don't have to blame yourself so much. As long as this matter is handled properly, I believe you will survive this crisis safely. By the way, you must save that little girl named Yao Ro as soon as possible. Even I admire that little girl's perseverance. Ling Yun nodded to show his understanding, and then said, Grandpa Shui, then I'll go now. After speaking, he walked outside the room with a flick of his body, and strode towards the outside of the secret room. Only the voice of Shui Shini came from behind, Ling Yun, this time you can do whatever you want and do what you want. The sky is falling, and the old man will bear it for you. Ling Yun returned to the living room. He waited impatiently for a while, and saw Shui Mining wearing a half-sleeve round-neck t-shirt and blue jeans, holding the phone in one hand and the car key in the other. Quickly rushed down from the second floor. Ling Yun didn't say much nonsense, and left the villa with Shui Mining directly. They went to the garage to pick up the car. The two of them hurriedly walked and quickly got into the Ferrari. Shui Mining started the car and rushed out of the Qingxi Villa area all the way. Brother Ling Yun, where shall we go first? Shui Mining asked Ling Yun. Ling Yun thought for a while and said, is Tang Meng close to here? If you are on the way, you should go to Tang Meng first. I can cure his injuries in an instant. Okay. Shui Mining stepped on the accelerator, and Ferrari immediately accelerated and galloped towards the Qingxi District People's Hospital. It was 10 o'clock in the evening, when there was no traffic jam, and the Qingxi District People's Hospital was not far from the Qingxi Villa District, not even 5 kilometers away, so the two of them quickly arrived at the door of the hospital. Grandpa arranged for Tang Meng to come here. The director of this hospital knows his grandfather, so that Tang Meng can recuperate in peace. On the way, xuanhuan kept telling Ling Yun the details of these 5 or 6 days, but the more she talked, the more Ling Yun frowned and became angrier. Which room is Tang Meng in? Ling Yun walked Ninger to the hospital quickly, asking as he walked. He was so anxious right now that he wished he could get separated. In Ward 203 on the 2nd floor of the surgery building, come with me. After entering the surgical building, Ling Yun and xuanhuan stopped taking the elevator. Ling Yun gently embraced xuanhuan's soft waist and rushed up the stairs to the 2nd floor almost without touching the toes. Ling Yun quickly rushed to the door of Ward 203, pushed the door directly in, and immediately saw Tang Meng lying on the hospital bed. Tang Meng. Brother Yun. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Under the care of Dr. Shui, Tang Meng was placed in a single ward. At this moment, Tang Meng, who was on the hospital bed, lost his long flowing hair. He was shaved into a bald head by the hospital nurse and wrapped in thick gauze. Obviously, his head was injured by Xie Zhenyan. Tang Meng's right eye was punched by Xie Zhenyan, his entire right face was swollen like a big bun, and he couldn't open his eyes at all, and now he can only barely open a slit. These are all minor injuries. Tang Meng's real wounds are his right arm and left leg. His right arm and his small arm were fractured, and his left leg was fractured. Now they are covered with thick plaster casts, and he is lying on the bed. If you can't move, let alone the misery. When Tang Meng had talked about the boss countless times in his heart, Ling Yun suddenly pushed open the door and appeared in his eyes. Tang Meng thought for a while that he was dreaming in a coma. Seeing Tang Meng's tragic appearance, Ling Yun had already exploded his lungs with anger, and the yin and evil spirits in his dantian surged out and swept through the meridians, and the air around his body was instantly icy cold. Boss, is it really you? Are you really back? I'm not dreaming, right? Tang Meng propped up his left arm vigorously, and excitedly sat up from the hospital bed. It has been 6 days, so many tragic events have happened. Ling Yun has been without a trace, like a stone sinking into the sea. Tang Meng suffered such a huge change in a short period of time, he almost collapsed. Now that Ling Yun suddenly appeared in front of him, Tang Meng couldn't believe it was all true. However, as Tang Meng struggled to sit up, the severe pain all over his body was telling him that it was all true. His boss, Ling Yun, was back. Not a dream. Tang Meng, dear brother, you have suffered. Don't move, don't say anything, I'll treat you first. Ling Yun stretched out his hands and gently pressed Tang Meng's shoulders. He wanted to press him to lie down, but he pushed gently, but found that there was no push at all. Wow. xuanhuan rushed in from the door of the ward. Tang Meng looked at it and finally understood that the boss he had been thinking about day and night was really back, and he really appeared in front of him. He couldn't bear it any longer, and plunged his head into Ling Yun's body. Cry out loud. In the past 6 days, the family has undergone terrifying changes, countless sufferings, and crazy beatings. The serious physical injury, the taunting and humiliation of the other party, the worry about Ling Yun's life and death, these nightmarish experiences made Tang Meng grit his teeth. But he hasn't shed a single tear yet. He gritted his teeth and endured it, almost crushing his steel teeth. He believes that his boss will definitely not have an accident. He believes that the boss will come back and take his revenge. Finally, Ling Yun appeared. The real thing appeared in front of him, and he couldn't hold it any longer. Tears poured down like a river bursting, and instantly wet Ling Yun's clothes. It takes strength to cry bitterly, and Tang Meng's head was full of pain. The swollen right face, especially the injured right eye, was hissing and throbbing painfully from the tears that burst the bank. The broken bone was throbbing with pain, but Tang Meng didn't care about it, he just kept going. Son's cry. Just like a child who accidentally fell and was injured, no one came to help and persuade him, crying heartbreakingly. Miserable. Boss, where have you been? I thought you didn't want us anymore. How could you be like this? Ling Yunjuan's eyes were red, his Adam's apple trembled sharply. Holding back the hot tears in his eyes, he just patted Tang Meng's back lightly with his hands. When Xuanhuan saw this sad scene, tears were already streaming down her pretty face. She raised the back of her hand and wiped it hard, but she couldn't finish it. It's all right. I'm back, it's all my fault. Brother Yin swears that all the humiliation and pain you've suffered, I'll make them pay back 100-fold. While talking, Ling Yin quietly removed all the gauze on Tang Meng's head, and when Tang Meng was not paying attention, he pulled out the needle and thread that was used to sew the wound on his scalp. 13 stitches in total. As the needle and thread were pulled out, the blood of the needle instantly burst out, dyeing the top of Tang Meng's head red at once. Ling Yin had already taken out 4 Qinghe talismans, and without waiting for Tang Meng to shout out, he directly stuck one of the cleansing healing talismans on the wound on Tang Meng's head and called out. Tang Meng first felt a sharp pain on the top of his head, but before he could react, he instantly felt a burst of coolness coming from the wound on his head. After an unspeakable relief, the wound on the top of his head had disappeared and was as good as ever. Not even a scar was left, only a few bloodstains on the top of his head, silently telling that he had been injured here. Ling Yin didn't stop. Another piece of healing talisman was stuck on Tang Meng's right face, and he shouted again, leaving his right eye and right face intact as before, as if he had never been injured. At the birthday party, Xuanhuan was the one being treated. She naturally couldn't see how Ling Yin treated her. Now that she saw Ling Yin treating Tang Meng with her own eyes, she was stunned and speechless. Hey, it doesn't hurt anymore. Brother Yun, this is your healing talisman, right? Tang Meng was shocked to realize that his head suddenly stopped hurting, and his eyesight had completely recovered. He was so pleasantly surprised that he forgot to cry. Don't move. I'll let you go down to the ground right away, and take revenge on me. Ling Yin couldn't help but smile when he saw Tang Meng's surprise. At the same time, he called Xuanhuan for help, and together he lifted the tension on Tang Meng's right arm and left leg. Plaster. Ling Yin shattered the plaster lightly with his hands, Xuanhuan removed the gauze, and the two quickly released Tang Meng's restraints. Ling Yin used 2 healing talismans on Tang Meng's right arm and left leg respectively. Half a minute later, Tang Meng happily raised his right arm, then stretched his leg hard, and then got up from the hospital bed with a jerk. Ha, I'm a hero again now, Brother Yun, your medical skills are too powerful. No matter who it is, from a patient lying in pain all over the body, the pain is gone in the blink of an eye, and it becomes like a normal person. It is inevitable that they will be excited. Humph. Xie Zhenyan, if I don't punch your shit out this time, I'm not Tang Meng. Tang Meng gritted his teeth and stood on the hospital bed, raising his arms and shouting angrily. Pulling his shit out? Can he be so cheap? Ling Yin smiled slightly, observed Tang Meng carefully, and found that his internal injury was no longer a problem, and he was completely relieved. Dr. Xue deserves to be a genius doctor. Although he is not as miraculous as Ling Yin, it is still very easy to treat internal injuries of this level. You simply wash the blood on your body and change your hospital clothes. We will rush back to the rented house as soon as possible. Tang Meng's injuries were all traumatic injuries, which were not difficult to treat, as long as a few healing talismans were enough, but there was Yao Rou in the rented house. At this time, he was suffering from the pain of the poison, so Ling Yin wanted to rush back to treat her as soon as possible. Ling Yin remembered the soft and weak appearance, the soft wind and the drizzle, but at the bottom of her heart she was stronger and stronger than anyone else. She was enduring unbearable pain at the moment, and his heart hurt even more than a needle pierced. It is good. Now that Ling Yun was back, Tang Meng had the backbone in an instant. He jumped off the hospital bed, quickly found a suit of clothes, and rushed into the bathroom of the ward like an arrow. Ninger, let's help Tang Meng pack up his belongings, and take them all at once. After Tang Meng rushed into the bathroom, Ling Yun greeted Ninger and started to clean up the things in Tang Meng's ward, and only after he came out, packed it up and took it away. What are you doing? Ah, Ninger is here, this is. Ah. Where is Tang Meng? While the two were burying their heads in packing Tang Meng's clothes, a woman in her 40s came in from outside the ward with a thermos bottle of water. It was here who took care of Tang Meng's mother Shang Wenhui. Shang Wenhui is quite tall and has a good face, but she is middle-aged and pampered in normal times. It's just that she has been taking care of Tang Meng here day and night for 3 days and 3 nights. In addition, she is worried about her husband Tang Tianhao. Her face is very haggard, her eyes are bloodshot, and her steps are a little vain. Of course, Shang Wenhui knew xuanhuan. She went out to fetch water, and when she came back, she found that there were 2 more people in the ward, and her son on the bed had disappeared. She couldn't help but be shocked. Aunt Shang, Tang Meng is taking a shower in the bathroom, we are helping him pack up. Xuanhuan stood up and said to Shang Wenhui obediently. Tang Meng is still in the hospital. What are you doing, ah? What are you talking about? Tang Meng is taking a bath? Who washes him? Shang Wenhui was stunned. Tang Meng's injuries were all trauma, how could he go to the ground, and how could he take a shower? Mom, I'm fine, I'm washing myself, Brother Yun has healed my injury. Tang Meng didn't even care about taking a serious bath at this time, he simply rinsed off the blood on his body, wiped his body a little, and started changing his clothes. What? Healed? The shock on Shang Wenhui's face was indescribable. She loosened her hand, and the thermos instantly left her hand. Ling Yun saw it very clearly, and rushed in front of Shang Wenhui with a flick of his figure, lightly took the thermos bottle filled with hot water in his hand, then stood up, with a sincere smile on Jun's face, he said with great respect, Hi Auntie, I'm Ling Yun. It was impossible for Ling Yun to disrespect Tang Meng's mother. When Ling Yun went through the securities account opening procedures, Tang Meng asked his mother to help Ling Yun a lot. Later, in order to save him, Tang Tianhao dispatched 50 police officers with live ammunition overnight, so he was implicated, which caused the Tang family to become such a situation. Can Ling Yun disrespect? What's more, Tang Meng was his dead brother. You are Ling Yun? Shang Wenhui looked at Ling Yun carefully and couldn't help sighing in her heart. It is indeed a dragon among men, but the disaster caused by this child is too great. Shang Wenhui's mind was complicated, but this was not the time to think about it, she was most concerned about Tang Meng's body. You said, Tang Meng has been cured by you? To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Ling Yun smiled slightly and turned to look in the direction of the bathroom in the ward. Tang Meng had already changed his clothes and walked out, the fact was right in front of him, and Ling Yun didn't need to say anything at all. Son. Seeing Tang Meng walking out alive, Shang Wenhui rushed forward desperately and hugged her son, Tang Meng. Tang Meng was also extremely excited, he put his head on Shang Wenhui's shoulder, choked and said, Mom, I'm fine, I'm so fine, I told you many times, as long as Brother Yun comes back, he will definitely be able to heal my wounds. Indeed, when Shang Wenhui was with Tang Meng in front of the hospital bed, what Tang Meng said the most was Ling Yun. He repeatedly comforted his mother, saying that this little injury was nothing to Ling Yun at all, so Shang Wenhui was relieved. Shang Wenhui only thought that her son was comforting her, because it was a fracture, a trauma. No matter how powerful the medical skills were, could a person with a broken calf be able to jump around immediately? But now, his son really appeared alive and kicking in front of him, and Shang Wenhui was all joy except marveling that it was a miracle. For a mother, the most important thing is that the son's serious injury can heal. Tang Meng leaned on Shang Wenhui's shoulder and was intimate with her for a while, then stood firm, and said directly to Shang Wenhui, "Mom, now that Brother Yun is back, there are still many things waiting for us to do outside, so you have to leave immediately, and you can't delay for a moment. Saving people is like putting out a fire." Shang Wenhui is naturally an extremely shrewd person. She has long heard about Ling Yun's miracles from her husband and son. Now that Ling Yun, whom her son has been waiting for day and night, has finally returned, she knows that this is a good time for revenge, so she is light-hearted. Nodding lightly, he smiled and said, "You don't need to worry about things here, just leave it to me to clean up, you can go and do your business." In Shang Wenhui's opinion, Ling Yun can heal Tang Meng's serious injury, what else can't he do? "Thank you, Mom." Tang Meng couldn't help but touched his bald head. Hey smile." Shang Wenhui patted Tang Meng's shoulder lightly, turned her head and smiled at Ling Yun. "Ling Yun, these days, Tang Meng has told me a lot about you, and my aunt is not hypocritical, so I can safely hand Tang Meng to you. I hope you can take good care of him." Ling Yun didn't expect Tang Meng's mother to be so open-minded. He nodded immediately, asking Shang Wenhui to rest assured. When the three left, "I only listened to Shang Wenhui's instructions from behind. When you deal with Xie Zhenyan from the Xie family, remember not to go too far." The three of them were stunned for a moment. Tang Meng said in his heart, "When did my mighty mother become so kind?" Ling Yun couldn't help frowning secretly, but heard Shang Wenhui say again, "It's enough to break his hands and feet, at least let others breathe." Tang Meng stumbled upon hearing this, turned his head and complained, "I told you, Mom, don't pant so hard when you talk. I thought you believed in Buddhism just now." Ling Yun laughed happily, turned back to Shang Wenhui and smiled brightly, "Auntie Shang, please rest assured, I promise to let Tang Meng give him a breath. Otherwise, how can he suffer?" However, Ling Yun said in his heart that only a mother like Shang Wenhui could train a playful son like Tang Meng. It is true that a mother must have a son. The little demon girl giggled and smiled. She and Shang Wenhui had a very bad temper. She couldn't help but gave Shang Wenhui a thumbs up and winked mischievously. Without further ado, the three quickly left the Qingxi District People's Hospital, and this time Tang Meng drove to the rental house. Now, Ling Yun's 2 villas have been sealed, the clinic has been smashed into pieces, and only this rental house is still intact. Fortunately, it was rented. Otherwise it will definitely be blocked. "How is Uncle Tang?" As soon as he got in the car, Ling Yun asked about Tang Tianhao. Tang Meng's face was solemn, and he said angrily, "Temporarily suspended from work, Luo Zheng has been quarantined for review. This time, the other party caught us by surprise, almost all sea, land, and air. They used all the forces they could use against us." Ling Yun knew. This time, his enemy was a menacing attack. Taking advantage of his disappearance, he launched a thunderous blow on the people around him. Before he knew what was going on here, he had already taken control of the whole situation. Just looking for an inconspicuous reason, you can start an investigation into the secretary of the municipal party committee in a provincial capital city. Within the same day, Tang Tianhao was removed from his post, and he was quarantined and reviewed. Except for the Sun family, who was in charge of the overall situation, there was no one. Humans have this power. This is from the official forces, and the forces from the Sun family's capital are leading the situation. This situation is complicated and difficult to break. Ling Yun can only tear it apart and turn the whole situation bit by bit, but before that, he must save people first. "Where's Tai Xiaohu?" Ling Yun looked solemn and asked Tai Xiaohu again. Tang Meng said angrily, "The Huang Feiyang of Qingyun Film and Television had already run away, but he came back for some reason. After he appeared, he insisted that Tai Xiaohu was extortion, and then Luo Zheng ordered the arrest on the spot, and he is now in custody. In the police station, Ling Yun's bowels were remorseful. He was a benevolent person at the time. After getting the money, Huang Feiyang, who was sure of Qing Yun film and television, would definitely run away, so he let him live. Unexpectedly, this person did not leave, and has been secretly hiding in Qingshui City waiting for an opportunity, and when he came out to report the crime at such a terrible time, didn't Tai Xiaohu fall directly? It's my fault, it would have been better if I had used some tricks on him at the time. Ling Yun hated it so much that if he banned Huang Feiyang like he did with Dao Yong, even if he gave Huang Feiyang 100 courage, he would still will not take this opportunity to bite back. Oh, by the way, Brother Yun, my father's old subordinates, the middle-level police officers headed by Kong Ruiyong, the captain of the criminal police brigade, were all temporarily suspended as long as they went to the dealer that night. Ling Yun exhaled heavily and said solemnly, I understand, don't worry, this time, although the matter is complicated, the leader of the whole thing must be the Sun family in the capital. As long as the people from the Sun family are destroyed, all problems are solved. The Sun family was secretly in charge of the Qingshui city officialdom, and the faction headed by Xie Zhenting, the executive deputy mayor of Qingshui city, and the police chief Luo Zheng, took the opportunity to carry out a thunderous siege against the faction Li Yifeng and Tang Tianhao. They are both involved with themselves, so things happen together. As long as the Sun family's influence in Qingshui city is uprooted and Li Yifeng and Tang Tianhao are freed, only these two people can turn the sky over in Qingshui city. The key to the key is the Sun family. Ling Yun now has the idea of entering the capital and directly removing the Sun family from the 7 major families, but he was temporarily suppressed by him. The capital has hidden dragons and crouching tigers, but Long Tianyu, who is just a dragon family, has the cultivation of the peak of the 8th floor of the day after tomorrow. Because Ling Yun going to the capital now is no different from Zito Luo. Ninger, today is your birthday, I haven't blessed you yet, I wish you a happy birthday. As soon as Tang Meng saw Ling Yun, he was not afraid of anything. At this time, his mind was alive and he returned to his usual appearance. Shui Mining has been snuggling tightly in Ling Yun's arms, and Tang Meng, who was driving the car, said angrily, What's the joy of big brother Ling Yun? But I received a birthday present from brother Ling Yun, I'm really happy. Tang Meng laughed, Brother Yun just gave you a straw, and you feel extremely happy. Shui Mining drilled her delicate body straight into Ling Yun's arms and murmured, That's. Ling Yun grabbed Shui Mining's shoulders, hugged her tightly in his arms, and said to Tang Meng, Hurry up and drive for me. Ling Yun was really anxious. Tang Meng had already driven the car to 140 miles per hour, and he was still too slow. Tang Meng didn't talk nonsense, he stepped on the accelerator to accelerate, and the Ferrari swiftly drove towards the rental house like an arrow. 10 minutes later, Tang Meng parked the car at the entrance of the rental house. Before the car was parked, Ling Yun had already opened the car door and floated out. After showing his figure in the dark, he flew into the yard and opened the door to the two of them from the inside. Open it and go straight into the house. A pungent stench spread out from the house. Ling Yun knew that it was highly poisonous, so he quickly transmitted his voice to Tang Meng and Shui Mining, telling them to stay in the car first. Divine Dr. Shui was right, such a powerful goo poison, as long as ordinary people get a little bit of it, they will definitely be poisoned immediately. That is to say, Ning Lingyu's fairy body can resist such a powerful poison, and others are really unable to approach. Ling Yun's bedroom. Ning Lingyu sat beside the bed in a daze. In the past, the big eyes of the two active people became dull and confused. They stared blankly at Yao Rou, who was lying on the bed, holding a hot and humid towel in her hand. Mechanically wiped Yao Rou's body. The day before yesterday, Yao Rou had an accident at the clinic. After Shueishan used acupuncture to suppress the poison in her body, she sent Yao Rou here to let Ning Lingyu take care of her. From the night before to the present, Ning Ling's raincoat had been unfastened, and she almost never left the house, taking care of Yao Rou carefully. She fed Yao Rou with water, wiped her body with hot water, and gave her excrement and urine. She was very thoughtful. She was really sleepy and squinted for a while. Yao Rou not only was hit by the extremely powerful goo poison, but she also suffered trauma in the process of blocking the Xiangxi people, and she was even slapped by that goo expert in the chest. That person did not dare to kill people in broad daylight, and it seemed that he did not want Yao Rou to die so easily. The attack was extremely ruthless, and the technique was so subtle that it not only made Yao Rou's body unable to move, but also prevented her from dying for a long time, enduring the torture of goo poison all the time. Now, Yao Rou's chest has a black-green palm print, and now it has begun to fester, and the stench is coming from here. Yao Rou endured the pain in her body like 10,000 ants, devouring her heart. Let out a groan to yourself. Ling Yun quietly entered the room, his sharp eyes looked into his bedroom, and his murderous aura instantly rushed to the sky. Ling Yu, I'm back. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Hearing Ling Yun's voice, Ning Lingyu's body trembled violently. The movement she was about to stretch out to wipe Yao Rou's body instantly froze in the air, motionless, as if she had become a statue of a goddess. After the confirmation of Ling Yun's disappearance, from the series of tragic incidents at home, Ning Lingyu had trouble sleeping and eating, and was exhausted. She was always looking forward to Ling Yun's return. Ning Lingyu was worried about Ling Yun, anxious and hopeful, more than everyone else. Ning Lingyu turned her head in disbelief, difficult, and slowly, and looked at Ling Yun, who suddenly appeared beside the bed with her absent-minded, bloodshot eyes. Brother, you're back. Ning Lingyu smiled miserably on her haggard face, a bright and reassuring look flashed in her eyes. She stood up suddenly and was about to rush into Ling Yun's arms. But as soon as she stood up, her graceful and delicate body swayed twice, and then she only felt that her eyes were dark, and she fell to the sky. Under the huge pressure and blow, Ning Lingyu had already completely collapsed, and his body had already exceeded the load. Under the haggard mind, when he saw Ling Yun appearing at first, when the surprise was mixed, his mind was relieved, and he actually fainted. Lingyu. Ling Yun hurriedly stepped forward, hugged Ning Lingyu who fell softly, then hugged her and walked out of the bedroom, went directly to Xiao Mimi's room, put Ning Lingyu on the bed, softly covered her with a thin quilt. Sleep, get a good night's sleep, you've supported me for too long. Ling Yun did not wake her up, but chose to let Ning Lingyu fall asleep and rest. Her body and mind were exhausted so much that she was almost exhausted. Ling Yun could imagine that a family of 3, her mother left without saying goodbye, her brother's whereabouts were unknown, and the family changed one after another. How much pressure Ning Lingyu faced alone, she was able to endure until now, until she collapsed. It's already a miracle. If it wasn't for Ning Lingyu's body being made into a fairy body by Ling Yun, her body would have collapsed long ago. Of course, Ning Lingyu's ability to persevere until now has a lot to do with her strength, stubbornness, and her tenacious perseverance, otherwise it is a fairy body. I can't stand the constant tossing. Huh. Ling Yun let out a long breath, filled with endless self-blame. He suppressed all his anger and left the room. Back in his bedroom, Ling Yun said to Yao Rou, who had opened her eyes and her delicate body was shaking violently and struggling, "Roar. You are suffering, don't say anything, I will treat you now." Yao Rou is now naked, Ning Lingyu just put a thin blanket on her lower body to block her private parts. She now has a chilly dark green-black air all over her body. Between the snow-white and crystal towering, there is a black-green palm print, but it is not swollen, but sinks deep and begins to fester and purulent, emitting a pungent stench. Ling Yan's eyes were splitting when he saw it. Furious, he has made a decision immediately, as long as Yao Rou is cured, he will kill those Shaanxi people tonight. While Ling Yun was talking, he had already pinched out the 9 golden needles, and directly used the 9 needles of the spirit pivot for Yao Rou. Cultivated into a yin and yang tactic. After reaching the 4th level of body training, Ling Yun's dantian and meridians are hundreds of times stronger than before, and the spiritual energy in his body can now be described as magnificent, and this is the spiritual energy of dragon saliva. Using dragon saliva's spiritual energy to treat goo poison is really no different from killing chickens with a bull's knife. Ling Yun only used the 9 needles of the spirit pivot once, and saw a dark green goo worm flying from the middle of the black palm print. Come out. Fly out like lightning. Want to run? Late. Humph. Ling Yun snorted coldly, stretched out his left hand like lightning, and gently pinched it in the air with his 2 middle fingers, instantly pinching the goo worm between his 2 fingers. The dark green goo worm's ugly body twisted and struggled for a while. Seeing that he couldn't escape at all, he immediately drilled into Ling Yun's fingers. Ling Yun has now reached the 11th small realm in his cultivation of the Great Evolution and Gathering Star Treasure art. Such a small goo worm will naturally not poison him, let alone penetrate into his skin. Death to me. No matter what, Ling Yun finally saw the first enemy. He poured all his anger on this dark green goo worm, and with his thumb, he pointed at the worm with 3 fingers. This dark green goo worm squeezed fiercely. Then, without waiting for the dark green juice in the goo worm to splash out, a basketball-sized flame instantly appeared in Ling Yun's hand, directly burning the goo worm into nothingness. Almost at the same time, at the intersection of Qingxi Road and Gufeng Road, at the southwest corner, in the clothing store opened by a Shaanxi native that had reopened, a middle-aged man in his 40s had a strange look on his face. The dark green color almost vomited blood on the spot, but he was suppressed by clenching his teeth. Humph, that girl was rescued just now, and I lost a goo worm. The middle-aged man from Shaanxi said gloomily. Inside the house, another man with a horse face followed and snorted coldly. If nothing else, it should be the young man last time, who saved the boss Wang and abolished the old man Lan. A dark green-black air appeared on the forehead of the middle-aged man in his 40s, and he smiled coldly. Humph, if he doesn't show up, that's all. If he does, I'll let him taste the power of my life goo. After Ling Yun forced the goo worms out of Yao Rou's body to death, he immediately used the 9 needles of the spirit pivot to help Yao Rou heal the internal injury. Under the influence of his spiritual energy, the black-green palm print on Yao Rou's chest gradually faded, and finally disappeared completely. The soft skin also regained its original crystal whiteness. Ling Yun, where did you go? You've made us die. Yao Rou was completely wounded, and there was no raging worms in her body. She was no longer in pain, and her seductive body stopped shaking. Yao Rou's first sentence was not about her own business, but she cared about Ling Yun first. Obviously, she always put Ling Yun in the most important position. Don't talk, wait until I heal your trauma. After Ling Yun finished speaking, he pulled out the golden needle and put it away, took out all the rest of the healing talisman, and used it all on Yao Rou's body. Not even the slightest wound was spared. It doesn't hurt now, right? My roar is so beautiful. Ling Yun smiled and looked at Yao Rou, who was sitting up. Yao Rou was shocked to realize that she was naked. She snorted, and covered her trembling high chest with her white arms, and then said to Ling Yun, Jiao, you looked so ugly just now, you saw it all. Ling Yun felt extremely distressed. He stretched out his arms and took Yao Rou into his arms at once. He said distressedly, but it hurts me to death. Are you working so hard for a clinic? Don't do this in the future. Yao Rou's eyes turned red, tears fell down her cheeks, and she sobbed, Ling Yun, I didn't protect our clinic, I. Ling Yun's smile faded, and there was a strong murderous intent in his eyes, and he said solemnly, Rower, don't worry, whoever smashed my clinic, I will ask for it back thousands of times, and I will make them regret it. At this moment, those Shaanxi masters who show off their strength and might not know that they have been sentenced to death by Ling Yun. Wait for me. Ling Yun said to Yao Rou gently, then got up and went out of the house, found a small bowl and took it to the bedroom, then took out the magic gourd and poured a small bowl of dragon saliva into it. The intoxicating aroma of ambergris spreads out instantly, overflowing the entire bedroom, and at the same time drifting into the entire living room, dispelling the pungent stench without a trace in the blink of an eye. It's so fragrant. Yao Rou had been enduring the pungent stench emanating from her body for so many days, but now she suddenly smelled such a rich and intoxicating aroma, she couldn't help but take a few deep breaths. Ling Yun used the technique of gathering sound to form a line, and told Tang Meng and xuanhuan outside the courtyard that they could enter the house now. The two of them had been waiting outside for 20 minutes. Hearing the movement of the two entering the room, Yao Rou quickly grabbed a thin blanket to cover her delicate body, and at the same time Ling Yun also hurriedly shouted, "Tang Meng, don't let me in, you kid." However, xuanhuan rushed into the bedroom without any scruples. After she saw the situation in the room, her face changed several times. He stomped his feet angrily. The relationship between xuanhuan and Ling Yun was about to get married now. Seeing such a situation in the house, it would be strange for her not to be jealous. Yao Rou looked at xuanhuan carefully. She opened her mouth to say something, but in the end she didn't say anything, just lowered her head deeply. For a while, the atmosphere in the bedroom was slightly awkward. Ling Yun scratched his head for a long time before he said to xuanhuan, "Ninger, Rower is older than you should call her sister." Since there is no way to avoid it, Ling Yun doesn't need to avoid it, so he took the opportunity to say it directly, saving all kinds of troubles in the future. Xuanhuan was very warm and kind. Ling Yun believed that there was no better time to pierce this layer of window paper than Yao Rou's injury just recovered. Sister Rower is older than you, so you should call her sister too. Xuanhuan pouted and was angry for a long time, but in the end she couldn't help Ling Yun, so she could only say angrily. It's not that xuanhuan can't do anything about Ling Yun, it's that she is reluctant. She knew that Ling Yun's anger had reached its peak now, and she was just desperately suppressing it. She felt sorry for Ling Yun, and of course she would not embarrass him at this time. Pfft. Xuanhuan's words almost made Yao Rou, who had her head down and speechless, laugh. In the end, her pretty face blushed. She raised her head and stared at xuanhuan and said, "Sister Ninger, you are the biggest, and my sister will not snatch you, grab." After fighting for a long time, Yao Rou was too embarrassed to say the word Ling Yun. "Humph. Brother Ling Yun is really bad, Sister Rou, you must come with me and help me keep an eye on him." Xuanhuan tilted her head and thought for a long time. She thought of Zhuang Meifeng and Xiao Mimi. The more she thought about it, the more helpless she became, and she could only accept a certain reality that seemed unacceptable. "You guys talk slowly, I'm going out to discuss something with Tang Meng." Ling Yun's trick succeeded. A wicked smile quietly appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he floated out of the room. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. "Brother Yun, what is so fragrant? I'm almost drunk." In the living room, Tang Meng felt that his nose was not enough, so he opened his mouth and took a big breath. Ling Yun smiled slightly and said, "It's dragon saliva, the real dragon saliva. I will use this to change your physique in the future." Tang Meng was stunned for a moment, and said in shock, "Brother Yun, where have you been, and how did you get this kind of thing?" Ling Yun thought for a while and decided that it would be better not to say where he went for the time being. He smiled leisurely and said, "This is not the time to talk about this. What do you think we should do next?" Tang Meng was cured, Yao Rou was cured, Ning Lingyu was just haggard, nothing serious. Ling Yun, no matter what he should do next, he will definitely go to the nest of those Shaanxi masters tonight. But it was still early. Ling Yun planned to kill him after midnight, so he wanted to hear Tang Meng's analysis first. Tang Meng pondered, Brother Yun, my sister-in-law and the Zhuang family have all been controlled by the Sun family. Tang Meng still recognized Zhuang Meifeng as his real sister-in-law from the beginning to the end, so the sister-in-law in his mouth was of course Zhuang Meifeng. Sister Xiao came out to look for you on Tuesday night, and disappeared until now, without any news. Ling Yun knew that 90% of Xiao Mimi had run into someone from the Heavenly Slaughter Organization. She was either caught, killed, or escaped. She didn't dare to show up before she appeared, and there was no fourth possibility. As for Uncle Li Feng and my father, it's an official game. We can't get involved for the time being, and they are also actively trying to deal with it. We are only relying on you now. Obviously we can't compete with the entire Sun family, so we can't face the Sun family for the time being. Tang Meng still has lingering fears when he thinks of the thrilling situation of Ling Yun fighting against the 4 major masters of the Sun family. This time Sun Tianbiao has brought over many masters, so Tang Meng didn't want Ling Yun to be like the last time, so he directly confronted the Sun family. Just listen to Ling Yun, hey smile, who said we are the only one? On Ling Yun's side, there is Dugumo, a half-step innate master, and Xiaobai, who has already reached the transformation stage. With her speed, illusions, and cultivation techniques, it is no problem to be able to duel with the experts on the 9th floor of the day after tomorrow. Tang Meng was shocked when he heard this and said, is there a helper this time? Ling Yun smiled and nodded, but Tang Meng thought about it and then said, it's not enough to have a helper, then you have to find out who the other party is, and know yourself and the enemy, and you will be safe in 100 battles. Ling Yun gave Tang Meng a praising look. Then he laughed and said, do you still know that you know yourself and your enemy in 100 battles? I told you that you can't beat Xie Zhenyan, so how dare you go to trouble him? Tang Meng said angrily, humph. I did something and didn't do it. Xie Zhenyan was not there for you, you don't know what he has become in school now. He dares to blatantly entangle Ling Yu. Even if you can't beat him, you have to fight him. You're not here, Tai Xiaohu has been arrested again. If I don't beat him, who will beat him? Humph, even though he beat me like this, he was beaten with all his might by me. Tang Meng gritted his teeth. Ling Yun laughed, Xie Zhenyan just knew a little bit of kung fu. He didn't even count as the 1st floor of the day after tomorrow, so it was natural that Tang Meng couldn't beat him at all. Brother Yun, let me tell you, the Sun family dealt with us this time, mainly by taking down my father, and then using Luo Zheng, the chief of public security, to take the official path. That's why it seemed so passive for a while. If we can have a way to get Luo Zheng to lift these bans against you, we will take back a lot of initiative. The situation can be opened immediately. Ling Yun thought for a while, then nodded his head and said, yes, let's do it like this, let's find Luo Zheng directly. I have a way to get him to lift all restrictions on me. Let's talk about saving Tai Xiaohu. After speaking, Ling Yun's mouth curled into a cold smile, and the murderous aura in his eyes disappeared for a moment. At this time, Xuanhuan and Yao Rou, who had already dressed, came out of the bedroom. Ling Yun waved at Ninger and said to her, Ninger, Tang Meng is with me. Don't participate in the next thing. Now, I'm not worried about Ling Yu and your sister Rou staying here, so let them stay at your house for a while, can you see? The safest place right now is of course Shanishua's villa, so Ling Yun asked Ninger directly. Another one, Ning Lingyu, Xuanhuan and Yao Rou, had been worrying too much for so many days, and they were still in shock, and one of them was recovering from a serious injury. Their bodies all needed good conditioning, and living in Shanishua's house could also be regarded as recuperation. If it weren't for the poison on Yao Rou's body, Xuanhuan would have wanted to do this for a long time, and she still had to wait for Ling Yun to arrange it. She rolled her eyes at Ling Yun, and said in a coquettish tone, I already told Sister Rou just now that when you tell me, the cucumber dishes will be cold. Ling Yun laughed and said, well, it's not too late, let's go now. After speaking, Ling Yun rushed into Xiao Mimi's bedroom, hugged Ning Lingyu, who was still sleeping on the bed, and said directly to the three, Tang Meng is responsible for closing the door, let's go. The 5 people quickly left the rental house and hurried towards Xuesheni's villa. On the way, Ling Yun keenly noticed that a master was following them. Ling Yun could feel that the master was very powerful, but he didn't seem to have any intention to hide himself, so he just followed Ling Yun and their car so unhurriedly. Ling Yunqin said that this should be the half-step innate expert that Xuesheni said. He really is protecting Ling Yu in secret. Who is this person? Ling Yun was very puzzled. He had never had an encounter with a half-step innate master in his 50s. Could it be that this is the master that his mother brought to protect his sister? This is the only possibility, but after thinking about it, it's not right. If it is, then there are so many things happening at home, at least this old man should help stop it, but he doesn't seem to do anything. There was nothing to say all the way. When Ling Yun and the others arrived at Xuesheni's villa, the stalker had long since disappeared, and Ling Yun didn't care. Anyway, he would definitely appear again. Sheni Shui heard the sound of the car and greeted him in person. When he saw Yao Rou and Tang Meng all jumping up and down in front of him, he couldn't help but nodded to Ling Yun in approval, and said, "Good boy." In the blink of an eye, both of them were cured by you. It really leaves the old man speechless. Ling Yun laughed and gave Xuesheni a voice transmission, explained his purpose, and asked him to take care of Ling Yu and Yao Rou. Sheni Shui nodded, and then said to Ling Yun, "The half-step innate expert is nearby, you should pay more attention." The two had a quick exchange, and then Ling Yun carried Ning Lingyu into the villa in person, sent it directly to Shui Mining's bed, and warned Shui Mining carefully before walking out again. Ling Yun has already been trapped in the Jedi, and now he has no more worries. When he walked out of the gate of Xuesheni's villa, the murderous intent on Ling Yun's face was already dripping with water. "Brother Yun, where are we going now?" Tang Meng drove the Ferrari and turned to ask Ling Yun, who was on the co-pilot. Ling Yun raised his eyebrows and said sternly, "Go to Villa number 1 first." After separating from Dugumo, Ling Yun asked Xiaobai to wait for him at Villa number 1. Now that he was going to kill someone, of course he had to take Xiaobai with him. It is too close to Villa number 1. In less than 2 minutes, Ferrari stopped at the entrance of Villa number 1. Ling Yun got out of the car and saw the 2 seals on the door of the villa. He snorted and tore them off, and tore them into pieces and swung them in the air. "Luo Zheng, ah Luo Zheng, dare to seal my villa, I think you are full and tired of living," Ling Yun said coldly. Do you really think that Ling Yun is a pure and good boy who obeys the law and pays attention to 5 good and 4 beautiful? If that's the case, why are you still working so hard to improve your strength? What's more, the current law is basically prepared for ordinary people, and the officials are simply trampling on them. They can do whatever they want. If you don't believe me, just look at the son of a famous singer in the capital, the dandy of the Li family, who is known as the most cheating father in history. With a flash of white shadow, Xiaobai rushed out from a certain corner of the villa, and instantly got into Ling Yun's arms, the fox's head rubbed. Tang Meng was dumbfounded, pointed at Xiaobai, and said, "Brother Yun, doesn't Xiaobai have 2 tails? How did it become 1? Ling Yun said in his heart that he had become 3 tails, okay? He smiled and said, "Well, it has become 1, and soon there will be no tail." Xiaobai can transform into a human form in a week at most. After becoming a human, he will naturally have no tail unless it shows its own body. Let's go. Ling Yun casually told Tang Meng the name of the hotel where Dugumo stayed. It's almost midnight. Tonight, Ling Yun will take over the old nest of the Xiangxi people. No matter what the opponent's strength is, he will use the spirit of a lion to fight a rabbit, and he will directly level and trample all those people to death. Ling Yun wants to stand up. Through this incident, he wants to announce loudly to all those who target him in Qingshui City, Ling Yun, is back. Tang Meng got into the car, Ling Yun told Xiaobai to also get into the car, and then clasped his fists with a smile on his face at the canopy of a big tree in the night sky in the distance, and said loudly, "Senior, you are chasing my car like this, I really feel bad about it. Why don't I get down and take a car, no matter where you go, how about I give you a ride?" "Brother Yun, who are you talking to?" Tang Meng stuck his head out of the car window and asked, in confusion. Before he finished speaking, a figure flashed in the night sky, and a black shadow instantly slid across the night sky 60 to 70 meters away, and landed gently beside Ferrari without even making a sound. Ling Yan took a closer look and saw that the old man was in his 50s, he was of medium height, with short hair and a face with Chinese characters of purple tang. With thick eyebrows and narrow eyes, a straight nose and a wide mouth, "Who is not the mysterious master," that Shueshini said. "My surname is Chui, you can call me Old Chui." After the old man landed, he looked up and down at Ling Yun carefully, nodding his eyes with surprise and praise that could not be concealed. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Ling Yun never thought that the other party would show up so easily, and he took the initiative to sign up for the name as soon as he appeared, and he was stunned on the spot, unable to speak. Old Chui was still looking at Ling Yun carefully, for fear that it would not look real in the dark. He actually took 2 steps forward and looked at Ling Yun's face carefully. That joyful look was like seeing a rare treasure, even more joyful than Ninger seeing 18 luminous pearls, and seeing the 2,000-year-old ginseng king and he Shouwu combined. Ling Yan's brain was not enough, he raised his hand in puzzlement and scratched his head, thinking that although I am really handsome, you don't need to look at me like this, an old man who is in his 60s? Brother Yun, who is this? Tang Meng saw that Chui Lao's Qinggong was so good, even more powerful than the 3 masters of heavenly kill that he saw that night, and instinctively thought that Chui Lao was what Ling Yun said. S helper. Ling Yun glared at Tang Meng and said in his heart that if you ask me, who should I ask? He clasped his fist at Chui Lao again, with a bright smile on the corner of his mouth, and said, Chui Lao, right? I don't know if you have been following me, what advice do you have? Chui Lao didn't have time to answer Ling Yun's question, he just kept looking at Ling Yun with a smile, his heart was full of excitement, and he secretly shouted, really it looks more like this when you smile, that kid Ling Hao is right, you don't need any DNA verification at all, you can see that Ling Yun is the son of the 3rd young master. Of course, Mr. Chui was the master who Ling Lai personally sent after the Ling family went through a secret meeting to take Ling Yun back to the capital and bring him back to the Ling family to recognize his ancestors and return to the clan. Chui Lao arrived in Qingshui City on Monday night. After he came, he made an unannounced visit through various channels and found that all the information about Ling Hao was true. He immediately confirmed that Ling Yun was 100% the son of Ling Xiao, the 3rd young master of the Ling family. But at this time, Ling Yun had disappeared, and no one could contact Ling Yun anymore. The whole world is looking for Ling Yun, and Chui Lao naturally also finds a way to find it secretly. For 5 or 6 days, many tragic incidents happened to Ling Yun's friends and relatives, but these had nothing to do with Chui Lao. Ling Yun did not show up, and it was impossible for him to expose himself, so he had been making unannounced visits. While gradually investigating the ins and outs of the whole thing, he secretly protected Ning Lingyu. As Chui Lao deepened his investigation, it was discovered that the recent major events in Qingshui City were all related to one name, that is Ling Yun. The shock in Chui Lao's heart couldn't be further added, because the son Tianbiao of the Sun family in the capital personally dispatched, and came to Qingshui to deal with, the whole point of view. It was Ling Yun. Because the issues involved are too wide, the forces of all parties are intricate, and others don't care who is in trouble. In order not to reveal his identity, Mr. Chui can put it aside for a while, but Ning Lingyu is the biological daughter of Ling Yun's adoptive mother. This is absolutely impossible, so for the next 3 days, he will be near the rental house, secretly protecting Mingling. Until tonight. Ling Yun, who had been missing for 6 days, finally showed up. Boss Chui was overjoyed, and he no longer wanted to hide his tracks, so he showed up directly. Chui Lao really likes Ling Yun so much. Of course, there is the relationship between Aiwu and Wu. In the Ling family, except for the old man Ling Lai. The person with the best relationship with Chui Lao is Ling Xiao, Ling Yun's biological father. Now that Chui Lao finally saw Ling Yun, can he not be excited? Another reason was that when Chui Lao found out that Ling Yun actually possessed a peerless martial arts, he rushed to him and floated into the rental house, landing silently. At that time, old Chui was already ecstatic, because the seemingly simple Qinggong actually showed Ling Yun's realm of at least the 5th layer of the acquired sky. Moreover, in Ling Yun's rental house, there was a girl who had been infected with a strange poison. It had been 3 days and no one could cure it, but after Ling Yun went in for a while, the girl came out talking and laughing like a normal person. What does that mean? That means Ling Yun possesses amazing medical skills. Isn't this God's eyes, the pie is falling from the sky? Excited, Mr. Chui followed him all the way, until he got here. Little Master Ling Yun, how did you know I was hiding in that tree? Chui Lao asked with great interest. He was about to call out the young master, just now. Ling Yun smiled indifferently and asked without answering, Old Chui, how did you know my name is Ling Yun? Chui Laoxin said, Hey, this kid really has a personality. I am a half-step innate master standing in front of you, how dare I challenge me like this? This character is very similar to his mother. Not only the eyes are similar, but the lawless character is more like. However, when he thought of Ling Yun's biological mother, old Chui sighed in his heart, and he explained, I heard what this kid said just now. Old Chui said, raising his hand and pointing to Tang Meng in the car. Ling Yun laughed and continued to ask, I'm afraid it's not right, Tang Meng never calls me by my first name, he keeps calling me Brother Yun, how did you know my surname is Ling? That's the key. Obviously, this old Chui, who came out of nowhere, knows Ling Yun's identity very well, but Ling Yun can feel it. Old Chui has no malice towards him at all he shows is love and kindness, so Ling Yun I didn't care too much, I was just curious and wanted to ask. Chui Laoxin said that the 3rd young master is a powerful boy. He can observe even such a little detail, and he is already excited. However, with Tang Meng present, it was of course impossible for Chui Lao to express his purpose, so he changed the subject and said with a faint smile, Young master. Ling Yun, what do you want to do now? Why don't I accompany me? How are you? When Ling Yun saw that Chui Lao didn't say anything, he didn't want to force it, so he smiled badly and said, I'm going to fight in a while, don't know if Chui Lao is willing to help. Help? Could there be any help? Chui Lao nodded hastily, he smiled and said, You kid, you were talking about my itch, you haven't fought for a long time, let's go now. For Ling Yun's sake, let alone fights, just let Chui Lao kill. Ling Yun laughed happily, thinking that he didn't expect Shani Shui to be right, and he was indeed a friend rather than an enemy, so he had a helper so easily. There is no cheap, no bastard, Ling Yun is going to trample to death the gangsters who smashed his clinic tonight, so he will not be humble and directly invite Chui Lao to get in the car. We still lack a powerful helper. Let's go after him first, and then go to the fight, okay? After Ling Yun got into the car, he turned his head and said to Elder Chui. It's all up to you. Okay. Tang Meng stepped on the accelerator, and the Ferrari started with a bang. This time, it only took 4 or 5 minutes to arrive at the door of the hotel where Dugumo lived. From Villa number 1 to here, it is a few kilometers away. When Dugumo came to Qingshui City, in order to explore Tianqing conveniently, he stayed in a 5-star hotel around Qingshui Lake, because it was very close to Longpan Mountain. Ling Yun asked Old Chui and Tang Meng to wait in the car. He got off the car and entered the hotel directly. According to the room number that Dugumo told him, he went straight to find it. After Dugumo returned to the hotel, he paid the accommodation deposit for 2 more weeks, then took a comfortable hot bath, and was lying on the bed watching TV with relish when he heard a knock at the door. Won't it be a beautiful woman who wants to take the initiative to serve again? It's annoying. A woman is a tiger. Dugumo muttered, and before opening the door, he opened his mouth and said, I said that I don't need any service, ah? Ling Yun, why you? Ling Yun smiled, snapped his fingers at Dugumo, and said directly, Lord Bodyguard, let's go, kill me. Dugumo almost staggered and sat on the ground. He just came out of the Tianqing. He hadn't had a good time, so why did he kill again? This is in the city, can that person kill if he wants to? Ling Yun, in this city, it's not the same as in the Tianqing. This person didn't want to kill just to kill. Dugumo was about to start his long speech again. Ling Yun smacked his lips, looked at Dugumo with contempt, and said, I said, do you still want to drink dragon saliva? If you want to drink, put on your clothes and follow me, if you don't want to drink, just continue watching your TV. Drink, drink. Who said I don't drink anymore? You wait for me, I'll be fine soon. When Dugumo heard the dragon saliva, he couldn't care about anything, and he rushed back to the guest room in a flash, dressed in clothes. Faster than his swordsmanship. The two quickly left the guest room and went outside the hotel. Then Dugumo and Mr. Chui in the car were surprised at the same time. Because the two immediately discovered that the other party was actually a master of the half-step innate realm. Chui Laoxin said, my little young master, what are you doing? Why did you just drag out a half-step innate expert, and he was still a boy under 20 years old? This child. Everything Ling Yun showed has exceeded Old Chui's imagination. Is it really a pity that the future destiny of the Ling family will depend on this son of the third young master? Dugumo was also a little dazed, wondering who Ling Yun was going to deal with tonight. Why is there a half-step congenital expert sitting in the car? What the hell, get in the car. It was past midnight, Ling Yun couldn't wait when he thought of revenge. Everyone got into the car, Dugumo cautiously bowed his hands to Chui Laoi, and said respectfully, Junior Dugumo, si senior. Old Chui was shocked, and quickly asked, little baby, are you from the Dugu family? Dugu Mo did not doubt that he had him, so he naturally nodded and said yes, while Mr. Chui was silent in his heart, saying in his heart that it was God's will to trick people. In those days, all the famous and decent, the Guwu family united unprecedentedly to deal with the Ling family, and the Dugu family naturally sent experts to come. Although many of those people did not participate in the battle, they forced Ling Xiao to abandon his martial arts, marry another person, the culprit who can no longer meet Ling Yun's biological mother for life. Hey, I don't know whether it is a good thing or a bad thing for the Ling family and the young master to let the young master recognize his ancestors and return to the clan. Chui Lao thought about his thoughts silently, but he didn't notice that Ferrari had stopped at an intersection and stopped at the southwest corner. They are all masters of using goo and poison, you better protect yourself. Tang Meng, you drive back to Villa number 1 first, lest those poisonous insects accidentally injure you. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Tang Meng didn't want to leave. Ling Yun glared at him and said in a deep voice, didn't you hear about your sister Rose's tragic appearance? What would you do if you were poisoned? Tang Meng thought about it and knew that he couldn't help at all here. If he was accidentally injured by those poisonous insects, he would have to trouble Ling Yun to take action, so he stopped insisting and nodded silently. The three of Ling Yun got out of the car, and after seeing Tang Meng drive away, he said to Xiao Bai, after we go in, you can use an illusion to seal all the doors and windows here, and don't let anyone run out. Xiao Bai nodded, Ling Yun waved his hand, and with Lao Chui and Du Guimo slowly walked towards the closed store door of the Xiangxi people. Old Chui didn't know when he had already put on a mask. Obviously he still didn't want to reveal his possessions. Bang! Ling Yun kicked the door of the Xiangxi people's clothing store to pieces with one kick, and rushed in with a flick of his body. Chui Lao and Du Guimo naturally followed. Xiao Bai immediately performed a perfect illusion. At this time, if the people in the clothing store wanted to look outside, they would not be able to see anything. This clothing store is very large, and its area is larger than that of Ling Yun's clinic. The entire second floor is used to live in people. There is no doubt that those who smashed Ling Yun's clinic are now staying on the second floor. Are you out of breath? My lord, I'm here to take revenge. Get out of here and die. Bringing 2 half-step innate masters to take revenge, Ling Yun is full of confidence. He is so angry that he has no worries at all. Ling Yun quickly glanced around the first floor, and found that there was no one on the first floor, so a phantom fish and dragon rushed up the corner of the stairs. When Chui Lao looked at it, he thought that the young master's realm is very powerful, so he rushed to this movement, which is already the 6th floor of the day after tomorrow. Ling Yun rushed to the corner of the stairs, and when he looked up, he saw a middle-aged man in his 40s standing in the way of the stairs on the 2nd floor, leaning over to stare at him with a grin on his face. Ling Yun could see clearly, there was a dark green-black air on the person's forehead. He smiled slightly, climbed the stairs step by step, and said coldly, "The clinic opposite, but you brought someone to smash it for me?" The middle-aged man in his 40s said with a sinister smile, "Boy broke my death-defying goo. I haven't looked for you yet, but I didn't expect you to come to your door tonight. Crazy enough." Ling Yun did not answer. He continued to ask, "You just smashed my clinic. Why did you do such a ruthless attack on an innocent girl? Those decoration workers. What's hindering you? Why are you hurting them again?" The middle-aged man seemed to have heard the best joke in the world. "The strong eat the weak. Why are there so many? They stay there and get in the way, and they deserve to be unlucky." Okay. Ling Yun didn't speak anymore. He took another step up gently, and snorted coldly, "It's good that the weak eats the strong, and the other one gets in the way, then you will die for me." After finishing speaking, Ling Yun stretched out his fist, and it came up with a Tian Gang subduing demon fist. The middle-aged man smiled gloomily. Without dodging and avoiding, he stretched out his black-green palm and patted Ling Yun's fist. "Ling Yun, be careful." Chui Lao was shocked when he saw it. He could see clearly that this middle-aged man was the peak of the 8th level acquired strength, and he could defeat Ling Yun without the Gu technique, but Ling Yun was so arrogant. Isn't that looking for death? Old Chui didn't expect Ling Yun to be so straightforward. He would fight if he said it. It was too late for him to stop him now. Bang! With a loud noise, fists and palms clashed instantly. Old Chui was so frightened that he couldn't help closing his eyes suddenly, while Du Guimo watched the fun there with relish. Waiting for that middle-aged man to be unlucky. Ah! With a scream, the middle-aged man was punched by Ling Yun, and his body flew out more than 4 meters before hitting the wall behind him to stop his body. The weak eat the strong, right? Then I'll let you know who is stronger and who is weaker. Ling Yun's power was unforgiving, and a phantom fish and dragon rushed in front of the middle-aged man, punching him in the chest again. The yin qi in Ling Yun's body was very strong, and the yin qi in his dantian penetrated into his right hand along the ren vein. With the mighty and domineering power of Tiangong's demon fist, it penetrated into the middle-aged man's chest like lightning. Pfft! A mouthful of blood spurted out of the middle-aged man's mouth, and he was so frightened that he was so scared. Ling Yun dodged the blood spurting out of the middle-aged man in a flash, looked at the middle-aged man who was sliding down the wall like a dead dog, and said with a smile, "Does it feel good to be bullied?" This. Chui Lao thought that Ling Yun must be a lot of evil, but when he opened his eyes, he found that Ling Yun was safe and sound, and the person who was seriously injured in 2 strokes turned out to be a middle-aged man at the peak of the 8th floor of the day after tomorrow. He was instantly stunned. Ling Yun's barehanded fist, 2 strokes can severely wound the master of the acquired 8th level peak. What does this mean? The shock in old Chui's heart was indescribable, and what followed was a surging surprise. What is the sky with eyes? The sky is really eye-catching. I think that the 3rd young master Ling Xiao reached the peak of the 3rd level innate in less than 20 years old, but Mr. Chui did not expect that Ling Yun is only 18 years old now, and he has reached the innate 9th. The realm above the layer? Of course, these are not mentioned in the information given by Ling Hao, and after Ling Yun became a strange Dan Tian, Cui Lao couldn't see Ling Yun's true cultivation realm, so he could only analyze and judge based on his performance bit by bit. He couldn't see through Ling Yun's realm. Could it be said that Ling Yun's current realm was higher than his own? Reached the innate realm? If he passed this news to the old master Ling and the 3rd young master, how excited would they be? Cui Lao was so excited that he almost burst into tears on the spot, thinking that there is someone in the Ling family. How could the Ling family in the capital be able to keep pace with the dragon family in the capital with the strength of a secular family back then? It is because the people of the Ling family have superhuman talents in cultivation. Their family has the genetic genes in this regard, which is recognized by the major sects and ancient martial families. People from the Ling family, as long as they focus on martial arts since childhood, can almost break through the innate realm at the age of 20. Unless they are not interested in martial arts, there is no way. When the Ling family was at its peak, there were Ling Lai, the patriarch of the 4th level Xiantian realm, Ling Xiao, who had reached the peak of the 3rd layer Xiantian before the age of 20, Ling Zheng, who had just broken through the Xiantian realm, and the 9th level peak of the acquired world. Ling Yu. But after the tragic battle of the Ling family 18 years ago, the Ling family gradually declined. This is not only because the Ling family can no longer receive the support of the hidden world and the ancient martial family, but also because Ling Lai has returned to the innate realm. Ling Xiao, a martial arts genius, even gave up his martial arts. Although he has been rebuilt, his meridian Dan Tian has been damaged, so he can only reach the peak of the 5th floor of the day after tomorrow, and it is no longer difficult to move forward. Now, the real master of the Ling family is Ling Zhen, the patriarch of the early 2nd floor of Xiantian. But now, Ling Yun, the illegitimate son who suddenly appeared from the Ling family, shocked Lao Chui's eyes as soon as he appeared on the stage, showing his tyrannical and unparalleled combat power. Cui Lao can't wait to send this shocking news back to Ling's family and tell Ling Lai and Ling Xiao. The Xiangxi people who lived on the 2nd floor had all rushed out at this time, but they were dumbfounded when they saw that Ling Yun had beaten the leading middle-aged man to the point where he couldn't stand up. You, how come you didn't get poisoned? The seriously injured middle-aged man pointed at Ling Yun with a shocked face and said incredulously. Ling Yun sneered sneeringly, the 11th small realm of the great evolution star treasure art, even Miao Xiaomiao's life golden silkworm goo would not necessarily be able to hurt him, not to mention this middle-aged man's ignorance. Is it a great thing to know the magic trick? My lord, I specialize in detoxification. Ling Yin smiled coldly and stepped forward again. Shichichi. 3 goo insects shot out from the middle-aged man's hands and took Ling Yin's face directly. Ling Yin was in no hurry, and directly used the palm of his hand to shake the 3 dark green goo worms to the ground, lifted his feet and crushed them to death. The man with the horse face roared wildly, "Come on together, kill him." Yes, let's go together. Kill him. The other Xiangxi people also roared and rushed up. Ling Yun waited for a long time, but he never saw a master of a higher realm come out. He knew that there were so many people coming, including this middle-aged man in his 40s. Obviously, after the old man who was deposed by Ling Yun went back, he talked about Ling Yun's general strength, so he invited such a master of Gu techniques from the peak of the 8th layer acquired to deal with Ling Yun. They thought that this was already overestimating Ling Yun's strength, but they didn't expect that after Ling Yun came out of the Tianqing, his strength was already unfathomable. Humph, the pearl of rice grains is also shining brightly. It made me put up such a big battle in vain. Ling Yun snorted coldly. I'll just take care of them myself. Bang 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 bang. Ling Yun punched one at a time, and before he could finish speaking, everyone had already been beaten and flew out. Among them, the man with the horse's face was injured the most. Ling Yun shattered his dantian with one punch, completely ruining him. Ling Yun clapped his hands lightly, raised his finger and pointed at the middle-aged man with a grin and said, "You are right, it is true that the weak eat the strong, but now you are weak and I am strong, we can discuss how to eat now, right?" Devil, you are a devil. The middle-aged man raised his finger, pointed at Ling Yun tremblingly, and said with horror in his eyes. Ling Yun's eyes were cold, he raised his palm and patted the middle-aged man's raised arm lightly, only to hear a click. The middle-aged man's arm was directly slapped off by Ling Yun, which was worse than a comminuted fracture. Ling Yun's strength on one arm now exceeds at least 2,000 jin, so it's no wonder that this middle-aged man's arm can handle it. Ah! A miserable cry. Ling Yun laughed and said, "Don't call me a devil, I'm not a ghost, you have to call me the devil, the supreme devil." Seeing Ling Yun's actions being so ruthless, old Chui was shocked and turned his head to look at Dugumo, only to see that Dugumo had an expression of no surprise at all. When Xiaobai was injured by Tokugawa Takatsuka, Ling Yun was much more crazy than this. Dugumo had already seen it. "Okay, now tell me, who is the owner of this shop? You smashed my clinic, we have to talk about this compensation issue." To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Ga? Compensation? This. When the dozen or so people from Shaanxi heard that Ling Yun asked for compensation at this time, they were all stunned. "You have crippled us, why do you still need compensation?" Chui Lao also looked at it blankly, thinking that my young master, so you came here to fight with people, just to compensate? Although our Ling family is in decline now, it is still one of the 7 major families in the capital. It controls the Ministry of Commerce and the Ministry of Water Resources in Huaxia. Old Chui looked at Dugumo again, dumbfounded, but saw that Dugumo still looked like he knew Ling Yun would be like this for a long time, and looked at it with interest. After Ling Yun kills people, he can find money on dead people as compensation, let alone living people. Yes, compensation, isn't it? You hurt my girlfriend like that, and you also injured my renovation workers, and smashed my shop. Do you just want to forget it? Seeing the surprised expressions of these Shaanxi people, Ling Yun couldn't help but sneer, "This is just the beginning." The middle-aged man looked miserable, knowing that he had come here rashly this time. He really kicked the iron plate, he coughed out a mouthful of blood, then raised his hand and pointed to a rolling and struggling man on the ground. It's almost the same. Ling Yun stood up and lifted the man off the ground in a few steps. He said with a smile, "Okay, don't roll around on the ground, isn't it just 2 broken ribs?" That person was 36 or 7 years old, thin and dry. Among the people who had just stepped forward to attack, except for the one with the horse face, he was the most ruthless to Ling Yun, so Ling Yun was also the most rude to him, and he would hit him with one punch. 2 of his ribs were broken. Cough cough. The man was picked up by Ling Yun like a chicken, his broken rib was so stretched, it was so painful that he couldn't help coughing out a mouthful of blood. Bang! Ling Yun shoved him to the ground fiercely, then squatted in front of him and said with a smile, "Come on. Tell me, what's your name?" Lan Jinghe. Lan Jinghe never dreamed that he would open a clothing store in Qingshui City. Because he couldn't compete with his peers, he invited his uncle who practiced Gu technique to harm others. Everything was going well, but he was about to succeed. But the young man in front of him ruined his great plan, and his uncle was completely abolished. After they fled back to their hometown in Shaanxi, Lan Jinghe and his uncle couldn't hold their breath, so they found a real gu expert locally and asked him to deal with Ling Yun and avenge himself and his uncle. This real gu technique master was naturally the middle-aged man at the peak of the 8th floor after Ling Yun was beaten by 2 punches. After their group returned to Qingshui aggressively, they immediately reopened the business with a high profile. Then, the middle-aged man naturally led the Shaanxi elders to Ling Yun's clinic, and he looked for Ling Yun with a flamboyant and arrogant opening. Ling Yun was in the Yin and Yang Lock Dragon formation in the Tianqing at that time. Of course, they fluttered in vain, so they smashed Ling Yun's clinic to vent their anger. This clinic was renovated little by Yao Rou, and it was Ling Yun's. The renovation was completed that day. Yao Rou was more concerned than her own life, so she tried her best to stop it. The middle-aged man has been cultivating the poison of Yin evil all the year round, and his temperament has long been distorted. He directly smashed the flowers, severely injured Yao Rou with one palm, and at the same time, gave her an extremely vicious death gu. Originally, this matter had nothing to do with the renovation workers who had already completed the work and were waiting for acceptance, but these renovation workers were all simple gentlemen, seeing such a hardworking and kind girl being beaten like this. One by one, they couldn't see it, and they came up to dissuade them. The middle-aged people were too lazy to talk nonsense, and they all hurt them with the gu technique. It happened that they used the essence and blood of these decoration workers to support his death, defying gu. Yao Rou was seriously injured, those decoration workers were also poisoned, and the newly renovated clinic was smashed into a mess. The Shaanxi people were half of their revenge, so they all returned to the clothing store triumphantly. Before leaving, they said that if Ling Yun didn't show up for a day, they would wait for him in the clothing store, otherwise the clinic would not be opened, and it would be smashed every time it was renovated. This time, Lan Jinghe won a big victory as soon as he came back. He thought that he had found the right person this time and could eat Ling Yun to the death. Then he was proud of his nostrils and went to the door of Ling Yun's clinic twice every day. Admire your own masterpiece. The middle-aged man and the man with the horse face who came with him were both left behind by Lan Jinghe, just to wait for the rabbits, waiting for Ling Yun to come to the door to take revenge, and directly use the gu technique to destroy Ling Yun. Once and for all. What made Lan Jinghe dumbfounded was that the 2 masters he invited had just met Ling Yun, and they were all beaten to the ground by Ling Yun in less than a minute, and they were powerless to fight back. Oh, Lan Jinghe. Ling Yun nodded with a playful smile on the corner of his mouth. Tell me, how much do you think it's appropriate to pay me? 10, 100, 000? Lan Jinghe knew that his life was now in Ling Yun's hands, and he would not be able to accept it or not. Ling Yun's eyes turned cold. Bah! A mouthful of spit landed on Lan Jinghe's face, and he scolded in a deep voice, 100,000? Ask the expert you invited. He gave my girlfriend this what gu. What does it feel like after being hit with that gu? Yao Rou's pain after being attacked is definitely boundless and painful torture. She can't survive, she can't die. Ling Yun is about to kill at a glance, and Lan Jinghe wants to pay 100,000 yuan. Isn't this nonsense? Lan Jinghe was sprayed on his face by Ling Yun's saliva, but he was so frightened that he didn't dare to wipe it. Ling Yun was a little annoyed. I said, you really don't know your situation, or are you pretending to be confused with me here? Do you really think I'm doing business with you here? He glanced at everyone who was struggling on the ground, and then said indifferently, all these people, including your life, how much do you think it is worth? Hurry up and say the number. Ling Yun still had a lot of things to do, so he didn't have time to tease him here, so he directly showed his cards. Lan Jinghe was stunned with fright, his face was pale, his whole body was trembling like a sieve, and he said in his heart that there is a national law, but this is in the city, do you say that killing people is killing people? To him. Everything, to him. At this time, the middle-aged man sitting by the wall spoke, and he could see that if Lan Jinghe continued to talk nonsense, he would die immediately. As soon as Lan Jinghe heard this, he knew that he was completely planted this time, or that his life was the most important thing, so he quickly knelt on the ground with a thud, and said tremblingly, "Please, don't kill us, as long as you let us go, anything you want." Ling Yun snorted coldly, he smiled and said, "Look, didn't you say so long ago, without those unpleasantness? Leave the green hills, don't worry about no firewood, save your life first, so that you can hit me again in the future. Isn't the clinic?" Lan Jinghe threw himself to the ground with a thud, and was so frightened that he was covered in chaff. The one who knocked on the other end was as if he didn't want money, bang bang bang, like a slammer, and said repeatedly, I don't dare any more." Ling Yan was too lazy to listen to his nonsense, and just said lightly, "How much money you have, you can spend as much money as you want. Let me see how many lives I can buy. If you take less, you will die." Lan Jinghe's face was as pale as earth, and he shivered, Yes. I have 2 million cash in my store ready to purchase." "What? Only 2 million in cash? I'm sorry, it's only enough to buy 2 of your lives, what about the remaining 10 people?" As soon as Ling Yan's words came out, not to mention the people on Lan Jinghe's side, Mr. Cui immediately shivered when he heard it. Cui Laoxin said, "Little master, you saved the little girl, and it is estimated that those decoration workers will not be difficult for you. How much does it cost to decorate a clinic?" 2 million, can this buy 2 lives? Ah? 2 lives? Lan Jinghe's eyes were so wide that he almost forgot the pain in his ribs. But I really don't have any money." Lan Jinghe turned his head and glanced at the people on his side, looking at him one by one, the pleading and misery in his eyes were obvious. No matter good or bad, they are all human, and who would risk their lives? Ling Yan raised his head and glanced around, pretending to be nonchalant, and said, "Well, this store is nice, and it looks very valuable. If you smashed my store, am I going to smash yours too? But if it's really smashed, it's such a pity, tsk. Ling Yan said, "So, even a fool can understand the meaning of these words," Lan Jinghe babbled, "Stupid. His store has more than 600 square meters, plus the various clothing in the store, it is worth more than 20 million. Not to mention, if you calculate it like this, it happens to be the life money of 10 people. Lan Jinghe's heart hurt like a knife, and his bowels were knotted with regret. He gritted his teeth hard, and said cruelly, "I'll give you this shop." Ling Yan smiled leisurely, "Hurry up, get the money, and set up a receipt. Don't write that it was given to my shop in the receipt. If you say I bought it with 30 million in cash, understand? Ling Yan's hand is really ruthless, in this way, no one will want to find a back account. Understood, I understand. Lan Jinghe was frightened, regretful and distressed, thinking that he had nothing to do and came back to seek revenge from him. Isn't this a demon king? And even more terrifying than the demon king. Ling Yun knew that Lan Jinghe could no longer walk, so he carried him directly to the room, found the 2 million in cash, and in front of Lan Jinghe, all received it in the space ring. Lan Jinghe looked at his 2 million cash, 10 bundles and 10 bundles were all gone in Ling Yan's hands, let alone the shock on his face, thinking that he was really a demon king? Or Desienner? As a result, Lan Jinghe was even more frightened in his heart. He just wanted to quickly escape from this place and never have anything to do with Ling Yun again. He obediently found the pen and paper, and took the paper seriously, admitting that his shop and all the items in the shop were sold to Ling Yun for 30 million yuan. After signing the signature, pressing the handprint, and everything was fine, Ling Yun smiled coldly, put the receipt away, and carried him back to the original place. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. After Ling Yin came back, he threw Lan Jinghe to the ground again, and threw him to the ground with a bang. How could Lan Jinghe's small body endure such a toss? Ling Yin fell on him twice, his body had already fallen apart, his internal organs were all displaced, and he coughed up blood again. Ling Yin fixed his gaze on the Gu master, glanced at the long horse's face again, and said with a sneer, "This sensible surname Lan is willing to spend money to buy your lives, that's fine, I'll keep my word. I'll let you go now." The middle-aged Gu expert heard this, and his eyes suddenly filled with joy, thinking that his life was finally saved, but before he could be happy, Ling Yin was already in front of him. Seeing Ling Yin sneering at him, the middle-aged Gu expert was shocked, and he said in a trembling voice, "You have already hurt us like this, and you have given you all the money, what else do you want to do?" Ling Yin smiled and said, "What are you doing? What do you think? The weak will eat the strong. Don't worry, since I promised to keep you alive, I will never kill you." Bang! 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 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches, 4 punches. While everyone was stunned, Ling Yin used his Dian Juxing treasure art and Tian Gang Fu Machuan to the limit at the same time, facing the middle-aged Guji master's chest. And Dan Tian, a burst of smashing. Ling Yin didn't know how far his real strength had reached the day after tomorrow, but he knew after punching this Gu expert just now. If you don't rely on the Great Evolution Star treasure art, and the blessing of Tiangong's demon fist, under the collision just now, you won't be able to make much money. At least it's impossible to beat this Guji master like this, with just 2 punches. In other words, this Gu technique master is likely not injured so badly. What he is really afraid of should be the 2 half-step innate masters behind him. Ling Yin didn't want to leave such a scourge behind. Thinking about his desire for revenge all day, he came here once and for all. As soon as he stepped on it to the end, he directly smashed this Guji master. At first, the Gu master was able to resist, but he suffered a big loss even with Ling Yin. How could he resist Ling Yin's extreme fist? Ling Yin's 2 punches dissipated his protective chi, and the rest was to beat the underdogs. After 3 punches, blood spurted from the mouth of the Gu master, 1 punch and 1 mouthful of blood. Ling Yin completely smashed the Dan Tian of the Gu master, and at the same time, the middle-aged man's ribs had already been completely broken, so Ling Yin stopped. Ling Yin stood up. Everyone saw this middle-aged man, who was already on the verge of dying, with more air out of his mouth and less air in, and like a pool of mud, he slowly slipped from the wall to the ground. Don't you like people who can't survive without dying? Today I'll let you know what it's like. After Ling Yin finished speaking, he flicked his hand, shishi twice, and the 2 big needles seemed to have grown eyes. Directly drilled into the eyes of the Gu master. Ah, the dying Gu master was stabbed blind, who had already passed out, and roared again in pain. Now, it's your turn. Ling Yin didn't look at the completely abolished Gu master again, and walked directly to Chang Ma's face. I didn't do anything, I just came with him. Long Ma's face looked at Ling Yin, who was terrifying like a demon who came out of hell, and he already knew that something was wrong. She was so frightened that she sat on the ground with her back up. Help Zhou to abuse, to fight for the tiger, Ling Yin came to his side in a flash, and stomped his foot against Dan Tian with a long horse face. Pfft. The Dan Tian of Changma's face had already been abolished, but now he was kicked like this again, and he spurted out a mouthful of blood and splashed directly onto the roof. Humph. It's time to beat the house I bought with a lot of money. Ling Yin stepped forward with 2 feet again, but this time he stepped on the long horse-faced legs. Kacha. Kacha. With 2 crisp sounds, Changma's face made 2 terrifying and harsh screams, and he fell directly to the ground and didn't move. He completely passed out. In addition, those people from Xiangxi watched. They were so frightened that they were silent, and they didn't even dare to let out a scream, for fear that Ling Yin would find them. The others are ordinary people, and they are not the masterminds of the matter. Ling Yun didn't feel too hard for them. Ling Yun glanced at them, and said coldly, "The injustice has the head, the debt has the owner. I know that you are all out of the loyalty of fellow villagers. Smashed my store, so I won't make it hard for you." He came to Lan Jinghe in a flash, and snorted coldly, "The last time, the past is the past. If you honestly come back to open a shop and do business, I will definitely not make things difficult for you. Find someone to deal with me, and be so cruel to my girlfriend, then of course I won't be polite to you." Ling Yun raised his hand and pointed to the northeast corner of the intersection, and smiled slightly. "To tell you frankly, my clinic will continue to open, and I will still use your shop for business. I promise not to move. If you want to continue looking for if someone comes to take revenge, you can come as much as you can. I am waiting for you. However, I have done it again and again, but I haven't done it again and again. If the person you find still can't beat me the third time, then you have to be careful. No amount of money can save your life, do you understand?" Lan Jinghe nodded in fright. I understand. Oh, no, I don't dare anymore." Ling Yun stood up and smiled slightly. "Now, this is my place, you must leave here now. I don't care what method you use, within an hour, you must get out of Qingshui City for me. From now on, if I see any of you, there will only be one fate, death." After Ling Yun finished speaking, the smile on his face disappeared, and he raised his hand and pointed at the stairs. "Get out." At the same time, he made Xiao Bai remove the illusion through his voice transmission, otherwise these people would not be able to get out. Those people in Shaanxi who can still move can hear it. It was almost like an amnesty, and he didn't care about the injuries and pains on his body. 3 people carried one, and dragged the 2 waists and Lan Jinghe outside the clothing store. They are really scared. Ling Yun is too fierce. It's too cruel. After they saw Ling Yun's ruthlessness. "I just think it would be good not to see this demon king forever. How dare you think of coming back for revenge?" Cui Lao watched the whole process from start to finish. The corners of his mouth twitched as he watched, thinking that the future young master of the Ling family, the only son of the third master, could be such a powerful character? If this was brought back to the capital, would the capital be turned upside down? So why don't you make trouble for Mr. Ling every day? Say Ling Yun is ruthless. No, he is very measured, and he is obviously merciful to those ordinary people, just to teach him a lesson. Say Ling Yun is not cruel. It's even worse. As soon as you make a move, you will crippling others. That's not the end. You have to completely abolish an acquired master of the 8th level peak and an acquired master of the 5th level, and abolish the martial arts cultivation. Gotta go blind, yeah. The middle-aged man was indeed not dead, but he was injured like this. If he could live for an extra week, his life would be big. And these are not the most important. The most important thing is that the young master of our family is really this. He really loves money and doesn't want to die. In the blink of an eye. There are 2 floors up and down, more than 600 square meters, and a clothing store worth more than 20 million yuan. Bandits are not so quick to steal money. Cui Lao thought about those playful children in the capital who only know how to bully men and women, and play tricks on flowers all day long. He said that compared with the young master in front of him, those people can't be considered playful at all. Cui Lao has 10,000 reasons to believe. If Ling Yun really recognized his ancestors and returned to the clan, then the Ling family should not think about enduring humiliation, let alone recuperating, and Mr. Ling Lai should not keep a low profile. The real Ling family should be the firefighting captain for Ling Yun every day. Possessing peerless martial arts, he will retaliate when he has revenge, he will kill one to set an example, and he will be ruthless. If this is combined with the identity of the direct descendant of the Ling family, what is there to fear about Ling Yun? Well, Cui Laoxin said that the 3rd young master Ling Xiao, now I finally know how your son is not like you. Our young master ignores any rules at all. Where he is heaven. This is a little bit. The Lord who does not eat at all. However, Ling Yan's lawlessness is very similar to his biological mother. Cui Lao, once again, couldn't help thinking of Ling Yan's biological mother, and sighed secretly in his heart. Ling Yan stood there and admired the clothing store he had just acquired for a while. He felt quite satisfied. He thought that the clothing store would be dedicated to selling high-end clothing in the future, and it would be good to let the boss xuanhuan help him make money in business, and he would wear clothes in the future. You can save it and buy it, just come here and get it. Let's go, show you guys my clinic. Oh, the newly renovated clinic was smashed by these idiots, and I lost a lot of money. After Ling Yun finished speaking, he shouted at the dazed old Cui and the idle and bored Dugumo, and immediately went downstairs and walked out of the store, and took Xiaobai to the clinic opposite the intersection. Hey! It's a pity that my shop door was damaged by my kick, and it has to be renovated. Ling Yan kept talking with distress in his mouth, hearing old Cui and Dugumo, who were following behind him, look at each other in dismay. However, when Ling Yun came to the center of the intersection, he suddenly stood still, slowly raised his head, his face became brighter and brighter, and he aimed his face at the camera at the intersection. Cui Lao and Dugumo naturally also stopped, staring at Ling Yun with stunned expressions, not knowing what he was trying to do. Suddenly, Ling Yun stretched out his blood-stained right hand, raised his hand with a swipe, pointed at the camera with his index finger, muttered something in his mouth, and smiled coldly. That action, cold. Arrogant. Domineering. Fierce. Luo Zheng, I'm back with Ling Yun, I just want you to see me, you have great ability, you can come and catch me. After Ling Yun finished speaking, he withdrew his right hand and walked towards his clinic with his hands behind Sher Shiran's back. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the intersection of Qingxi Road and Gufeng Road, northeast corner. Ling Yan stood in front of his ill-fated clinic with his hands behind his back, looked in intently, and couldn't help frowning. It really made a mess for me, now I can only renovate it. In fact, there is no need to look inside at all, because the glass of all the doors and windows of the clinic has been smashed to pieces, and the broken glass scum in the clinic is everywhere. At the entrance of the stairs on the second floor of the clinic, there were several pools of blood that had solidified and turned black on the ground, and some flies were buzzing around there, which looked shocking. Obviously, on the day of the accident, Yao Rou heard the movement from the second floor and rushed downstairs to stop those Shaanxi people, where she was injured. Humph. It's too cheap to let them go like this. After Ling Yun saw the mess in the clinic, he raised his eyebrows and cursed in a deep voice. Okay, they also got the retribution they deserved, I think that's all it takes. Elder Cui quickly persuaded Ling Yunhua when he saw that Ling Yunhua was bumping up. Ordinary clinic, Ling Yun, the name of your clinic is very tasteful. It just doesn't fit your style. Dugumo looked up at the sign erected at the entrance of the clinic and muttered. Ling Yunqin said, where did I get it? This is the name of the clinic my mother took, okay. He turned around and walked to the corner of the intersection, and looked at the Qingxi Tsuiyuan International City Garden in the southeast, thinking that Zhang Ling should be worried that he had been missing for so long, right? Thinking of Zhang Ling, Ling Yun naturally also thought of Chao Shanshan, thinking that he has been back for so long, why is there no news of Chao Shanshan? This is unreasonable, I must find a chance to ask Tang Meng when I look back. Let's go, I have to ask where the decoration workers are now, and see how they are doing. The glass of the doors and windows were all smashed, although Ling Yun was able to enter the clinic and go to the second floor to have a look. But the first floor was smashed like this, the second floor is definitely not good, there is no need to look at it at all. Ling Yun stopped a taxi that happened to pass by, and the three of them got into the car and returned to Villa Number 1 soon. Tang Meng did not have the key to Villa Number 1. Naturally, he couldn't get in, so he could only sit in the car and wait for Ling Yun to come back after finishing his work. After Ling Yun came back. After catching Tang Meng, he asked, "Tang Meng, the key to Villa number 1. Where is it now?" Tang Meng rolled his eyes and said, "Brother Yun, the villa has been sealed." "You said where the keys to the villa were." "Of course, they were confiscated by the Public Security Bureau." The keys to both villas were confiscated. Ling Yun gritted his teeth angrily, thinking that Luo Zheng, you really dare to play. If that's the case, that's fine. Tomorrow I will let you have a good time. But now was not the time to look for Luo Zheng, so Ling Yun asked Tang Meng to call Shui Mining to find out where the renovation workers were now, and then went directly to find those renovation workers. Before leaving, Ling Yun planned to let Cui Lao and Du Guimo go back separately and meet again tomorrow, but they both refused in unison. No intention of leaving at all. To Lao Cui, Ling Yun is the young master who has been wandering in the Ling family for 18 years. Now in Lao Cui's eyes, he is already the future successor of the Ling family. How could he be easily separated from him? No matter how tough Ling Yun is, Mr. Cui must do his part and try his best to protect Ling Yun and not let him suffer any harm. If Elder Cui found Ling Yun and Ling Yun had a problem under his nose, how could Elder Cui have the face to go back and explain to Elder Ling and third young master Ling Xiao? So Cui Lao had already decided, starting from the meeting between the two. He would never let Ling Yun leave his protection range again. Du Guimo was just idle and bored. Anyway, when he went back to the hotel, apart from watching TV and meditating, he might as well follow Ling Yun's excitement everywhere. As soon as Du Guimo sneaked out of the Hengduan Mountains alone, he knew that he was simply a person who couldn't be idle and could toss. Ling Yun asked him to go back at this time. Of course it was impossible. Seeing that both of them clearly stated that they would not leave, Ling Yun had no choice but to go with them. The 7 decorators live in the western suburbs of the city. They work in Qingshui City all the year round, so they simply found a broken house and rented it here. It doesn't matter if they come out to make money. They live in 2 rooms and sleep. It was Datongpu, and the place where he lived was even more dilapidated than the house rented by Lu Li's family. Despite the phone guidance from Shui Mining and Yao Rou, Tang Meng still managed to find where they lived and parked Ferrari in front of a shack that was about to be demolished. The 4 of them all got out of the car, and soon found the place where the decorator lived. Ling Yun did not hesitate, and went straight to the door and knocked on the door. There was a loud noise in the room, and the people inside asked cautiously. Ling Yun immediately heard the foreman's voice, and then laughed. "It's me, the boss of the clinic you renovated." "Ouch. Why are you here at this time?" "Wait, I'll open the door for you." The door opened quickly, and a simple and honest man appeared in the door. It was the foreman. He saw Ling Yun standing outside the door, followed by 3 strange people. "Close. Can you not be afraid?" Cui Lao was wearing a black night clothes, Du Guimo was still wearing a blue robe, Tang Meng had a big bald head, and there was a big snow-white fox squatting beside him. Seeing the expression on the foreman's face, Ling Yun knew that he was taken aback. He smiled brightly and said, "Don't be afraid, they are all my friends, they came with me." This is Tang Meng." The foreman took a closer look and found that the big bald head turned out to be Tang Meng, so he said in shock, "It turned out to be Mr. Tang. Why haven't you seen him for a few days, and his head has been shaved?" Before the accident, Tang Meng had to walk around the clinic almost every day to pay attention to the progress of the renovation, so he knew the foreman very well. Tang Meng reluctantly patted his bald head and smiled awkwardly. "Hey, Su Gong, isn't it hot? I'm also following the fashion, shaved bald to cool down." However, Tang Meng's hatred for Xie Zhenyan increased by another point, and he said that it's a pity that I have long flowing hair, and then Xie Zhenyan's hair must be pulled out one by one. "Come into the house, hurry into the house." "Why did you come in the middle of the night?" Su Gong saw Ling Yun and Tang Ming coming late at night, knowing that they must have come because the clinic was smashed, so he quickly let them into the room. The other workers also got dressed and got out of bed one after another. They enthusiastically moved the 4 Ling Yun stools and asked them to sit down. They looked at the 9-tailed Tianhu Xiaobai, and were amazed. Ling Yun looked at them under the light, and found that each of them had a faint dark green on their foreheads, and they were indeed poisoned. However, these decorators acted freely one by one. Obviously, the injuries that day were not serious, and the goo master planted his own death-defying goo in the bodies of these decorators in order to devour their blood and use it to nourish the goo, instead of killing people, so they won't feel any pain at all, but their bodies will get weaker and weaker. Hey, that Yao girl is really pitiful. She was made like that by those Shangxi people, but we big men can only see that they can't help, and they smashed the newly renovated clinic after hard work. After Su Gong sat down, with a face of apology, he said to Ling Yun with a long sigh. Ling Yun glanced at these simple men one by one, and said with a smile, Su Gong, it doesn't matter, let's renovate it after breaking it, it's fine. I'm here today mainly to save you. He didn't talk nonsense, and quickly explained his purpose. What? Come and save us? The decoration workers were stunned when they heard all of them, and Su Gong said in puzzlement, didn't that old Chinese doctor have already treated us, and now I don't feel anything wrong with my body. When Ling Yun heard it, he knew that Shani Shui would definitely help them suppress the goo worms in their bodies, but he couldn't force them out, but it was too shocking to say such a thing, so Shani Shui didn't tell them. He smiled slightly and said, Su Gong, do you feel that after the accident, you eat more and more, but your health is getting worse? When Su Gong and the decorators heard this, they were all stunned for a moment. They looked at each other and thought that it was no wonder Ling Yun could open a clinic. This was too accurate. Ling Yun smiled indifferently, this is because you fell into that Shangxi man's sorcery, you won't be able to see it in a short period of time, and over time, you will die at any time. Ah? What? Then what? All the decoration workers were shocked when they heard this, and XCMG quickly asked, Ling Yun, then, what should I do? Ling Yun was confident and smiled slightly, don't be in a hurry, everyone, the reason why I came here in such a hurry is because of this. After Ling Yun finished speaking, he secretly buckled 9 silver needles in his hand and smiled at Su Gong. If Su Gong trusts me, take off your shirt and I'll tie a few needles for you, I promise you will be fine soon. Su Gong looked at the 9 shining silver needles in Ling Yun's hand, and his heart throbbed a little. He looked back at his brothers and hesitated for a while. Tang Ming smiled and said, Su Gong, don't hesitate, now that brother Yun has cured my sister Ro, what are you worried about? What? Miss Yao is okay? Then. They still have a deep memory of Yao Ro's tragic appearance at that time, and now they are surprised to hear that Yao Ro has recovered. Su Gong, don't worry, at most 3 minutes. Ling Yun squeezed the silver needle in his hand and smiled brightly. Sure enough, Su Gong was relieved and took off his shirt, waiting for Ling Yun to give him acupuncture. Ling Yun looked at the exact position, and easily cast the 9 needles of the spirit pivot on Su Gong. In less than a minute, he forced the dark green young goo worm out. Humph! Ling Yun snorted coldly, raised his hand and grabbed the goo worm, squeezing it flat, then spread out his palm and said to the crowd, look, this thing is making a mess in your body, now XCMG is all right. All the decoration workers exclaimed in unison when they saw the dark green young goo worm that Ling Yun squeezed. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. All the decorators were extremely angry at the vicious Guju master, and couldn't help but swear at him, gnashing their teeth in hatred. Ling Yun laughed and said, okay, no need to scold, I have already avenged you. His eyes are already blind, and he won't live for a few days. Su Gong stared at the dark green young goo worm in Ling Yan's hands. His eyes were frightened. He gritted his teeth and said bitterly, "Damn it. I didn't expect that person to be so vicious. Little brother Ling Yun, thank you so much today. If you didn't come to save us, we would be killed by this villain." Ling Yun shook his head and smiled, and said indifferently, "Xu Gong doesn't need to thank me. Speaking of which, this matter is indeed caused by me. You just suffered a disaster. It's right to save you. Come on, I'll put the bugs on your body one by one for you. Come out and talk." Su Gong stood up. A young decorator sat on his seat. Ling Yun concocted according to the law, forced the goo worms out of their bodies one by one, and killed them all on the spot, leaving no trouble. After Ling Yun forced the goo worms out of the last decoration worker, the goo master who had fled Qingshui City in a hurry by this time spat out a mouthful of blood while in a coma, and could not survive for 2 days. After treating everyone, Ling Yun excused himself to go out to wash his hands, but he actually found a hidden place and used the fire talisman to burn the 7 corpses of goo worms on his hands before returning to the room. When he entered the room, Ling Yun already had 10 bundles of 100 yuan bills in each of his hands. He entered the room, put the 200,000 cash on the table, and said to Su Gong, who was stunned, "Xu Gong, because of you almost lost your life because of the incident. You should take this money and share it with the brothers. It's a little bit of my heart." This, little brother Ling Yun, this is absolutely impossible. How can we collect this money? Su Gong hurriedly put the cash on the table into Ling Yun's hands. Ling Yun was so anxious to find them in the middle of the night and saved all their lives first. Send money again, and send so much at once? Cui Lao and Dugumo couldn't understand Ling Yun for a while. When they faced those Xiangxi people just now, they all saw Ling Yun's cruelty, and they thought that Ling Yun was really right when he said he was the devil. But in the blink of an eye, how did he become a living bodhisattva who saves suffering? Since Ling Yun took out the money, naturally, he would not take it back, so he waved at Su Gong. He giggled and said, "Xu Gong, you must receive this money. There is also the salary you gave me to renovate the clinic. Don't you want it too?" Su Gong was stunned. But that clinic was smashed again. Moreover, the price for the renovation of the clinic was agreed at the beginning, a total of 30,000 yuan. It doesn't cost that much. Besides, you came here in a hurry in the middle of the night and specially saved the lives of 7 of us. If you gave us money back, how could you let us take it? Su Gong's words were sincere, making Ling Yun unable to speak for a while. He had no choice but to turn his head to look at Tang Meng, who was beside him, and gave him a wink. Tang Meng is the best at this. He smiled, walked over and patted Su Gong on the shoulder and said, "I said Su Gong, please don't push back. There are really not many people who can make my brother Yun take the initiative to take out the money. Let's see if you still accept it." Besides, Brother Yun's clinic was smashed to pieces by those people, and it has to be renovated. I think you don't want to find other jobs this month. Take a good rest for 2 days, take care of your body, and then send me to the cloud as soon as possible. Brother's clinic has been renovated. What do you think? XCMG hurriedly nodded and said, "That's for sure. Needless to say, it's definitely our job, and don't worry, no one will look at it this time. We promise to do our best to decorate and make sure it's better than the last one." But it doesn't cost that much money. 20 bundles of brightly red 100 yuan bills. The decoration workers looked envious, but they were all simple and honest, and they all shook their heads, saying that they couldn't ask for the money. Ling Yun smiled slightly. "Okay, XCMG, the matter is settled as it is. Anyway, you guys have already decorated the clinic once. This time, I'm familiar with it. I'll leave the clinic's decoration to you, so you don't have to hurry. As long as it can be completed this month, I will pay you another salary when it is completed." The 200,000 yuan was given, and Ling Yun was not short of the tens of thousands of yuan in wages. A good person will do it to the end and send Buddha to the west. This. Su Gong stared blankly at Ling Yun for a long time, and then turned to look at his brothers. He saw incredible, shocked, excited and grateful expressions in their eyes. They couldn't believe that such a big pie would be able to hit his head. Tang Meng chuckled, "Why are you hesitating, XCMG, accept it, we're leaving." Xu Gong threw the money on the table at once, grabbed Ling Yun with both hands, and said excitedly, "Little brother Ling Yun, don't worry, give me half a month, no, give me 10 days, I promise to even clean up and decorate, get your clinic renovated so you can open as soon as possible." Good man. This is really a living bodhisattva. I met a good man. The rest of the renovation workers couldn't help but start to appreciate and praise, and they were all moved for inexplicable feelings. They only felt that they were inexhaustible, and they wanted to renovate Ling Yun's clinic. Our young master from the Ling family is really. Old Chui nodded and was relieved. The shock that Ling Yun had brought to him at this moment was simply too great. Of course, Mr. Chui has followed Mr. Ling at Ling's house for so many years, and he has seen a lot of money. It is nothing to him that Ling Yun loses some money. Old Chui was shocked by Ling Yun's miraculous acupuncture and forensic skills, his body that was not afraid of goo poison, his wrists that he showed when talking and laughing, and his unique charm. For the same thing, Ling Yun can always do something beautiful and convincing. Whether it's killing people or saving people, that kind of transformation that goes without a trace seems to be natural. Dugumo had seen Ling Yun's medical skills, but it was a healing talisman to treat trauma, but he had never seen Ling Yun use the 9 acupuncture needles. Now that he saw this magical acupuncture, he thought that Ling Yun was an immortal doctor. Is it really healing? Ling Yun rushed to the excited Su Gong and said with a smile, "Xu Gong, since you said that, can I leave my clinic to you?" Xu Gong nodded vigorously and said, "Don't worry, our bodies are fine now, I can feel this myself, and we don't need to rest, we will go to your clinic early tomorrow morning, where we will have meals and lodging, at most 10 God, I promise to let you open." In his eyes now, Ling Yun is no longer an employer and boss, but a big benefactor who saves his life and gives money. For these simple country people, can he not give up? Ling Yun smiled and clapped his fists at everyone, then took Tang Meng and the others to leave, got in the car and rushed to the rental house. In the car, Ling Yun hugged Xiao dotingly, rubbing her soft and smooth fox fur with his big hands, turning his head to look at Chui Lao with a smile. "Chui Lao, I may have a fierce battle these 2 days, and my life may be in danger, why? So, are you here to help, or to help, or to help?" Old Chui was so angry that he almost slipped under the car seat. He stared at him angrily and funny, "You kid, did you give me another choice?" Help, definitely help. Mr. Chui had already investigated clearly that the Sun family had entered Qingshui City this time, and it was Ling Yun who had to deal with it. There was no doubt that it was a fierce battle. Of course he wanted to help, so there was no need for Ling Yun to ask. Ling Yun had already seen it, this old Chui who appeared out of nowhere, obviously put on a posture that if you drive me away, I won't leave, so he was happy to joke with this old Chui. "No matter where you came from, as long as you are willing to help me fight and stand by my side, Ling Yun will accept everything according to the order." As for Dugumo, there's no need to ask, it's a super bodyguard he invited for a big meal, so it's a waste if you don't need it. The 4 of them quickly returned to the rental house. Ling Yun didn't open the door. Tang Meng clasped Tang Meng's arms and jumped into the courtyard. Old Chui and Dugumo didn't even need to say hello from Ling Yun. Ling Yun sat comfortably on the sofa, directly handed his cell phone to Tang Meng and asked him to charge it, then looked at his shiny bald head and said with a smile, "I said Tang Meng, your hairstyle looks very exciting." "Yes, I think you can simply keep this hairstyle in the future." Returning to Qingshui from 7:30 in the evening, she gave Ninger a happy birthday, cured Tang Meng, and cured Yao Rou, then brought the old nest of Xiangxi people and drove them all out of Qingshui city. After taking revenge for smashing the shop and saving 7 more decoration workers, Ling Yun just had time to take a breath and relax. Tang Meng groaned while rubbing his bald head, and said angrily, "How can I do that? Brother Yun, bald heads are not my style." Ling Yun was stunned for a moment, thinking that this is not his own mantra. When did this kid learn it? He got up in person, found the Shanghai Longjing bought by Zhuang Meifeng, brewed tea and put it on the coffee table, then raised his eyes to look at Tang Meng opposite and asked, "Tang Meng, after I came back, why haven't there been any news from Chao Shanshan? Where has she gone?" When Cui Lao and Digimo heard Ling Yun mention Chao Shanshan's name, their expressions moved at the same time. Tang Meng was stunned when he heard it, and blinked. "Brother Yun, you haven't asked. I thought you all knew, but you don't know?" Ling Yun's heart skipped a beat, thinking that Chao Shanshan would not have an accident, right? The Chao family is one of the 7 major families in the capital. Who would dare to provoke her? He raised his eyebrows and said dumbly, "No one told me. Where do I know where to go? Didn't you see how busy I was tonight? What's wrong?" Tang Meng tilted his bald head and thought about it, thinking that according to Ninger's character, it was strange that he would take the initiative to mention Chao Shanshan to Brother Yun. "She went back early last Tuesday morning. When she left, we didn't even know you were missing." "Why did she go back?" Ling Yun asked closely. "Blind date, what else can I do?" To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. What? Blind date? Ling Yun hurriedly raised his hand and poked out his ears, thinking that I heard right. Chao Shanshan and Ling Yun had taken a bath in the same bathtub, but the two of them rolled over the sheets frantically on the warm bed in Chao Shanshan's boudoir. Although Ling Yun resisted not taking Chao Shanshan's body, it was not much different from that. Ling Yun would rather believe that the sun came out from the west than that Chao Shanshan would go on a blind date with someone else. Not actually. It should be said that her family helped her admit a marriage. Chao Shanshan should go back and withdraw from the marriage. Ling Yun was immediately furious when he heard this, raised his hand and pointed at Tang Meng's head and gave him 2 shudders, scolding, "I said, can you be more accurate in what you said? Blind date and withdrawal can be a matter of time. Son? That's the exact opposite." No wonder Ling Yun was in a hurry. He almost trembled when he heard it just now. If his own woman dared to go on a blind date with someone else, then Ling Yun would stop messing around. Tang Meng touched his big bald head and grinned in pain. At this time, Ling Yun asked again, "Did she say anything before she left? Why hasn't she come back yet?" Tang Meng became more honest this time. He thought about it seriously and said, "I said, she couldn't contact you at that time, she couldn't be in a hurry, said that when she gets in touch with you, let me tell you, so you can rest assured, she will go back and retreat. After kissing, come back immediately." But since she got on the plane, the phone has never been turned on again. "I have called many times, but I haven't gotten through." Ling Yun frowned secretly after hearing this, thinking that it might be another trouble, because he clearly remembered that the night when he and Chao Shanshan went to dance, when the two were talking on the playground, the overseas phone call from the United States. At that time, Chao Shanshan said that the caller was her cousin, who was from the Chen family in the capital, and had been harassing Chao Shanshan on the phone for more than a month. "It's the Chen family again. Is it a marriage as soon as I come back?" And the Chao family really agreed? The efficiency of the Chen family is really high. Ling Yun thought about it, thinking secretly. Old Chui listened and grinned. "I thought, my little young master, how many are we here?" Ling Yun offended the Sun family this time, because of the unbelievably beautiful girl named Zhuang Meifeng from the Zhuang family, plus the Shui mining and Yao Rou that Cui Lao saw. Now looking at Ling Yun's posture, the Chao family's pearl seems to be in the palm of your hand. He didn't escape from Ling Yun's palm either. At this point, Ling Yun is neither with Ling Xiao, nor like his biological mother. As for who to follow, old Chui really doesn't know. Ling Yun thought about it for a while, and felt that Chao Shanshan's status in the Chao family was very high, and the power of the Chao family in the capital and the Chen family in the capital were not much different. Chao Shanshan would definitely not have anything wrong in the capital. Most likely, after Chao Shanshan returned, she might have acted too violently and angered the elders in the family, so her freedom was temporarily restricted. Don't let her go back to the water. Thinking of this, Ling Yun felt relieved and said, Chao Shanshan, you can stand me up. If I finish the business here and you don't come back, I will go to the capital to find you. Ling Yun sorted out his thoughts, and quickly put aside Chao Shanshan's affairs for a while. There were still a lot of things waiting for him to do. Tang Meng. Do you know who was behind the commander and flattened my old house on Linjiang Road? When Ling Yun remembered this incident, he couldn't help but get angry. Without the owner's consent, how could he forcibly demolish someone's house? Is there any more royal law? Tang Meng didn't need to think about it, he just said, Brother Yun, do you remember when we beat up Tian Buetao from the Linjiang Road sub-district office of the high-tech zone? Ling Yun nodded and said, Of course I remember. Could it be him? Ling Yun said in his heart that not only did I beat Tian Buetao violently, he also beat his nephew Tian Xiaoguang to death. Tang Meng sneered and said, Tian Buetao doesn't have that much energy yet, so this has to be done by the demolition office. Do you know who is responsible for the demolition and reconstruction in that area of Linjiang Road? Ling Yun's heart moved, murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and he said solemnly, Could it be Golian City? Tang Meng nodded, Yes, it is the Lianqing real estate of Golianqing. You kicked Golianqing into a eunuch, such a big revenge. Golianqing and Go Junfa cannot fail to report, and the Public Security Bureau has now confirmed that it's what you did. They're investigating you now, and you're not around these days. It's no wonder they don't think about pushing your house. When Ling Yun heard this, the matter was very clear. Tian Xiaoguang, Tian Buetao, the demolition office, Go Junfa, and Golian City were basically a line of grasshoppers. If you push a house that no one lives in, isn't that just pushing it? Also, Uncle Li and my father are both out of power now. Xiaozhenting, Luo Zheng, and Go Lianqing are in unison. When they join forces to control the overall situation, it is the time when they are most majestic and proud. Otherwise, Go Junfa and Xia Zhenyan will be the worst. They don't dare to counterattack like this. Okay, they really do. Ling Yunxia smiled, nodded, and said, Okay, then let's come to him to demolish each other, and use violence to control violence. Tang Meng was shocked when he heard this, and said in a stunned manner, Brother Yun, what do you mean? Ling Yun smiled and said, Whoever demolishes my house, then I will demolish his house, so that we don't owe each other. Dugumo didn't take it seriously, because Ling Yun's actions were only natural and the reason was very simple. Since you demolished my house without my permission, then I will demolish your house. But Mr. Chui was shocked when he heard it. He said in his heart, My young master, if someone demolished your house, no matter whether you agreed or not, they must have planned it well and made perfect preparations. The forces of all parties and by come together, no matter how reasonable you are, you can become unreasonable, they have too many tricks. But when you come up, you are going to demolish other people's houses. That is real estate. Does this thing mean that it can be demolished? He quickly opened his mouth and wanted to dissuade Ling Yun. He planned to let Ling Yun find another way to teach the enemy a lesson through other means, but he didn't expect Ling Yun to say solemnly, Cui Lao don't need to persuade me, I have made up my mind, just do it. Demolish my house? Don't say it's a house, as long as it's my thing, you can't move it without my consent. I care about this or that. Demolish your house first, and we'll sit down and discuss the rest like compensation. Otherwise, how can you stand up? Ling Yan is going to stand up this time. It's not too early. Let's take a good rest. Tomorrow, I will go to demolish the house with me. Ling Yan smiled coldly and ended the conversation that night. In fact, demolition of the house is not the purpose. Ling Yan's real purpose is to make things bigger, and then lead Luo Zheng or Go Lianqing out, as long as they dare to show up. Ling Yan is going to give these two a good look. After Ling Yan finished speaking, he greeted the three of them. With Xiao Bai, he went back to his bedroom. Old Chui, Dugumo, and Tang Meng looked at each other. Dugumo directly meditated cross-legged and started his practice. Old Chui and Tang Meng had nothing to say, just nodded at him and started to practice with closed eyes. Tang Meng was excited there for a long time by himself, when suddenly he felt sleepy, and he collapsed on the sofa. It soon became a dream. Since Tang Meng was injured, he has been in so much pain that he can't sleep. Now that Ling Yan has cured him, he has been able to persevere until now, through a burst of excitement, which is pretty good. After Ling Yan entered his bedroom, he closed the door. He glanced around the bedroom, saw the various clothes Zhuang Meifeng usually wears, and began to look at things and think about people. Soon he fixed his gaze on the computer desk, and was surprised to find that there was a letter there, with the words Ling Yan Collection written on the envelope. Ling Yan, of course, recognized that it was Zhuang Meifeng's handwriting, so he quickly took the letter over. Just tear open the envelope and watch it. Husband, where did you go? Didn't you promise me that you would never leave me again? I'm really worried about you. Husband, I can't contact you all day and night. Sister Lingyu, Sister Xiao. We are all worried about you. Auntie left early in the morning yesterday, and Lingyu couldn't contact her either. What should I do? Husband, the people from the Sun family are here again. This time, they arrested my parents and my sister. The whole thing started because of me. I can't escape. I have to face it. If you come back, please beg don't blame me. Husband, I still can't contact you now. Sister Lingyu is completely panicked. She is about to cry. Sister Xiao is also very worried. We are so worried about you. Husband, I'm home. This is my own business. I can't let my family suffer for me. Don't worry, I won't say anything about all your things even if I die. Life and death are unpredictable. After you come back, no matter if I have an accident or not, don't rush to save me like last time. I don't want to see you have an accident because of me again. Love you. Meifeng. April 8th at 8 p.m. The letter was not long, and Ling Yan could see that it was not written in one breath, but Zhuang Meifeng wrote an essay before and after the banker's accident, when she was waiting to miss her. She waited until 8 o'clock on Tuesday night, seeing that she really couldn't get in touch. Only one person took the initiative to go back and broke into the tiger's mouth. Humph. Sun Tianbiao, if there is nothing wrong with Zhuang Meifeng this time, if she loses a hair, I will remove your entire Sun family from the capital. Ling Yan snorted coldly, put the letter away carefully, floated onto the bed, and silently practiced the yin-yang art of qi. On April 13th, Sunday, at 6 o'clock in the morning, Ling Yan stopped sitting cross-legged on time. He got out of bed and went out to the courtyard to practice the great essence gathering star treasure art. The Sun family didn't know how many masters had come. Ling Yan now tried to improve his strength as much as possible if he could improve his strength by 1 point. He doesn't know how many levels Ling Yan has reached to the acquired realm now, but he is very clear that he has reached the peak of the 4th level of physical training. Although Ling Yan's strength is many times stronger than when he was in the world of cultivation, he was also at the peak of the 4th level of body training, but because his dantian and meridians have also expanded many times, he is still training at the 4th level. For an entire hour, Ling Yan felt that his great evolution and gathering star treasure art had made great progress again, and he would break through the 12th small realm at any time, so he stopped cultivating deliberately. Ling Yan turned his head and looked at old Cui and Dugumo, who were already walking around in the living room. He smiled and said, "Call that lazy pig Tang Meng, and follow me, to demolish the house." To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Today's Qingshui city is very hot. As soon as the sun came out, it was scorching the earth like a red stove. It was only 8 o'clock in the morning, and the temperature had reached 30 degrees. Ling Yun, Tang Meng, Cui Lao, and Dugumo were a group of 4. After breakfast, Tang Meng drove the car, took Ling Yun and Xiaobai back to his house, and took Shui Mining's Ferrari. "Put it in the garage, then put on your own Hummer and head straight to Linjiang Road." On the way, Tang Meng kept muttering, "Brother Yun, let's go to demolish the house. There are no bulldozers and excavators, how can we demolish this?" Cui Lao and Dugumo looked at each other and said yes, without bulldozers and excavators, how can this house be demolished? Besides, even if you can really afford to hire someone, if they see that you are not demolishing your own house, they will not be able to demolish it according to your requirements. They are afraid of taking responsibility. DODTW. Ling Yun laughed and said, "Who said that bulldozers and excavators must be used to demolish a house? Don't worry, as long as you find the house for me, I promise to demolish it for him." Ling Yun doesn't need any bulldozers or excavators at all. He has a Shenong Ding weighing more than 2,000 caddies, a ghost sword, and a fire talisman. Ling Yun has strength, so what excavators do he use? Ling Yun was going to smash the Shenong Ding with more than 2,000 kilograms directly. If it couldn't be smashed, he would slash it with the blood demon knife. The magic knife chopped hard rocks like cutting tofu. He wants to show Xiaozhenting, Luo Zheng and Go Lianqing a single person demolishing the house in front of the public and everyone's eyes. Ling Yun, is back. Can't tear down my house. This time, Ling Yun doesn't care about the camera, and the mobile phone shoots these high-tech equipment. Since he wants to stand up, the more powerful he is, the better. The more people he knows, the better. Otherwise, can he still be called Li Wei? Ling Yun wanted to let the people of Qingshui City see it. "I can't move, Ling Yun, I can't demolish my house." 8 o'clock in the morning was the time to go to work, and the traffic jam was severe, but Ling Yun was not in a hurry. He sat in the co-pilot seat of the Hummer and hummed a little song leisurely, unaware that Tang Meng and Lao Cui were already sweating nervously in the car. Tang Meng was nervous, in fact, mainly because he was excited. His blood flowed faster, and the hands holding the steering wheel were sweating profusely. I don't know if it was because of the heat or excitement. The boss wants to show his power and demolish the house with his bare hands. That is a rare big scene. Tang Meng was of course excited. Old Cui was nervous, but it was because he was having a fierce struggle in his heart. It's not about Ling Yan's house demolition. Ling Yan's identity has now been confirmed, and it is undoubtedly Ling Zhao's son. Although the Ling family is on the decline, it is Ling Yun who demolished the house of the top man in Qingshui City. The Ling family also has enough strength to settle it for him. What Cui Lao was thinking about was whether or not his identity should be exposed. Ling Yun obviously wanted to demolish the house in public, so can the reporters from Qingshui City not come? Can the public not watch? As long as the information about these videos is uploaded, the major families in the capital will all know that they are with Ling Yun. They don't even have to think about it, they will understand in an instant. What is the relationship between this Ling Yun and the Ling family? It was broad daylight and the sun was shining brightly, so it was impossible for Cui Lao to wear a mask. Cui Lao deliberately stopped Ling Yun from doing so, but after thinking about it, he thought it would be fine. According to his observation, he focused on Ling Yun's character. Even if people say that they will kill without any ambiguity. If someone else demolished his house, it would be good if he chose to demolish the house instead of killing. It is better than killing someone in secret. The young master has been wandering outside alone for 18 years, and he has suffered so much. It's better to give him a little prestige. Old Chui thought of this. He suddenly coughed lightly and said to Ling Yun, who was humming a little song leisurely, "Ling Yun, since they demolished our house, it is only natural for you to demolish it, but because of my status, I cannot do it in broad daylight. I'm going to do this with you, so." Ling Yun laughed and said, "Old Chui, I told you to go back to rest last night, but you have to listen. You said you were wearing a night clothes, what are you messing about with our children? Go back and have a good rest, today. There's going to be a fight tonight. Zhuang Meifeng is still alive and dead under the control of the Sun family, Xiao Mimi is missing, and Chao Shanshan has no news. Ling Yun can't wait any longer. Enter the banker and uproot the Sun family's power, so that the city of Qingshui will be much quieter." Cui Laohe smiled and said lightly, "I'm not in a hurry to go back. When you get there, I'll just get off the bus myself. You can go and do your work." With Lao Chui's body technique, as long as he doesn't want people to see him, ordinary people still can't pay attention to him. Lao Chui cannot show up with Ling Yun, but he must be secretly protected to prevent Ling Yun from happening. If the people from the Sun family really wanted to come here, and they wanted to trouble Ling Yun in broad daylight, then Lao Chui naturally had nothing to say, and just showed up and took action. Tang Meng drove the Hummer all the way to the east. After exiting the East Outer Ring Road, there were fewer vehicles on the road. Tang Meng increased his speed. After 40 minutes, the Hummer stopped at the gate of the original civilian clinic. Ling Yun didn't wait to get out of the car, and glanced at the civilian clinic from the Humvee. Hey, the whole thing was flat, it was really flattened. Their efficiency is high enough. The ruined yard that my mother bought all add up to more than 200 square meters. It only took 2 days to make it like this. Is it really his professionalism? Ling Yun was amazed and wondered how fast he could demolish the house. But he didn't feel bad at all. He now has 2 villas, a clinic, and bought an extra clothing store yesterday. Ling Yun, you can let go and do what you want, no matter what happens, this old man will carry it for you. I'll go first. After Cui Lao finished speaking, he opened the car door casually, and the figure disappeared in a flash. Ling Yun was extremely puzzled when he heard this, and became even more curious about this old Cui. He said in his heart that it was really amazing. If my mother said this, or Shueshini said it, I wouldn't be surprised, but this mysterious old man is the only one staying together for one night, just leave it to me? No matter what happens, he will carry it for me? Does he want to accept me as his apprentice? He was strange. Tang Meng and Dugumo were even stranger than Ling Yun, and now that Cui Lao was gone, they all asked Ling Yun in confusion. I said, "Brother Yun, who is this powerful old man, even though his realm is very high, but why do you think he speaks so madly?" Ling Yun glanced at Tang Meng with contempt, and glared, "If you have martial arts like his, you can be so crazy." Ling Yun said so, but after thinking about it, he felt that there was something in old Chui's words. In old Chui's tone, it was not just that he would stand for Ling Yun when a master came, but it seemed that there was enough power behind him to deal with it. Everything that happened. Could it be the person Qing Long invited to help me? That would be a lot of fun. Ling Yun smiled, and simply stopped thinking about it. He took Tang Meng, Dugumo, and Xiaobai out of the car and walked towards Li Hongmei's store. Li Hongmei had noticed this Hummer for a long time, because Tang Meng's Humvee had come here many times a while ago, and she recognized Tang Meng's vehicle. Ling Yun Longxiang walked into the store with a tiger stride, followed by a bald Tang Meng on the left, and Dugumo with long hair and a long robe on the right. The 3 of them are all 1.8 meters tall. When they walk together like this, the mighty aura is not to be mentioned. "Ling Yun, you're here, let me tell you," something big happened at your house. Li Hongmei was still so warm-hearted. Seeing Ling Yun entering the store, she quickly lowered her voice and said to Ling Yun. Ling Yun nodded and smiled slightly. Aunt Li, I have seen it. Do you know who demolished my mother's house? Li Hongmei took a deep sigh and said, who else could it be? On Thursday afternoon, Tian Yanwang from the street office brought his nephew and the demolition office over with a bulldozer, and he didn't wait for us to report. Come here, your house has been torn down. Ling Yun and Tang Meng looked at each other, and thought that Tian Buotao and Tian Xiaoguang did it, and since that was the case, it would be easier to handle. Ling Yun smiled indifferently, and asked, casually, then since they come and push the house, no one asks, no one cares? Li Hongmei pouted and sighed again. They have the official demolition approval in their hands, and dozens of urban management officers. Who do you think can control it? Tian Yanwang has been on this street for so many years. Don't say that there is no one in your family. Even if you have 3 members of your family, you can't stop him that day. After a pause, Li Hongmei sighed and said, I told Tian Yanwang a few words, saying that even if there is a demolition approval, it must be approved by your mother and paid for compensation. After all, this is your mother's property, but Tian Yanwang said that your mother is not in Qingshui City now, so she can't be contacted, so she can't delay the demolition progress, so she demolished it first. Ling Yun sneered sneeringly, and said in his heart that it seems that this Tian Yanwang has a clear enough understanding of my affairs. What Cui Lao said is really good. This is really a well-planned plan. Including the demolition of my house by the street office, the closure of my villa by the Public Security Bureau, the investigation of the source of my money, the arrest of Tai Xiaohu, and Xie Zhenyan boldly pestering his sister Ling Yu at the same time. This is a serial bureau at all. By the way, Ling Yun, where is your mother? I've called her so many times, why can't I get through? Li Hongmei was concerned about Qin Qiuyue. Ling Yun knew that Li Hongmei had a good relationship with his mother. He smiled and said, my mother was on a business trip and didn't bring her mobile phone. It's not a big deal. Thank you, Auntie Li. Li Hongmei said no thanks, but Ling Yun asked again, then do you know where the demolition office is located, and where is King Tian's house? Who doesn't know that? You continue to go east for 600 meters, and on the right side of the road is the temporary demolition office. This area is about to be demolished. Tian Yan's house, I know better. I heard that he has a house in the city, but it is too far away. He usually lives in his big villa in Linjiang Garden. There are 3 houses in total, and his nephew Tian Xiaoguang also lives there. There. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. After Li Hongmei finished speaking, seeing the smile on Ling Yun's face getting brighter and brighter, she thought to herself that Ling Yun asked what to do. Why did he still smile? Wouldn't he be confused? Ling Yun, are you all right? Auntie told you, don't think about going to trouble with Tian Yanwang. Everything will wait until your mother returns from a business trip. Listen to Auntie's words. Tian Yanwang has been holding back his revenge since he was beaten by the 2 of you last time. If you go now, you will be self-defeating. Ling Yun smiled and said to Li Hongmei with great interest, Auntie Li, there will be a lot of fun to watch later. Do you want to watch it? Li Hongmei wondered, what's so exciting about this early morning? I said you wouldn't really go to trouble with King Tian Yan, right? Ling Yun laughed, winked at Li Hongmei, and said with a smile, when my mother comes back, I will ask her to invite you to dinner. Auntie Li, I will go first. After Ling Yun finished speaking, he waved at Tang Meng and Du Gumo, walked out of Li Hongmei's small shop, and got into the Humvee. This child, how come the people who brought it back recently are so strange? That fox looks so charming, it looks like a person. After Ling Yun went out, Li Hongmei sent it to the door and muttered to herself as she watched the Hummer drive slowly eastward. What? To the east? Is this kid really going to Linjiang Garden? Thinking of this, Li Hongmei's heart skipped a beat. At the easternmost end of Linjiang Road, the office is temporarily demolished. Today is Sunday, but everyone is off work, except this department, because everyone stays at home on Sunday, which is when they are working hard. At 9:30 in the morning, the demolition office was already full of people. One of them was 36 or 7 years old. He was born tall, with a shiny back and a meticulous comb. The face is rigid and expressionless, with hanging eyebrows, a pair of triangular eyes hidden behind a pair of golden glasses, with a gentle smile, and a sinister smile. This person looks three-pointed to Go Junfa, and it is Go Junfa's uncle Gulianshan. Tian Buetao said it well in Qin Chuyua's civilian clinic. Linjiang Road is indeed facing demolition. However, the original arrangement was in May, and now the reason is more than half a month earlier. But it was because of Gulian City. In order to bet with Ling Yun, Go Junfa asked Gulianqing to take out 100 million at once, which made Gulianqing, who was rich and powerful, feel a little lack of funds. He had to sell a big hotel with a thriving business. Now, Gulian City is short of funds and urgently needs to borrow a loan from the bank, and borrowing a loan requires a project. He temporarily started the Linjiang Road project. The purpose is to complete the demolition as soon as possible. As long as this piece is demolished and leveled, and then use the billboard to circle around, you can go to the bank to get a loan. Moreover, since Gulian City was kicked out by Ling Yun, he always felt that his prospects were not good, and he was always frightened all day long. I feel like I will collapse at any time, and when I hear that the wind is rain, it is simply a sound of the wind, and the grass and trees are all soldiers. Now Gulianqing is still lying in the senior ward of the provincial hospital, recovering from his injuries, but he is now able to go to the ground because the thing was directly removed. As long as the wires are removed, there are no other problems. However, under Ling Yun's anger at the beginning, he didn't take advantage of him. Although Gulian City was able to go to the ground now, he could only walk by holding on to something, and his waist could not be straightened at all. Extremely weak. Gulianqing handed over the demolition work on Linjiang Road to his younger brother Gulianshan. Gulianshan now knows that Ling Yun beat his nephew Go Junfa and kicked his brother Gulianqing, so he is in control. Didn't he just flatten Ling Yun's house first? Don't talk about negotiating the demolition fee. You don't even need your consent. It's just a forced demolition. After the demolition is over, there is a deputy mayor and a chief of public security here in Gulian City. He is not afraid of the king. And now Qin Chuyue is missing, Ling Yun's whereabouts are unknown, Ling Yun's family is left with his sister Ning Lingyu. But this Ning Lingyu is still thinking about Xia Zhenting's son Xia Zhenyan all day long and can't run away sooner or later. Go Junfa had already told Go Lianshan about these things, so he could take it apart with confidence and boldness, how to dismantle it if it was cool, and tell Go Junfa how it was dismantled after the dismantling. Gulianshan originally thought it would be difficult to do this, because after all, it had to be approved by the street office. But what he didn't expect was that when Tian Buetao, the deputy director of the street office, heard that Ling Yun's house was going to be demolished, he nodded like Xiaoji. Like pecking at rice, I can't wait to raise my hands and feet in approval. He inquired a little more, and only then did he know that both Tian Buetao's uncle and nephew had suffered a lot under Ling Yun's hands, and they were thinking about how to take revenge. This is good, the two sides hit it off, and they were in a daze. They finished drinking together at noon on Thursday, and in the afternoon, they led someone to level the Ling Yun family's house. After leveling Ling Yun's house, Gulianshan finally breathed a sigh of relief for his brother and nephew. He called Gulianqing and Go Junfa respectively. Not to mention the awesomeness of the horse. Because this is not only a question of revenge, but also a question of momentum. They came to level the Ling Yun family's house without saying a word. Naturally, it was also for other residents to see. Other people don't all understand this. All kinds of contradictions and entanglements in their heads. All they saw was the forcible leveling of Ling Yun's house. This is very beneficial to Golian Mountain's next work, which is very beneficial. And the facts of the previous 2 days have proved to be true. Their work has been carried out extremely smoothly. Although they have kept the demolition fee extremely low, under their coercion and inducement, they will eventually sign the contract regardless of whether they want to or not. Word. Today is Sunday, which is naturally very important to Golianshan, so although he played with 5 mistresses in one go last night, and his kidneys and feet are already weak, he still came to the office early in the morning for a meeting. The meeting was actually arranging today's work. Go Lianshan spoke in the office in an eloquent and vivid manner, urging people to urinate. He didn't notice that a Hummer was parked on the side of the road outside the office. Is this the legendary demolition office? Ling Yun sat in the co-pilot, looking at the striking sign at the door of the house through the car window, thinking that there were a lot of people in the office, and it seemed like that. With his ear, he naturally heard Golianshan's words clearly, and only heard Golianshan's excited speech, "We must not let those residents unite. We must destroy them one by one, try to keep their asking prices as low as possible, and rush going one as another. Anyway, after we kill the chickens and show the monkeys, those people don't dare to ask too much." Ling Yun frowned slightly, thinking about killing chickens to warn monkeys? They even slaughtered our house as a chicken? I'm so sorry, you are so wrong. Go. Go in and meet them. Ling Yun sneered, pushed the door, and got out of the car. Without waiting for Tang Meng and Dugyumo, they walked straight to the office. Golianshan turned his back to the door. He was talking about the rise. Naturally he didn't notice Ling Yun, and he was still delivering his urinating speech there, but suddenly he saw that everyone in the room was looking at the door. Golianshan turned his head and saw that Ling Yun walked in swayingly. He was stunned and wondered who this Langtauking was. Are you free to venture here? Huaxiao's demolition office is full of mystery. Ordinary people take a detour when they see it. Where did they take the initiative to come here? However, Golianshan glanced out, and soon saw a Hummer parked outside, knowing that the visitor must be unusual, so he suppressed his anger. With a fake smile on his face, he asked, "Hello, I'm Golianshan, the director here. What's the matter with you here?" Golianshan? Ling Yun thought it was a coincidence when he heard it. There were not many people with the surname Go, and he was also called Golianshan, and he looked 5 points similar to Golianching. Definitely brother. He smiled and said, "Oh, I just think it's fun here. I want to come in and have a stroll, and at the same time ask you about something." Come in for a walk? Golian Mountain, including his subordinates, was immediately dumbfounded. What is this place? Did you just wander around as a student? Golianshan's face sank, and he was a little unhappy. Go. This is not the place for you to inquire about things. Didn't you see us having a meeting here? Ling Yun laughed and said, "How do you lower the price during the meeting? How do you break them down? And how do you kill the chickens to warn the monkeys?" Golianshan, let me ask you, did you lead someone to demolish the civilian clinic in the West? Ling Yun was too lazy to talk nonsense with Golianshan, so he went straight to the point and cut to the chase. I led someone to dismantle it, so what? Hey, no, you, who are you? What are you doing? Golianshan has already felt a little bad. Why does the child in front of him feel that he has seen it before? Soon he remembered, it was on the phone of his nephew, Go Junfa. This is Ling Yun. Ling Yun is back. God, didn't Go Junfa say that Ling Yun was missing for a week? Why is he back again? And you found it here as soon as you came back? Golianshan remembered what Golianching told him about Ling Yun's horror, and he was terrified, and the cold sweat on his forehead brushed off. Ling Yun looked at the change in the expression on Golianshan's face, a sneer sneered at the corner of his mouth, and said lightly, "Remember?" Golianshan shouted like crazy, "It's you, Ling Yun." You dare to show up, do you know that the Public Security Bureau is ready to want you? Oh? This news is quite new, thank you for telling me. Ling Yan smiled and walked straight towards Golian Mountain. What do you want to do? Golianshan said in horror when he saw Ling Yun walking towards him. You demolished my house quietly, what do you think I want to do? Ling Yan raised his eyebrows, stretched out his left hand and grabbed Golianshan gently, picking him up like a chicken. I want to tear you apart, but for the sake of my 3-year dealings with your nephew, I'll spare you first. After Ling Yan finished speaking, chi, he shot like electricity, and clicked more than a dozen acupoints in Lianshan, placing a ban on him. There is nothing special about this prohibition, that is, you can't move your whole body. Every 3 or 5 minutes, several meridians will retrograde once, and it will hurt so much that you don't want to live. Then Ling Yan lifted Golianshan to the door, threw it out like a trash, and threw it directly on the street. What are you doing, everyone, get out of here. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. The people in the demolition office are scared and stupid. Not fake fear, but real fear. To tell the truth, no matter how good these people are, they have to act in accordance with the procedures of the state, and complete their demolition tasks through various coercion and inducement, as well as the cooperation of other relevant departments. The ODTW. The Ling Yun family's house could be demolished. They didn't follow the procedure. They demolished their house secretly. At that time all of them were sweating, because this was no longer the legendary forced demolition, but a sneak demolition while others were not at home and without any consent from others. Golianshan's deputy once reminded him about this matter, telling him that it was unlawful to do this, and that it might be a big trouble for the owner to come to the door. But Golianshan was just a fart as the deputy. Qingqiuyue was not in Qingshui City, Ling Yun was missing for a week, and there was only one Ning Lingyu left at home, but what about Golian Mountain? It can be said that the soldiers are strong, with Xie Zhenting and Luo Zheng supporting them at the top, and thugs below, and also Tian Buetao's uncle and nephew, a street office director and an urban management captain. What is he afraid of? What Golianshan said at that time was really awesome, they don't come back to stop them, it's their luck, if anyone dares to come back and stop them, you can see if those city management officers will trample them down like ants. There's no need for us to call someone out. As a result, Golianshan and Tian Buetao gave an order, and they wiped out the Ling Yun family's house in the blink of an eye. Originally, these staff were still frightened, for fear that Ling Yun's family would make trouble, but after 2 days in a row, the situation remained calm. They thought it was really all right, but when they were about to do a big job today, they didn't expect Ling Yun to come back. And as soon as he came back, he was so powerful, so domineering, that he directly attacked the door aggressively, and immediately restrained Golianshan. Throw it out. Golianshan is a man who weighs more than 170 pounds. If Ling Yun can raise his hand and throw him out, how much effort would it take? One of them is illegal, and the other is unreasonable. Now that Ling Yun is killing him, how can these people not be afraid? Everyone was terrified and trembling. There is no longer the usual arrogance in front of those ordinary people, and there are 2 timid ones who have been scared to pee their pants. There are 2 bold ones. Seeing that Ling Yun threw Golianshan out, his first reaction was to take out his mobile phone and call someone, but Ling Yun glared at him and shivered in fright, and the phone fell to the ground. Unexpectedly, Ling Yun glanced at them with a smile. He said kindly, "You want to call someone, right? Call as many as you want, but you have to get out and call the police, don't delay my work. Get out of here. A bunch of garbage. Ling Yun wants to demolish this office." After everyone walked out tremblingly, Ling Yun smiled and gathered all the documents that everyone had left on the table. All the fire talismans were burnt down and burnt down. Then he took out the blood demon knife, chopped up the desks, chairs, and benches in the office, and then used the blood demon knife to cut into the bottom of the wall. Ling Yan's right hand holding the knife slightly exerted force and followed the knife. He quickly turned around the wall in the office and cut off the entire house from above the foundation. Isn't it just demolishing the house? It's not much different from cutting tofu. Ling Yan sneered, put away the blood demon knife, and slowly came out the door. All the people standing outside. Except for Dugumo, no one knew what Ling Yan did in the office, only that he set a fire first, and then walked around the office. They didn't know what Ling Yan did. Ling Yan came outside the office, looked up at his masterpiece, and smiled in his heart. Then he performed the phantom fish and dragon steps, and walked around the wall outside the house like electricity. Just when everyone was stunned and didn't know what Ling Yan was doing, Ling Yan stopped, and then they heard a terrifying sound of Kerala. God! My God, this house is going to collapse. I'm grass, it's down, down, down. Flick away. Kerala. The movement became louder and louder. In the end, people within 500 meters of Linjiang Road only heard a bang. The office of the demolition office collapsed with a bang. Severe cough. Tang Mei was stunned, thinking that the boss is too violent. He has not even arrived at Tian Buetao's house. He actually demolished the office of the demolition office first. After Ling Yun drove all the people out of the office, the people on Linjiang Road knew that something had happened here, and they had come here long ago. Now that the house of this temporary office had collapsed, they were all dumbfounded in shock. What the hell is going on here? Yeah, aren't they going to carry out demolition? Why did their own house collapse? Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. That is, to keep their nostrils upside down all day long, as if we, the residents, owe them money, and to keep the price so low, it deserves it. Who is that? Hey, look, isn't that Chuyua's son Ling Yun? Ling Yun is back, it's Ling Yun who is back for revenge. Yes, I've seen him. It's Ling Yun. That's right. How did this kid lose so much weight? Looking at his current appearance, it's only 170 pounds, right? How did he demolish such a large office, by himself? This is too violent. The people on Linjiang Road talked a lot and said everything, but for the past 3 days, they have been overwhelmed by the group of people led by Gulianshan. Now that Gulianshan's office has collapsed, he himself is more concerned. Lying on the ground like a dead dog, one by one felt extremely relieved, and they all deserved it. Because the noise was too loud, all the residents on Linjiang Road had already run over at this time. After Li Hongmei sent Ling Yun away, she felt more at ease, and vaguely felt that something was wrong. Now that she heard the noise, she naturally compared all run fast. God, Li Hongmei couldn't believe her eyes. Ling Yun had told her that there was a lot of excitement. It turned out that he was going to demolish this demolition office. Ling Yun saw that 200 or 300 people gathered in the blink of an eye. He patted the dust on his body, and laughed loudly at the crowd. Fathers and villagers, I was not at home on Thursday, and these scumbags secretly took our house was leveled, and now I am here to seek revenge for them, and I also ask fellow villagers to help me as a witness. There was a burst of warm applause from the crowd, and some people cheered loudly. Okay, no problem, we've already seen them unpleasant, and they're good. Ling Yun is so good, such a rubbish scum, no one cares if he is killed. That is, a group of things. My yard is 400 square meters, and only 600 yuan is subsidized for 1 square meter. I can't even buy a down payment elsewhere. All of a sudden, there was a lot of people shouting at Ling Yun, and the people all felt proud. Ling Yun lightly pressed his hands in the air to signal everyone to be quiet, and then he pointed at Gulianshan and the staff under his command. Today I will say something for our elders and villagers on Linjiang Road. One of you will be counted and one will be given to you. I've listened carefully, I can tell your boss Gulianching when I go back, if we want to move our house, we must come up with a price that will satisfy everyone, otherwise, you will never think about demolishing another house. What Ling Yin said was so beautiful, the surrounding residents couldn't help but applauded again and shouted loudly. The staff members under Golian Shansho were so frightened that their faces turned pale, and they were as cold as cicadas. Also, you guys demolished my house secretly. I will definitely find a reasonable place to get justice for this matter. There is no end to this matter. After Ling Yun finished speaking, he gave Digimo and Tang Meng a wink, and with one hand he lifted Gulianshan, who had fallen to the ground in pain, and all of them got into the Humvee. Fathers and villagers, have you been bullied by King Tianyan bad enough these years? He and Gulianshan led people to demolish my house. I'm going to demolish his villa now, do you want to go and see? The crowd was already enthusiastic, but now when the people heard that Ling Yun was going to trouble Tian Buetao, how could they not go? Ling Yun, I'll show you the way. Go, let's go. Hey, Tian Buetao really has no memory. The last time Ling Yun cleaned him up like that, it was only a few days later, and he even dared to lead someone to tear down someone's house secretly. Isn't that killing himself? Hey, that's it. Over the years, Tian Buetao, his grandson, has spent 20,000 yuan just for dinner in my shop, and he doesn't even hit a white bar. Go, follow along and have a look. Ling Yun instructed Tang Meng to drive the Hummer a little slower, so that the people behind him could keep up. A group of several hundred people walked to the east end of the road, turned south, and headed for Linjiang Garden. Ling Yun was sitting in the car, looking down at the pained-faced pale and trembling Gulianshan, and said lightly, "Tell me, who ordered you to do this? As long as you say it, I will relieve your pain." No. No one. Gulianshan struggled painfully with his teeth trembling. Ling Yun looked at him, laughed, gave him a thumbs up, and praised, "Okay, you have the backbone, I see how long you can hold on." There is something in the world, Ling Yun is not in a hurry. They soon came to the gate of Linjiang Garden. Ling Yun instructed Dugumo in the car, let him take good care of Golian Mountain, and then asked Tang Meng to park the car and open the door to get out of the car. What are you doing? Crazy? When the security guard at the gate of Linjiang Garden saw the situation, he was so frightened that he didn't know what was going on for a while, and was stunned. Ling Yun smiled at Zhangyan, the three gatekeepers, and then asked with a smile, "Excuse me, how can I get to Director Tian's house?" To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Oh, Director Tian's house? It's just in the southernmost part of the community. The three largest villas are old and beautiful. Maybe the morning sun was too savage and dizzy, maybe because he was shocked by the mighty battle in front of him, or maybe because he was confused by Ling Yun's bright smile. One of the three security guards thought without thinking. I answered subconsciously. Thank you. Ling Yun smiled at the three security guards, and gave a wink to Tang Meng, who was following him. The two entered the gate of the community side by side, strutting their heads high, and walked straight towards the south of the community. Brother Yun, are you really going to demolish Tian Buetao's villa? It won't be too loud, right? Besides, is the villa so easy to demolish? As Tang Meng walked, he lowered his voice and whispered to Ling Yun. Ling Yun snorted coldly, and said casually, "Why don't you ask?" Of course, it will be demolished, and the three buildings will be demolished. The bigger the movement, the better. I'm afraid it won't be interesting if the movement is small. Tang Meng touched his bald head, which was itchy from the strong sunlight, and muttered, "But villas are all two-story buildings. If you are inside, the house will collapse if half of it is demolished. If you don't run in time, people will give you, what if you smash it inside?" Ling Yun laughed when he heard this, thinking that Tang Meng was worried about this. He gave Tang Meng a blank look and said, "You think I'm you? Would you do such a ridiculous thing?" You can rest assured and watch the fun. Wait a moment. There will be many people coming, enough for you. After Ling Yun finished speaking, he immediately urged Tang Meng to leave quickly. He was afraid that Tian Buetao would get the news ahead of time and people would hide in fear. It would be really boring. Ling Yun not only wanted to demolish Tian Buetao's villa, but also demolished it in front of him, so that Tian Buetao knew what it was like to see his house being razed to the ground with his own eyes. The two of them walked very fast, turning around and around the road in the community, and gradually distanced themselves from the people behind them. They quickened their pace and walked due south for 3 minutes. Came to the southernmost edge of the community. 3 beautiful villas appeared in front of Ling Yun and Tang Meng. The actual area of each villa was at least 300 square meters. All of them were 2 floors up and down, facing south, with unique and exquisite shapes. Planted with flowers and trees, quiet and elegant. Ling Yun looked at the overall layout of Linjiang Garden. With a sneer, he said, Tian Buetao has a good eye. These 3 villas have robbed all the good feng shui of the entire Linjiang Garden. It's a pity that they will be razed to the ground soon. Tang Meng didn't care about the 3 villas. Instead, he set his sights on the 3 cars in front of the villa in the middle, an Audi, a BMW, a Deben, and a director at the department level. He can make money. Ling Yun listened intently. A strange smile appeared on his face. He stretched out his hand and pointed to the largest villa in the middle, and said to Tang Meng, Tian Buetao is at home. Besides, there are many people at home, many women. Gah! Tang Meng said in shock, many women? Ling Yun nodded. He glanced behind him and found that he was already walking fast, so he hurriedly said to Tang Meng, take out your mobile phone and prepare to shoot a video, there will be news later. Come with me quickly. Building. Can Tian Buetao be caught? Tang Meng was the most excited when he heard this. He decisively took out his iPhone, followed Ling Yun and ran to the door of the villa. The last time Tian Buetao was entangled with Qin Qiuyue, Ling Yun and Tang Meng took care of him. After staying in the hospital for 2 days, the swelling finally subsided. After being discharged from the hospital, Tian Buetao immediately knew that his nephew Tian Xiaoguang had also been beaten by Ling Yun, even worse than him. Well, a deputy director of the Linjiang Road Subdistrict Office. An urban management team leader, uncle and nephew have been domineering on this Linjiang Road for so long, no one has ever dared to stroke the tiger's whiskers, but in less than 12 hours, they were all beaten by Qin Qiuyue's son. How could he swallow his breath? However, Tian Buetao naturally also knew that Dao Yong took many people to smash Qin Qiuyue's clinic, and he returned with a pale face. Tian Buetao asked Dao Yong about it afterwards, but Dao Yong came after that. He was uncharacteristically ignorant of him, and even more secretive about the whole thing, not saying anything. At that time, Dao Yong's body was already restricted by Ling Yun's unique technique. Every night at midnight, the few minutes at midnight were even more uncomfortable than death. He already knew the power of Ling Yun. It was too late to hide from Ling Yun. Go to deal with Ling Yun. Tian Buetao is also a mixed-up character. He gradually learned some things about Ling Yun through inquiries from various sources. He knew that with his own strength, he couldn't afford to offend Ling Yun at all, so he put up with it temporarily and decided to wait for the opportunity to directly confront Qin Qiuyue. A ruthless family. Since Dao Yong's path can't work out, Tian Buetao's only hope is to rely on official power. He believes that even if Ling Yun is arrogant, he can't be good enough to fight against the authorities. Finally, looking left and right, Tian Buetao was looking forward to his opportunity. The slum area of Linjiang Road was going to be demolished ahead of schedule. He was thinking about how to use this demolition to deal with Qin Qiuyue's family to avenge himself, but he didn't think of hooking up. After Shan found him, he came up and proposed to push Ling Yun's house. Tian Buetao was naturally overjoyed when he heard it, but he also carefully reminded Go Lianshan, saying that Ling Yun was not easy to mess with, and if he did this, it would definitely cause him to counterattack. After all, after being beaten like that by Ling Yun, Tian Buetao still had some memory. But Go Lianshan patted his chest and assured, saying that this time it was not only them who dealt with Ling Yun, but Ling Yun had caused a lot of trouble and had been missing for 3 or 4 days. Go Lianshan told Tian Buetao that his brother Go Lianqing had already established a good relationship. The sky fell, and the deputy mayor and the chief of public security were on top of it, and the two hit it off. Since they leveled Qin Chuyue's yard on Thursday, Tian Buetao's uncle and nephew have been really proud. In the past 2 days, Tian Buetao has been with Go Lianshan because of the demolition. They are both extremely lecherous people. Last night, the two of them played in the nightclub until 1 o'clock in the morning before returning home. Demolition and relocation are naturally unavoidable. In order to make the demolition progress faster, Go Lianshan has already given Tian Buetao a huge sum of money in order to make Tian Buetao do his best for him. Tian Buetao had a good time playing last night, and his wife happened to be not in Qingshui City, so on the way home, he frantically called all his 9 mistresses to the villa in Linjiang Garden, and a big bed was slept with. Tian Buetao's 9 mistresses were advertised by him as his 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. Most of them were female college students from Qingshui City, which he raised, and 3 or 4 were young and beautiful young ladies nearby. After Tian Buetao called his favorite 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, Yan Feihuan was naturally thin. He reveled all night and played all night long. It was not until 5:30 in the morning that he was extremely tired and fell asleep. Now, Tian Buetao has just woken up after being stimulated by his mistresses. He is taking aphrodisiac pills and playing with these women. The battle is going on in his special big bed, and the movement is too loud. Naturally, Ling Yun listens to it. A positive. With a smirk on his face, Ling Yun led Tang Meng to the door of Tian Buetao's villa. In order not to make a sound, he took out the demon blood sword and inserted it through the crack of the door, severing the door lock with one stroke, and then gently pushed the door in. "You're ready to shoot, I'll take you upstairs." Ling Yan said something to Tang Meng's use of concentrating sound to form a line. Of course, Tang Meng could hear all kinds of wild shouts on the 2nd floor of the villa now, and he couldn't help but nodded excitedly. Ling Yun gently picked up Tang Meng with one arm, and flew to the 2nd floor of the villa with a phantom fish and dragon. He directly found the bedroom where the sound came from and put Tang Meng down. "Are you ready?" Ling Yan was worried and asked Tang Meng again. Tang Meng couldn't be more excited, he quickly nodded with a smile. Ling Yan raised his foot and slammed his foot on the bedroom door, and the bedroom door opened in response. Without any hesitation, Tang Meng rushed in with his apple 5, and burst into a frenzy. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. I rub it, is this the live version of a toil love action movie? TSK, this scene is too hot. Tang Meng was holding his apple 5, moving slowly, constantly adjusting the angle to shoot, mumbling to himself, couldn't help but praise. After Ling Yun entered the room, he was stunned, and he was stunned for a while, so shocked that he forgot his next move. Because of the hot scene in Tian Buetao's bedroom, it was beyond Ling Yun's imagination. This is obviously a remodeled bedroom. The light area of this bedroom is at least more than 80 square meters. The most striking thing in the bedroom is a large bed. It is the most eye-catching because the big bed is so big that it can accommodate 10 people sleeping side by side without feeling crowded. The bedroom had the windows closed and the thick curtains drawn. Although the sun was shining brightly outside and the sun was dazzling, no light could penetrate. The ceiling was lit with a rose-red light, illuminating the entire huge bedroom, hazy and ambiguous. The overall decoration style of the bedroom is also dominated by pink, rose red, and lavender. When people are in it, they can't help but think in that direction, which can mobilize the most primitive impulses in people's hearts. Only the silk sheets on the big bed were dazzling bright yellow, very noble and luxurious, so that anyone who saw it couldn't help but want to reach out and touch it, or simply lie down on the bed. Of course, all of this is not as shocking as the scene in the room now, the seductive bodies of 9 women, a dozen white thighs, the wild waves and blurred shouts, and the waist twisting like a snake. When Ling Yun and Tang Meng rushed in, the 9 women were all sitting on the bed, sitting or lying down, some of their bodies overlapped, and together they were serving Tian Buetao, who was like an emperor in the center of the big bed. Their faces were flushed, and their eyes were hazy. The body twisted like a snake, panting rapidly, forming the most primitive and craziest picture in the world. Those wild and seductive shouts came from their mouths. Contrary to Ling Yun's imagination, not all the women in the room were naked. Rather, they were more or less dressed in a little bit of clothes, and those clothes were colorful. Black and white, red and purple, colorful, flirtatious and charming, sexy and attractive. Ling Yun was stunned because of this. He has been busy cultivating or dealing with various things. Where have you seen such a scene? Ling Yun couldn't understand. It didn't mean Tang Meng couldn't understand it. The kid was recording there, and the scene had already stimulated him to react. Black one-piece stockings, stewardess uniforms, nurse uniforms, student uniforms, bunny girls, sex, fun, underwear. Whoa, that woman is still tied up? The huge knock on the door was like a thunderbolt from the blue. Naturally, these people were immediately alarmed, and the women woke up one after another, subconsciously covering their faces, or panicking to find the clothes they were wearing when they came over, and all of a sudden, Tian Buetao in the center of the bed was exposed. Ling Yun saw it immediately, at this time. Tian Buetao, who was originally surrounded by all the girls, was lying on the bed with his limbs bound and the young girl under him. Tian Buetao was having fun when he heard the loud noise from the door. He thought it was a woman who got out of bed and slammed the door too loudly. He instinctively turned his head and scolded, "Who's his, Ga?" Tian Buetao stopped all of a sudden. The whole person was stunned, stupid. The reason why Tian Buetao dares to play so crazy in his villa is because he knows that his villa is for his entertainment. Anyone has come in. Seeing Tian Buetao turn his head, Tang Meng certainly wouldn't let go of the opportunity. He aimed at his face and body and the woman under him, and he was shooting wildly, not letting go of a single shot. There is a saying that extreme joy produces sadness. Tian Buetao was really happy and sad this time. When he saw that the people who broke into the house were Ling Yun and Tang Meng, he knew that he was done. Tian Buetao still didn't know what was going on outside, or why Ling Yun suddenly appeared here, but in an era when one mistress could destroy one or even several corrupt officials, Tian Buetao knew very well that he had been arrested for this kind of behavior. What does it mean after the current record is still recorded? It's over. Including his career, his life, everything is over, there is no way to save it. What's more, the person who arrested him was still his nemesis Ling Yun, and he forcibly demolished their house just 2 days ago. There was no other choice at all. Tian Buetao pulled away from the bound woman's body like lightning, climbed to the bed on his knees, jumped out of the bed with a pop, and knelt down directly in front of Ling Yun and Tang Meng. Shocking sound. At the same time, Tian Buetao slapped his face violently with both hands. That big mouth, as if he didn't want money, slapped his face, while kowtowing to Ling Yun and Tang Meng. Ling Yun said, "Ling Yun, all the mistakes are my fault. I can give you whatever you want, just please don't tell me what happened today. I'm just a beast. No, I'm not even a beast. I shouldn't have pestered your mother in the past, and I shouldn't have led someone to level your house." Crack. Ling Yun leaned over and gave Tian Buetao a resounding slap in the face. A slap beat his own 10 slaps, and Tian Buetao's face was swollen all of a sudden, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Not to mention Qin Qiuyue, but when he heard Tian Buetao mentioned his mother on such an occasion, Ling Yun wanted to cut him into pieces. "Shut up, you deserve it." Ling Yun cursed in disgust and stopped Tian Buetao. After speaking, Ling Yun raised his head and said solemnly to the women who were panicking and scrambling to find clothes, "Why don't you untie that woman? Tian Buetao, you already have so many women, and you even went to rape a girl, what are you talking about?" Tang Meng was still busy filming, but after listening to Ling Yun's words, he knew that Ling Yun had misunderstood, and he quickly put his mouth to Ling Yun's ear and whispered, "Brother Yun, this is not strong or violent, this is what others are saying. Playing, this is for stimulation, that girl must like to play with this." Gah. Ling Yun's face turned red, and he thought how could he still play like this? This Tian Buetao is also so good at playing, right? Ling Yun knew that he had made a big oolong, and quickly changed the subject to cover up, then untie her quickly. "Let them get dressed and go downstairs, there are already many people outside." Ling Yun could hear clearly, after such a delay, the people who came from behind had already come to the outside of the villa, and the voices were full of excitement. Those women were partying all night, and their clothes were thrown all over the place. At this time, they didn't care about who's to blame. Pick it up and wear it on your body, as long as you can block your body. But a few young ladies seemed to be used to this kind of thing. When they saw that it was not a police officer, they felt a lot more at ease. Not only did they not immediately look for their clothes, but they deliberately twisted their bodies and dangled in front of Ling Yun, teasing Ling Yun's eyeballs. No way, Ling Yun's face, whether angry or smiling, is just too charming. Compared with Tian Buetao, it is simply the difference between clouds and mud, and these women who are hooked are envious. Although these women are not absolutely gorgeous, they are all of middle and top appearance, and they are not very old, with tall and straight chests and graceful waists. With a slender figure, soft and hazy eyes, he kept looking at Ling Yun's face, as if he wanted to eat Ling Yun on the spot. Ling Yun could feel their seductive eyes glancing at him from time to time, and he almost had an abnormal reaction. The current Ling Yun is not the Ling Yun who is at the 3rd level of body training. He has reached the peak of the 4th level of physical training. His dantian has also been successfully cultivated, and the yin-yang art of Wen Qi is a great achievement. When facing the temptation of a woman, he no longer needs to resist his desires and rely on the pure heart art to control himself. If Zhuang Meifeng or Chao Shanshan dared to go to bed with Ling Yun again, he would eat them on the spot without hesitation. Definitely not going to give up halfway like before. "Ling Yun, they are all my women. As long as you let me go this time, I can let them accompany you as you like. I will give you as many women as you want." Tian Buetao's mind is buzzing now. In order to keep everything he has done everything he can. As long as Ling Yun can promise to let him go, he will give whatever he wants. "Go away." Ling Yun snorted coldly, and then said in a deep voice, "Hurry up and find some clothes to wrap your ugly thing, and I'll take you downstairs." Tian Buetao's face turned pale with fright, and he said in shock, "Go downstairs? What are you going to do downstairs? We have something to discuss." "Really, as long as you let me go, you can take all my property and house. I can give you anything." Ling Yun laughed and said, "Oh? Besides women, property, and houses, what else can you give me?" Tian Buetao was stunned after hearing this, and thought about it for a long time, but he couldn't think of it anymore. Ling Yun is greedy for money, but Tian Buetao's family property, Ling Yun really can't see it now, because everything Tian Buetao has added up may not be worth a pearl of Ling Yun's night. Ling Yun glanced around, looked at the women with disheveled clothes, and said in a deep voice, "I have a grudge against the man surnamed Tian. the only person I'm looking for is him. There's nothing to do with you here, hurry up, this villa it will be dismantled soon. What? The 9 women turned pale when they heard this. They didn't dare to linger here anymore. They picked up their bags one after another. These women also understand that Tian Buetao is bound to lose his reputation and has no use value or any threat to them. Please let me go. Tian Buetao was still making his last effort, begging bitterly. If you knew today, why was it in the first place? Didn't you hear the movement outside? Hurry up and put on some clothes and go with me, or I'll just throw you out the window. After Ling Yin finished speaking, he didn't care about Tian Buetao anymore, but asked Tang Meng with a smile. I said, have you finished filming? Tang Meng laughed and said, Brother Yun, don't worry, everything that should have been filmed has been filmed, it's definitely popular, hee. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome, Chi Dian. Your support, it's my biggest motivation. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Qingshui City Public Security Bureau. The police chief Luo Zheng was sitting in his office, his face ashen as he stared solemnly at a repeated video shot on his computer. The picture in the video is of an intersection. A tall and strong figure walked to the center of the intersection with his hands behind his back, then stopped leisurely, turned around, slowly raised his head and stared at the camera, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Is getting brighter. All of a sudden, the man raised his hand and pointed, his eyes became cold and sharp, his expression was domineering and arrogant. This is not Ling Yun at the intersection of Gufu Road and Qingxi Road last night, who is it? Every time he saw the scene where Ling Yun raised his hand and pointed, Luo Zheng couldn't help but feel a burst of palpitations. He felt a sudden shiver all over his body. He felt that Ling Yun seemed to be standing in front of him, and he was the one who pointed his finger at him. Similar. Provocation, definitely a provocation. Ling Yun, this is Qingshui City, I don't believe you can turn the sky upside down. After Luo Zheng's heart throbbed, he couldn't help reminding himself like this, as if he wouldn't dare to face Ling Yun as long as he didn't cheer himself up like this. Ling Yun had undoubtedly returned, and Luo Zheng was thinking about whether to order the arrest immediately, and was thinking about how to deploy it. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door of the office. Luo Zheng quickly paused the computer video, and coughed lightly, come in. A female public security officer came in. After she came in, she came directly opposite Luo Zheng's desk, stood upright, raised her hand to salute Luo Zheng, and then said directly, report to Director Luo, there is major news. Luo Zheng felt a sudden shock when he heard this, his face changed slightly, he raised his eyes and asked, what news? What else could be the news? Of course, Ling Yun demolished the demolition office in Golian Mountain, and the staff of the demolition office called the police directly after Ling Yun left. After Luo Zheng listened, he slammed a punch on his desk, and said in a rage, this Ling Yun is simply too presumptuous and lawless. The policewoman pursed her lips and hesitated to speak. Luo Zheng stood up and said, if there is anything else, please tell me quickly. The policewoman nodded solemnly and said, according to the latest news, Ling Yun had already taken many people to Linjiang Garden. They said they were going to demolish the villa of Tian Buetao, the deputy director of the Linjiang Road sub-district office. Hearing this, Luo Zheng was stunned and murmured, what? Demolition of other people's villas? It's the other way around, what are you still doing here? Hurry up and pass my order to let all the police officers and armed police officers be dispatched. I have to stop Ling Yun before Ling Yun demolishes the villa, I will be there soon. Luo Zheng's voice just fell. His cell phone rang, and he quickly picked it up to see that it was from Gulianqing, so he picked it up without hesitation. I'm sorry, Director Luo, I disturbed your cleaning over the weekend. Let me tell you that Ling Yun is back. As soon as he came back, he demolished my demolition office and kidnapped my younger brother. I don't know if Lian Shan is alive or dead. You call the shots for me. After Gulianshan was kicked into a eunuch by Ling Yun, and the symbol of a man was removed, 2 weeks passed. The speech has begun to become feminine, and there is a high-pitched voice in his voice. Luo nodded and said, "Oh, I already know this Ling Yun is simply lawless. I have already ordered the arrest, let's control him first." Go Lianqing sat in his high-level intensive care unit with a deep worry in his eyes. He frowned and said, "Thank you, Director Luo, please, no matter what, be sure to rescue my brother Gulianshan and save his life." Luo Chong sighed heavily, nodded and said, "Don't worry, Ling Yan still doesn't dare to hurt people's lives in broad daylight. I know this, I'll rush to the scene now, and I will definitely kill your brother." Rescued. Go Lianqing remembered Ling Yan's ruthlessness. His right hand couldn't help touching his naked lower body, the corner of his mouth twitched twice, and after expressing his gratitude to Luo Zheng again, he hung up the phone. Let's give it a shot, the outcome is unpredictable. After hanging up the phone, Go Lianqing slowly stood up, looked out the window of the ward, sighed, and murmured. The business giant of Qingshui City, a generation of heroic heroes, after repeatedly analyzing the entire intricate situation, suddenly made such a sigh. The sun outside the window is getting more and more sinister, approaching noon, but he has an inexplicable feeling of late dusk, extremely unsteady. In the Shizhong district of Qingshui City, a certain Shangdao Coffee is located in an elegant and quiet small private room. 2 stunningly beautiful women were sitting face to face, sipping the coffee in front of them, and chatting in a variety of styles. One of them has a light makeup, a rosy face, a bright and clean forehead, slender and thick eyebrows without losing beauty, a small nose, and slightly upturned lips, which are already delicate and dripping with rosy lips. The lip balm is seductive, but not at first glance, and the sexiness is multiplied. The black hair with black silk on his head is twisted into a noble bun, which is elegant and full of elegance, and his snow-white neck is as beautiful as a swan. Below his slender eyebrows are a pair of slightly long and narrow phoenix eyes, and the eyelashes are long, showing a certain natural majesty and pride. The most wonderful thing is that there is an extremely attractive beauty mole on the corner of her left cheek and lips. This beauty mole is not big, but it suddenly makes her bright and charming face come alive, as if in the dark night, the most dazzling morning star in the sky, as dazzling as a diamond, embellishes the whole bright night sky. With her frowns and smiles, her beautiful brows furrowed and her lips opened and closed, and the beauty mole seemed to come alive, showing Liang Fingyi's sexy and amorous feelings. Can't stop looking at it, it's so tempting. Looking at the beauty mole on the corner of her left cheek and lips, she knew that this was Zhang Ling's aunt, Liang Fingyi, the chief surgeon of Jiangnan Provincial Hospital. Liang Fingyi was still wearing a translucent chiffon shirt, shrouded in a snow-white corseted suspender skirt, deep V-neck, 2 tall chests, although only showing less than 1/5 of them, they were dazzling white and crowded. A seductive deep groove is formed, the waist is slender and seductive, and the round buttocks hold the narrow one-step skirt extremely tight, outlining 2 perfect and seductive curves. Flesh-colored transparent stockings, and a pair of bright red high-heeled shoes on her feet. No matter her appearance or her dress, Liang Fingyi exudes a noble, elegant, mature, and charming sexy temperament. The beautiful woman opposite Liang Fingyi looked about the same age as Liang Fingyi, about 27 or 8 years old, with short ears, white and delicate skin, a pure and beautiful face, and picturesque eyebrows. Although she was not as enchanting and sexy as Liang Fingyi, she radiated with a strong intellectual beauty, elegant and decent manners. When this woman goes out, people in the whole Jiangnan province recognize her because she is the #1 beauty anchor of Jiangnan province TV news channel, Su Lingfei. Liang Fingyi and Su Lingfei are high school classmates, just like Chao Shanshan and Ming Lingyu. In their high school days, they used to be super school beauties side by side, but after graduating from high school, one of the two entered a medical university to study medicine, and the other entered a media university. They studied broadcasting and hosting, but fortunately they were both in the capital, and they never stopped communicating. Now they both work in Qingshui City. They are naturally good friends who can talk about everything. This Sunday, like every weekend before, the two went to the Shangdao Coffee to drink coffee and chat after they finished working out in the fitness club. Su Lingfei stirred the coffee in her cup with her slender hands, but her beautiful eyes stared at Liang Fingyi, who was absent-minded, and suddenly smiled slightly. "Fingyi, why do I feel that you are different in the past 2 weeks? Why, do you have a sweetheart now?" Liang Fingyi rolled her eyes at Su Lingfei, her sexy little mouth pouted softly, and said with a sigh of relief, "Damn you, where is my sweetheart, my sister's child? It is about to take the college entrance examination, but now it is for a man. The child is heartbroken, washes his face with tears all day, and can't study. It's really sad." Speaking of this, Ling Yan's bright smile seemed to appear in front of Liang Fingyi's eyes again. She quickly shook her head vigorously, putting aside all the distracting thoughts in her heart, but couldn't help blushing. After listening to Su Lingfei, she also sighed softly. "Hey, today's girls are indeed different from our time. Puppy love is prevalent, not to mention high school. It is common for girls in junior high school to have abortions. These are already counted." No news. Su Lingfei is the first female anchor in the news column of the provincial TV station. I don't know how many times this kind of thing has been broadcast in the programs she hosts. She is naturally not surprised. Liang Fingyi frowned and sighed softly. "Actually, my niece Zhang Ling didn't affect her studies because of her puppy love. You've seen her, and she, like you, loves the broadcasting and hosting industry very much. I swear must be admitted to the Media University in Beijing." Su Lingfei asked in surprise, "Since Zhang Ling is so determined, why can't she study? That little girl is very strange, and she is very assertive. How could she become like this for a boy?" Su Lingfei was really puzzled, because she had met Zhang Ling several times, and she had never heard of any boy Zhang Ling liked before. Why did she suddenly ignore the college entrance examination for a boy? Besides, there is still more than a month before the college entrance examination. When the college entrance examination is over, there will be time to fall in love. Do you care about 1 or 2 days? Liang Fingyi sighed in disappointment, and was about to answer when Fang Lingfei's cell phone rang. Su Lingfei answered the phone, and after listening a few words, suddenly stood up. Liang Fingyi looked up at her in dissatisfaction and said, "What's the matter with my beautiful anchor? Who else has asked you out?" Su Lingfei's pretty face changed slightly and said, "There is major news. I have to rush to the scene now." Liang Fingyi giggled and said, "What news? Is it worth your first anchor to go to the scene in person?" Su Lingfei said while taking the bag, "It's too late. Linjiang Road, a man named Ling Yun has demolished the demolition office, and now he's going to demolish other people's villas. I have to rush over immediately." "What? Ling Yun?" Liang Fingyi couldn't sit still when she heard this, and immediately stood up. Because she got up too quickly, her towering snow-white chest trembled violently. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Linjiang Road, in a single house. Tall and mighty, with a ferocious knife scar on his face, he was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot, frowning and walking around the yard, his expression extremely solemn. Dao Yong is the boss of Linjiang Road. No matter what happened on Linjiang Road, he can quickly receive the news. Ling Yun has demolished the demolition, and he naturally knows immediately. Now, Dao Yong already knew that Ling Yun had rushed to Linjiang Garden and was going to demolish Tian Buetao's villa. He was hesitating, and he was carrying on a complicated struggle in his mind. "Brother Dao, hurry up and make a decision. Which side are we on?" At this time, the 4 big kings under Dao Yong's hands, the dragons, tigers, wolves, and leopards are all anxiously standing in the yard, waiting for Dao Yong to make a decision. "Don't rush me, didn't you see what I was thinking about?" The hideous scar on Dao Yong's face trembled and shouted in a deep voice. "Tian Buetao led someone to demolish Ling Yun's house. Although Dao Yong knew about this, he also tried to contact Ling Yun, but Tai Xiaohu had already been arrested at that time, so how could he contact him? The official took the approval and brought dozens of city officials to demolish Ling Yun's house. A small underground force like Dao Yong could not intervene at all, not to mention that Ling Yun had been missing for so long, and his life and death were unknown. If Dao Yong jumped out to stop Tian Buetao at that time, then he would directly declare a break with Tian Buetao, which would be no different from seeking death. Now Ling Yun is back, a strong and unparalleled return. As soon as he comes back, the demolition office is demolished, and he threatens to demolish Tian Buetao's villa to take revenge. If Dao Yong pretends not to know anything, afterward, no matter who wins or loses, none of his good fruit to eat. If Dao Yong helped Ling Yun, and Ling Yun was finally caught, then the official forces headed by Tian Buetao would definitely fight Dao Yong, and it would be good for him to successfully escape from Qingshui City. But if Dao Yong helped Tian Buetao, let's not say whether he could stop Ling Yun. He didn't even think about lifting the restraint that Ling Yun had placed in his body, it was definitely a dead end. He really had a hard choice. One was Ling Yun, who was in control of his life, and the other was the official Tian Buetao. Now that Ling Yun appeared, the two sides were already on the same page. Dao Yong is bound to choose to stand on one side. Dao Yong didn't know how many cards Ling Yun had in his hand, in his opinion. Ling Yun is extremely powerful in personal ability, and the life and death struggle between the official forces represented by Tian Buetao. He can only bet. The point is, who can win the bet? Dao Yong lit a cigarette, took 2 sips hard, suddenly his bushy eyebrows twitched fiercely, his eyes flickered, and he gritted his teeth. Help Ling Yun. The 4 of you, bring some capable brothers. Hurry to Tian Buetao's villa and obey Ling Yun's arrangement. No matter what Ling Yun is going to do, you must fully cooperate with Ling Yun. Dao Yong threw the half-cigarette butt in his hand to the ground and made a decision with gnashing teeth. Help Ling Yun, no matter whether Ling Yun wins or loses, maybe the restriction on him can finally be lifted. Ling Yun won, of course, because he made the right bet, but even if he loses and gets caught, he can find a way to secretly escape from Qingshui City after Ling Yun lifts the ban on him, in order to make plans in the future. If you don't help Ling Yun, it doesn't matter whether Ling Yun wins or loses. He won't survive until June 8th, because Ling Yun himself said that there is one last restriction on him that has not been lifted. After June 8th, let Tai Xiaohu solve it for him. Boss, are you not going? Zhang asked Dao Yong suspiciously. Dao Yong said solemnly, it's not that I don't want to go, but I'm not the same as you. I have a life in my hands. I'm afraid I won't be able to help Ling Yun when I get there, and I'll be arrested by the police first. Since Ling Yun dares to threaten to demolish Tian Buetao's villa, with his strength, he may not need you at all. You were just helping him to do chores and deal with the chaotic situation. To put it bluntly, it is a grand gesture. Ling Yun won. It will be of great benefit to you in the future. If he loses, you will put all the blame on me, and at most you will be released after being locked up for a few days. After Dao Yong finished speaking, he suddenly smiled lonely, looked at his 4 brothers and said, of course, you can also not go, such a big thing, it's okay for us to be a tortoise, but in the end I will be unlucky. Being a tortoise has no effect on his brothers, but if he doesn't choose, then he is the only one who is unlucky. I just heard Zhang burst into the sky and said with a smile, Brother Dao, what are you talking about with such discouragement? Let's go, no matter whether Ling Yun wins or loses, we will fight everything for our brothers. We must let Ling Yun lift the ban for you. Zhang also said arrogantly, Brother Dao, these years you have taken our brothers to lick blood, and you have lived a good life with delicious food and spicy food. Now is your life and death. We should do something for you. Brothers, let's go. The 4 warriors, the dragon, the tiger, the wolf, and the leopard, bowed to Dao Yong at the same time, took out their phones and called someone, and then left Daoyong's yard. Daoyong looked at baying of the four, stood for a long time, and finally sighed, "Good brother, it's a blessing or a curse, it depends on this game of gambling." Unlike Daoyong's difficult choice, Qinglong's boss, Long Kuan, who also received the news, immediately called in people after hearing the news, took his daughter Long Wu, and drove to Linjiang without hesitation. Garden. Lingyun is also true. He disappeared for a whole week at once, and he didn't know what to do. He caused such a big mess when he came back. He can really cause trouble. Inside a black Big Benz, Long Kuan and Long Wu sat side by side. Long Wu frowned and shook his head to express his dissatisfaction with Ling Yun. Long Kuan has always been calm. After listening to Long Wu's complaint, he laughed and said, "If you can't cause trouble, then you can still be called a man?" Ling Yun disappeared for so many days, and when he came back and found so many things going on at home, how could he not be angry? After he finished speaking, with a satisfied smile on his face, he looked at his beautiful daughter and said with a smile, "Daughter, do you know why your father asked you to study law? You can help Ling Yun now, right?" Long Wu pouted fiercely, and snorted coldly, "Humph, he stabbed such a big basket, no matter how good the law is, it can't protect him." Long Kuan was confident, and smiled calmly, "Don't worry, Ling Yun doesn't need our help, let's go this time, just give him a strong voice." Long Wu said angrily, "He wants to demolish other people's villas, the police can't not come. Dad, do you think your Qinglong can fight against the police?" After hearing this, Long Kuan smiled proudly and said, "Who said we are going to confront the police? Are we going to reason with the police? Otherwise, why would Dad bring you, a law graduate student from Harvard University in the United States?" Long Wu was praised by her father. She bowed her head in a rare embarrassment and said, "The national conditions and laws of the two countries are different." Long Kuan sneered and said, "But the truth is the same in the world. Ling Yun did the right thing. If someone else demolished his house, why can't he demolish someone else's house? Luo Zheng knows he's in a hurry now, so why bother? I think he thinks he has overthrown Tang Tianhao, and he seems a little complacent. He doesn't even know that there are some things in the world today, and it's not like he has a gun to decide." Long Kuan seemed to feel uneasy, and he continued, "If I'm doing a good job, Luo Zheng will definitely go out in person this time. When I meet him this time, I will definitely have a good chat with him." Linjiang Garden, Tian Buotao's villa. Now, the place is already crowded with people, and the people nearby are coming here. The residents of Linjiang Garden, of course, know that something big has happened in their community, and they have come out to watch it from their homes. They have already surrounded Tian Buotao's villa. 3 layers and 3 layers, there are people everywhere, and there is no way to leak. They looked in shock at the 9 young girls from Tian Buotao's villa who were disheveled, with messy hair, half-covered breasts, and long legs exposed in the air. They were all dumbfounded and said everything. "My God, is this the legendary Tian Buotao's 3 palaces and 6 courtyards? That's still fake." Tian Buotao didn't know how much money he made by relying on this demolition. He must have been happy last night and called these women over for fun. I mean, this King Tianyan is too lustful, isn't it? So many beautiful women, playing together? This is really... Hey, the girl now is really a sin. I can't let them go. King Tianyan is dead this time. Oh, I finally don't have to look at his face and act in the future. Tian Yanwang must still be inside, wait until he comes out. For a while, the group was so excited that the 9 women couldn't leave at all. They bowed their heads, covered their faces with their hair and hands, stood around, and endured everyone's pointing. "Come out." Tian Buotao came out. Hey, he was inside, wearing red pants. Of course Ling Yun couldn't let Tian Buotao get dressed before coming out. He waited for Tian Buotao to find one of his own pants and put them on. He kicked him out the door and told him to go downstairs quickly. Tian Buotao heard the roar of people outside, and knew that he was doomed this time. He dawdled and refused to go downstairs, because he was kicked down by Ling Yun. Tang Meng followed behind him, occasionally helping Ling Yun with a kick, while scolding, "Now you know how embarrassing it is? Isn't it cool to play with 9 women by yourself? You know how to play, and you're not afraid to kill your exhausted energy." While scolding and kicking, he quickly left the door of the villa. Tang Meng looked up at the crowd of people outside, and couldn't help taking a deep breath. "Brother Yun. This movement is too big, right?" Ling Yun took it in stride. He smiled and said, "What is this? Just watch it, it will be more lively in a while." To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Hey, where did that guy Dugumo go? Didn't he come with him? Ling Yun walked out of the door and glanced at him, and found that there was no figure of Dugumo in the crowd. Knowing that he was definitely not willing to join in the fun, he hid for the time being. Woke up. Ling Yun turned his head and glanced at Tian Buetao, who was wearing only a pair of bright red trousers. He raised his hand and tapped a few acupoints on his body, and then kicked him off the steps. "Tian, how did you demolish my house that day, and how I will demolish your villa today? You opened your eyes to show me clearly." Ling Yun said something to Tian Buetao, who was lying on the ground and couldn't move, then put on a bright smile and said loudly to the crowd below, "Folks, all the folks, you all know that this Thursday, Tian Buetao led someone to take down my house. It's flattened, and now, I'm going to demolish his house too. Everyone said it's fair and unfair? Fair. We support you. Demolition." The crowd cheered loudly. The people in the front are the poor households on both sides of Linjiang Road. They have been bullied by Tian Buetao for so long. Now that Tian Buetao has collapsed, of course, they are beating down the underdogs, and everyone is screaming to vent their anger. Ling Yun laughed loudly, and with both hands in the air, he pressed down in the air, and then he used Shunlan Shao to say loudly, "Then please stay away from this villa behind me, and get out of the safe area." 5 minutes later, the villa is about to collapse. Ling Yun's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the thousands of people present, and everyone's ears. This made everyone secretly curious, and they raised their eyes to look for it. Without bulldozers and excavators, such a big villa could collapse in 5 minutes? How can that be? Unless Ling Yun used explosives, it would be impossible for such a big villa to collapse. But thinking that Ling Yun might have to use explosives, everyone immediately couldn't help dispersing into the distance. She retreated to more than 20 meters away from the villa, hiding from a distance, to watch. Within 20 meters of the villa, a large open space was immediately cleared. Except for Ling Yun and Tang Meng, there was no one else. Ling Yun nodded secretly, thinking that, no matter which direction the villa fell in, he said in his heart, "No one will be hurt." He was about to instruct Tang Meng to temporarily carry Tian Buetao to a distance. But seeing the crowd surging, more than 30 people murderously pushed the crowd away and walked towards the door of the villa. Daoyong's people are the closest to Linjiang Garden, and they naturally come the fastest. Ling Yun looked at the 4 of them at the head. Immediately laughed. It was the 4 great Vajra who followed Daoyong and smashed his mother's clinic that day. Have you finally made a choice? This Daoyong's brain is quite aura. Daoyong's people collect protection fees in this area every day to watch the scene. Open a casino, who doesn't know the shop occupants here? As soon as they appeared, they naturally gave way and spoke in a much quieter voice, for fear of getting into trouble. Ling Yun, the day your house was demolished, Brother Dao couldn't get in touch with you. He tried his best and couldn't do anything. He could only see your house being demolished. Brother Dao felt very sorry to you. Now, I heard that you came to take revenge today. Brother Dao asked us to come over and help you. Everything must be at your command. The 4 Zhang Long walked in front of Ling Yun and Tang Meng and said respectfully, straight to the point. Ling Yun is now open to all who come, he laughed and said, okay, then thank you, I don't need your help here. Ling Yun pointed at Tian Buetao on the ground, this villa will collapse immediately, all you need to do is carry him to a farther place to save him from smashing him to death. Zhang Long frowned slightly when he saw Tian Buetao, who was lying on the ground. He summoned two little brothers at random and carried him far away. Ling Yun nodded and smiled slightly, this is my brother Tang Meng, you should have met, right? I won't say anything else, just listen to Tang Meng's arrangements, and look at those ordinary people a little bit, don't let them get too close and get hurt. Before Ling Yun went down to the Tianqing, he arranged for Tang Meng to go to Daoyong to go through the procedures for the Range Rover, so Tang Meng met Zhang Long and others. Tang Meng touched his bald head, and he was not polite. He directly greeted the four Zhang Long and retreated to a distance, and asked the people they brought to stop the crowded crowd, so as not to accidentally hurt them. Ling Yun arranged everything, smiled indifferently, and turned around to enter the villa, but at this moment, he heard a harsh siren sound. The police car is here. The police car drove straight in. They parked the police car outside the crowd, and then the policemen got out of the car one after another, and all rushed in, looking at Ling Yun, who was standing at the door like a god, as if facing a great enemy. This is the policeman from the Linjiang Road police station. After they received the order, they arrived here as soon as possible, only a few minutes slower than Daoyong's people. Listen to the people inside, what you are doing now is illegal. We will never allow you to demolish other people's properties. A policeman shouted at Ling Yun with a loudspeaker. Ling Yun sneered after hearing this, and now he jumped out and said that I was doing something illegal? When they demolished my house, why didn't you stop me? As soon as he saw it, he knew that it was just a small role, and he was not qualified to talk to him at all, so he didn't even bother to talk about it, and rushed into the villa in a flash. All the police were dumbfounded and looked at each other for a while, not knowing what to do. They originally thought that as long as the police came, they might not be able to stop Ling Yun's house demolition, but at least delay the time and wait for the people from the Municipal Public Security Bureau to come, but they didn't expect Ling Yun to ignore them at all. Exist. The few policemen discussed it for a while, and two policemen were about to walk towards the villa, but at this time, Tang Meng said, hey, if you are not afraid of being crushed to death, just go there, I tell you. Don't let it go. In 5 minutes, this villa will collapse. It's not to scare you. What did you say? Such a nice villa, it will collapse in 5 minutes? Did he carry explosives? The people from the Linjiang Road police station had a good relationship with Tian Buetao in private. Although Tang Tianhao temporarily lost his power, Tang Meng has had too much contact with the people from the Municipal Public Security Bureau over the years, and he doesn't look down on these police officers, so he smiled lightly, there is no explosives, but if you don't believe it, go in and try, I won't stop you. Before he finished speaking, he only heard hadong, hadong, hadong. A loud pounding sound came from the villa, and at the same time everyone felt a violent tremor under their feet. After Ling Yun entered the villa, without hesitation, he directly took out the bronze tripod, grabbed one leg of the bronze tripod, and started smashing against the load-bearing wall of the villa. The bronze cauldron with a volume of nearly 1 meter and a radius of more than 2,000 kilograms is like an ordinary person holding a sledgehammer in Ling Yun's hand. Ling Yun thought about it carefully just now. Although the 2-story building is large, it looks like a behemoth, but it is actually easier to dismantle than the 1-story building. Because as long as the bottom load-bearing wall is smashed, and the wall below can no longer support the 2nd-story building, it will collapse on its own, so Ling Yun only needs to find a few key points. The crowd outside felt this huge movement, and they couldn't help but open their mouths and exclaimed. My God, what the hell is Ling Yun doing inside? Why is there such a big movement? Yeah, this is too shocking. I feel like an earthquake has occurred, and the bottom of my feet has been shaking. This Could he really tear down such a big villa? Looking at this movement, it's really possible. Forget it, let's hurry and hide away. Ling Yan smashed 2 semi-decorated and semi-load-bearing stone pillars one after another in the villa, and smashed 2 terrifying holes in the 2 corners of the wall. The villa was filled with smoke and dust, a mess. Ling Yan stopped his hand, raised his head, looked at the crumbling villa, and thought that it was almost done. If he continued to smash it, the villa might really smash himself into it. Although Ling Yan has reached the 11th small realm of the Great Evolution and gathering star treasure art, even if the whole villa is smashed down and crushed inside him, it won't hurt him, but he still ends up with a disgraced face, right? Although it was domineering and shocking, it was too embarrassing, not Ling Yan's style. Well, smash that corner into a big hole, and then go straight out. Ling Yan pondered for a while, walked towards the southeast corner of the villa, raised the bronze tripod in his hand again, and slammed it violently. Hudong! 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 After the 4th blow, a huge hole was smashed into the southeast corner of the villa, just enough for Ling Yan to get out. At this moment, the people outside saw that the villa, like a bamboo pole in the wind, began to shake gently from side to side, and the amplitude was getting bigger and bigger. God, this villa is going to collapse. Really, it's starting to sway, and it's getting more and more powerful. Hurry up, hurry up. I'm just falling down. At this time, let alone those people, even the policemen were so frightened that they hurried to hide behind them, for fear that they would not be able to run away and be smashed under the villa. Ling Yan was ready to perform the phantom fish dragon step at any time, but he saw that the villa had been swaying around for a long time, and it still hadn't collapsed, so he frowned slightly, flew into the villa, raised the bronze tripod and smashed it against a pillar with all his strength. Boom! The white pillar snapped off. Ling Yan knew that the villa was about to collapse at this time. He immediately took the bronze tripod back into the space ring, and at the same time, a phantom fish and dragon flew out of the villa that was about to collapse and fell 20 meters away. Boom! There was a loud bang, the ground shook, the villa collapsed. With a bang, the gravel shot up, and the smoke filled the air. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. In less than 5 minutes, a beautiful villa of more than 300 square meters turned into ruins in a blink of an eye. The diffuse smoke blurred everyone's eyes, and no one could see what happened before the villa collapsed. When everyone opened their eyes again, there was only a ruin in front of them. My God! Ling Yan really demolished a villa? How is this possible? Tianyan Wang is going to feel distressed and stupid this time. Although this villa is in our suburbs, we can't get it without 5 million. It's not just the villa, but also the things in the villa. He spent a lot of money on decoration. How could Ling Yan have such a destructive power? I thought he was going to use explosives. I heard the movement. It seemed like a load-bearing wall was smashed with something. When the people sent by Daoyong saw that Ling Yan had really demolished Tian Buetao's villa, they were shocked and stunned, and felt that all this was unbelievable. The policemen at the Linjiang Road police station were all dumbfounded, thinking that this is really a big deal. Ling Yan first demolished the demolition office, and then demolished Tian Buetao's villa. How can this be good? In the distance outside the face, Cui Lao was in a very hidden place, watching all this quietly. The muscles on his face twitched, and muttered, "This kid really demolished other people's villas. Well, this." At this time, Tian Buetao, who was guarded by 2 Daoyong's younger brothers, watched his Xinggong other courtyard being turned into ruins by Ling Yan, let alone the distress and fear in his heart. Tian Buetao played with his sons and daughters, and begged Ling Yan to no avail. He knew that his career was definitely over, and it would definitely be a double-ended ending, but with his personal connections, he knew that he would not suffer too severe punishment, only just lost office. But the official is lost, he still has money and a house, and can still live a fairy-like life, relying on his relationship. Even if you are doing business, you can still do it well. But now, seeing that Ling Yun really demolished his villa, it cost a total of 6 or 7 million to renovate the house, can he not feel distressed? And Tian Buetao's main thing is fear. Ling Yun used his bare hands and did nothing to let such a large villa collapse in a short period of time in front of everyone's eyes. How did he do that? How did those huge sounds coming from the villa come from? Myself this time. What kind of characters did you provoke? Dao Yong troubled him and was killed by him. His nephew was beaten by him. Under the eyes of the police, they demolished his villa in a grand manner. Don't even dare to stop one by one? Tian Buetao heard clearly that Dao Yong's people suddenly appeared this time, and they were actually on Ling Yun's side. Completely listening to Ling Yun's orders, what kind of tricks did Ling Yun use to make Dao Yong stand on the opposite side of himself? Also, what exactly did Ling Yun do to himself? Why can't I move at all? Thinking of this, Tian Buetao's face suddenly turned ashen, with endless regret flashing in his eyes, regretting that he should not provoke Ling Yun. Ling Yun casually patted the dust on his body. With a sneer on his face, he gently walked in front of Tian Buetao, turning a blind eye to the dazed police around him, bowed his head and smiled at Tian Buetao. Tian, when you led someone to level my yard, I'm afraid you didn't expect such a day. Bar? I remember telling you once. I told you not to provoke me in the future. Originally, after that incident passed, I didn't intend to trouble you again, but you did not let me go, and you had to court death. After Ling Yun finished speaking, he stood up and turned his head to look eastward. He smiled slightly. There are 2 more. It is said that demolishing 3 buildings means demolishing 3 buildings. Since it has already started, there is no reason for Ling Yun to give up halfway. He wants everyone in Qingshui City to know that Ling Yun cannot be bullied. The police seemed to have reacted at this time, and when they saw Ling Yun turn to the east, they hurried up and stopped Ling Yun. Ling Yun, you have already violated the law. Now we are going to formally arrest you. Please come with us to the police station. A man who looked like a police station director, with a look of fear that could not be concealed on his face, said to Ling Yun sternly. Ling Yun looked at him with great interest, and suddenly said with a laugh, The law? The law, right? Well, let me ask you, my yard was forcibly flattened by Tian Buetao and the demolition office. Did they break the law? Did you break the law? What were you doing at that time? This? Ling Yun asked back, leaving the director speechless, unable to speak. Yes, what Ling Yun said was right at all. On Thursday, Tian Buetao led someone to demolish the Ling Yun family's house. They knew it, but they ignored it and thought it was a matter of course. Now things have turned around. Now, people ask him about his face. How does this make him answer? They did it in order to complete the demolition task. If you think there is a problem, you can solve it through the correct channel. We are a harmonious society. The director thought about it for a long time, and was really at a loss for words, so he could only say this. Ling Yun sneered and said, What about his demolition task? All I know is that my house was leveled. Where do you want our family of 3 to live? Demolition? Did we say we wouldn't cooperate? Did they ask us? Where's the agreement? Where's the contract? Let the surname Tian take it out and take a look. This? Ling Yun asked every word to the point, and the police station chief who asked was unable to answer at all. There is really no way to answer this matter. The Ling Yun family can just ignore it. As long as anyone comes out to find a reason, they can shut up obediently. At this time, the surrounding people also followed Ling Yun, expressing their support for Ling Yun, saying that the street office, the urban management team, and the demolition office were too bullying, and they demolished other people's houses, casually. Is there still Wang Fa? Is there still justice? Ling Yun, what they did is very inappropriate, but you must solve the problem through the correct channels. For example, you can resort to the law. The director of the police station said embarrassedly, he had no face to stay here, but the director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau was coming soon, and he had to dutifully delay time here. Ling Yun knew that he was delaying time, but he didn't care at all. Today is the day the king is here, and he has to take it down. Ling Yun laughed and said, okay, thank you for your reminder. Of course I have to resort to the law. If I demolished his house, he can also resort to the law, but all of this will have to wait until I finish demolishing his villa. Now, what you say is useless. Yes, tear down, tear down, tear down. When you demolish other people's houses, you don't talk about the law. Now that you see your house being demolished, you talk about the law. Is the law only useful at this time? Ling Yun received support. He smiled at the director, stretched out his thumb and pointed behind him, and said, I know how embarrassed you are now, because you dare not touch me. If ordinary people did this, I am afraid it would have been long ago. Are you caught in the car and taken away? Will you talk to him about the law? Will you talk to him about harmony? If I demolish your house silently, will you come and tell me this? Are you trying to fight me? Ling Yun pointed to the nose of the director and all the police officers around him and said, you answer me, if I go to your house now and demolish your house without a word, you are going to work hard with me, or do you want to sit down with me and talk about harmony? No one answered. All the policemen bowed their heads. Yes, if people go to their house, they will demolish their house silently. Who doesn't work hard? I just heard a policeman lowered his head and whispered, but they demolished your dilapidated yard, you demolished their villa. When Ling Yun heard this, he looked up to the sky and laughed angrily. This is the law you said? If the yard breaks down, it's my family's property. It's my family's property. Why would he tear it down if he says it's demolished? If what you said is true, that means if my house is better than yours, I can demolish your house. Is that what you mean? Well said. A crisp and sweet voice sounded from the silent crowd. Ling Yun looked up and saw a slender cutie in beige on the upper body and a pair of sexy denim hot pants on the lower body, squeezing through the crowd. Come over. This woman not only has a clear and sweet voice, but also exudes an invincible youthful energy as soon as she appears on the stage. The twin peaks are huge and bulging. Snow white, a ravine is clearly visible, very deep. The waist is as slender as a willow, the buttocks are round and straight, and the ratio of the waist to the buttocks can't even reach 7:10. The two long and slender legs are tight and round and straight, and they wear a pair of colorless and transparent shoes on their feet. His high-heeled sandals were as tall as Ling Yun. Her face is very clean and fair, pure like a snow lotus on the Tian Shan Mountains. Her big eyes are charming and agile, and her lips are slightly thicker, but it adds a special sexy to this pure and beautiful face. And temptation, which makes men addicted and unable to extricate themselves. A strong body fragrance entered Ling Yun's nose, which made Ling Yun move leisurely, slightly surprised. Dragon dance. Ling Yun didn't expect that after Long Wu took off her smoky makeup and washed away the lead, she would be so beautiful. She was on the same level as Miao Xiaomiao and Shuang Meifeng, especially her figure was even better than fire. Spicy and sexy Miao Xiaomiao. What brought a huge shock to Ling Yun was, of course, that Long Wu was so clean, without makeup or even light makeup, appearing in front of him. The contrast between before and after was too strong. When Long Wu saw Ling Yun seeing her, there was a shocking change in his eyes, and he was extremely proud. He raised his head slightly at Ling Yun and snorted proudly. But she didn't say anything to Ling Yun, but stood directly between Ling Yun and the director, smiled sweetly. Hello, I'm Ling Yun's lawyer, you can talk to me about any legal matters. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Gah. This. All the police officers were dumbfounded when they saw the sudden appearance of Long Wu, thinking that Ling Yun still has his own lawyer. How can we talk about this? A Lingyun made them speechless, let alone a professional lawyer. You let the police arrest people, let them speak the law. Sorry, that's what the court has to do, they can't do it. At this time, only listening to Longwu said to those police officers very seriously, I have the right to appeal for all the unfair treatment my client has suffered. Longwu said a lot of very professional legal words, and then took out the documents to prove his lawyer's identity from his handbag and showed them to the police. Lingyun looked interesting, patted Longwu's shoulder lightly, and giggled, Hey, I said, I didn't expect you to be a lawyer at such a young age, I admire it. Longwu's delicate body that was slapped by Lingyun trembled slightly. She raised her hand and took off Lingyun's claws calmly, and said coquettishly, Didn't you see that I'm working? If you have something to do with your business, don't be there. It's getting in the way here. Lingyun laughed, nodded smugly, and said casually, Then you two talk slowly. It is best to find a cool place to talk slowly. The sun here is too hot, don't get tan. After Lingyun finished speaking, Shiran walked towards the villa on the east side. He wanted to continue to demolish Tian Buetao's villa. No matter who came, he could not stop him today. Lingyun knew that many people would come today, but he didn't care if others came. He did all this just to attract one person out, and that was the chief of public security, Luo Zheng. Tai Xiaohu is in Luo Zheng's hands, the keys to his 2 villas are in Luo Zheng's hands, and all his bank accounts have been blocked by now. All of this was done by Luo Zheng. Lingyun had already challenged Luo Zheng last night. He believed that if Luo Zheng was neither blind nor blind, he must have seen it. Lingyun walked through the crowd, and he noticed that with the arrival of Longwu, there were hundreds of people in the arena. And these people were all young people in their 20s, and they all looked fierce, Lingyun knew. This must be from Qinglong. Qinglong really helped me. What the hell is going on? I slapped Longwu. Did she really endure it? But I didn't expect this little girl to be so beautiful, but her temper is too strong, too arrogant, and it's not easy to manage. Lingyun thought like this, and quickly walked past the crowd and came to the door of the villa on the east side. People knew that he was about to demolish this villa, so they naturally ran away in fear. Lingyun looked at the locked door of the villa. With a cold smile, he raised his foot and kicked the door with a bang, then walked in. Hudong. 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 Start again. The east and west beam villas are slightly smaller than the villa in the middle, but the shape and pattern of the construction are the same. Moreover, Lingyun has already had the experience of demolishing the villa. This time, he found the place more cleverly and faster. In less than 3 minutes, the entire villa was already crumbling. My God! Another villa is going down. This, Lingyun, is too powerful. Are you really going to demolish Tian Buetao's 3 villas? This really costs Tian Buetao's life. Hey, 3 villas, they add up to at least 15 million. A senior cadre, it is estimated that apart from these 3 villas, there is not much property left. This is good. All turned into ruins. He's doing this on his own, no one can blame others. Who made him rely on himself to be an official, relying on his own people, and have to flatten other people's houses? That's right. He has been domineering for so many years, and he finally kicked the iron plate, but I didn't expect that the one who came out to deal with him turned out to be a kid who was picked up by Qiuyue. Amid the chatter of people in the distance, the villa on the east side began to tilt gradually in Kerala, and finally there was a loud bang and another one collapsed. Tian Buetao, who was lying on the ground in the distance, saw his 2 villas turn into ruins in front of his eyes, and his distressed eyes were red. Ah! He couldn't help but let out a miserable cry like a wolf howl. His heart was broken, and he couldn't regret it. This time, Lingyun didn't stop at all. After demolishing the villa on the east side, he turned around and walked to the west side. There was the last one left. From the villa on the east to the villa on the west, there is a total distance of nearly 200 meters, separated by a crowd of dark crowds. They saw Ling Yun coming and looked at Ling Yun with complicated eyes. Dare to approach this young man covered in dust. Ling Yun is too terrifying. When someone demolished his house, he would demolish his villa without saying a word. He didn't listen to anything, didn't care about anything, and directly solved the most complicated problem in the simplest and fairest way. No one can make sense of Ling Yun's actions, but everything he does, no matter who it is, will create an unspeakable fear in his heart. Yes, fear. Ling Yun can't bully, Ling Yun can't provoke. Although this is Linjiang Garden in the eastern suburbs of Qingshui City, it is at least 15 minutes drive from the city, but the news of Ling Yun's madly demolishing 2 villas with his bare hands has already spread throughout Qingshui City through various means. There is no doubt that Ling Yun has truly succeeded in standing up. Some small characters like Tian Buetao, as long as his eyes are not blind or his ears are not deaf, will know that there is a young man named Ling Yun in Qingshui City, and he must not be provoked. Ling Yun was alone, silently running the Dian gathering star treasure technique, slowly separating the crowd, walking towards the villa on the west side, getting closer and closer. Just when he was about to reach the door of the villa, he suddenly heard a voice coming from behind him. A coquettish shout. Ling Yun, stop now, don't take it apart. Ling Yun frowned, he felt that this voice was a bit familiar, he seemed to have heard it somewhere, he couldn't help but stop his steps, but he didn't look back, just said lightly, why can't it be dismantled again? A burst of hurried footsteps rushed in, accompanied by the woman's heavy breathing. She ran and shouted, Ling Yun, you are breaking the law by doing this, and you will be imprisoned. Ling Yun finally heard who was coming. He was amused and turned around abruptly. The woman rushing behind didn't seem to have thought that Ling Yun would turn around at this time, and plunged into Ling Yun's dusty arms. Liang Fingyi. Why are you here? Ling Yun's Nephrite and Wenxiang hugged her full arms, feeling the 2 soft towering masses on Liang Fingyi's fiery body. She was reluctant to let go for a while, and she took her in her arms with a big hand. Anyway, it is cheap to deliver to the door, and it does not take up the whiteness. Ah, you, how dare you call me by my name, let me go. When Liang Fingyi saw that she suddenly slammed into Ling Yun's arms, her heart suddenly swayed. Changed, he broke free from Ling Yun's embrace. Her delicate skin and clean clothes were covered with dust from Ling Yun's body, but she didn't care about wiping it off at all. But she said to Ling Yun angrily, Ling Yun, how could you do this? A villa worth more than 10 million yuan, you just demolished it like this, can you afford it? Ling Yun giggled and said, I can afford it. Besides, I don't have to pay. Is Zhang Ling okay? Seeing that Ling Yun was still in the mood to say this at this time, Liang Fingyi glared at Ling Yun angrily and said coquettishly, what a fart. Thank you for remembering Zhang Ling, her eyes are about to cry because of you. Ling Yun was quite apologetic, and he said lightly, I'll go see her when I'm done with these 2 days. Liang Fingyi pursed the corners of her sexy lips, the beauty mole on the corner of her mouth trembled slightly, bit her lower lip and said, where the hell have you gone, do you know me? Our family's Zhang Ling is connected for you. Can't study soon? Ling Yun said casually, oh, then hurry up and tell her on the phone now, just say I'm back, and go find her when I'm done. Liang Fingyi's petite body trembled slightly, and snorted coldly, humph, I still have to say, I have already called Zhang Ling on the way here, and she is already rushing here. Ling Yunxin said that your temper is quite impatient, and he nodded immediately and said, well, before Zhang Ling comes, I will finish the last bit of work first. It is estimated that 3 minutes at most will be enough. What? 3 minutes? Liang Fingyi just arrived and got out of the car. She didn't see how Ling Yun demolished the 2 villas in front of her. Now when she heard that Ling Yun could demolish a villa in just 3 minutes, she felt that some unbelievable. But she quickly settled down and said, Ling Yun, listen to me, don't do this again, the people from the TV station are here. they are filming you, it's a live broadcast, and the whole Jiangnan province will soon be affected. I know it all. Ling Yan looked at Liang Fingyi with a smile and said, why do you want me to listen to you? Liang Fingyi's expression was stagnant, and she said after a long days, because I am Zhang Ling's aunt, and because I am older than you, is this reason enough? Ling Yan smiled and said, not enough, definitely not enough, it's really not enough, you should find another reason. You. Liang Fingyi said in her heart, what kind of character Ling Yan is, she is simply lawless. She thought about it, calmed her violent breath a little, then stared at Ling Yan and said slowly, because I can't watch you break the law. On the way we came, there were police cars everywhere, all rushing here. I heard Fang Lingfei say that the chief of public security has already rushed over in person. When Ling Yan heard this, his heart moved. Luo Zheng really came in person, which was really good news for him. Ling Yan laughed, clapped his hands lightly, then nodded and said, okay, since the chief of public security is here, then I'll give him a face, and wait for him to come and tear it down. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. After Ling Yan finished speaking, he suddenly looked at Liang Fingyi in front of him, thinking that this woman is really full of a sexy and charming taste. Ah, it's a pity that it's Zhang Ling's aunt, otherwise. When Liang Fingyi saw that Ling Yan was no longer speaking, she suddenly stared at herself with straight eyes, and kept aiming from top to bottom. She felt uncomfortable when Ling Yan looked at her, she couldn't bear Ling Yan's hot eyes anymore, and suddenly scolded softly. What are you looking at? I really don't know where you are so bold. The 2 villas are torn down when you say they are torn down. How about it? Are there any injuries? As Liang Fingyi spoke, she suddenly limped in front of Ling Yan, and carefully looked up at Ling Yan, who was covered in dust. Although Liang Fingyi was wearing high-heeled shoes, she was slightly shorter than Ling Yan. She bent over occasionally, and under her loose chiffon shirt, 2 white, crystal-clear towering towers were vaguely displayed in Ling Yan's eyes, and she could see the evil fire in Ling Yan's heart. Take. Ling Yan hurriedly looked at his nose and heart, and pretended to be casual and said, I'm fine, but I think you have a sprained foot. Does it hurt? Do you want me to treat it for you? After being reminded by Ling Yan, Liang Fingyi really felt that her ankle was burning hot. She raised her charming eyes and gave Ling Yan a white look. It's all you, no matter how much you shout, the ankle is swollen, you say, does it hurt? Ling Yan smiled, reached out and gently grabbed Liang Fingyi's soft arm and said, okay, let's not talk under the sun, find a cool place to rest. Ling Yan had just received a voice transmission from Dugumo, saying that Gulianshan couldn't stand it anymore, so let him go over now. Liang Fingyi raised her hand and patted Ling Yan's hand to help her, insisting that she wanted to go by herself, but a sharp pain came from her foot, and she almost fell down. Ling Yan's eyes were quick and her hands were fast. Take her in his arms. Don't hold on, I still have something important to do on my side. Let's hurry up. After Ling Yan finished speaking, regardless of Liang Fingyi's coquettish struggle, he grabbed her delicate body and quickly cast a phantom. The fish and dragon steps are no longer in everyone's sight. All the people just felt that there was a flower in front of them, and there was only an afterimage where Ling Yan was standing before, when they looked for Ling Yan again. But I don't know where he went. Ah. Liang Fingyi only felt that she suddenly flew up in the air, and it seemed that she just swayed. She was so frightened that she closed her eyes tightly. When she opened her eyes again, she found that the 2 of them were no longer there, but came to the north of a small high-rise. The noise of the crowd came from a distance, and it seemed that more quiet. My God! This? Liang Fingyi opened her sexy mouth and exclaimed, staring at Ling Yan blankly. Her shocked eyes were like seeing a ghost in the daytime. This is Qinggong. Ling Yan said with a smile. Instead of explaining, he placed Liang Fingyi's delicate body gently on the lawn, then squatted down, raised her hand and took off her high heels. Liang Fingyi was wearing flesh-colored transparent stockings. Ling Yun held her exquisite jade feet, and felt that the hand was very smooth. This made Liang Fingyi tremble slightly. What are you doing? Liang Fingyi let out a rapid panting, and couldn't help but wriggle slightly. Her beautiful eyebrows frowned slightly, obviously her feet hurt. Ling Yun looked at her sternly and said, "What else can you do? Your foot is sprained. It will soon be swollen and unable to walk. I will heal you first while you can still move." Zheng bragging, "You don't have any plaster and no painkillers and anti-inflammatory drugs. How can you say that it will be cured if it is cured?" Although Liang Fingyi knew that Ling Yun's medical skills were magical, she had never seen it before, so she didn't believe it at all. Ling Yun said in his heart that if I still had a clear healing talisman. A clear healing talisman can make you completely better, but the clear healing talisman has been used up in Ruhr, and you can only use the 9 needles of the spirit pivot. As soon as he raised his hand, he took the 9 gold needles in his hand, smiled slightly and said to Liang Fingyi, "Don't move around, I'll give you a few needles, and you'll be fine soon." For such a simple sprain, Ling Yun's use of the 9 needles of the spirit pivot was really a bull's knife. He only used the 9 gold needles to pierce a few acupoints around Liang Fingyi's ankle a few times, and then absorbed a little spiritual energy. Liang Fingyi was sprained. The ankle was swollen quickly, which is amazing. "Stand up and try." Ling Yun pulled out the 9 golden needles and said to Liang Fingyi with a smile. Liang Fingyi stood up in disbelief, twisted her ankle slightly, and felt that the pain was really gone, and then stomped her foot as if she couldn't believe it. She couldn't help but gave Ling Yun a strange look. Zhang Ling didn't lie to her. Ling Yun's medical skills were indeed very powerful, and she had really experienced it today. "Let's go." Ling Yun didn't say anything more. He turned his head and walked towards the lawn in the distance. Dugumo naturally sat there. Seeing Ling Yun coming over, Dugumo smiled and said, "I said, you really demolished both of the villas? I think you must have caused a lot of trouble today." Ling Yun laughed loudly. "We've only demolished 2 buildings, and we'll have to demolish one later, but this time, it's going to be demolished in front of the director. I'll see how he stops me." Liang Fingyi, who followed closely, heard that Ling Yun wanted to demolish other people's villas, and said anxiously, "Ling Yun, can't you think of another way? Besides, you have already demolished 2 buildings, and you will definitely be destroyed today. People from the Public Security Bureau took it away." Ling Yun glanced at Liang Fingyi, then raised his hand and pointed at Golian Mountain, who was lying on the ground grunting in pain, and said to Liang Fingyi, "Listen to what he has to say, and then see if I should demolish Tian Buitao's villa." After Ling Yun finished speaking, he raised his foot and kicked several acupuncture points on Golianshan's body quickly, which relieved his pain temporarily, and then said to Golianshan with a smile, "Okay, now you can talk about what happened. What happened? Who instructed you to demolish our house, and why are you so bold? Who is behind you? Tell me all about it." After Ling Yun finished speaking, he turned his head and said to Liang Fingyi, "I said, Beauty, does your phone have a recording function? If so, can you help me record what he said?" Liang Fingyi's mobile phone is the latest Samsung model, and of course it has a recording function. She knew that this must be very important to Ling Yun, so she nodded, took out her mobile phone, and turned on the recording function. "It's my brother and my nephew. For revenge, they made me do this. They said that behind the back is Xie Zhenyan's father, Deputy Mayor Xie Zhenting, and Police Chief Luo Zheng. It will be fine. If you come back and dare to make trouble, I will arrest you immediately." Golianshan almost said these things bit by bit with a crying voice. There was no way. The restraint that Ling Yun gave him was too harsh. It was simply better than the top 10 tortures, and he couldn't even faint when he thought about it. After more than 40 minutes, he really couldn't hold it anymore. He would rather die immediately after he finished speaking than endure the pain of retrograde meridians just now. Ling Yun was too lazy to listen. After listening to a few words, he smiled lightly, and walked to the side, waiting for the arrival of the police chief Luo Zheng. Now, he has won enough cards for himself. Even if he can't defeat Luo Zheng, he can at least be able to calm down for 2 days. Because the whole thing was too big for Ling Yun, Liang Fingyi didn't dare to be sloppy. She recorded everything Go Lianshan said from beginning to end, word for word. After listening to it, I finally understood why Ling Yun demolished Tian Buetao's house. It's me, and I'll tear it down too. Liang Fingyi and the other Go Lianshan said the last word, her pretty face turning pale with anger, and said with a cold snort. Ling Yun laughed and patted Liang Fingyi's shoulder lightly. To persuade her, don't be angry, isn't this the second building to be demolished? When Director Luo arrives, let's demolish the third building. Liang Fingyi glared at Ling Yun and said in a sullen voice, why do you like to pat people's shoulders so much? No big or small, really. Ling Yun laughed, and then said to Dugu Mo, there are too many people over there, it is not convenient for me to go there. You go and bring that Tian Buetao here, and when Director Luo arrives, let's have a good theory with him. Dugu Mo shook his head helplessly, and went straight to his feet. Ling Yun sat on the lawn, leaned back on one hand, and said with a smile, Go Lianshan, you say, if you had said this earlier, wouldn't it be less painful? Go Lianshan looked at Ling Yun with the same eyes as he saw a devil, with deep fear flashing in his eyes, but he didn't dare to show the slightest anger. If he had known that Ling Yun had such abilities and means, let alone his own brother and nephew, even if he suffered a loss, he would never think of revenge. There is no way. Ling Yun's personal ability is too strong, he can change too many things by himself. He only did a few things today, and now Ling Yun has enough cards in his hand to make himself invincible. Ling Yun, on behalf of my brother and my nephew, I apologize to you. From now on, our Go family will never provoke you, nor will we want to seek revenge on you, do you think? Go Lianshan weighed a little in his heart, and already knew that his side would definitely lose, so he began to find a way back for his family. Ling Yun smiled indifferently and said, Go Lianshan, it seems that you are a very smart person, but I can tell you clearly that it's too late. I gave your brother a chance, and I gave your nephew a chance, and I gave him twice. Opportunity, what a pity. No matter what Ling Yun deals with, he has his own measure. Whoever provokes him and to what extent, Ling Yun will usually fight back on the spot and give the most appropriate punishment at one time. Whether it was Tian Buetao, Tian Xiaoguang, Go Junfa, Go Lianqing, or Qingyun Film and Television, he only punished him once and found his reasoning, it was fine, and he didn't mean to kill them all. But this time, when Ling Yun went down to the Tianqing and returned to Qingshui City, he never imagined that while he was away, all his enemies would join forces to counterattack at the same time. Even the powerful forces like Shueshini, Li Yifeng, and Tang Tianhao couldn't stand it. Everyone was implicated, which made Ling Yun extremely angry. Therefore, Ling Yun decided to establish a prestige in Qingshui City. Otherwise, he will leave Qingshui City a lot in the future. If there is an accident every time he leaves, then it will not be a big trouble. Go Lianshan saw that Ling Yun had no intention of letting them go at all, so he could only helplessly smile tragically, resigning himself to fate. Dugu Mo came back very quickly, but he did not bring Tian Buetao over himself, but several younger brothers of Dao Yong carried Tian Buetao over. When Liang Fingyi saw that Tian Buetao was naked and only wearing a red shorts, she immediately showed a disgusting expression in her eyes, and turned her head to the side. Ling Yun looked at Tian Buetao, who was sunburned like a dead dog, and said lightly, Tian, is it cool to demolish my house? How do you feel now? Are you happy? Tian Buetao was thrown on the lawn, his whole body was hurt and itchy with sharp grass tips, but at this time he couldn't care about it, and now that he finally saw Ling Yun, he hurriedly pleaded, Ling Yun, I pushed your house, you demolished 2 of my villas, oh, you can also demolish the 3rd villa. I don't think I will trouble you again, no matter what compensation you want, I can give it to you. I just beg you to let it go past me. From now on, the well water will not make the river water, okay? Ling Yun had already secretly sent a voice transmission to Liang Fingyi, asking her to continue recording, and then he said to Tian Buetao in a deep voice, I'll let you go, I'll see how you'll behave later, the chief of Qingshui City Public Security will be here soon. Then I'll see what you have to say. Tian Buetao was lying on the ground just now, thinking about how Ling Yun demolished all his 2 villas by himself, and finally he came to a conclusion: Ling Yun is not an ordinary person. With bare hands, a person who can collapse a 300 square meter villa in 3 minutes, and a person who can't move if he can lift his hand, if he wants his life, it's not like playing. When Ling Yun came today, he just demolished his villa. If Ling Yun came at night and killed himself without knowing it, then let alone the villa and official position, everything would have nothing to do with him anymore, because he is dead. No amount of money, no amount of power, no amount of women, what use is it to a dead man? As the deputy director of a sub-district office, Tian Buetao is naturally a very intelligent person who can do such a good job on Linjiang Road. He figured this out, and immediately knew that he was indeed kicked on the iron plate. Ling Yun, it is an existence that can directly take its own life. Ling Yun looked at Golian Mountain, and then at Tian Buetao, with a sneer on the corner of his mouth, but said nothing. These 2 people are very shrewd, and they are the masters who know the wind and the rudder, but their fate is not in Ling Yun's hands, but in Luo Zheng's hands. The siren blared loudly. From far to near, Ling Yun and Dugu Mo suddenly raised their heads. They knew that the highlight of the day had officially begun. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Dozens of police cars whizzed along Linjiang Road, sirens blaring, and soon stopped at the gate of Linjiang Garden. Yuan. After the police car stopped, uniformed police, special police, and armed police filed out of the police car. The police chief's car arrived soon. He didn't get out of the car. He just ordered the police to run forward and go to the community first to control the situation. In fact, the situation in the community does not need police control at all. Qinglong boss Long Kuan has brought hundreds of brothers, no less than Luo Zheng's police force, plus more than 30 people under Dao Yong. The whole situation has already been brought under control. At this time, Ling Yun had already demolished Tian Buetao's 2 villas, and he had enough cards in his hand. He just waited for Luo Zheng to come back and humiliated him, so he stayed in that shady place to rest and wait for work. Liang Fingyi looked at Ling Yun's face full of dust, hesitated for a long time in her heart, and finally called Ling Yun over, took out a scented handkerchief and wiped the dust off his head and face. Really, such a big man, he only knows how to use brute force when doing things, and he doesn't know how to pay attention. Liang Fingyi wiped Ling Yun's face while blaming her mouth. She didn't seem to notice Ling Yun's pair of eyes, and then aimed at Liang Fingyi's towering white chest. There was no way, it was too tempting. Ling Yun wanted to not look at it, but was reluctant to avert her eyes. Liang Fingyi naturally felt something, but for some reason, she was not willing to scold the big boy. She just sighed slightly in her heart, and said, let's take a look. Yo, I'm suing you there, and I'm helping to deal with the female anchor of the provincial TV station. You're better, you're here to enjoy the tenderness of a beautiful woman. I don't know when Long Wu finally finished his work. She found this place from the vicinity of the villa, and next to her was Tang Meng. Ling Yun smiled when he heard it. He glanced at Long Wu proudly and said, I said, Lawyer Long, if you feel jealous, you can come and wipe it for me. I promise to cooperate fully. I will never resist. Although Ling Yun didn't know why Long Wu suddenly appeared to help him, he really liked the appearance of Long Wu after removing the smoky makeup. So I couldn't help but laugh. Long Wu smiled and said, you are so beautiful, my aunt doesn't have the time to wait for you. You remember, I will help you to file a lawsuit, but you have to pay for it. Ling Yun raised his hand and made a K gesture. He smiled and said, "No problem, I can still take out if there is no more than 3 yuan or 5 yuan. The two did not give way to each other. You went back and forth for a while joking and laughing, and soon you heard the sound of neat and orderly running. Then I saw 2 teams of police officers with live ammunition, surrounded by a police car, and came quickly towards the south of the community. That's the police chief's car." Luo Zheng came in person. Tang Meng noticed the police car's license plate and reminded Ling Yun lightly. Ling Yun's eyes flashed brightly, and a charming smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, followed by the dimple on his left cheek. The 2 beauties on his left were slightly dazzled. "We don't need to move, just wait for them to come over by themselves." Ling Yun sat down on the lawn carelessly, and never looked at the police again. He didn't take these people seriously at all. In such a densely populated community, the police are simply bluffing people with guns, and ordinary people naturally avoid it when they see it. But Ling Yun just thought it was a toy in the hands of a child. The police car that Luo Zheng was riding drove directly to the southernmost end of the community, and stopped slowly in front of the ruined villa in the middle. When he got out of the car, he was immediately surrounded by the swarming reporters to ask his opinion on the matter. With a wave of Luo Da's hand, he said in a very solemn manner, "Someone actually forcibly demolished private houses, infringing and destroying other people's legal property. We will definitely investigate and deal with this case as soon as possible, arrest the criminal suspect, and finally give the general public an explanation." Ling Yun and Dugumo heard it really, they couldn't help but glance at each other, and at the same time showed a disdainful smile. After being with Ling Yun for so long, after Ling Yun came back from Shenanjia, all the tragic changes he encountered, Dugumo already understood almost the same. According to his understanding of Ling Yun's character, he said in his heart that Ling Yun has not shot to kill until now. "You Luo Zheng, hurry up, let's be content, and even bring him to justice, it's really whimsical." Ling Yun smiled and said to Long Wu next to him, "Did you hear me, my barrister? The police chief said that he wanted to arrest me and bring me to justice. Now I have to rely on you, the barrister." Long Wu snorted coldly, "You deserve to be brought to justice. There is obviously a better way, but you have to use such a stupid way. Is it because of your strength?" Ling Yun said proudly, "Yes, I am strong, brother. It only takes 3 minutes for me to demolish a villa, can you?" Long Wu rolled her eyes at Ling Yun and said, "I'm too lazy to talk to a bull like you." Then she turned her head away and ignored Ling Yun again. After 5 or 6 minutes, the police led by Luo Zheng had already understood the whole situation through the people present. After he had a general understanding of what Ling Yun had done, he immediately brought dozens of police officers and surrounded Ling Yun. According to Luo Zheng's order, dozens of police officers stepped forward to surround Ling Yun and the others, and pointed their guns at Ling Yun, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Luo Zheng was wearing plain clothes, with a few capable police officers by his side, followed by countless reporters, sprinting with long guns one by one, for fear of missing a wonderful scene. Luo Zheng came to the police encirclement and saw Ling Yun lying on his back and sitting on the ground at first glance. Ling Yun rested his left hand on the ground, with a look of disdain in his eyes. He watched Luo Zheng walk slowly, and a faint smile suddenly appeared on the corner of Ling Yun's mouth. That smile quickly enlarged and became brighter and brighter. Suddenly, Ling Yun raised his right hand, stretched out his right index finger, and pointed straight at Luo Zheng's face. Cold, fierce, arrogant, domineering. Luo Zheng didn't expect Ling Yun to make this move at all. The scene he had watched countless times in the office was suddenly replayed, causing him to shudder violently and stop at the same place, not daring to move forward again. Step. The police who surrounded Ling Yun didn't know what Ling Yun was going to do. They thought he was going to attack the chief. They were so frightened that they raised the guns in their hands, and there was a sound of loading. Long Wu's pretty face was cold, and she stood up first and sneered at Luo Zheng. "Director Luo, may I ask what crime we have committed? why are these police officers pointing guns at us? Luo Zheng was stunned for a moment when asked by Long Wu, and he was a little stunned. After a long while, he said, "Oh, you didn't commit a crime." Those police officers pointed their guns at criminal suspects. Long Wu smiled sweetly, turned her head and smiled and glanced at Ling Yun who was sitting lazily on the ground, then turned her head and asked, "Then may I ask Director Luo, who is the suspect?" Luo Zheng secretly said that this Long Kuan's daughter is really powerful. He didn't know why Qing Long jumped out to help Ling Yun, and he wondered in his heart, who demolished the demolition office, who demolished other people's villas, who took hostages. Who is the suspect? Do I still need to say this? There was a sweet smile on Long Wu's innocent face, and then she smiled tenderly. "Oh, so that's what it is? Then who did the things you said?" Luo Zheng was quite impatient when asked by Long Wu, and he snorted coldly, "Little Long Wu, I know you are the daughter of the eldest Qing Long. This case is very serious. I don't have time to talk to you here. Now I'm going to take Ling Yun back for interrogation, and I hope the unrelated people will leave the scene immediately. Director Luo, don't make your words so scary, you can arrest people if you want. But now in the public eye, when you arrest someone, you must always produce enough evidence and give reasonable reasons, otherwise, be careful of me, you are indiscriminate arrest and indiscriminate arrest, violation of personal freedom." Speaking voice. It sounded from behind the police encirclement. Luo Zheng immediately turned his head and followed the sound, while Ling Yun and Dugumo looked at each other. Dugumo used the technique of sound transmission to say to Ling Yun, "The seventh realm of the day after tomorrow." Luo Zheng turned his head and couldn't help his face stiffen when he saw the person coming, and said with a sneer, "Oh, could it be that the sun is coming out from the west? I didn't expect that this incident would surprise your boss Long." The person who came is none other than Long Wu's father, Qinglong's boss, Long Kuan. Long Kuan slowly walked into the police's encirclement, slowly stood 2 meters in front of Luo Zheng, and said lightly, "I didn't expect that such a trivial matter would be able to alert the leader of the Qingshui City Public Security Bureau to come in person. It's a pleasure to meet you." Long Kuan's stature is tall, with a visual estimate of more than 1.9 meters, but his body is not as majestic and broad as Tai Xiaohu, but slightly thinner, but it is not outrageous, and he is much stronger than Ling Yun's former roommate Zhang Dong. Luo Zheng didn't mean to be lucky, he said solemnly, "Boss Long, I suggest you don't go into this muddy water, but take your daughter and leave quickly. I'm working on a case, and I don't have time to fight you." Eloquent. Long Kuan laughed when he heard it. "Muddy water? Since what you are doing is official business, then you can do it according to your procedures, but I, Long Kuan, can tell you plainly that I, Long Kuan, stayed in Qingshui City for more than 10 years. It's been 10 years, we've been dealing with each other for 10 years, and we know each other very well. If you want to be indiscriminate today, you will arrest people, and the Public Security Bureau will take people away without any reason. I'm a dragon." Kuan firmly refuses to agree. After Long Kuan finished speaking, he pointed behind Luo Zheng with his chin and motioned him to look back. As soon as Luo Zheng turned around, he immediately saw that there were actually 110 people, all standing behind his own people, and surrounded all his people. Although they were all defenseless, they all had contempt on their faces. His smile seemed to ignore these dozens of police officers at all. These people are Qinglong's direct descendants. They are all people who can defend Long Kuan with a gun and a knife. They are not afraid of death. Luo Zheng is a little shocked when he sees it. Long Kuan smiled and said, "I can't hinder Director Luo from handling the case, then please, as long as you tell the suspect's crime and everyone confirms it is correct, then you can arrest whatever you want, but you won't be excused." Opportunity, that's absolutely impossible. Luo Cheng's face was ashen, he raised his hand and pointed at Ling Yun, who was still sitting there smiling, and said, "Ling Yun demolished the demolition office, held Golian Mountain, arrested Tian Buetao, and demolished 2 of his houses. Dilla, you say, which of these crimes is not a felony? Should Ling Yun be arrested? Long Kuan nodded, his face dignified, and he said seriously, well, if a person really commits so many crimes all at once, he should be arrested, but... Long Kuan turned his head and asked Long Wu, deliberately, darling, you are a law student. What is the most important thing for the police to handle a case? Long Wu said with a smile, of course the most important thing is evidence. Long Kuan spread his hands, shrugged his shoulders and said, Director Luo, you heard it too, you have listed so many crimes against Ling Yun all at once, should you come up with some evidence? Luo Chong gritted his teeth angrily, he said angrily, this matter has already been investigated, everyone witnessed it with their own eyes, what evidence is there? At this time a lazy voice said, Director Luo, if I said that I am your father, now everyone has seen it and heard it, do you think this is the truth? Ling Yun, who had been sitting there for a while, suddenly became troubled. The first sentence out of his mouth was extremely unpleasant, which directly prevented Luo Zheng from coming to the stage. Luo Zheng forced Ling Yun so badly, if Ling Yun didn't take the opportunity to humiliate him, then he wouldn't be Ling Yun. Sure enough, after hearing this sentence, almost all the reporters and policemen couldn't help but stumble, and they almost laughed out loud. Long Wu and Liang Fingyi glared at Ling Yun sullenly, thinking how could you say such a thing? After Luo Zheng heard this sentence, he almost turned his back in frustration. He raised his hand and pointed at Ling Yun. He was about to start scolding, but he felt that just scolding back like this would really lose his identity as the police chief, so all I can say is, you can't say anything else. Ling Yun sneered, what are you? Do you think that because you are the chief of public security, everyone must be polite when they talk to you? Tell you, they will do those stupid things to you. I'm being polite to talk to you like that. Ling Yun's strength was unforgiving, he jumped up from the ground, took 2 steps forward with a smile, and said to Luo Zheng indifferently, Uncle Long is right, your public security bureau wants to arrest people, yes, but please be sure to show the evidence to catch me, if you can't show it, be careful that I will sue you to the sky, and I will sue you to death, you bastard. After speaking, Ling Yun turned his head in a serious way, and asked Long Wu loudly, Lawyer Long, let me ask in advance, is it not illegal to swear? Long Wu giggled, and Hua Ji trembled, if you don't break the law, it's just too immoral. After all, he's a police chief. Ling Yun spread his hands, it's okay, I scolded him, he can scold me too. To be continued. To be continued. Ling Yun, you. Qingshui City Public Security Bureau Chief Luo Zheng, who was very proud in front of the crowd, did not expect that Ling Yun would dare to scold him in front of thousands of people. You must know that these thousands of people are not ordinary thousands of people. These people not only have more than 100 of their own subordinates, but the most important thing is that Luo Zheng is also followed by a large number of news reporters and TV anchors. For Luo Zheng, who likes to create a personal hero image the most, Ling Yun doing this is more unbearable than throwing shit and urine on him. However, Luo Zheng had nothing to do, because Long Wu was right, cursing someone is really not illegal. Although Luo Zheng was extremely angry in his heart, and his teeth were itching to hate Ling Yun, but his identity was there, and he couldn't scold him back on the spot, so he had to endure it except forbearance. Before he took Ling Yun back to the Public Security Bureau, Luo Zheng had no other choice but to endure. Can ordinary people scold the police chief? Of course you can, but it must be scolded behind your back, secretly, and cannot be passed on to the ears of the police chief. But Ling Yun was scolding face to face, and he deliberately used Shenlong Shao. Although the voice was just a normal voice, it could be transmitted to the ears of everyone present, and everyone could hear it clearly. For a while, there were all kinds of discussions, and everything was said. What the hell is Ling Yun doing today? The demolition office was first demolished, and 2 villas of Tian Yanwang's villa were demolished. Now, he is directly scolding the chief of public security. Dare to point to the nose of the city's public security chief and call him a bastard. I guess it's Ling Yun, right? I think Ling Yun has eaten the guts of an ambitious leopard. After he made such a fuss, even if it was reasonable, it became unreasonable. That's not necessarily true. Ling Yun is justified. When Luo Zheng comes over, he doesn't ask indiscriminately. He just said that he should take Ling Yun to the Public Security Bureau. That's right, what's wrong with the Chief of Public Security? When the house of Ling Yun's family was forcibly leveled by Tianyan Wang, why didn't he send the police to arrest people? Now that something happened to the official, he rushed to put out the fire. What? Wrong. Ling Yun is not the kind of person who curses people for no reason. I think there must be other reasons for this. Wait a minute, I don't believe Ling Yun was taken back to the police station so easily by him. Hearing the crowd's discussion, Ling Yun smiled slightly. He staggered and walked 2 meters in front of Luo Zheng, stood side by side with Qinglong boss Long Kuan, and said respectfully, "Hello, Uncle Long." Long Kuan turned his head to look at Ling Yun, nodded with a satisfied smile, and didn't say anything. This is not the occasion for private chat. Ling Yun also immediately turned his head to stare at Luo Zheng. The smile faded, and he raised his finger and pointed at Luo Zheng's nose and scolded, "Luo Zheng, you bastard, you can hear me clearly now. The temporary demolition office is not solid at all, it's purely a rubbish project. If I didn't see that the office was crumbling and was very dangerous, it would collapse at any time, so I went in and asked the staff from the demolition office to get out quickly. Do you think those people are still alive now? He was crushed by the house earlier." When everyone heard it, they were in an uproar. "Come on, what is a rake, Ling Yun? This is the most awesome and wonderful rake. He originally demolished the demolition office himself, but now let him say so." He directly described himself as the hero who saved those people. Ling Yun smiled, still pointed at Luo Zheng's nose and scolded, "If you don't believe me, you can ask the staff of the demolition office. Did the house collapse in an instant after I went in and drove them all out? Not to mention, after Ling Yun threw Gulian Shen out of the demolition office, he said that all the staff should get out. Others he didn't say anything. As for what he did inside, the people outside didn't see it at all. When he came out and knocked down the house with his palms, he was using a phantom fish and dragon step. How could ordinary people's eyes keep up with his movement speed? So although everyone knew that Ling Yun had demolished the office, they couldn't produce any evidence, including all the staff in the office at that time. Ling Yun said in reverse now, "The same is true, because the demolition office was indeed collapsed immediately after Ling Yun drove everyone out." Ah? This? It's all without evidence. When Ling Yun said that, he really immediately said Luo Zheng was speechless, and his mouth was stunned. Okay. Ling Yun is doing great. Yes, we were all there at the time, we all saw it, Ling Yun really saved those staff. Ling Yun is right. If it weren't for him, all those staff would be under the pressure. What about demolition and relocation? Even the office where he works would have to cut corners. If they were to build a building, then how could we rest assured? That's right, it fell with a gust of wind, what kind of thing? There are people who are not afraid of big things. As soon as Ling Yun said it, his momentum immediately began to one-sided, and they all helped Ling Yun to speak. The common people who followed Ling Yun have stayed on Linjiang Road for many years. Who hasn't been to Qin Chuyue's clinic to see a doctor and get medicine? Who doesn't know Qin Chuyue? Qin Chuyue has been operating in the impoverished suburb of Linjiang Road for many years, and her popularity is so good. I can't say that the big tree she planted can already be used by Ling Yun to enjoy the shade. Besides, in the process of demolition and relocation, they were originally the weaker party. Ling Yun is now leading the charge and riding alone, which has severely damaged the demolition office and cleaned up Tianyan Wang, who had been bullying them for so long. Ling Yin smiled, turned his head and blinked at Liang Fingyi and Long Wu, but saw that they both made expressions of helplessness and anger at the same time, but Long Wu gave him a thumbs up without hesitation. Ling Yin turned around and clasped his fists at the people who supported him to express his gratitude, then stared at Luo Zheng, who was extremely embarrassed, and asked, coldly, Luo Zheng, you are here regardless of the indiscretion, just slap the bucket of shit on my head, are you saying you are a bully bastard? Ling Yin was a bastard, and the scolding Luo Zheng really lost his temper, because everything happened too fast at that time, and everyone had no evidence. Also got the support of all the people. Luo Zheng could no longer care about Ling Yin scolding him like a bastard. He rolled his eyes, and immediately said, okay, you said that the demolition office was not demolished by you, but you held Gulianshan hostage, this is always a fact. Bar? After speaking, Luo Zheng raised his hand and pointed to Golian Mountain lying on the ground. After he finished speaking, he couldn't help but sneer. He seemed to think that he had caught Ling Yin's pain. All the reporters immediately turned their cameras in the direction of Golian Mountain, and shot wildly for a while. Ling Yin smiled and shook his head, looking very helpless, and said to Luo Zheng with contempt, holding? Who told you that I took Gulianshan hostage? Luo Zheng snorted coldly and said, the facts are there, everyone sees it so clearly, do you still want to make a quibble? Ling Yin looked up to the sky with a long smile, pointed at Luo Zheng's nose and scolded, you don't believe me if you say you are a bastard. Gulianshan suddenly fell ill, and he couldn't even move because of the pain. Cold sweat poured out, my house was demolished, but as a doctor who saves lives and wounds, I chose to ignore the past suspicions, treat him meticulously, and let my friends take care of him carefully. It has just gotten better now, and I can move anyway. I'm taking hostages? Gah? This? Luo Zheng was completely dumbfounded. All the cops he brought were also completely stupid. The reporters who came here were all dumbfounded. Because on the surface, things that seemed to be perfectly matched were completely contradicted by Ling Yin in a few words. First, seeing that the house of the demolition office was not strong, he kindly drove out the people inside, and then the house collapsed. Gulianshan suddenly fell ill. The pain was unbearable. Ling Yin moved with pity at the critical moment, disregarding the previous grudges, and saved his enemy Gulianshan. Where is Ling Yin a criminal? He is simply a good man who saves all sentient beings, and heals the wounded. When Dugumo thought about taking care of Gulianshan, he endured 40 minutes of pain. My liver trembled when I saw it, but now that I heard that Ling Yin was the one who saved him, I couldn't help but Ing Ting's figure swayed violently, almost sitting on the ground. Ling Yin reversed the black and white, and the kung fu of the upside-down rake was all perfect, reaching the peak of the peak. Dugumo almost fainted when he heard it. However, Dugumo did not forget his own business. He used sound transmission to enter secrets, and said to Gulianshan in a deep voice, if Luo Zheng asks you for a while, I think you should know how to say it. I don't need to teach you. Bar? What Gulianshan should have said just now has been said. Even Luo Zheng and the deputy mayor have said it, and these have been recorded by Liang Fingyi with his mobile phone. He is already a dead pig and is not afraid of boiling water. Now he would rather suffer the revenge from Xia Zhenting and Luo Zheng than to endure the pain of retrograde meridians, so there is no need for Dugumo to remind him. Gulianshan knows what to say. Ling Yin said to Luo Zheng, whose face was pale, if you don't believe me, you can ask Gulianshan in person. He couldn't even speak because of the pain just now. Now, after my treatment, he can speak. Luo Zheng was hesitant. He suddenly realized that he had made a big mistake by coming here in person today. He felt as if he had fallen into a carefully woven trap, and it was getting deeper and deeper. Ling Yin looked at his twinkling eyes, smiled coldly, motioned for Dugumo to bring Gulianshan over, and then asked Gulianshan on the ground, you, tell this bastard Luo Zheng, is it because you have a sudden illness and have been taken over by you? Am I rescued? Gulianshan nodded as if he was pecking rice for the chicken, and said hurriedly, Director Luo, what Ling Yun said is true. I did suffer from a sudden illness and was rescued by Ling Yun. He was saving me, not holding me hostage. What Go Lianshan said was very sincere, serious, and serious. When he mentioned Ling Yun, the gratitude on his face was so real that he almost burst into tears on the spot, so people couldn't believe it. If Ling Yun didn't lift the ban for him, Go Lianshan would definitely die, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that Ling Yun saved him. Luo Zheng, you don't investigate anything, you deliberately confuse black and white, and you want to take me back to the Public Security Bureau. You said that you, the Chief of Public Security, have no evidence to arrest good people? Are you saying you're a bastard? Ling Yun's dominance is unforgiving, and his tongue is like a lotus flower, pushing Luo Zheng to a dead end all of a sudden. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. When Ling Yun pointed at his nose and scolded and asked, Luo Zheng could only be silent. He liked Wei Guanxing so much that he couldn't care about his image at this time. His face turned from white to red, from red to blue, and then from blue to blue Z. After a violent change, his face finally turned sallow, and the cold sweat on his body frequently fell. It's already 11 o'clock in the morning, and the sun has become more vicious. Under the high temperature of 34 degrees, everyone is sweating profusely, but Luo Zheng's body seeps out, but it's all cold sweat. As soon as he came to the scene, he expressed his vision as a public security chief in a very wide-ranging manner, expressing on the spot that Ling Yun must be arrested and brought to justice, and a satisfactory explanation to the victims. This was said in front of countless reporters and hosts, but when he was arrested, not only could he not be able to produce any evidence, but he was also scolded by a bastard who pointed his nose at him and wanted to arrest Ling Yun. The two reasons instantly became a big joke. Luo Zheng made his own oolong. He didn't have any evidence, but Ling Yun was a witness, with all the physical evidence and circumstantial evidence. He said it clearly and plainly. Even the hostage taken himself admitted that he was not taken hostage. What else could Luo Zheng say? Su Lingfei, the most beautiful news anchor of the provincial TV station, squeezed forward. She gave Ling Yun a deep look, then turned and held the microphone in front of Luo Zheng, and asked Luo Zheng in perfect Mandarin, Director Luo, how do you feel about the whole case now? Luo Zheng was sullen in his heart, thinking that you, the female anchor, is really ignorant, and you came up to ask such a topic at this time. Isn't this intentional, to slap me in the face? However, although he was embarrassed and sullen, he had experienced many big scenes, and he was even more cunning, so he raised his hand and gently wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and said solemnly, this. It seems that the case is more complicated than we imagined. We still need to conduct a more in-depth investigation. Su Lingfei gave a very calm and sophisticated smile, and she continued to ask, then. May I ask, Director Luo, do you feel that your judgment on the case just now was too blind? Because now the facts are there, everything Ling Yun said seems to be true, that means he is a good man, or to be more precise, he is a very professional doctor, but you almost got him back to the Public Security Bureau. Luo Zheng's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly waved his hands and said, this, for the time being, we still need to investigate. Before the case comes to light, it is inconvenient for me to accept your interview. Su Lingfei nodded, but still did not let Luo Zheng go, and asked again, then what is Director Luo's investigation next? Luo Zheng's mind turned to electricity. Xinxing said, anyway, Ling Yun personally demolished Director Tian's 2 villas. This is an ironclad fact. I don't think he can get away with this matter, right? After Luo Zheng finished speaking, he raised his head to look at Ling Yun, and asked loudly, Ling Yun, the 2 things you mentioned earlier, our Public Security Bureau has to conduct further investigation, so let's put it on hold for now. But Luo Zheng raised his hand and pointed to the 2 villas that Tian Buetao had turned into ruins, and said sternly, "You brought down all those 2 villas. If you can give a reasonable explanation, the Municipal Public Security Bureau will temporarily stop them today. I'll let you go, if you can't explain it. Then we'll take you back to the Public Security Bureau no matter what you say." "Luo Zheng, you really are an out-and-out bastard," Ling Yan said involuntarily, first scolding Luo Zheng into Su Lingfei's microphone. He has already seen that Luo Zheng is already strong on the outside and hard on the inside, but he is just barely holding on here. Luo Zheng had even expressed in his words that he could not arrest Ling Yun for the time being. However, Ling Yan still has many goals that he has yet to achieve. Of course, he will not let Luo Zheng go like this. The corners of Luo Zheng's mouth twitched violently when Ling Yan scolded him, and then he turned to look at Tang Meng. "Tang Meng, ask someone to bring Xuanhuan to me." Tang Meng stood in the back and listened to Ling Yun scolding Luo Zheng, "All the bastards." He was so cool in his heart, don't mention it. Seeing Ling Yun let him appear now, he immediately greeted the people around him who were in charge of carrying Tian Buetao, and walked over with Tian Buetao on his back. "Uncle Luo, Brother Yun called you a bastard, don't be angry. If you get angry, it will be really bad, so I apologize for him like you." Tang Meng swayed before Luo Zheng, and said yin and yang angrily. Although he said he was apologizing, everyone around him could understand that he was also calling Luo Zheng a bastard. Can Tang Meng not scold him? Now the official forces headed by Xia Zhenting and Luo Zheng have taken control of Qingshui City, and they have become inseparable with Li Yifeng and Tang Tianhao, and they are no longer compatible. Your life and death struggle, the 2 sides have completely torn their skins. Luo Zheng knew that Tang Meng's apology was fake and that he was real when he scolded him, but now he was thinking about how to get out of here, and he didn't have the heart to fight with Tang Meng at all. Ling Yan smiled and leaned forward, and for the first time admitted, "You bastard finally got it right this time. I do things alone, and I really demolished the 2 villas of King Tianyin." Everyone was waiting for Ling Yun to continue to defend himself, and wanted to see how he could turn the black into the white this time, but when Ling Yun said it, he was all stunned. Ling Yun admitted it. My God, how could he admit it? Now Luo Zheng finally has a reason to arrest someone. Even Long Wu and Liang Fingyi did not expect that Ling Yun would admit it so simply this time, let alone many media reporters represented by Su Lingfei. Su Lingfei stared at Ling Yun thoughtfully, thinking that you are not articulate, aren't you eloquent? How could it be so easy to admit it this time? After Luo Zheng heard it, he was filled with uncontrollable ecstasy. "Humph, I'm afraid you won't admit it." "As long as you admit it, I have a reason to arrest people." He was about to speak, but he heard Ling Yun continue, "I not only demolished Tian Yanwang's 2 villas, but also his 3rd one. Director Luo, don't leave in a while, you must watch me, his 3rd villa has been demolished." Luo Zheng snorted coldly, "Hey, Ling Yun, you wantonly destroy other people's properties, even destroying 2 villas worth several million. It is enough to sentence you for many years. Take it away." When Liang Fingyi and Long Wu heard it, they couldn't help but secretly anxious, a worried look flashed on their pretty faces, and they secretly sweated for Ling Yun. Ling Yun smiled, "Why are you so excited, you bastard? Why don't you listen to what this surname Tian has to say first?" Ling Yun finished speaking. He raised his foot and kicked Tian Yanwang, who fell to the ground, and said coldly, "Those surnamed Tian, don't lie on the ground and pretend to be dead, hurry up and talk." Ling Yun kicked him, in fact, to relieve the soft numbness on his body. Tian Buetao immediately felt that he was able to move, and he struggled to stand up. His body swayed violently, and he almost fell to the ground again. Ling Yan was too lazy to warn Tian Buetao at this time. He can say whatever he likes. Anyway, he already has the recordings of Gulianshan and Tian Buetao in his hands. What these 2 people said is consistent. As long as they are exposed in front of so many media, Luo Zheng will immediately lose his reputation. He doesn't care at all. Director Luo, I don't blame Ling Yun for this matter. I have a personal grudge. Taking advantage of the opportunity of demolition and without the consent of Ling Yun's family, he led someone to forcibly demolish Ling Yun's house. So, he is now demolishing my house. I have nothing to say, this is what I deserve. I will never hold Ling Yun responsible for the slightest bit. Tian Buotao respectfully stood in front of Luo Zheng, nodded and said, also, I have decided to give Ling Yun the only villa I have left as compensation for my demolition of his house, no matter what Ling Yun does with it. A villa. They have nothing to do with me anymore. Wow. Everyone was in an uproar. Tian Yen Wang, who used to bully people in Euro Township and walked sideways, now finally sees his backer, but instead of grabbing the only life-saving straw, he takes the initiative to admit his mistake. Ling Yun and Tang Meng looked at each other and smiled when they heard it, and then looked at Tian Buotao with a playful look at the same time. Ling Yun snorted coldly in his heart. Tian Buotao wanted to make big things smaller, before things got out of Luo Zheng's control. I want to send Luo Zheng away. This Tian Yen Wang is worthy of being an official. After he sold Luo Zheng out of desperation, in such a difficult situation, he had to think about selling Luo Zheng a great favor and leave a way out for himself. Although Tian Buotao has been lying there like a dead dog, the onlookers are clear. Ling Yun's tongue is bright and lotus, and after completing the series of humiliation to Luo Zheng, he has immediately seen that Luo Zheng is at the scene today, and there is absolutely no way to please him. He demolished Ling Yun's house, and Ling Yun came to demolish his house. There is absolutely no reason to say this. It is a matter of course and right. At most, the value is different, but the nature of the matter is the same. Therefore, even if there are no other factors, Luo Zheng has no reason to arrest Ling Yun, because not to mention that the people of Qinglong will not agree, even the thousands of ordinary people will not agree. What's more, Ling Yun now has some cards in his hand to play out. As long as he plays another one, his prostitution video and Luo Zheng's recording are released, Luo Zheng will be completely passive. Even if he wants to leave here, it will be difficult. And he himself will immediately become a rat crossing the street, shouting on both sides, there is only one dead end. But after Tian Buotao's words that seemed to help Ling Yun, if Luo Zheng was old enough, he should be able to immediately judge that the matter was no longer possible, because all the reasons for arresting Ling Yun were overturned. He should choose to retreat immediately. This is Tian Buotao's abacus. Ling Yun has already demolished 2 of his villas, and no one else can stop him. If he really wants to demolish his 3rd villa, it will definitely turn into ruins in a few minutes. He might as well simply go ahead and give it to Ling Yun as compensation, so that Ling Yun can benefit and quell his anger. In this way, things will not continue to escalate, and Luo Zheng has stepped down. After he left, he waited for the thousands of people around him to disperse. Whether he continued to fight or sat down to negotiate, he could gain a breather for himself. Tian Buotao can be said to have done all the calculations, but he underestimated one thing and judged one thing wrong. He underestimated Ling Yun's IQ, and even more wrongly judged everything Ling Yun did today, not to clean up him at all. Everything Ling Yun did today was, for the big fish, Luo Zheng. He still has many goals to achieve. How could he let Luo Zheng leave so easily? Therefore, Ling Yun just smiled knowingly with Tang Meng, didn't bother to expose Tian Buotao's abacus, and waited for Luo Zheng's reaction. Luo Zheng is not stupid. He naturally heard the hidden meaning in Tian Buotao's words, so he pretended to be angry and shouted, "Nonsense! Director Tian, as a grassroots cadre in the street, how can you forcibly demolish other people's houses? The matter must be strictly investigated." He made a pretense first, then turned to look at Ling Yun and said, "Ling Yun, he forcibly demolished your house, you can go to the government. You can go to the court. Now we advocate a harmonious society. How can you rely on individuals the power to retaliate? Besides, although real estate is a personal asset, it is also the property of the state. It is not easy to build a house. How can you say that it is demolished? It's just talking to Shally. It disturbed so many people and affected everyone's life order. It's not good. Luo Zheng seems to have regained his tall image of Weigangxing. After saying a few words in such a high-profile manner, he suddenly turned around and said to many reporters, since everything happened for a reason, then Ling Yun forcibly demolished Director Tian's villa. The two parties involved in the incident will negotiate privately, and our Public Security Bureau will conduct further follow-up investigations, so everyone should leave now. Luo Zheng made a scribbled conclusion with the simplest words, and then instructed the middle-level police officers around him, retreat. That's the key, so far. He has lost any reason to arrest Ling Yun, and he has also discovered that Ling Yun is indeed extremely difficult to deal with. It is not as easy as imagined. He originally thought that Ling Yun would use force to resist. In that case, he could even directly order Ling Yun to be shot to death, never having trouble. But Ling Yun's every word and every sentence is justified. Not only did he occupy the watch, but he also occupied the rationale. In a few understatements, the whole situation was turned over, and there was no shot at all. It was already a big victory. Luo Zheng's face was dark, and he wanted to lead the team away. But Ling Yun would not let him get his wish. Ling Yun just raised his hand lightly and pressed it on Luo Zheng's shoulder all of a sudden, with a cold and stern smile in his handsome eyes, and said lightly, "Bastard, your business is over, but mine is not yet. When you're done, do you want to leave now? See you in the picture." Luo Zheng only felt that there was a lot of power on his shoulders. Just like the top of Mount Tai, let him not even move, he couldn't even move at all, and he was horrified. Ling Yun gently pressed Luo Zheng's shoulders, making him unable to move, and then said word by word, "Aren't you here to enforce the law? With so many police here, I happen to have a lot of depressing things recently. I feel unfair and want to ask you bastard to deal with it face to face." Luo Zheng's chubby face twisted for a while. He struggled to get out of Ling Yun's palm, but found that he was completely useless, so he could only say in a dry voice, "Ling Yun, I have to rush back to the Public Security Bureau to hold an emergency meeting. Don't go too far. If you want to report the case, you can go to the Public Security Bureau." Ling Yun sneered after hearing this. Emergency meeting? Hold an emergency meeting to study how to arrest me next. Today is Sunday, aren't you civil servants not going to work? Of course I know that I have to report the case to the Public Security Bureau, but all the cases I want to report are related to you, the Chief of Public Security. Now that you are here, let's deal with it together. Wouldn't it be unnecessary to take off your pants and fart? Ling Yun made such a big commotion and finally forced Luo Zheng out of his nest. He was waiting for this moment. Regardless of the new account or the old one, he has to make a clear calculation with Luo Zheng here. "I want to ask, my house was torn down. You police officers, why is there no one to take care of it and no one to investigate? I demolished someone else's house, but I alarmed you, the Chief of Public Security? I want to ask, the clinic I worked so hard to renovate was smashed, and the manager and decorator in my clinic were severely injured. Why do you, the police chief, pretend to be invisible? I want to ask, which article of the law did you arrest my brother Tai Xiaohu on? What evidence is there? What crime was convicted? It's been 48 hours, why haven't you released him yet? I want to ask, why did you seal up my 2 villas, why did you confiscate my villa keys, and why did you say that the source of my property is unknown? Why did you seal my bank account?" Ling Yun used the divine dragon howl to gradually increase his voice. Every word, every sentence, is like a sledgehammer hitting the hearts of everyone at the scene, and everyone can hear it clearly. Ling Yun asked Luo Zheng several questions in a row, and in the end, he smiled coldly and shouted at Luo Zheng, "Speak." The sound is thunderous. My God, why did Ling Yan scold Luo Zheng all the time? It turns out that he did so many things to Ling Yan. Yeah, Luo Zheng, the chief of public security, how can he do such a thing? He is obviously targeting people. Just look at his virtue today. He must have done something shameful. He was deliberately targeting Ling Yun, arresting his brother, sealing his villa, and sealing his bank account. A police chief, if he used these methods to deal with ordinary people, he would have been killed long ago. This is too cruel. Luo Zheng was like a sieve, sweating like rain, and looking at Ling Yun, his eyes finally flashed an indescribable panic. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net.